Notably, Bela Kun was among the victims. As the leader of the short-lived Hungarian Soviet Republic of 1919, he had the singular misfortune of presiding over the only other example of a successful communist revolution. No stranger to the art of survival in periods of internal intrigue, Kun had shown little compunction in denouncing fellow communists. Thus, in a stroke of poetic justice in June 1937, he fell victim to his own methods when a fellow party member accused him of sabotaging the Hungarian Commune and, worse still, insulting Stalin. Like senior communists who had begged for his mercy, Kun appealed to his benefactor, Stalin, for exoneration. Never one to let sentiment get in the way of absolute power, the Soviet leader denied the request. Kun was forced to confess to imaginary crimes and later put to death. Stalin also directed his attention toward those Comintern parties that he deemed guilty of exhibiting nationalist tendencies. Among the most tragic cases was the small Communist Party of Poland. As an underground party that had struggled for its life since Pilsudski's coup, the KPP represented no tangible threat to the Soviet Union. Most Poles regarded it with deep suspicion because of its ties with Moscow and the fact that it was mainly composed of national minorities and marginalized groups, including Germans, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Jews. Hence, in its struggle for survival, the KPP was directly beholden to the Comintern. Nevertheless, despite the KPP's hardships, Stalin barely concealed his animus toward the party. Regarding it with the distrust of centuries of ingrained Russian hostility to the Polish people, he directed the Comintern to take measures against the KPP that far exceeded its importance. Between August 1937 and November 1938, the NKVD arrested every member of the KPP's Politburo and Secretariat, as well as most of the Central Committee. Nearly all of these figures died by execution or perished in prison. Taking these measures even further, Stalin ordered the Comintern to dissolve the party. This was no mere administrative measure. The ECCI set up a special department to eliminate all vestiges of the organization. In the end, 143,810 Poles living in the Soviet Union, communists and non-communists alike, were convicted of espionage or conspiratorial activity and more than 111,000 were executed. 28. A Tale of Two Europes. Stalin's campaign to rid the Comintern of perceived adversaries and stock it with his devotees provides a helpful lens for interpreting the event with which I began this chapter, the organization's demise in 1943. Although communists throughout the world were stunned to learn about the death of the body that symbolized the unity of the proletarian cause, Stalin's reasoning was simple: he no longer needed it. After years of bending and twisting scores of communist parties to serve his bidding, he could count on all of them at least, so he thought to fall into line without having to wait for directions from a putatively representative international body. In fact, by definition, the Comintern was incompatible with Stalin's national focus. As long as it existed, the organization was a reminder to everyone, and especially the USSR's wary, wartime allies in Europe and the United States, of the Soviet Union's revolutionary roots. Less than 2 months after the announcement of the Comintern's dissolution, Stalin confirmed his thinking in a letter to a correspondent from the British news agency Reuters. Invigorated by the Red Army's victory in the bloody, 5-month battle over Stalingrad and expressing himself in a manner that was simultaneously totally insincere and highly revealing, Stalin indicated that he was already mulling over the Soviet Union's post-war aims. The insincere side to his remarks was meant to allay fears in the West. The decision to dissolve the Comintern, he asserted, had exposed the lie of the Hitlerites to the effect that Moscow allegedly intends to intervene in the life of other nations and to Bolshevize them, and that the communist parties in various countries are allegedly acting not in the interest of their people but on orders from outside. To the contrary, Stalin intoned, his government only wanted what was best for Europe. Correspondingly, the revealing side to his comments was that he did not restrict his observations to the role of communist parties. Once the fascist beast was destroyed, Stalin advised, his government's aim was to clear the way for patriots in all countries to join the future organization of a companionship based upon their equality. 29 Naturally, Stalin was being disingenuous. He had every intention of using his agents, including loyal communist parties, to meddle in other countries' affairs. Still, his appeal to the concept of a companionship of patriots confirmed that he was contemplating a new strategy. In 1945, many Western European politicians were receptive to this message. In confronting the monumental task of lifting their societies out of the rubble, rebuilding industries, and finding jobs and housing for millions of refugees and returning soldiers, they were disposed to support state-centric plans for economic recovery and to give left-wing governments the power to realize them. In this climate, native communists had both the anti-fascist credentials to counter lingering doubts about their national loyalties and the fiery rhetoric to excite voters into thinking that they could provide solutions for their problems. As a consequence, party enrollments exploded in the mid-1940s. Tens of thousands of Swedes, Greeks, Belgians, and Danes rushed to align themselves with the purportedly progressive cause. Just as leading intellectuals had exulted over the glories of the October Revolution nearly 3 decades earlier, they were joined by scientists, philosophers, artists, and writers who were armed with romantic ideas about emulating the Soviet Union's creation of new socialist men and women. 3 parties in particular, the PCF and the PCI in the West and the CPC in Central Europe, had the credentials to represent both working class and patriotic interests. The first, the PCF, emerged from the war as a potent political force because communists had constituted the majority of the fighters in the resistance. For this reason, the party was a natural purveyor of the gospel of anti-fascism. In the public mind, it was no longer the foreign party of the 1920s and 1930s. In the words of its followers, it was the Parti de 75,000 Fusiliers. The payoff in terms of national popularity was instantaneous. The PCF grew from 300,000 members at the end of 1944 to more than 500,000 members in June 1945. By December, it had 750,000 members. 30. Adding to the PCF's patriotic credentials, its leaders successfully neutralized pressures from within the party ranks to return to its radical roots. During the war, the Communists had already made the strategic decision to cooperate with the varied groups that comprised Charles de Gaulle's French Committee of National Liberation. As a result, the PCF leadership had an indisputable claim to take part in a united front government. Upon his return from exile in Moscow, Maurice Thorez expressed the point succinctly: the recovery of France cannot be the task of a single party but of a whole nation. This responsibility could only be shouldered by a government of broad national and democratic unity. 31. The results of the PCF's self-transformation were stunning. In October 1945, Thorez aggressively campaigned to change public perceptions of the party. In the elections to France's interim Constituent National Assembly, the party's leaders combined their advocacy of trade union agitation, worker participation in factory management, and the nationalization of major industries with appeals for cooperation with bourgeois parties. The PCF won the largest share of the national vote and, with surprising ease, formed a coalition government with both its age-old socialist adversaries in the Socialist SFIO and the Christian Democratic Popular Republican movement. In the elections to the Second Constituent Assembly in June 1946, the party did nearly as well, coming in a close second to the Christian Democratic Popular Republican movement. Thorez was made vice prime minister in the new government. Finally, following closely on the popular approval of a new constitution that bore the Communists' heavy imprint on such issues as the right to work and the right to strike, the PCF was the leading vote-getter in the November elections to the First National Assembly. Were it not for the SFIO's refusal to participate in a coalition with the PCF alone, the Communists could have played a decisive role in shaping the policies of the Fourth French Republic, and Thorez might have been its first prime minister. The Italian Communists were in an even more propitious position. Thanks to the PCI's decades-long opposition to Mussolini and its survival in the underground, the party's patriotic credentials were impeccable. Unlike in France, where the PCF had to compete with the reputation of the stronger French Committee of National Liberation, the PCI was the preeminent party in the Italian resistance movement. Moreover, it received widespread recognition for its subsequent restraint during the last year of the war. Amid the disruption wrought by Mussolini's rule and the accentuation of regional and class divisions in Italian society, the PCI could have ordered its partisan militias to seize power in the urban centers of the liberated North. Yet, Togliatti wrenched the country from the brink of civil war by parting ways with the most radical partisan militias and announcing that the PCI, too, would be willing to enter a democratic coalition government in the spirit of national reconciliation. Togliatti's declaration, the Salerno Turn, was approved by Stalin. Still, it was a gutsy call that was consistent with Togliatti's past advocacy of Popular Front policies. Despite stiff resistance within the communist movement, Togliatti portrayed the PCI as both a vigorous defender of working-class interests and a democratic mass party. Like the PCF, membership in the PCI soared, rising from 400,000 in July 1944 to 1.7 million members in December 1945.32 in the first general election in 1946. The party came in third in the national vote and won 104 of the 556 seats in the new Constituent Assembly. In 1948, the party joined the Socialists in a Popular Democratic Front. Although the coalition was beaten by the Christian Democracy Party, the PCI nevertheless won nearly one-third of the popular vote and, in the process, established itself as a permanent presence in Italian politics. Testifying to the close association between the party's identity and the magnetic personality of its leader, Togliatti won successive terms as vice prime minister and justice minister in two governments. He was a member of the Parliament's Chamber of Deputies from 1948 until his death in 1964. Finally, the CPC, too, enjoyed a legitimate claim to electoral viability. Alone among the states in its region, Czechoslovakia had been a functioning democracy in the interwar period. During these years, the CPC had comported itself well enough, professing working-class values and its desire to work within the democratic order, that it received more than 10% of the popular vote in the parliamentary elections of 1929 and 1935. Unlike its French and Italian counterparts, the CPC was no different than the country's other parties in playing only a small role in the resistance to German occupation. During the war, most of its leaders, including its General Secretary, Clement Gottwald, were in Moscow. But when these communists returned from exile, they benefited from two factors. Interestingly, one of them, which had worked to the detriment of every other communist party in the region, was their close relationship with Moscow. This disposition was reinforced by a long tradition of panslavism. In the eyes of many of Czechoslovakia's citizens, the Soviet Union alone had stood by their country when its British and French allies gave in to Hitler's threats. Following his resumption of the presidency in 1945, Edvard Beneš made the cultivation of a special relationship with Stalin a personal priority. The Soviet leader reciprocated this attention by withdrawing the Red Army's occupation forces not long after Germany's surrender. The second factor, which benefited all of Czechoslovakia's leftist parties, was the banning of the major right-wing parties that had collaborated with Nazi Germany. In this auspicious climate, the CPC presented itself as a party for all seasons. It championed workers' control over the instruments of production and state ownership of major industries. It joined the nationalist charge to expel the Sudeten Germans from Bohemia, and it won the favor of peasants by rewarding them with dispossessed properties. From the beginning, Gottwald confidently predicted that the CPC had the popular support to win office. He was exactly right. In the country's first post-war elections in 1946, the CPC won 31.2% of the vote, the most by any European Communist party in a democratic election. Notwithstanding many citizens' misgivings about the Communists' intentions, Beneš promptly invited Gottwald to be prime minister and the CPC was awarded 9 cabinet posts in a left-leaning National Front government. 33 For a brief period, it seemed possible that Czechoslovakia would have the first communist-led democratic government in Europe. In contrast to Czechoslovakia, Stalin's message of patriotic companionship was much less favorably received in other parts of Eastern Europe. Most of the communist parties were burdened by their association with Moscow. In the view of local populations, they shared the blame for the violence and recrimination following their country's liberation by the Red Army. When Comintern-trained communists, such as Matyas Rákosi, Boleslav Bierut, Vako Chervenkov, Anna Pocher, and Walter Ulbricht, returned to their homelands with the good word about the Soviet Union, working-class rule, and socialist grandeur, these little Stalins were dismissed as renegades. As a consequence, their understanding of their party's functions was hardened. When they could not win power through popular approbation, they used the parties instead as instruments of domination. Poland presented a particularly difficult challenge. It was practically preordained that a people who had witnessed the rebirth of their nation in 1918, later dismemberment under the terms of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and an invidious post-war settlement would regard the presence of foreign troops on its soil as yet another instance of national humiliation. In fact, Poland already had a legitimate constitutional government in London. Based on a broad coalition of socialist, peasant, and Catholic nationalist parties, this regime in exile was recognized by all of the Allied powers, including the Soviet Union. Furthermore, it had its own army, the Home Army, whose more than 400,000 soldiers fought courageously against the German occupation. In this circumstance, the Soviets would seem to have been at a disadvantage. Due to Stalin's decision to liquidate the KPP in 1938, Moscow's sole source of local support was a weak underground party, the Polish Workers' Party, which Soviet agents had founded in 1942. Nonetheless, the Kremlin did have one monumental advantage. Stalin benefited from the goodwill of his British and American allies. After founding an alternate coalition government in 1944, the Lublin-based Polish Committee of National Liberation, he secured the Allies' agreement to recognize this regime, and not the one in London, as Poland's legitimate government in exchange for his promise to include representatives from every party and to hold early elections. Once the new government was in place, however, it did not take Stalin long to undermine it. He stacked the coalition in favor of Soviet interests and installed sympathizers in the state ministries. In January 1947, when Stalin decided that he could afford the risk of holding parliamentary elections, the PPR formed a coalition with a supposedly democratic bloc of parties and used vote rigging and police intimidation to capture 80% of the seats in the legislature and remove its rivals from office. 6 months later, the Hungarian Communist Party attained virtually the same outcome, though it followed a different path. When the Red Army marched into Hungary in 1944, its troops committed atrocities that reminded many Hungarians of the bloodshed during Belakun's revolutionary dictatorship in 1919. Still, the communists who returned to their country were confident that they would be welcomed as liberators. Led by Kun's former deputy, Matyas Rákosi, they tried to appeal to different segments of the population. They promised to meet some groups' demands for social and economic change, such as the implementation of land reforms, but simultaneously invoked the quite unrevolutionary language of national self-determination, democracy, and multi-party rule. Assuming that victory was certain, the party welcomed the opportunity to compete in the country's first democratic elections of November 1945. In what would turn out to be the last reasonably free opportunity for Hungarians to express their preferences until 1990, the HCP was soundly beaten. The middle-class independent smallholders party received 57% of the vote, while the HCP came in third, just below its old nemesis, the Social Democratic Party. Rákosi had not returned to Hungary to give away power. In fact, even if the HCP had received the most votes, it is unlikely that either he or Stalin would have tolerated the coalition government that emerged from the election. The communists furiously moved to repair the damage. With the Red Army to back them up, they deprived the smallholders of their share of cabinet posts and arranged to have Laszlo Rajc, a home communist who had been imprisoned in Germany, appointed Minister of Internal Affairs. One of Rajc's first acts was to create a secret police force that fomented defamation campaigns against members of anti-communist parties and used rumors, threats, and arrests salami tactics, as Rákóczi later called them, to whittle down their numbers. Finally, Rákóczi called for new elections. Testifying to the population's continuing hostility to the communists, the HCP won a mere 22% of the national vote. But this was enough to allow it and a few associated front parties to take control of the government. In two other countries, Bulgaria and Romania, the willingness of the USSR's Western allies to recognize Soviet control made the prospect of non-communist governments extremely unlikely. Hence, the returning communists viewed their mission primarily in terms of taking power. For historical and cultural reasons, Bulgaria was notably receptive. The country's population was already disposed to accept what it regarded as its liberation by fellow Slavs. Furthermore, the Bulgarian Communist Party had been one of the best organized parties in the Comintern. Led by the second most famous communist official in the world, Georgy Dimitrov, the party had prepared for its home return well before the war's end. As the leader of a fatherland front with other anti-Hitler groups, it staged a successful coup against the country's fascist dictatorship. True to plan, when Bulgaria held its first elections in November 1945, the Front, which was the only political organization on the ballot, won an overwhelming victory. A year later, when elections were held to the Grand National Assembly, the BCP won a majority of the votes. Dimitrov became the new government's prime minister. The Romanian Workers' Party did not enjoy the BCP's advantages. Due to a century of poor relations with Russia, which included 2 periods of Tsarist military occupation, the country's population viewed the arrival of the Red Army as a prelude to domination from the east. Unlike the Bulgarian communists, the RWP was not in the position to counter this perception. When the communists returned to Bucharest in summer 1944, the party had no more than 1,000 members. Accordingly, with Moscow's encouragement, the leadership presented itself as a fervent defender of Romanian and non-Slav interests, a force for conciliation, and an advocate of moderate social and economic change. To enhance the RWP's credibility, the Kremlin also took a step that would inadvertently complicate its relations with Bucharest down the road. It replaced the party's Muscovite leadership with so-called prison communists who had fought in the underground during the war. Their most notable figure was the new General Secretary, George Dej, a radical labor activist who had spent 11 years in Romanian jails and labor camps. Nevertheless, rather than waiting for the RWP to gradually win over the Romanian population, the Soviets imposed the regime from above. In March 1945, they induced King Michael I to form a national front government under the premiership of Petru Griza, a compliant leader of a small nationalist party. In November 1946, they backed fraudulent parliamentary elections that led to a predictably resounding victory for the communist-dominated bloc of democratic parties. Griza was again chosen to be prime minister, but only as a figurehead. After taking over the key interior, justice, and communications ministries, the RWP quickly asserted its total control. Predictably, the KPD faced the most complex circumstances of any of these parties. When the Moscow-trained communists returned to Berlin in the tracks of the Red Army and equipped with Stalin's orders, they encountered deep-seated hostility. For hardened believers and especially the party's general secretary, Ulbricht, who had been a deputy in the Reichstag during the Weimar Republic, an associate of Ernst Thälmann, and a Comintern functionary, it was inconceivable that their compatriots would not eventually be won over to the vision of a socialist Germany. In their view, the KPD was an anti-fascist people's party and a party of peace. When the Soviet occupation authority legalized the party along with a host of others, a Christian Democratic Party, a Liberal Democratic Party, and a Social Democratic Party, he presented the measure as a bold step toward the realization of true democracy. Hence, as one of Moscow's emissaries, he made a show of appointing members of these and other bourgeois parties as mayors and local administrators. However, there could never be any doubt about Ulbricht's determination to select people for these positions who would serve his and the Soviet Union's purposes. As he told Wolfgang Leonard about the selection of public officials, "It's quite clear it's got to look democratic, but we must have everything in our control." 34 Finally, he confirmed that his primary objective was to set up a functioning state, not to make a revolution, by expelling those home communists from the party who were intent upon asserting its radical identity. Despite Ulbricht's optimism, the KPD's efforts to improve its standing with the German population failed to take hold. Worse still, the popularity of the revitalized Social Democratic Party of Germany grew rapidly, despite the fact that the party entered the post-war period with roughly the same numbers as the KPD. In response to this trend and undoubtedly acting in accord with Stalin's wishes, Ulbricht took a step that resonated with the party's past. Effectively reversing the decision of the left Social Democrats to leave their party in 1919, he called for the unification of the KPD and SPD. The announcement immediately divided the Social Democrats. Many were in favor of cooperation but feared Ulbricht's intentions. Accordingly, in March 1946, the party's members in Berlin's western sectors voted resoundingly against unification. Despite the misgivings of even some of the KPD's members, Ulbricht forced the merger through. Even after the formation of the new Socialist Unity Party, the Communists could not count on strong support within the entire Soviet zone of occupation. In fall 1946, when the SED put up candidates in regional elections in the first and, it would turn out, last free elections in eastern Germany until 1990, the results were profoundly dispiriting. Although the party easily won control of the Soviet zone in Berlin, it struggled against the bourgeois parties in other cities with large working-class populations. When separate elections were held in all four occupation zones in Berlin, the Communists came in a humiliating third place. The Social Democrats received nearly half of the popular vote, while the Christian Democratic Union won more than 20%. 35 These disappointments were only the beginning of a desperate search for legitimacy that would plague the SED over the next 4 decades. A unitary state system. It would be fanciful to think that any of the Eastern European communist parties that came to power with the support of the Red Army would have remained in office without Moscow's continuing presence. Whatever they promised, the communists who returned to their homelands had no intention of compromising the visions of socialist grandeur that they had nurtured while abroad. As good Stalinists, they lived through their convictions. As a result, when these true believers encountered opposition, they did not consider it an indication that they needed to change their views. To the contrary, it was evidence of a fundamental Stalinist precept: the class struggle would intensify with the nearing of socialism. If there was any room for doubt about this proposition, it was overcome by the swift deterioration of relations between the USSR and the Western democracies. In this circumstance, the Soviets left nothing to chance. On September 22, 1947, they and representatives of 8 other European communist parties gathered in the Polish resort town, Zgierska Porba, to found the Cominform. In a stirring statement, Andrzej Zdanov, the party's expert on ideological and cultural affairs, conjured the darkening cloud of East-West relations to outline the organization's mission. According to Zdanov, 2 huge superpower blocs stood face to face. One was led by the USSR, the leading force and spirit in the military defeat of Germany and Japan. This alliance had withstood the worst trials of the war and the life-and-death conflict with its most powerful foe. The other bloc was led by the United States. It had cynically adopted the expansionist plans of the Hitlerites and was intent upon sabotaging the peace, fostering economic expansionism, and preparing for a Third World War. Under these conditions, Zdanov asserted, the sole hope for mankind was for peoples of good faith to unite their efforts to fight for a democratic peace, for the liquidation of the remnants of fascism, and to affirm the principle of equality of rights and respect for their sovereignty. These goals could only be realized by following the leading example of the Soviet Union, which had consistently demonstrated the will and desire for cooperation with its adversaries. 36. In one respect, the dichotomous structure of Stanov's analysis harkens back to the rigid, us versus them message of the Comintern's Second World Congress, albeit with fewer global aspirations. But there is a key difference. Reflecting the evolution of Soviet priorities under Stalin, the Cominform was designed to coordinate policies against the threats of great powers, not great ideologies. To this end, Stanov's primary focus in his address was on the entities that were most useful as bulwarks against the Western threat states. In his description, these people's republics, subsequently known as people's democracies, would not be full-blown copies of the Soviet Union. They still needed time to rise to the USSR's extraordinary achievements. But, Stanov argued, they could certainly prepare themselves to begin the transition to socialism. 37. Just as in the Soviet Union, the victim of the ascendancy of this state-centered way of thinking was the idea of party rule. Notably, Stanov devoted only a single section of his speech to the issue of party leadership. In this case, he focused solely on the Western European communist parties that, he hinted, were not yet fully committed to the cause. The Comintern, Stanov stressed, had ensured these parties' existence by uniting the international working class. But after its work was finished, their leaders had retreated into their national shells and become isolated from the progressive movement. This condition, he contended, was incorrect, harmful, and essentially unnatural. For this reason, they should return to the international fold and devote their energies to enlisting all anti-fascist, freedom-loving elements into the struggle against the new American expansionist plan for subjugating Europe. 38. The fact that Stanov did not demand more of these parties is an instructive indication of how much had changed since the days of the Comintern. Representatives of both the PCF and the PCI were present in Zgorska-Porba. Yet, Stanov was accommodating. Rather than insisting that they fall into line with the rigid model of Stalinist discipline that was expected of the people's democracies, he merely criticized them for being excessively fond of parliamentary politics. This was no accident. In both cases, the Soviet Union had more to gain from authentically democratic parties. Their success at the voting booth was a potential opportunity to shape public thinking in the West. In light of this comradely largesse, it was unfortunate that 1947 and 1948 turned out to be difficult years for both the PCF and the PCI. In fact, for the PCF, they were terrible. In May 1947, the PCF's 5 cabinet ministers were thrown out of the socialist-led coalition government because of the party's pro-Soviet stance and its doctrinaire approach to socialism. In April 1948, the less intractable PCI went into the general elections with surging optimism. Yet despite making significant gains in parliamentary seats, the PCI lost its bid for power to the Christian Democrats. Although the Communists remained a formidable presence in Italian politics for decades to come, they would never again enter a national government. The Soviets had a more immediate cause for concern, however, in the case of a different Cominform member within their sphere of influence, Yugoslavia. Under the charismatic leadership of Josip Broz Tito, the Yugoslav Communist Party had come to power without the aid of Soviet troops. In the process of conducting an insurrectionary war against their country's German occupiers, Croatian fascists, and Serbian nationalists in the hills and mountains of Bosnia and southern Serbia, his partisan guerrilla fighters acquired a sense of mission that bore a greater resemblance to the revolutionary culture of Mao Zedong's rebel army than to the imposed parties of the people's democracies. Many were idealistic university students and veterans of the Spanish Civil War. Like the Chinese communists, they too were keen to act on a conception of the class struggle that was intertwined with the cause of national liberation. In their country in particular, this blend of revolutionary and patriotic goals seemed naturally suited to addressing the tensions that the war had exacerbated among the myriad ethnic and religious groups Slovenes, Croats, Serbs, Montenegrins, and Bosnian and Albanian Muslims that constituted the Yugoslav state. In their official mythology, the YCP's role would extend beyond divesting the old ruling classes of their power. By reinforcing their shared national identity, it would provide a mechanism to prevent these groups from tearing the country apart. When Tito and the partisans emerged from the mountains, they were free to decide for themselves how to pursue these objectives. In an ironic contrast with the other people's democracies, they chose to implement Stalinism immediately. In only the first year after forming a government in Belgrade, the YCP showed what it meant to be the victor. With the zeal of underground freedom fighters who finally had the chance to realize their dreams, Yugoslav communists threw themselves into establishing total power and engaging in full-scale socialist construction. They conducted ruthless extermination campaigns against purported collaborators and repressed potential rivals, such as the Slovenian People's Party and the Catholic Church. Simultaneously, the YCP instituted a crash program of industrialization and laid the groundwork for collectivization by transferring farmland acquired by peasants during the war to new state farms. In these campaigns, the party exalted Tito's leadership. The Kremlin might have found these Stalinist measures to be merely premature were it not for one aspect of their implementation. Tito used them to demonstrate his party's independence. Although he proclaimed his undying loyalty to Moscow, it was not the Soviet Union that he had in mind. It was its revolutionary ideal. In May 1945, he infuriated his allies when, in an attack on the West, he chose terms that could have been as easily applied to them as to the capitalist world. The Yugoslav communists, he declared, did not wish to be treated as small change or to become an object of exchange in a policy of spheres of interests. 39 In an indication of Yugoslavia's strategic importance, Stalin initially showed uncharacteristic patience in putting up with these acts of defiance. However, his restraint was not to last. In February 1948, he summoned Tito to Moscow for a pledge of allegiance. When Tito refused to come, Stalin's response was unequivocal. He devoted the Cominform's second conference on June 21, a meeting the YCP refused to attend, to putting Tito in his place. On Stalin's behalf, Zdanov delivered a stinging attack on Belgrade, accusing Tito and the YCP of being everything they were not. In a flawless enunciation of Stalinist newspeak, he declared that the Yugoslavs had become followers of the Narodnik Kulak line, deniers of the class struggle, anti-Marxists, and enemies of Leninism. 40 On June 28, the assembled parties, including even the French and Italian delegates, made a remarkable decision. They expelled their wayward ally from the Cominform. As if to prove that his former mentor had been right all along, Tito hunted down Stalin's purported supporters in Yugoslavia and declared his intention to create an independent path to socialism. The rise of the state, the fall of the party. Yugoslavia's ouster from the Cominform clarified everything Zdanov had declared at the organization's founding. Dutiful states and not freewheeling parties were needed at a time when the class struggle had taken the form of a life-or-death confrontation between the defenders of peace and democracy and the capitalist powers that were preparing for a new war. Conveniently for Moscow, its Eastern European allies did not need to be forced to view the world in this way. Even before Tito's excommunication, most were instituting policies that showed that, whether they were called people's democracies or not, they would not tolerate any deviation from their policies. This inclination was almost universally characteristic of those communists who received their formation in Moscow. Nearly everywhere, they used their party organizations to engage in acts of self-Stalinization. These measures culminated in the formation of a belt of Soviet-style dictatorships with demonstrably similar profiles. The Bulgarian government forced its king to abdicate and expelled dissident members from the Fatherland Front. Romania's communists forced through a merger of their party with the opposition Social Democrats, leading to the creation of the Romanian Workers' Party. The Hungarian communists renamed their party the Hungarian Workers' Party, a notably unrevolutionary relative of its militant ancestor in 1919. In Poland, the communists absorbed the Polish Socialist Party into a Polish United Workers' Party. The consolidation of these dictatorships was matched by the introduction of equally uniform economic policies. Regardless of their country's level of development, state planners acted as though there was only a single formula for building socialism, one based upon the accelerated production of steel, chemicals, coal, and electric power. To meet these governments' unrealistically high production quotas, hundreds of thousands of agricultural laborers were moved into the cities. Industries not yet fully nationalized were taken over by the state. Although their tempos differed, all but one of the people's democracies followed Stalin's example of assaulting the countryside. Under the pretext of providing food and clothing to the cities, officials used anti-kulak campaigns to justify the conversion of small farms into massive collectives. Only in Poland, where full-scale collectivization would have led to a national uprising, did private farming continue. Two states, Czechoslovakia and the soon-to-be formed German Democratic Republic, took different paths, although they ended up with similar results. At the beginning of 1948, Czechoslovakia was still a functioning democracy, but just barely. Thanks to the CPC's domination of key ministries, the Communists could have simply forced their will on their opponents. They controlled the armed forces and the security services, monopolized the media, and presided over a plethora of paramilitary groups. Instead, Gottwald took an indirect route, provoking a cabinet crisis over claims that the CPC was abusing its police powers. He may have thought this approach would create the impression that the CPC was simply defending its honor. One way or the other, he achieved his goal. When the cabinet split apart, President Beneš had no choice but to ask Gottwald to form a new government. But the time for communist pretense was over. The CPC swiftly staged a coup against the regime, attacked its members, and held sham elections in May 1948 in which citizens could only vote for a communist-dominated national front. After the formation of a new parliament, it declared Czechoslovakia a people's democracy. The GDR was genetically different from its eastern neighbors. Its founding on October 7, 1949, was the result of great power competition, not national self-assertion. It was not invited to join the Cominform and could not even be called a people's democracy. Since 1945, Stalin himself had been reluctant to commit to the formation of a separate East German state, fearing the loss of Soviet authority over Germany as a whole. But he grudgingly concluded that any influence on the West was contingent upon the Eastern zone's stability. Hence, he consented to the GDR's creation. With control over their own state, Walter Ulbricht and the other Moscow-trained communists pursued the same policies as in the other people's democracies. Under the pretext of fostering an anti-fascist alliance, they founded a democratic bloc of obedient parties and mass organizations. They installed communist officials in every major state position. They nationalized large industries, imposed exorbitant work quotas on factories, and laid the groundwork for agricultural collectivization. Finally, they cracked down on their critics. Aside from targeting Social Democrats and Christian Democrats, they purged their own ranks of anyone suspected of putting the cause of national reunification ahead of the construction of a separate East German state. The parties devour their founders. If there was any doubt at this point that the focus of the Eastern European states' leaders was on aggrandizing power, and not on abiding by Marxism's lofty internationalist principles, it would have been laid to rest by the deliberate manner in which they mimicked Stalin's infamous achievement, the Terror. Even more quickly than their Soviet exemplars and in an even more focused manner, communists in each country turned on their fellow party members. They accused old friends and comrades in battle of the all-too-familiar crimes of Trotskyism, Bukharinism, and Zionism. They also added a new offense, Titoism. Tens of thousands of rank-and-file party officials and regular members were purged, many thousands were arrested, tortured, and sent to labor camps. In textbook fashion, each regime followed Soviet precedent by conducting public show trials at which the accused were forced to admit their guilt before being led to their execution. The first major communist to be arrested was the Romanian Justice Minister, Lucrătiu Petrascanu, who in April 1948 was charged with being a Titoist American agent. Petrascanu's execution was followed by the show trial of Hungary's foreign minister and former interior minister Rajk, who was accused of plotting with Tito to assassinate Matyas Rákosi. In a trial of 11 senior party members, the president of the Bulgarian Council of Ministers, Traicho Kostov, was condemned for anti-Soviet activities. The most publicized trial of all was the prosecution of Rudolf Slansky, the General Secretary of the CCP. In November 1952, he and 13 other prominent figures were sentenced to death. The head of the Polish Workers' Party, Władysław Gomułka, was fortunate to escape execution. Thanks to his high public profile, he was merely sentenced to house arrest following his expulsion from the party. It was no accident that a majority of the accused in these cases were home communists, especially those with Jewish backgrounds. For Muscovite communists like Rákosi, Chervenkov, Gottwald, and Birud, their rivals shared with Stalin's old Bolsheviks the one quality that they lacked: revolutionary authenticity. Rajk had fought heroically in the Spanish Civil War and was a leader in the Hungarian underground. Kostov had been active in the Bulgarian resistance. Slansky had parachuted into Slovakia to lead the uprising against the Germans. Although Gomułka had spent time in Moscow, he had returned to Poland during the war to participate in the refounding of the Communist Party. In only a handful of cases were the home communists the victors in these power struggles. Not surprisingly, they involved leaders who were not totally dependent on Soviet support. Romania's George Dej purged his 3 major rivals, all Muscovites, from the Politburo. In Albania, where the Communist Party had come to power on the basis of an independent guerrilla struggle, the country's leader Enver Hoxha used Stalin's break with Tito to justify the execution of his principal rival, Interior Minister Kosi Cox. There was, however, one major difference between these purges and Stalin's terror. The Soviet leader did not have an equivalent Stalin to lord over him. He was free to do what he wanted with his allies. Hence, he was frequently active behind the scenes, even when the victims were loyal to his command. For example, he personally ordered Kostov's execution after a dispute over trade policy. In Slansky's case, he initially ruled that the Czechoslovak leader's crimes were insufficient to justify harsh punishment, but after a period of reflection changed his mind and ordered Gottwald to carry out Slansky's execution. Nevertheless, it says a lot about the motivations of the leaders of the people's democracies that most would have likely carried out these purges without Stalin's bidding. To be sure, the Soviet leader provided the tools for these campaigns. NKVD agents were actively engaged in the purges of the party's upper echelons. Its agents were conduits for the Kremlin's directions and seasoned educators in the arts of interrogation and forced confessions. Still, we cannot account for the furious dimensions of the Eastern European purges unless we take into account the willing engagement of the figures who were behind the arrests, trials, and executions. Just as in the Soviet Union, guilt was specific. Their actions were the product of internecine struggles within each of these regimes over who was entitled to rule. Some of these battles grew out of disputes over social and economic priorities. More often than not, however, their intensity derived from personal ambition and a lust for power. Also, like the Soviet Union, the perpetrators were invariably those individuals who had the support of strong patronage networks and the police and security organs. They knew what was required to manipulate popular perceptions to their advantage. In the end, the most important victim of this violence was the old European conception of the Communist Party. Thanks to Stalin's example in pioneering the perversion of the party's purposes, these self-serving measures shattered the mythology that the global communist movement was woven together by a tapestry of noble hopes and beliefs. In the process, the party was stripped of its honor. In September 1949, when Hungary's new interior minister, János Kádár, asked his predecessor, Rajk, to sign a full confession, he conceded that no one actually believed he was guilty. The act of confession was simply something one did for the good of the cause. The party has chosen you for the role of traitor, Kádár explained, and you must sacrifice yourself for the party. He added, This is terrible, but after all, you are an old militant and cannot refuse to help the party. 41 In the ultimate act of cynicism, Kader promised Rajk that his life would be spared if he cooperated. When Rajk complied, he was executed anyway. However, history would wreak its revenge. 2 years later, Kader was caught up in the same whirlwind of violence. At Rakosi's command, he was arrested and tortured. However, Kader somehow managed to escape Rajk's fate. His good fortune, as I shall show in Chapter 8, would allow him to play a formidable role in his party's history. As long as Stalin was alive, it was enough for survivors like Rakosi to know that the Soviet Union would come to their aid if their hold on power was threatened. Due to their supreme confidence in their abilities, they probably did not give much thought to what would happen if the great leader were not around to back up this guarantee. One thing was certain. Thanks to their actions, they could no longer look to the institution, the party, whose mystique had once legitimated the communists' right to rule. Chapter 8. Rediscovering the Leninist Idea. On March 6, 1953, Pravda and Izvestia solemnly announced the news that would arguably become the most important event in international communism since the October Revolution, the heart of Lenin's comrade in arms and the inspired continuer of Lenin's cause, the wise leader and teacher of the Communist Party and the Soviet people Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin has stopped beating. Had Stalin himself scripted the announcement, much as he had done for momentous and trivial matters alike in the past, he would have been pleased with these words. This was not any man who had succumbed to the condition of his mortality. Together with Lenin, Comrade Stalin had, in the newspaper's announcement, forged the mighty party of communists, formed the world's first socialist state, led his country to victory over fascism, and armed the party and the entire people with a clear program for building communism. 1. In this situation, the powerful figures in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Presidium, as the Politburo was called after 1952, were presented with two immediate challenges. One was to decide who among them should step into the great leader's shoes. Not surprisingly, Stalin had conspicuously failed to appoint a successor. This step would have been unthinkable to him. In his self-serving fantasies, even in the unlikely event that one could find an individual with sufficient gifts, that person would have begun plotting against him immediately. The other challenge for Stalin's successors was even more daunting. At the height of his power, Stalin's persona had been the glue that held the Soviet Union together, as well as nearly the entire communist movement. Thus, as these figures rushed to identify the best courses of action, they asked themselves where they should look to find a force that was powerful enough to take Stalin's place. The easy answer to both questions was the one that had prevailed in principle since Lenin was in power, the Communist Party. True to ritual, Pravda and Izvestia came right to the point. The workers, collective farmers, intelligentsia, and working peoples of all countries, the newspapers proclaimed, should come together in a great fraternal family under the tested leadership of the Communist Party, created and reared by Lenin and Stalin. In turn, the party would reciprocate their devotion by maintaining a steel-like and monolithic unity. The Presidium's members were quick to echo these sentiments. They let it be known that they, too, would carry on their predecessors' example of holding the banner of party leadership high. In charting the course of socialism in the post-Stalin era, they intoned, this common bond would lead them forward. If only the principle of party rule were so resilient. As we have seen in Chapter 5, one of Stalin's most prominent accomplishments was to destroy the institution that brought him to power. Whether through calculated design or sheer impetuosity, Stalin demonstrated that there was no middle ground between the pursuit of absolute power and the preservation of the party's founding ideals. He went after the party precisely because the institution provided an umbrella under which other communists, and especially his old Bolshevik comrades, could articulate rival conceptions of Marxism and Leninism and build the internal coalitions needed to implement them. Without the party to protect them, there was nowhere these individuals could go. They could either hew to Stalin's interpretation of the Soviet Union's priorities or face expulsion from the party's ranks, or worse. Against this background, we can understand why Pravda's and Izvestcha's romantic conceptions of a great fraternal family would have represented an intuitively compelling alternative to what Stalin's successors had experienced over the preceding decades. A party-centered approach, or collective leadership as the concept became known, would be predictable in a way that Stalin's dictatorship had never been. If it worked, it would be more collegial and provide room for more responsible decisions. From a strictly self-interested standpoint, collective leadership was also a form of self-protection. It would ensure that one could come to work in the morning without having to fear that a misstep in one's interactions with a new great leader would result in a trip to the Gulag at the end of the day. Yet, for all of Stalin's successors, the idea of party leadership had a powerful rival, the seductive appeal of personalistic rule. In a system in which trust in institutions had broken down and been replaced with fealty to a single person, it must have been difficult for them to believe that their political system could survive if it were not in some way fortified by the power of personality. Indeed, their ingrained Leninist sense of superiority undoubtedly led them to assume that they were individually called to take on some aspect of this mission. I shall argue in this chapter that in the first 10 years after Stalin's death, the temptation to address the Soviet Union's challenges through personalistic rather than institutional means represented the single greatest impediment to the restoration of the party's authority. Under the populist leadership of the CPSU's first secretary, Nikita Khrushchev, as I shall show, the party's centrality to the USSR's future was rhetorically returned to the forefront of the regime's proclamations. Yet it was all too frequently trumped indeed by the great man principle. The same dictatorial proclivity was present throughout the communist world, especially in the people's democracies of Eastern Europe. In the wake of their mentors' passing, little Stalins, like Walter Ulbricht in East Germany, Boleslaw Bierut in Poland, and Matyas Rákosi in Hungary, were acutely aware of their vulnerability. Accordingly, although they paid tribute to the concept of collective leadership, they simultaneously subverted it. This is not to say that the investment of significant power in certain individuals always had negative consequences. Paradoxically, as I shall show, Khrushchev's supreme position gave him the power to bring about one of the most far-reaching political shifts in communist history. At the CPSU's 20th Congress in 1956, he delivered an earth-shattering attack on Stalin's role in the terror. In the process, as I shall also suggest, Khrushchev provided his listeners with a tantalizing picture of a revitalized form of Leninism as it had supposedly existed in Lenin's time. This development culminated in his announcement at the CPSU's 22nd Congress in 1961 that the party would lead the Soviet people into the orbit of communism. In contrast, in other socialist countries, personal despotism resulted in heartache, disillusionment, and violence. The stubborn refusal of the leaders of the people's democracies to contemplate a responsive form of leadership to deal with their citizens' hardships led to outright conflict, both with their populations and within their respective parties. In one case, Hungary, the failure to appreciate the necessity of a change of course resulted in the total collapse of the regime's authority and military intervention by the Warsaw Pact. Stalin's comrades. To understand the mentality of Stalin's successors in 1953, it is essential to begin with a simple fact. They were all Stalinists. After all, they had become members of Stalin's inner circle by hewing faithfully to their leader's commands. Furthermore, unlike many other members of the communist aristocracy, each had been shrewd enough to survive the terror. The three personalities, or Troika, who delivered the eulogies at Stalin's funeral: Georgy Malenkov, the senior secretary of the Central Committee, Lavrenti Beria, the Minister of the Interior and Grand Inquisitor of the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs since 1938, and Vyacheslav Molotov, soon to be reappointed Foreign Minister, were willing participants in their leader's manipulation of higher communist ideals and beneficiaries of his patrimony. As Stalinists, they had consciously used the concept of proletarian dictatorship to justify the violent proclivities of the teacher and leader, the great genius of mankind. Too, they had preached a doctrine of class warfare that made it impossible for any Soviet citizen to envisage a time without secret police repression, and they were complicit in their mentor's darkest deeds. As head of the NKVD, Beria was conspicuously involved in Stalin's crimes. But Malenkov, Molotov, and the others in Stalin's circle were knowing participants as well. They had denounced their friends and former comrades in battle and looked the other way as they were shipped off to NKVD camps. They had also joined Stalin in signing death warrants. The open question in March 1953 was whether they wanted to remain Stalinists. In this matter, the case for a substantive, as opposed to a merely abstract, concept of collective rule was compelling. In his final years, Stalin had given everyone around him specific reasons for concern about their livelihoods and lives. Molotov, his longtime confidant, had fallen out of favor. He was removed from his position as foreign minister in 1949, and watched helplessly as his wife was deported to a Siberian labor camp. In 1951, Stalin sent an ominous signal to Beria, whom he apparently felt had acquired too much power, by ordering the arrest of officials from his home region of Georgia. In January 1953, Stalin's hands seemed to come dangerously close to the entire Presidium when he claimed to have discovered a plot by physicians in the Kremlin to assassinate him. In this sense, his successors were all in the same boat. Only these figures' motivations were unclear. Were they interested in reviving an old institution because they hoped to initiate policies and reinvigorate high ideals? Or were they merely taking these steps to aggrandize personal power? Politicians everywhere know that the pursuit of power and the advocacy of policy are frequent bad partners. Still, there were early signs that some of the Soviet Union's new leaders were more adept than others at pursuing both objectives. The leadership's first step was to fashion a power structure that would give its members control over their destiny. In late 1952, Stalin had replaced the Politburo and the Orgburo with a new body, the Presidium, which had a grand total of 36 members. No doubt, his goal was to dilute the organization's authority all the more. Although the older organs had rarely met, it did not escape the attention of these senior members that the new appointees were predominantly younger cadres whom Stalin could have used at will to replace them. Literally within hours of his death, they retook what they were apparently on the verge of losing by removing 22 of the new members. They also moved quickly to divide the Presidium's corresponding state ministries among themselves. Malenkov was made chairman of the Council of Ministers, or Premier, and 3 others, including Beria, were appointed as his deputies. The elite group's next step was to end the fusion of state and party offices that had facilitated Stalin's grip on power. On March 14, Malenkov apparently voluntarily gave up his position as senior party secretary and the Presidium turned over the secretariat's daily affairs to Nikita Khrushchev. The choice of Khrushchev proved to be momentous, though its full significance was not evident at the time. In accord with his technocratic focus on the state ministries, Stalin had reduced the secretariat's functions to being little more than a mouthpiece for ideological policy. Furthermore, Khrushchev, an uneducated peasant's son and dutiful apparatchik, did not appear to be a threat. He had successfully built a reputation as an advocate of his co-leaders' collective interests by instituting measures to place the state security organs under the Secretariat's direct supervision. The Presidium's final move could not have been bolder. On June 26, a loose coalition composed of Malenkov, Khrushchev, and Marshal of the Soviet Union Georgy Zhukov trapped Beria in the Kremlin and arrested him. Following nearly 2 months during which Beria's fate was unknown to the outside world, the Soviet press announced that the man who had presided over millions of deportations and killings was guilty of conspiring with British intelligence agents to defame the party and overthrow the government. On December 23, Beria was executed. The plotters' immediate goal was self-preservation. Khrushchev made the point succinctly, "While this bastard is around, none of us can feel safe, for yet at least one of the Presidium's members appears to have been thinking about something more substantial than saving his own skin." In the July 1953 Central Committee sessions in which Beria's fate was discussed, Malenkov showed that he was willing to risk the animosity of his colleagues by asking what had happened to the party during Stalin's tenure. Why was it the case, he inquired at the opening session on July 2, that Central Committee plenums had rarely taken place over the preceding decades, that the Politburo had ceased to function, and that there had been only 2 party congresses since 1934. These abnormalities, in his estimation, could not be reduced to Beria's perfidy. Rather, Malenkov argued, everyone in the leadership was guilty of losing sight of the primacy of party leadership. Only the restoration of collective rule could ensure that these transgressions were not repeated. 5. By taking the risk of lifting the veil from the issue of responsibility, Malenkov invited his colleagues to speculate about the deeper sources of these dysfunctions. In particular, he addressed Stalin's dictatorial behavior. At the concluding session of the plenum on June 7, he laid the major share of the blame on the cult of personality, as he called it, which surrounded the party's leader. This deformation, Malenkov maintained, had led to the destruction of collective decision-making in the Politburo, the neglect of criticism and self-criticism at the regime's highest levels, and countless flawed policies. Citing an 1877 letter from no less an authority figure than Karl Marx on the dangers of elevating the individual over the collective, Malenkov hinted that the Presidium had already waited too long to correct these offenses. The only way to prevent the personality cult from recurring was to restore the party to its leading role. 6. Shortly thereafter, in a further indication that he was determined to address substantive matters, Malenkov confronted the great shibboleths of Soviet domestic and foreign policy making. In a speech before the Supreme Soviet in August 1953, he announced a program of balanced economic growth, soon to be known throughout the Soviet bloc as the New Course, which broke away from his predecessor's infatuation with heavy industry and centralized planning. Arguing that the Soviet people had a right to expect better living standards, Malenkov declared that the ministries under his command would henceforth increase the supply of food and high-quality consumer goods. To accomplish this task, they would reallocate to light industrial production budgetary resources normally restricted to heavy industry and the military. He also directed government agencies to stimulate agricultural production by reducing delivery quotas on private plots and promoting trade among collective farms. In the same address, Malenkov was no less daring in calling for a searching reassessment of Soviet foreign policy. In particular, he challenged the Stalinist dogma that the conflict between socialism and capitalism precluded cooperation with the West. The idea was not totally new. For propaganda purposes, the Kremlin had previously mouthed the rhetoric of peaceful coexistence between the superpowers. However, Malenkov showed that he meant what he said. He explicitly parted ways with those members of the ruling circle, such as Molotov, who religiously intoned Stalin's observations about the intensification of the class struggle and demanded vigilance in the face of imperialist intrigues. The threat of nuclear obliteration, Malenkov contended, had permanently altered the nature of the conflict between the superpowers. Although he did not go so far as to say that the contradictions between socialism and capitalism had disappeared, he was, after all, a Marxist. He emphasized that the nuclear powers were obliged to seek peaceful means of resolving their differences. 7. There is a certain poignancy to the fact that Malenkov espoused these positions. By the end of the 1950s, they would become standard features of Soviet domestic and foreign policy. But he would not have the honor of acting on them. Within 2 years, Khrushchev, and not Malenkov or any of Stalin's other successors, would become the prime mover in the Soviet leadership. Initially, the senior party secretary appears to have been cautious about playing his hand. Aside from joining his colleagues in an emotional denunciation of Beria at the June 1953 Central Committee meetings, Beria's views of the party, in his opinion, were no different than the views of Hitler. Khrushchev presented himself as a voice of reason, someone who was intent upon restoring the party's lost luster. 8 Looking back, however, we can detect hints of what was to come. In mid-April 1953, after Khrushchev had taken control of the Secretariat, Pravda, the Central Committee's public voice, published an article under the title "The Collective Principle of Party Leadership," which suggested that a shift in the locus of decision-making authority was underway. As head of the Secretariat, Khrushchev must have been behind the article's endorsement of restoring party organizations to their central place in policy-making. Point 9. He also had different reasons than Malenkov for invoking the party's leading position. Like Stalin before him, he would have known that control of a revitalized Central Committee was the first step toward absolute power. On September 3, Khrushchev showed that he had both policy-making and the satisfaction of his personal ambitions in mind when he convened a special Central Committee session on the advancement of his greatest passion, agriculture. Normally, such an initiative would have come from the state planning ministries, but that was Malenkov's territory. In his address to the Central Committee's members, Khrushchev outdid his rival's promises. He pronounced one of Malenkov's policies strange by pledging to raise the living standards of collective farmers, to reduce their taxes, and to provide them with greater incentives to bring their surpluses to market. There was nothing anti-socialist about appealing to people's self-interest, Khrushchev lectured, as if Malenkov would never have considered this point. The great Lenin had taught that the road to communism would take many years. Thus, one had to provide Soviet citizens with palpable reasons for maintaining their faith in the journey. Point 10. At the meeting, Khrushchev also offered an early indication of the emotionally charged, populist style that would run throughout his years in power. He presented himself as the tribune of the people, battling against the elitist attitudes of communist functionaries. To many district party officials, Khrushchev advised an assembly of collective farmers, had a lordly and bureaucratic attitude toward village life. They thought they could simply show up at a village and issue instructions without leaving their car. This behavior violated a basic rule of party behavior. Their role was to motivate their fellow citizens, not dominate them. They should immerse themselves in the lives of the working masses, explain the party's policies, and guide them in the pursuit of mutually beneficial goals. Khrushchev's remedy for this dysfunction was suggestively reminiscent of the mass mobilization strategies of the early 1930s, when Soviet citizens were spurred to transform their country into a modern nation. It even had a tinge of the Russian going to the people movements of the 1860s and 1870s. Whereas Stalin had called for the construction of massive industrial cities in his country's hinterland, Khrushchev exhorted the party's young members to move to the countryside, where they could learn the ways of those who worked on the land. Now that a Soviet intelligentsia has grown up among us, Khrushchev queried, why should we not issue a call from the party and summon the best people from the cities, say, for example, 50,000 communists to strengthen rural work? There would be no problem finding ample numbers of cadres to volunteer for this assignment, he pointed out, because they would immediately see the advantage of living where they worked. Point 11. Khrushchev's ability to put these claims into practice was fortified by the Presidium's decision to promote him to the newly created post of First Secretary in September 1953. Like so many of his undertakings, Khrushchev's sheer force of will seems to have pushed him forward. In the summer of 1954, he threw himself into a campaign to open millions of acres of virgin land in western Siberia and Kazakhstan to cultivation. The initiative proved to be enormously popular. The CPSU's youth organization, the Komsomol, mobilized hundreds of thousands of volunteers to travel to these regions where they tilled the soil, planted maize and sunflowers, and received their first exposure to the hardships of Soviet agriculture. Many of these young enthusiasts settled in these areas permanently and, together with legions of seasonal workers and soldiers, built huge state farms. The Virgin Lands program suffered a major blow during its first year when drought conditions destroyed these crops. Nevertheless, later successful harvests made Khrushchev look like a miracle worker. These ventures alone would probably not have sufficed to challenge Malenkov's position in the leadership. But after allowing his colleagues to underestimate him, Khrushchev skillfully built a coalition against his rival. With the support of Nikolai Bulganin, the defense minister, and Zhukov, he took the premier to task for supposedly breaking with time-tested priorities. Every good party worker knew, Khrushchev advised, that the large industrial sectors like steel, mining, and chemicals were the bulwarks of sustained growth. With equal fervor, Khrushchev asserted that Malenkov had deviated from the orthodox Marxist-Leninist-Stalinist line about the inevitable conflict with capitalism. Capitalism, he underscored, would meet certain defeat in such a conflict, whereas communism would emerge victorious. To think otherwise was tantamount to rejecting the doctrine of the class struggle. 12. Khrushchev won this battle decisively. In early February 1955, the Presidium announced that Malenkov had been replaced by Bulganin as premier. What may have surprised those around Khrushchev was the vitriol he directed toward Malenkov. To listen to the first secretary, one would have thought that his longtime associate's demotion had saved the Soviet Union from certain catastrophe. Malenkov, it seemed, had been second only to Beria in the damage he inflicted in less than 2 years in command. He was responsible for every major failure in economic and foreign policy since Stalin's death. To be sure, the Presidium had accused Beria of a greater crime, treason. But in Khrushchev's self-serving assessment, Malenkov's policies had been no less damaging. He was guilty of everything from spinelessness to anti-party behavior. 13. This was an astonishing choice of words. The critics of Lenin's new economic policy had been accused of anti-party behavior at the 10th Congress in 1921. More ominously, Stalin had used the term to serve more sinister purposes, denouncing opponents like Bukharin for their supposed crimes against the faith. In this way, Khrushchev's action was a foreshadowing of the blustery, confrontational use of power that would turn most of his closest associates against him a decade later. The difference is that this was not Stalinism. Only a few years earlier, the charges against Malenkov would have been enough to send him to prison, or worse. Yet apparently recognizing that a majority of the Presidium's members were unwilling to invest him with uncontrolled power, Khrushchev chose to hold back. He refrained from calling for any further action against his rival. For his part, Malenkov dutifully engaged in an act of self-criticism. In return, he was allowed to remain in the Presidium and hold a position, albeit a diminished one, in the Council of Ministers. The persistence of Stalinism in Eastern Europe. To outside observers in 1953, a break with Stalinism must have seemed even more necessary in Eastern Europe than in the Soviet Union. A majority of the people's democracies, as well as the German Democratic Republic, literally owed their existence to the USSR. Yet precisely this relationship made their leaders' claims to authority problematic. Thus, rather than embracing meaningful change, these little Stalins relied upon two means to retain power: dogged opposition to any political rivals, especially reformists, and, when necessary, the recourse to brute force. Stalin's death instantly exposed the fragility of these regimes. In early May 1953, tobacco workers went on strike in Bulgaria's second-largest city, Plovdiv, in opposition to draconian work quotas. 1 month later, the Czechoslovak government declared martial law in Plzeň when thousands of workers protested a planned currency reform that would have destroyed their savings. The prospect of further instability was most vividly confirmed by successive crises in the GDR, Poland, and Hungary. In all three countries, their Stalinist leaders Walter Ulbricht, Boleslaw Bierut, and Matyas Rákosi, respectively, were threatened by both popular discontent and discord within their party's ranks. But in these cases as well, they drew upon their internal supporters and Moscow's determination to satisfy its security interests to retain power. The extent of this crisis of legitimacy was demonstrated by the nearly total breakdown of political authority in the GDR in 1953. As a result of Ulbricht's decision to accelerate the transition to socialism, East Germany was beset by widespread food shortages, the collapse of the transportation system, and labor unrest. On June 16, 3 months after Stalin's death, construction workers in East Berlin walked off their jobs in protest against the regime's refusal to rescind its high production quotas. On the following day, June 17, the city exploded. As strikes and demonstrations spread throughout the GDR, only the intervention of Soviet troops and the deaths of hundreds of citizens were enough to keep the East German government in power. Looking back at these events, One might wonder whether this convulsion would have been prevented if Ulbricht's ambitions had been checked. One of the most intriguing dimensions of the crisis is that key figures in the Socialist Unity Party's highest echelons recognized the need to move beyond the policies of the Stalin era. Several weeks before Malenkov announced the new course, a majority of the members of the Politburo of the SED, led by the Minister for State Security, Wilhelm Zeisser, reached a consensus about the desirability of a more conciliatory approach to the population. They endorsed the return of confiscated property to its original owners, a halt to further collectivization, and the redirection of investment priorities toward private consumption. At the Central Committee's meeting on May 13 to 14, they successfully secured Ulbricht's agreement to modest reforms, but with the fatal concession that they increase the controversial work norms. Nevertheless, in the wake of the workers' revolt, Ulbricht's opponents seemed to win the opportunity to turn against him. All but 2 members of the Politburo were in favor of removing the SED chief from office. At a session on July 8, Zeisser accused the first secretary of having spoiled the party's reputation and declared that he could not be trusted to implement serious economic reform. Zeisser proposed replacing Ulbricht with Rudolf Herrenstadt, a less dogmatic candidate member of the Politburo and the editor of the party's official newspaper, Neues Deutschland. Another member, Fred Elsner, went further, arguing that the party did not even need a first secretary. What really mattered was that they engage in collective decision-making. 14. In assessing these attacks, one needs to be careful to avoid assuming that Ulbricht's adversaries would have abandoned the institutional mechanisms that had allowed their leader to aggrandize power. After all, they were led by the head of the security police. Had the Politburo majority had its way, it would presumably have gone no further than to adopt a path like that of its Soviet allies. However, there was a fundamental difference between the two regimes' circumstances. Unlike Malenkov and his comrades, Ulbricht's opponents needed to secure the support of an omnipotent external power. Yet, despite the fact that nearly the entire CPSU Presidium regarded Ulbricht's intransigence as calamitous, their gamble failed. For the Kremlin, Ulbricht was at least a known entity, his intransigence worked, even if it worked badly. Accordingly, Malenkov and his associates reluctantly threw their support behind the SED chief. Predictably, the equally hardline leaders of the Polish United Workers' Party had strong misgivings about the Soviet leadership transition. Notably, they waited a full year following Stalin's death before finally holding a party congress. With Malenkov's star on the rise, Bierut and his co-leaders initially made a show of embracing the new course. They mouthed the CPSU's rhetoric about collective decision-making and obligingly amended their statutes to separate the leadership of the party apparatus from the state ministries. Bierut held on to his position as Secretary-General of the PUWP but ceded the premiership to a fellow Presidium member, Josef Cyrankiewicz. In tune with Malenkov's policies, they paid lip service to increasing the supply of consumer goods and housing and providing the peasantry with relief from high delivery quotas and taxes. Despite this posturing, however, the regime soon made it clear that it intended to stick with its policies. Far from making the lot of the peasantry any easier, Bierut announced that the pace of collectivization would be stepped up. He also introduced repressive measures against Poland's sole independent institution, the Catholic Church, jailing hundreds of priests and placing Poland's primate, Stefan Cardinal Wyszynski, under house arrest. Unlike Ulbricht, Bierut benefited from strong internal support within the PUWP's inner circle. The party's older members were aware that they had made little progress in portraying themselves as loyal sons of the nation. A sizable percentage of the Polish population regarded them as agents of a hated neighbor. Many also shared with Bierut a specific reason for avoiding hasty action. This was the shadowy presence of the home communist and former party leader, Władysław Gomułka, who had managed to escape execution and was living out his years of banishment under house arrest. Gomułka was no closet reformer. But he was the one communist notable who appeared to be a credible representative of the national road to socialism. The dilemma for Bierut and his supporters was that developments in Moscow made it equally as risky to do nothing. Their vulnerability was exposed in fall 1954, when Radio Free Europe broadcast sensational interviews with a high-ranking defector from the Polish secret police, Józef Swiatło. In gruesome detail, Swiatło recounted stories of sadistic interrogations and the arrest of thousands of innocent persons. These revelations should not have surprised anyone in the upper party elite, not least those members with first-hand knowledge of the suffering of former comrades. But until the broadcasts, the PUWP leadership had consistently told its rank-and-file cadres that Poland's purges had been less severe than elsewhere in the bloc, as if one could somehow quantify the burden of terror. Just as demoralizing for ordinary PUWP members were Swiatło's depictions of a culture of self-serving, cynical behavior that suffused the party's highest echelons. He named Bierut as one of the major offenders. Had the PUWP's first secretary or co-leaders chosen to address Swiatło's charges in a serious fashion, they might have ameliorated the feelings of betrayal that subsequently spread throughout the party's lower ranks. Yet true to form, they chose prevarication over objectivity, blaming the abuses entirely on the secret police. After making a show of abolishing the Ministry of Public Security, they merely turned over its functions to the Ministry of the Interior and the Council of Ministers. Just as was seen in East Germany, they underestimated the level of discontent in the party's lower echelons. When the Politburo met with officials from the Central Committee staff in early December 1954, its members were shocked to be subjected to blistering criticism from their subordinates for failing to appreciate their lack of credibility. In the ensuing months, rank-and-file party members called for authentic dialogue between the regime and the population. Discussion groups about the goals of Polish communism sprang up in party cells. Importantly, the primary topic of debate was not about abandoning socialism. It was about what was required to restore the reputation of an institution that had consistently boasted about its adherence to high moral standards. In contrast to these pressures on the PUWP leadership, a single development in the immediate aftermath of Stalin's death gave party members in another country, Hungary, reason to hope that a reformed version of communist rule was possible. On July 4, 1953, the moderate former Minister of Agriculture, Imre Nagy, resurfaced from political isolation and was appointed to replace the Stalinist party chief, Mateusz Rákosi, as premier. Given the enmity between the two communists, this was a shocking development. But it was not the opportunity to heal the wounds of the purges of the 1940s and 1950s that it seemed to be. Rákosi still controlled a heavy majority within the Politburo of the renamed Hungarian Working People's Party and would not of his own accord have agreed to give up the position, especially to Nagy. Rather, the decision was made in Moscow, where Rákosi was intensely disliked because of his political inflexibility. Malenkov decried his bossiness and flagrant abuse of party norms. Citing Rákosi's failure to reconsider his policies, Khrushchev held him personally responsible for alienating the working class and impoverishing the peasantry. 15. Perhaps the tensions between the HWPP's General Secretary and his new premier would have been attenuated had Nagy sought to work his way slowly back into power. However, true to the form he had displayed in his previous positions and emboldened by his support in the Kremlin, he rushed to introduce sweeping reforms. He directed the state ministries to take immediate steps to reduce the pace of industrialization and collectivization and directed new resources toward improving the quality of daily life. He committed the government to observing basic standards of socialist legality, ordering the closing of the country's network of internment camps. Just as prominently, Nagy outdid Malenkov's reforms by suggesting that he would open up the political realm. He proposed that the Politburo create a patriotic People's Front, a more autonomous version of the rubber-stamp People's Front, to provide non-party members and independent social groups a role in the formulation of state policies. 16. Not surprisingly, Nagy's maneuvers hardened Rákosi and his supporters' opposition to any form of change, regardless of the reformist currents emanating from Moscow. Nagy fought back, defending his more flexible conception of leadership and taking his opponents to task for perpetuating the us versus them mentality that had led to the regime's immobilization. Instead of taking diverse views into account, They had chosen stupidity, as he indelicately put it, as their strategy for addressing the complex demands of a modern socialist economy. 17. Nagy was clearly a more sophisticated figure than Rákosi. But, of course, talent alone is never sufficient for political survival. He lacked the instinctive sense for political calculation that the General Secretary had nurtured since the days of the Hungarian Revolution of 1919. In his 2 years as premier, Nagy did little to build a power base, preferring instead, much like Malenkov, to advance his policies by championing good ideas and practices. As a result, Rákosi easily used Khrushchev's victory over the Soviet premier to move against his counterpart. Describing Khrushchev's triumph as a vindication of his opposition to the new course and benefiting from Moscow's fears of making a bad situation worse, he rallied his supporters to remove Nagy from office and expel him from the party. The Yugoslav exception. In all of the above cases, I have emphasized the role of distinct leaders because they show how the absence of a consensus about the overarching idea of Communist Party rule made the invocation of collective leadership an empty promise. In the case of the Yugoslav Communist Party, a single charismatic figure, Marshal Tito, played the same role. However, by virtue of Yugoslavia's ostracism from the Soviet bloc, his policies did not fit into the formulaic Soviet conception of Leninist leadership. Well before Stalin's death, Tito signaled that if he was not allowed to be a Stalinist, he was determined to develop policies that would rival Stalin's in their grandeur. To this end, he sought to reinvent the party idea. Under Tito's direction, the delegates at the YCP 6th Congress in November 1952 changed the party's name to the more inclusive-sounding League of Communists of Yugoslavia. The new nomenclature was not mere window dressing. In formulating the party's new statutes, Tito and his co-leaders took pains to set themselves apart from the Soviet model of leadership by promising a clear division of labor between the LCY, which would assume responsibility for political and ideological work in educating the masses, and the state, which would directly manage economic and social policy. 18. If one knew nothing about the Communist Party's fate under Stalin and the people's democracies, one might conclude that the LCY had been relegated to a diminutive role. To the contrary, as we have seen, the party idea had basically been put to rest by Moscow and the people's democracies. In contrast, the LCY statutes' focus on the institution's educational identity was quite different. It was a way to bring back the concept of political tutelage that was at the heart of early Marxism and Leninism. In fact, in the Yugoslav context, it was something more. The use of the word league expressed Tito's conviction that his country could only be held together if each of its national groups perceived itself to be equally a part of the building of a Yugoslav nation-state. Accordingly, the statutes provided for the transformation of the country's regional communist parties into 8 additional leagues of communists to represent each of Yugoslavia's 6 republics and 2 autonomous regions. These changes made sense in light of Tito and his fellow communists' experiences as partisan guerrilla fighters. In their struggles in the mountains and countryside, they had not had to worry about organizing state bodies. Just like Mao Zedong and the Chinese communists in Yan'an, they had cultivated a mythology that was distinctively populist and anti-elitist. In this spirit, Tito depicted the LCY as the defender of the people's interests against the encroachments of the bureaucratic state. Emphasizing the party's proletarian foundations, his regime introduced a prominent ideological innovation, workers' self-management, which theoretically gave factory workers a greater say in production decisions. The seriousness with which Tito and his associates took these issues had an ironic consequence. Once they announced the transition from a revolutionary to a ruling party, they were vulnerable to being attacked for not living up to these high principles. In late fall 1953, Milovan Djilas, the LCY's propaganda chief, launched a direct assault on the party leadership in nearly a score of articles in its official newspaper, Borba. In unusually candid terms, Djilas accused his longtime comrades in battle of using the party organization to elevate themselves over the people. No one in the party, he declared, not even a single class, can be the exclusive expression of the objective imperatives of contemporary society. Every attempt to restrict freedom of thought would diminish the honor of those who perpetrated it. Gillas even intimated that if his colleagues failed to mend their ways, they would risk the return of crimes on the scale of the Spanish Inquisition, Hitler's concentration camps, and Stalin's labor camps. 19. Coming from a party insider, these accusations were incredible. Tito did not wait long before responding. In January 1954, Gillas was removed from his posts and expelled from the party. Still, these attacks testified to the incendiary potential of returning to open discussions about the appropriate functions of the party. Simultaneously, they raised the opposite question for Moscow. How might a frank discussion with their estranged adversaries serve Soviet interests? Fresh from his victory over Malenkov, Khrushchev decided to address his country's problematic relationship with Belgrade by making the restoration of diplomatic relations his first big foreign policy initiative to complement the Virgin Lands campaign. On March 26, 1955, he and Bulganin journeyed to Yugoslavia to meet with Tito. There, he advised his host that his government sincerely regretted the breach between the two countries. By the end of the visit, when Bulganin and Tito signed a joint declaration, Khrushchev showed that he was considering an even bigger step, the enunciation of a new way of conceptualizing the idea of communist international relations. The Belgrade Declaration effectively confirmed a position that the Yugoslavs had taken since their country's expulsion from the Cominform. The signatories expressed their respect for sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and for equality between the states in their mutual relations. They also pledged mutual respect and non-interference in internal affairs for any reason, and agreed that differences of concrete forms of developing socialism are exclusively a matter for the peoples of the different countries. 20. This statement was a turning point. It led many European communists, both in the East and in the West, to conclude that Moscow was ready to step away from the lockstep, international principle of party uniformity that had begun under the Comintern in the 1920s and been stripped of all subtlety and nuance under Stalin. 1 year later, the Soviet leadership seemed to confirm this interpretation by formally dissolving the Cominform. Even this event was overshadowed, however, by an extraordinary party congress in Moscow. The first secretary speaks. In the days leading up to the CPSU's 20th Congress in February 1956, very few of Khrushchev's associates knew that their first secretary had made up his mind to make a definitive break with the Stalin era. Over the preceding year, the Presidium had issued a review of the fate of hundreds of thousands of unjustly convicted persons, among them fellow party members, who had been sent to the vast reaches of the Soviet Union's Gulag archipelago. By the time the body's carefully circumscribed report reached Khrushchev's pen, however, the first secretary had concluded that only an open denunciation of the crimes committed under Stalin's rule would suffice. The consequences of his decision were explosive. Let us imagine that we are sitting among the 1,436 privileged representatives of the CPSU elite. All foreign communists were excluded, who are told with no forewarning in the late hours of February 25, 1956, that the father of Soviet socialism is guilty of monstrous acts of inhumanity. We sit in stunned silence as Khrushchev accuses Stalin of waging war on the party. In grim detail, he describes the fates of the delegates to the Congress of Victors of 1934. For the first time, we hear that Stalin presided over the branding of 70% of the Central Committee's members and candidates elected at the Congress as enemies of the people. We are horrified to learn that a majority of the nearly 2,000 delegates were subsequently arrested for supposedly counter-revolutionary offenses. Khrushchev drives these perfidies home with concrete examples, such as the case of former Commissar for Agriculture and Politburo candidate member Robert Eck, who pleaded with Stalin to address the provocation, slander, and violation of the elementary basis of revolutionary legality. A faithful communist to the end, Eck was nonetheless executed for crimes he did not commit. 21. In an equally devastating manner, Khrushchev eviscerates Stalin's reputation as the military genius who led the Soviet Union to victory in World War II. To the contrary, Khrushchev declares, Stalin was at least partly responsible for some of the country's worst defeats. His arrogance left the USSR totally unprepared for war with Germany. During the purges, he destroyed the upper echelons of the officer corps. Stalin was even informed of Germany's imminent invasion, but he did nothing. In fact, when he recognized the extent of his errors, Stalin's response was to go into hiding. Only a Politburo delegation could induce him to take action against the invaders. Notwithstanding these broadsides, Khrushchev is careful to prevent his revelations from cascading into a blanket indictment of the socialist system. Thus, he praises Stalin for playing a positive role in suppressing party members who sought to derail the inevitable march toward socialism. What would have happened, Khrushchev inquires, if the Trotskyite-Zinovyevite bloc and the Bukharinists had gained the upper hand in 1928 to 1929 and imposed its anti-Leninist theses on the party? The answer is self-evident: we would not now have a powerful heavy industry, we would not have the kolkhozes, we would find ourselves disarmed and weak in a capitalist encirclement. Indeed, in his desire to protect the reputation of this formative period in Soviet history, Khrushchev practically describes the early years of Stalin's battles as a time of civility. Party leaders, it seems, merely explained their opponents' faults to their rank-and-file members who, in turn, conscientiously sought to apply Leninist principles in correcting them. Without a doubt, one of Khrushchev's motives was to protect himself and other members of the ruling elite. They were all implicated in Stalin's crimes. Whether through acts of commission or omission, each had blood on his hands. Hence, by focusing the Congress's attention on Stalin's personal culpability, Khrushchev was providing his colleagues with a means of self-exculpation. Where were the members of the Politburo? Khrushchev asks rhetorically. Like most Soviet citizens, he explains, they were under the spell of Stalin's charisma. Over time, they became aware of the extent of Stalin's wrongdoing, but they were impotent. As evidence, Khrushchev recounts a private conversation with Bulganin. It has happened sometimes, Bulganin told him, that a man goes to Stalin on his invitation as a friend. And, when he sits with Stalin, he does not know where he will be sent next, home or to jail. 22. It is not surprising that Khrushchev has nothing to say about the extent to which the party's centralized structure allowed a single individual, Stalin, to abuse his power. Nonetheless, in an often neglected part of the secret speech, he presents a return to a dynamic version of Leninism as an antidote to this dysfunction. He resurrects the Bolshevik founder's mythology of the virtuous cadre. Insofar as he and the party elite were prevented from doing the right thing under Stalin's grip, Khrushchev tells his listeners, they can now be entrusted with this responsibility because they are good communists. They have the good fortune that the Soviet Union was founded upon ideals, or as Khrushchev called them, our holy Leninist principles. These ideals will enable them to surmount its tragedies. 23. Khrushchev's device for conveying this message in the speech is to use the ultimate symbol of the October Revolution, Lenin, as a model of communist leadership. This Lenin is not the Lenin of historical fact. This is the imagined Lenin who will restore the party's good name. Khrushchev's Lenin has three related personality traits. He is modest, he is collegial, and he makes decisions on the basis of facts. Khrushchev sets up the first image as a contrast with Stalin's cult of personality. The modest Lenin, Khrushchev explains, did not think of himself as a genius as Stalin did. He was aware of his human limitations. Lenin always stressed, Khrushchev emphasizes, that modesty is an absolutely integral part of a real Bolshevik. Lenin showed respect for others. Whereas Stalin was rude and suspicious, Lenin focused on convincing and educating. He was recognized for his patient work with people, stubborn and painstaking education of them, the ability to induce people to follow him without using compulsion, but rather through the influence on them of the whole collective. To clarify this point, Khrushchev shocks his listeners by quoting from Lenin's so-called testament, a December 1922 document in which he recommended removing Stalin from office. 24 At this point, Khrushchev may envision himself as a more qualified successor. Stalin should be replaced, Lenin wrote, by a man who, above all, would differ from Stalin in exhibiting greater tolerance, greater loyalty, greater kindness, and a more considerate attitude toward comrades. 25. In conjuring this image of Lenin's supposedly collegial style, Khrushchev is not making the case for a less than revolutionary conception of leadership. Rather, his question is about when and under what circumstances revolutionaries should use violent means to achieve their goals. In this light, Khrushchev's portrayal of Lenin's decisions is a testimony to the allure of historical fiction. When the socialist revolutionaries defied the Bolsheviks in 1918, he informs his audience, this Lenin explicitly endorsed the use of force. However, he only advocated extreme measures against actual class enemies of the revolution. In contrast, Khrushchev notes, Lenin did not call for violence against those who blunder, who err, and whom it was possible to lead through ideological influence and even retain in the leadership. Supposedly, this mythical Lenin ordered Felix Dzerzhinsky, the head of the Cheka, to desist from any further use of mass terror after the defeat of the Bolsheviks in January 1920. Had Khrushchev wanted to be a better, or a more candid, historian, he could have qualified this interpretation by bringing up two defining events of March 1921, Lenin's support for the massacre of the Kronstadt sailors and the ban on factions. Yet his aim in the speech is not to tell the whole story. It is to provide his listeners with an ideal standard. Hence, he assigns to his Lenin a familiar second attribute. The father of the revolution epitomized collegiality. Unlike Stalin, who built a personality cult, Khrushchev stresses, there was no matter so important that Lenin himself decided it without asking the advice and approval of the majority of the Central Committee members or the members of the Central Committee's Politburo. 26. Finally, Khrushchev's Lenin demanded that the party's decisions be well informed and grounded in facts. This maxim might appear self-evident. Yet, the first secretary asserts, Stalin was not interested in these mundane matters. He assumed that he alone knew what was best. How could it be admitted that he, Stalin, had not been right? Khrushchev jeers. He is after all a genius, and a genius cannot help but be right. Of course, everyone makes mistakes. But, Khrushchev added, Stalin always thought he was right, even when his policies were disastrous. Predictably, Khrushchev's Lenin had the opposite trait. He knew what needed to be done because, unlike Stalin, he addressed concrete conditions. The party could never do what was right for the Soviet people unless its cadres worked among them, listened to them, and learned about their daily trials. 27. Crisis in the Soviet bloc. Had Khrushchev chosen to be less explicit in his assault, the implementation of his wholly Leninist principles would have been challenging enough for the Stalinist leaders of other countries who had been inclined to be more boastful than modest, more distrustful than collegial, and more dogmatic than discerning. For this reason, every word that he uttered was subject to anxious scrutiny by his fraternal counterparts. Was the Soviet First Secretary truly leaving it up to them, they wondered, to decide how to approach their past? In theory, Khrushchev had affirmed the point during his 1955 trip to Yugoslavia. Also, at the CPSU's 20th Congress's opening session on February 14, 1956, he had taken it one provocative step further. After matter-of-factly claiming ownership of Malenkov's arguments about the threat of nuclear holocaust and the non-inevitability of war between bourgeois and proletarian states, he declared that the international working class movement had become so strong and the victory of communism so certain that the forms of the transition to socialism would become more and more varied. Achieving these objectives, Khrushchev explained, did not even necessitate violence. The Bolsheviks' tragedy was that they had not had this option in 1917. But the world had changed thanks to the revolution. Indeed, Khrushchev added, it might even be possible to go over to socialism by parliamentary means. 28. In view of the tortured history of the relationship between Moscow and Warsaw, it is fitting that Khrushchev's assurances would be tested in the country where animosity to the USSR was the greatest. On March 12, 1956, the Polish leader, Bolesław Bierut, died under mysterious circumstances after taking part in the 20th Congress. When Khrushchev journeyed to Warsaw for the funeral, he arranged for the PUWP to invite him to speak at a Central Committee meeting. There, he affirmed the narrowest version of his allies' prerogatives, lecturing them about how they should interpret Stalin's rule. The speech, known among Polish communists as the Second Secret Speech, was in one part a blistering attack on Stalin's behavior and in another a reaffirmation of his predecessor's accomplishments. What stood out to Khrushchev's audience, however, was his imperious manner. He had little to say about the implications of his position for Poland. In fact, he barely referred to the country, noting without a hint of self-irony, that he had a lot of Polish friends and adding that Stalin had once joked about him being Polish. 29 One not so hopeful indication of Khrushchev's intentions occurred on the following day. To the consternation of those PUWP members who expected a new political wind from Moscow, he vetoed the party's preferred candidate for first secretary, Gomulka, and pushed through the appointment of a lower-profile Stalinist, Edward Okab. Most likely, Khrushchev was drawn to Okab because of his vociferous opposition to Gomulka. Interestingly, the new first secretary responded to his opportunity by raising expectations that far-reaching changes were in the offing. He proclaimed an amnesty for thousands of political prisoners. He advised officials to exercise restraint in their interactions with students, intellectuals, and factory workers who questioned the government's policies. Okab's greatest contribution to changing the popular mood was his handling of a national crisis. On June 28, 1956, riots broke out in Poznan over working conditions and other economic hardships. On the next day, the Polish defense minister, Marshal Konstantin Rokossowski, who like many other generals was a Soviet citizen, used military and police forces to impose a bloody end to the demonstrations. Yet rather than declaring that the protests had been engineered by imperialist agents and anti-socialist provocateurs, Okab adroitly used a Central Committee plenum on July 18 to do a remarkable thing. He told the truth. The riots were not instigated by Poland's enemies, he admitted. The party had failed the working class, and it was up to its leaders to put things right. 30. In a testimony to the limitations of the idea of party unity, Okab's stand immediately divided the PUWP leadership. One group, the so-called Nautili Knights, was constituted of former underground fighters and warned Okab against making concessions. This was not the time, they contended, to let down one's guard against the class enemy. In opposition, a less cohesive group, the Pulaska faction, challenged the hardliners with an array of demands, ranging from modest economic reforms to the reversal of collectivization and the expansion of political freedoms. Looming above both factions was the prospect of Gomulka's return to politics. To understand this period, one should appreciate just how close the Soviet Union came to intervening militarily in the conflict. Certainly, no one in the PUWP leadership was arguing for anything as drastic as the end to single-party rule or withdrawal from the Warsaw Pact. Nevertheless, by early fall, Khrushchev and his colleagues had an added reason for concern. Not only did both of the PUWP factions support Gomulka's reinstatement, but the former first secretary made it clear that he would only return under specific conditions. Declaring that everything that has so far been done wrong, he demanded that Poland be allowed to craft its own path to socialism. 31. Fearing that the Polish government had lost touch with the situation, Khrushchev returned to Warsaw on October 19, the day Gomulka was to be renamed head of the party. The moment Khrushchev descended from the plane, he berated both Okab and Gomulka for taking their country down a slippery path and insisted that they call off the Central Committee session set to begin that day. "We have decided to intervene brutally in your affairs," Gomulka later recalled Khrushchev saying, "and we will not allow you to realize your plans." 32 Yet he soon reversed himself. As he informed the CPSU Presidium, the risk of war with the Polish nation was too great. Finding a reason for an armed conflict now would be very easy, he explained, but finding a way to put an end to such a conflict later on would be very hard. 33. Once again, the absence of any institutional checks on the pursuit of power allowed a single individual, in this case Gomulka, to present himself as a solution to a country's trials. With the same populist flourish as Khrushchev, he blamed the party's inner circle for fostering the conditions that fueled the upheaval in Poznan. The proletariat, Gomulka advised the Central Committee, should not be held accountable for the riots. The workers had taught the party a painful lesson. They had shouted in a powerful voice, "Enough! This cannot go on any longer. Turn back from the false road." Like the Soviet Union, Gomulka noted, the PUWP was now called to be responsive to the people. Even more than in the past, the essence of its leading function was to guide, not govern. The latter task, Gomulka indicated, should be left to the state ministries. They were equipped to decide which policies would or would not work. In particular, he insisted that collectivization should be rolled back. 34. In a second speech a few days after his appointment, Gomulka affirmed Poland's bond with the USSR. Standing in front of the towering Palace of Culture, Stalin's unpopular gift to the Polish people, he informed a rally of 300,000 people that he intended to abide by the strict parameters of his country's agreements with the Soviet Union. In line with Khrushchev's proclamations about different paths to socialism, his government would strive to address the specific needs of the Polish people. At the same time, Gomulka indicated that the class struggle was very much alive. As long as NATO continued to foment chauvinism and revisionism against our borders, his regime would with even greater decisiveness combat all of the reactionaries' attempts to weaken the alliance between our fraternal nations. 35. Gomulka's reassurances allow us to appreciate Khrushchev's good fortune in refraining from using the Soviet army to reverse the course of events in Poland. Notwithstanding any policy differences between the two leaders, the Polish First Secretary showed in his first years in office that he had won the domestic credibility to maintain a fine balance between addressing his country's needs and exhibiting fidelity to Moscow. In contrast, Khrushchev was not so fortunate in his relations with the Hungarian government. On October 23, 1956, the day before Gomulka's Palace of Culture speech, a chain of events in Budapest threatened to undermine both of the precepts that Gomulka had defended, party rule and the leading role of the Soviet Union. Just as tensions were ebbing in Warsaw, spontaneous demonstrations broke out in the Hungarian capital in support of the Polish reforms. The immediate cause of these protests was an apparently minor offense. Students at the city's technological university had compiled a list of 16 demands of the government. Their demands were quixotic, ranging from the specific the removal of an enormous statue of Stalin near Heroes Square and the restoration of Imre Nagy as prime minister to the fantastic, including the withdrawal of Soviet troops from Hungarian soil. But when Rákosi's successor, Ernő Géreau, summarily denounced the students as enemies of socialism who were bent upon creating disorder, nationalist well poisoning, and provocation, he precipitated unrest throughout the city as workers, military veterans, and passers-by gave vent to long-felt grievances. 36 In a symbolically charged act, one group removed Stalin's statue from its concrete pedestal and dragged portions of it throughout nearby streets. In response, the regime made a bad situation worse. The security police opened fire on unarmed demonstrators. On the following day, October 24, the Kremlin ordered Soviet troops stationed on the outskirts of the city to restore order. The revolutionary upheaval that burst forth from these clashes was a tragedy within a tragedy. The most visible impact of the battles was its human toll. Between October 24 and November 4, 1956, when the Soviet army moved again into Budapest, more than 3,000 insurgents and Soviet soldiers were killed, tens of thousands of Hungarians were arrested, and 200,000 others fled to the west. An equally compelling aspect of the tragedy is that the extent of these losses might have been reduced had Khrushchev and his co-leaders fully appreciated the Hungarian regime's crisis of legitimacy. 8 months earlier, Khrushchev's denunciation of Stalin had thrown the HWPP on the defensive. Rákosi reacted in the cynical fashion at which he excelled. He paid his obeisance to the goal of eradicating the cult of personality within the party. In addition, he promised to provide forums within official institutions to facilitate the free exchange of dissenting views. The most notable of these were the so-called Potofi circles in the State Writers Association, which were named after the 19th-century poet and national hero, Sándor Potofi. But behind the scenes, with the party standing behind him, Rákosi had already launched a plan to arrest hundreds of current and former party members, writers, intellectuals, and army officers. The centerpiece of these actions was to be the trial of Imre Nagy and members of a purported Imre Nagy anti-party plot. When the Soviet Union's leaders recognized that Rákosi's measures would make a bad situation worse, it would have been a masterstroke had they immediately named Nagy as his successor. Like Gomulka, Nagy enjoyed widespread support within the party apparatus and among the Hungarian populace. In fact, some members of the CPSU Presidium favored Nagy. Had Imre Nagy remained in the party, Anastas Mikoyan wrote optimistically, he would have had to obey party discipline and carry out the will of the party. 37 Still, even if the Presidium's members had not chosen Nagy, they could have turned to someone with a modicum of popular support, such as János Kadar, a victim of Rákosi's show trials and purported centrist. Instead, they erred by endorsing Rákosi's closest ally, Gero, as party chief. Confirming their lack of insight, a secret CPSU Central Committee directive informed Gero that he should eliminate all factors responsible for the collapse of party conduct in Hungary, restore discipline among Central Committee members and the party's rank and file, and launch a fierce struggle on the ideological front. 38. Under ordinary circumstances, the Hungarian regime's willingness to march in lockstep with this directive would have merely demoralized the party's members. But at this juncture, Gero was presented with a burden that his Polish counterparts had not had to shoulder. He was operating in the uncertain context created by the PUWP's change of leadership. If Gero had disassociated himself immediately from the policies of his predecessor, he might have won credibility with his opponents. Yet his hesitation to engage in anything but atmospheric changes led to the erosion of his position within the Presidium. When Gero went on vacation in early October, his co-leaders made a pointed decision. They arranged for the disinterment and reburial of Rákosi's most famous victim, Laszlo Rajk, in a place of honor. On October 13, after weeks of negotiations, Gero grudgingly consented to Nagy's readmission to the party. His harsh treatment was blamed on Rákosi in return for his promise to show Leninist discipline. These conciliatory gestures were scant consolation for a rapidly growing number of party members who regarded them as too few and too late. Correspondingly, the party's internal turmoil emboldened university students and the news media to stand up to the regime. Instead of serving as compliant tools of the government, the Potofi circles became hotbeds of opposition. Simultaneously, discontent spread to the provincial towns and villages of rural Hungary. In this light, Moscow's initial use of force was paradoxically a sign of both military strength and political ineffectiveness. The Soviet government immediately gave its blessing to the HWPP's desperate attempt to restore order by reappointing Nagy to his second stint as prime minister. Gero was replaced as first secretary by Kadar. But with Soviet tanks confronting insurrectionists throwing Molotov cocktails in the streets of Budapest, the situation could not have been more different from the circumstances surrounding Gomulka's return to power 5 days earlier. The Polish communist leader whom Khrushchev met at the Warsaw airport on October 19 had the backing of his party and could summon an entire population to Poland's defense. In contrast, the return of Nagy, who lacked Gomulka's populist appeal, took place in the context of open rebellion. There is considerable pathos in Nagy's efforts to restore order amid the chaotic conditions in his country. After all, he inherited a situation in which the psychological supports for breaking with Stalinist rule, a unified party apparatus, popular quiescence, and Soviet military restraint had vanished. Far from being the instigator of a counter-revolutionary armed uprising, for which he was later tried and executed in Budapest in July 1958, Nagy's primary failing was that he could not keep pace with events. Once the spell of the regime's control over society was broken, he was unable to contain his compatriots' demands. In the end, he gave the protesters what they wanted. He endorsed demands for the immediate withdrawal of Soviet troops, the dissolution of the security police, and the legalization of hundreds of autonomous workers' councils. Most important for our purposes, he responded to vast defections from a paralyzed HWPP by confirming what had already become fact. He declared the end to single-party rule and promised to form a multi-party government. 39. There was nothing inevitable about the Soviet decision on October 31 to crush the Hungarian Revolution. The transcripts of the CPSU Presidium sessions between October 21 and 31 present an image of a group torn between fear over the risks of using force and the recognition of the absence of alternatives. Khrushchev initially expressed support for Nagy, calling him courageous and acknowledging that conditions had changed since the days when the Soviet Union used the Comintern to impose its will. If we wanted to operate by command today, he insisted, we would inevitably create crisis 40. When the crisis in Budapest failed to let up, however, Khrushchev informed his colleagues that Moscow will defend socialism in the bloc by any means necessary, we have no other choice. 41. Within the communist realm, the Hungarian Revolution was a terrible shock to Khrushchev, a nail in my head, as he later told his son. 42. The use of troops against a fraternal ally was a sign of weakness, not strength. Despite Khrushchev's wishes to move beyond the Stalinist model of managing the bloc, the crisis showed that a decade of enforced discipline could not easily be replaced with an idealized notion of Leninist enthusiasm. The point of the attack on Stalinism, as Khrushchev saw it, was to identify other means of supporting socialism. But the events in Poland and Hungary raised questions in the minds of communist leaders throughout the world about where the denunciation of Stalin would lead. There was no black and white answer to this question. In China, as we shall see in Chapter 9, Mao and his co-leaders were shocked when word spread about the contents of the secret speech, not least because their representatives to the party Congress, along with those of the other communist parties, were excluded from the CPSU's closed session. It was not Khrushchev's attack on Stalin that bothered Mao the most. The Chinese Communist Party had decades of mixed experiences with Stalin's erratic and self-serving policies. Thus, in a session of the CCP Secretariat on March 17, 1956, the chairman expressed support for Khrushchev's decision to take the lid off the superstitious belief in Stalin's infallibility. Yet, Mao also noted that his counterpart had committed a blunder in moving so quickly. 43. In his view, which he subsequently found confirmed in the events in Poland and Hungary, Khrushchev had been no more interested than Stalin in the consequences of his actions for the rest of the communist world. In the former case, Mao bluntly let the Kremlin know that the CCP would consider siding with its Polish comrades in the event of military intervention. In the case of Hungary, he conceded that the use of force was unavoidable. Nonetheless, both crises underscored for Mao the inherent instability of an international system that was primarily based on the decisions of a single power. The lot of a neighboring communist party, the Korean Workers' Party, was considerably more complicated. Since the end of the Korean War, the KWP had been riven with conflicts over both the regime's international loyalties and contending economic priorities. One group, led by party chairman Kim Il-sung, a former guerrilla fighter, advocated an unabashedly nationalist agenda based upon Stalinist-style heavy industrial production and forced collectivization. In Kim's eyes, this approach would give his country the leeway to reduce its dependency on all foreign powers, especially the Soviet Union and China. Another, the so-called consumer goods group, used the uncertainty of the post-Stalin transition to push for a scaling back of accelerated growth to emphasize light industry and the satisfaction of popular needs. The conflict came to a head when the advocates of slower growth took advantage of Khrushchev's attack on Stalin to accuse Kim of the same sins. In a letter to the Central Committee, on October 5, 1956, the ambassador to the USSR, Lee Sang-jo, took Kim to task for fostering a personality cult that harkened back to the epoch of feudalism and Japanese occupation. In this atmosphere, Lee argued, party members would rather go to their knees before the authority of an individual leader than to engage in healthy Leninist criticism. Unfortunately for him and his allies, Lee's diagnosis was correct. In a move that would lay the foundation for the elimination of all opposition currents within the party, Kim marshaled his forces to expel Lee and his critics from the Central Committee. 44. In Europe, the Hungarian debacle also raised questions among the Western communist parties, especially the powerful Italian Communist Party, about the health of the international working class movement. Like Mao, the PCI's General Secretary, Palmiro Togliatti, stepped into line to support the Soviet invasion. In view of the party's dependence on Moscow, he reluctantly concluded that the movement would collapse if its member parties simply chose to do as they pleased. But the PCI suffered enormously from the decision. Its sustained success as Italy's premier leftist party, regularly winning 30% of the vote in national elections, had derived from the traditionally fierce loyalty of its members. Yet the crushing of the Hungarian uprising, combined with Khrushchev's shocking revelations about Stalin, demoralized the party's moderate, younger followers. In combination with defections that had already begun during the preceding year, the PCI lost over 400,000 members between 1955 and 1957.45. Not surprisingly, these developments complicated Togliatti's post-war balancing act between fidelity to Moscow and PCI's record of responsiveness to the wishes of the Italian electorate. In the wake of Khrushchev's speech, he showed that he had the ideological agility to justify both priorities. In an interview with the left-wing literary magazine Nuovi Argumenti in July 1956, he not only defended Khrushchev's attack on Stalin, but in sharp contrast to Mao's misgivings, he complained that his Soviet counterpart had not gone far enough. Khrushchev's emphasis on the role of a single person to account for the terror, Togliatti asserted, was outside the criterion of judgment intrinsic in Marxism. The shortcoming of the secret speech was that it failed to ask why Soviet society could reach and did reach certain forms alien to the democratic way and to the legality which it had set for itself, even to the point of degeneration. The primary cause of this pathology, Togliatti stressed, sounding a bit like Trotsky, was the bureaucratization of the centralized structures, and above all the party, which had been required for the attainment of socialism. 46. Building on Khrushchev's acknowledgement of the possibility of different paths to socialism, Togliatti defended his position by maintaining that the communist world was appropriately becoming polycentric. When this process was completed, he maintained, no single state would be able to claim that it should be the guide for any other. 47. It is hard to see how Togliatti's support for the use of Soviet troops against a fraternal ally was consistent with this assertion. Most likely, he reasoned that a direct confrontation with Khrushchev was not worth having, especially if it might undermine the principle of proletarian solidarity. However, simply by enunciating the principle of polycentrism, which harkened back to the pre-Comintern idea of diverse working-class parties, he planted a seed for dissension within every communist party. The return to personality. If the position of CPSU First Secretary had been occupied by a more cautious person than Khrushchev, such as Malenkov, the argument for measured steps to build socialism might have seemed self-evident. At first, Khrushchev was weakened by these crises. Internally, members of the Presidium were no less concerned than their Italian and Asian comrades about the implications of Khrushchev's assault on the memory of Stalinism. For some, the secret speech was rankling both for what he said and his motivations in saying it. By appropriating the issue, he prevented them from taking a different approach to the darkest passages in the party's history. They perceived the crisis in Eastern Europe as a vindication of their views. Khrushchev's initial response to his critics was to temporize. At a December 1956 party plenum, he appeared to give in to pressures to downgrade some ambitious economic growth targets. He even made positive references to Stalin's record as a Marxist revolutionary. Nonetheless, his self-restraint was short-lived. In February 1957, he once again went around his colleagues to announce the reorganization of the administration of Soviet industry. Under this plan, he abolished key economic ministries in the republics and replaced them with territorial departments to run their respective industries. Ideally, these measures were to result in greater efficiencies in the production and distribution of goods. However, Khrushchev had a much more ambitious goal in mind than economic reform. He declared that the government would revise its investment priorities to enable the Soviet Union to outpace the United States in the per capita production of meat and dairy products in 3 years. In his estimation, these bold steps, along with massive new investments in housing construction and education, would mark the first step toward realizing the USSR's historical destiny. Khrushchev's pronouncements set events in motion that resulted in his acquisition of unquestioned power. Because these measures would have substantially reduced the power of Presidium members whose support was in the state ministries, they led a majority of the body's full members, headed by Malenkov, Molotov, and Deputy Premier Lazar Kaganovich, to stage a coup against their leader. Although they mustered an 8-4 vote to remove Khrushchev, the first secretary was not cowed by this turn of events. In a demonstration of his appointment power in the Secretariat, he convened an emergency session of the Central Committee to rally to his defense. Thanks to the support of the many persons whose careers he had promoted over the preceding 4 years, Khrushchev was reaffirmed as the party's leader and the perpetrators of the coup were removed from their positions. The coup attempt is revealing because it exposed the unresolved elements in the break with Stalinism. In a manner that evoked memories of his predecessor's organizational maneuvering in the 1920s, Khrushchev survived by using the party organization to elevate himself above his opponents. With justification, his opponents had accused him of violating the same precepts that he had held up as noble features of Leninism. On a new note, they threatened to eliminate the post of first secretary with the goal of preventing the appearance of a personality called 48. Nevertheless, Khrushchev showed that he had the monopoly on interpreting the meaning of de-Stalinization. The plotters were not defenders of collective leadership, he insisted, but representatives of a new anti-party group. This was an amazing choice of terms given the fact that Stalin had used it 2 decades earlier to destroy his adversaries. Even Khrushchev could not escape his past. Still, in this case, power came before principle. Andrei Gromyko, his future foreign minister, spoke for a majority of Central Committee members when he lauded the party chief's huge contributions to the country and the party. In Gromyko's estimation, Khrushchev had remained the CPSU's faithful servant, while the coup plotters sought to prevent a new generation of communists from replacing them. These members of the old guard had put themselves, in Gromyko's words, in a position of some sort of priests. But, he added, there was now no need at all for these priests. 49. Gromyko may have failed to appreciate the contradictory implications of paying homage to Khrushchev while simultaneously invoking the party's authority. The essential question about Khrushchev's victory could have been applied to Stalin at any stage of his rule. Should a single priest in the form of Nikita Khrushchev be allowed to elevate himself completely above the party? Thanks to his skill in promoting his clients to the Presidium, including future leaders Leonid Brezhnev and Alexei Kosygin, the answer was that he could. Khrushchev solidified his grip on power in late October 1956 by dismissing Marshal Georgy Zhukov, the one figure with equal gravitas in the Presidium, from his post as defense minister. Finally, in March 1958, he completed the sweep by pushing Bulganin aside and appointing himself premier. In focusing on Khrushchev's maneuvers, one must be careful not to dismiss his profound idealism. He undoubtedly believed that he needed this power to do what was necessary to move his country forward. In the late 1950s, his hand was strengthened by a series of successes that seemed to confirm, to him at least, that he had been called to this mission. His signature program, the Virgin Lands Campaign, had provided a record harvest in 1956. After a shortfall in 1957, the 1958 harvest was even more successful. Significant gains were also made in some sectors of factory production. In October 1957, the Soviet Union's launch of the world's first space satellite, Sputnik, confirmed to millions of his fellow citizens that the USSR's scientists could compete, both scientifically and militarily, with any of their Western adversaries. To amplify this message, Khrushchev became the Grand Master of asserting his country's international interests. In 1959, he fulfilled his dream of visiting the United States, regaling his hosts with the combination of conviviality and bombast that he considered fitting for the leader of a superpower. These achievements provide us with insight into the frenetic pace with which Khrushchev appealed to the power of the human will to ensure the successful leap into communism. By all accounts, this populist approach appears to have won over significant segments of the populace. In the short span between the CPSU's 21st Congress in January 1959, which he convened 1 year early, and the 22nd Congress in October 1961, Khrushchev announced more changes in the lexicon of socialist construction than in the 2.5 decades since the Congress of Victors of 1934. This was Bolshevik tempo in modernized form. One marvels at Khrushchev's self-confidence at the 21st Congress. On January 27, 1959, he announced what had never been more than a distant promise in the 42 years since the October Revolution. Thanks to the Soviet Union's domestic accomplishments and international stature, he declared that the country was entering a new period of historical development in which socialism grows into communism. The first secretary cautioned his listeners that this goal would not occur instantaneously. There could be no calendar date marking the entry into communism because the Soviet working class still needed to create the absolute abundance of goods to satisfy the needs of every citizen. Also, it would take more time for people to develop the inner need to live up to their abilities. Yet, Khrushchev declared, two developments ensured that this stage was attainable. First, the scales of world production were on the verge of tipping in favor of socialism over capitalism. Second, the era of capitalist encirclement had ceased to exist. 50. In addition, Khrushchev used the Congress's pulpit to present himself as the authoritative interpreter of Lenin's vision. In contrast to Stalin's emphasis on the dictatorial aspects of the Bolshevik founders' thinking in his Foundations of Leninism, Khrushchev turned to the more attractive images of the future in state and revolution. Like Lenin, he stressed that the eventual withering of the Soviet state did not mean that all state organs would disappear when communism was achieved. In his description, this process was not like the turning of leaves in autumn, when the branches are left bare as the leaves fall. Rather, the state's functions would undergo qualitative change. In accord with Lenin's predictions, its operations would acquire a predominantly administrative character. Ordinary people would take charge of public organizations, such as health services, people's courts, and popular militias. In these happy times, the use of force would decline. Khrushchev could envision only two exceptions to this rule: the armed forces and the security police. Even the improvement in the Soviet Union's international position did not mean that its enemies had gone away. How then, he exclaimed, can we abolish agencies which have the duty of securing the socialist state? 51. Most important, Khrushchev clarified what Lenin had left ambiguous: the party's role as it moved toward communism. Alongside his judgment that most of the state's functions would wither away, he emphasized that the role of the party must grow, and not decline. The Soviet people regarded this Leninist institution as their tested leader and teacher, and in its far-sighted guidance, they see fresh victories for communism. Accordingly, Khrushchev stressed that the party's responsibilities would continue to evolve in tandem with the USSR's achievements. As a party of the whole people, it would engage its members in every level of the production process, in each republic, district, factory, and farm, to remind them of the nobility of their cause. 52. As Khrushchev characterized this responsibility, possibly borrowing from an image that Lenin had penned in 1922, the party was like an advance contingent of mountain climbers boldly and courageously storming new, seemingly inaccessible heights and blazing the path for those who follow behind. 53. At the 22nd Congress in October 1961, Khrushchev took this triumphant image even further, unveiling a new CPSU program that officially recognized the Soviet Union's transition to a higher phase of historical development. Khrushchev likened this achievement to a three-stage rocket. The party's first program, as Khrushchev interpreted it, had been promulgated to wrench Russia out of the grip of early capitalism. The second stage lifted the country onto the path of socialism. This final program would carry the Soviet people into the orbit of communism. "This is a remarkable rocket, comrades," he proclaimed, with equally remarkable confidence. "It is the greatest energy of all the energy of the builders of communism." 54. What should be the task of these builders? Khrushchev's response was as utopian as anything in Lenin's writings. The party of the whole people should create a state of the whole people. Socialism had required a dictatorship of the proletariat to protect it from its enemies, but the elimination of class distinctions and the achievement of social equality meant that coercion should no longer be construed as the state's primary means of implementing policy. Since the interests of the individual and the interests of society were on the verge of becoming indistinguishable, its representatives would logically turn their attention to the construction of public institutions, trade unions, workers' councils, youth organizations, and cooperatives in which citizens would naturally devote their loyalties to the good of all. In short, the state would preside over its own obsolescence. 55. To this end, Khrushchev advised the Congress's delegates that the CPSU's goal should be to create a new man out of the rising generation of young communists who had been born into the advanced stages of socialism. Initially, they might need to be pushed into appreciating the benefits of a just and socialist society. But, he added, the party would ensure that they were educated properly. There cannot be any moral cripples, he clarified about this final stage. If young fruit trees have been damaged to any extent, he added, how much trouble must be taken to nurse them back to health, and even this cannot always be accomplished. 56. Undoubtedly, this was welcome news for Khrushchev's appointees who feared that their positions within the party would recede along with the state. Always, he rhapsodized, when the sun shines brightly or when the sky is overcast, in days of victory or in days of grave trial, the party is with the people are with the party. 57. Skeptical listeners, and there must have been many, would have wondered what new development had transpired to guarantee this merging of the interests of rulers and ruled. Would the principle of party leadership not continue to serve as a justification for the dictatorship over the ordinary citizen as had been the case since the Bolsheviks' ascent to power? In anticipation of this question, Khrushchev re-invoked his populist credo. Just as state officials had been subject to scrutiny on the basis of their performance, he emphasized, party members, too, should be judged according to meritocratic standards. It was no secret that some comrades had lost the capacity to work creatively and lost the sense of the new. For this reason, Khrushchev noted, it would not only be a disservice to the Soviet citizen to retain these people. It would affirm the same cult of the individual that had permitted the party's perversion under Stalin. Therefore, he concluded, the only way to justify the party's leading role was to replace self-centered members with new leaders, both young and old, who showed their commitment to the good of all. Khrushchev's defeat. It cannot be more significant that when Khrushchev's colleagues successfully removed him from office on October 14, 1964, exactly 3 years after the 22nd Congress, they drew upon the principle of collective leadership to justify their decision. Without mentioning Khrushchev by name, a statement on the front page of Pravda on October 17 condemned as alien to the party all practices based upon harebrained scheming, half-baked conclusions, and hasty decisions and actions divorced from reality, bragging and bluster, and attraction to rule by fiat. 58. This was the kind of behavior that Khrushchev himself had deemed antithetical to Lenin's example. In his idealized portrayal of the father of the October Revolution, the good communist was modest in demeanor, eager to work with others, and studiously attentive to real conditions. Thus, the suggestion by Pravda's editors that their first secretary was lacking in all of these qualities was a rare opportunity to tell the truth. Pravda's diagnosis captured the disjunction between what Khrushchev said he wanted and what he was actually doing. Since Stalin's death, he had constantly emphasized his determination to return the party to its leading position. He may have believed what he said. Yet despite this assertion, Khrushchev's method for leading his country into the higher stage of development that Marx and Lenin had barely dared to describe was not to entrust the party with this responsibility. Rather, it was to use the organization's resources to put himself, his ambitions, and his ideas over everyone else. The instigators of the coup, which included both Brezhnev and Kosygin, did not come together overnight. Given the risks of moving at the wrong time or misjudging the intentions of their fellow conspirators, the ouster of a sitting party chief took time. In this respect, the success of the coup, unlike the earlier attempt in 1957, is an indicator of how bad things had become in their leaders' final years in power. In fact, it is difficult to say which of an array of different factors mattered most in steering the coalition against Khrushchev. I shall suggest only a few possibilities. One of Khrushchev's most pronounced vulnerabilities was in the area that propelled his way into power, agriculture. In late summer 1963, he paid the price for identifying himself personally with this economic sector when the Volga Valley and Kazakhstan were hit with a drought that led to a crisis in the supply of food. Ordinarily, the government would have dealt with the calamity by drawing upon the stockpiles of past harvests. But these reserves had already been depleted due to Khrushchev's various experiments, harebrained scheming with accelerating the pace toward communism. Consequently, the government could only prevent the outbreak of famine by using its scarce trade reserves to purchase food from abroad. Khrushchev's remarks at the 22nd Congress about replacing ineffective party members also made his removal easier. Suddenly, the Central Committee functionaries who had come to his aid in 1957 faced the prospect of losing their jobs. In 1962, Khrushchev made matters worse by announcing a plan to divide the entire provincial and district party apparatus into separate agricultural and industrial sectors. He argued that he had no intention of diminishing the party's leading role. In fact, he increasingly filled his speeches with Leninist language about trust in cadres and cadres decide everything. But in creating two independent party organizations at every level of the economy, Khrushchev inevitably alienated the scores of regional party secretaries upon whom his power base was grounded. Khrushchev was also implicated in disastrous developments in Soviet foreign policy. None was more damaging than his decision in 1962 to challenge American strategic superiority by secretly sending missiles loaded with nuclear warheads to Cuba. For 13 days, from October 16 to 28, the first secretary's hasty decisions and actions led the world to the brink of nuclear war. Despite this show of force and bravado, the U.S. government refused to be intimidated. In the end, Moscow suffered a humiliating defeat when it was forced to withdraw the missiles. This debacle was matched by the total breakdown in the USSR's relations with China. As we shall see in Chapter 9, Khrushchev's efforts to devise an effective formula for maintaining the Soviet Union's tutelary role over the diverse states and parties that constituted the Socialist bloc could not withstand the criticisms of leaders, like Mao Zedong, who were sure they knew better how to serve their own people. By 1962, the Soviet Union's claim to a monopoly of revolutionary truth was replaced by a conflict with the People's Republic of China over diametrically opposed conceptions of Marxism. Nevertheless, even if Khrushchev had met with economic success or been more adept at managing his country's foreign affairs, his ego proved to be his worst enemy. The key to his ability to outflank Malenkov in 1955 and his survival of the coup attempt in 1957 had been the loyalties he gained in rebuilding the party apparatus. Without these connections, Khrushchev would never have been able to put his grandiose plans into motion. Yet by the early 1960s, his consolidation of power seems to have brought out his worst instincts. A common theme in the recollections of individuals who worked closely with him was the impact of his unbounded personality. Whereas Stalin frightened his subordinates into submission, Khrushchev belittled and humiliated those who were closest to him. In this way, he turned the whole Presidium against him. In Khrushchev's final year in office, even his smallest affronts became grounds for removing him. In July 1964, he authorized his son-in-law, Alexei Adzubay, to represent him in negotiations with the West German government. It was bad enough, in the Presidium's view, that Adzubay had little experience in foreign affairs. Incredibly, he told his hosts that the first secretary was prepared to discuss the removal of the Berlin Wall, which Moscow had supported to stem the East German refugee crisis in 1961. It was worse that Khrushchev showed that he had no compunction about putting familial connections over his country's interests. Khrushchev's loss was the Soviet Union's gain. By showing his disregard for the high standards that he had espoused at the 20th Congress to describe the qualities of a good Leninist, he provided his colleagues with definitive proof that the factors that made the cult of personality possible should be eliminated. Accordingly, the formation of the new government, which was matter-of-factly announced in the press on October 16, 1964, was a seamless affair. The ruling coalition that succeeded Khrushchev, a troika composed of Brezhnev as General Secretary, Alexei Kosygin as Premier, and Anastas Mikoyan as Chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, did not require an internecine battle, let alone the death of a party leader. At this point, these co-leaders' priority was to find a new formula to justify their claims to authority. Chapter 9. The Charismatic Leader and the Party. On December 2, 1961, Fidel Castro, the Prime Minister and later President of the Republic of Cuba, gave a characteristically spirited, 3-hour speech on the radio station of the People's University of Havana in which he announced a new political agenda. As Cuba moved into a higher stage of development, he declared, it required a strong, well-disciplined party. A party of the bourgeois type would not do. The latter could recruit millions of members, he explained, but as past experience had shown, this type of party would quickly be taken over by representatives of the old ruling class, a bunch of politicians, a conglomerate of individuals, who were more interested in money than in justice. Cuba, he asserted, needed a revolutionary Marxist party. The members of this organization would be absolute believers. They would be chosen on the basis of rigorous standards. They would represent all segments of society. Lest there be any doubt about his own convictions, Castro for the first time proclaimed himself a Marxist-Leninist, indeed, one to the last day of my life one. Looking in from the outside, one might have assumed that Castro was completely committed to his new party. Created only 4 months earlier, this organization, the Integrated Revolutionary Organizations, bore a marked resemblance to the putatively representative bloc parties of post-war Central and Eastern Europe. It was composed not only of members of Castro's rebel army, the 26th of July movement, but also of Cuba's long-existing Communist Party, the Popular Socialist Party, and the so-called Revolutionary Directorate March 13, an underground student organization. In March 1962, the ORI was renamed the United Party of the Cuban Socialist Revolution. 3 years later, the full-fledged Communist Party of Cuba was founded on October 3, 1965, with Castro as its first secretary. At last, Cuba seemed to be ruled by the same type of Leninist organization that could be found throughout the communist world. If only Castro's promises had been true. However, despite his repeated assurances in the address in which he referred to himself revealingly as we, that he did not aspire to be a Caesar and that he had every intention of abiding by the norm of collective leadership, he would become precisely such a figure. From a historical perspective, this was a highly significant development. Long before the PCC's creation, Cuba had already had an organized and far less personalistic communist party. The first Cuban Communist Party too was founded in 1925 and renamed the PSP in 1944. It was a stereotypical Leninist organization, obligated in every way to follow the instructions of the Comintern. For this reason, ironically, the CCP would be easier to characterize than would later be the case with Castro's PCC. The CCP was not an insurrectionary party and its history was beset with missed opportunities. Up to the 1950s, its leaders could have articulated a realistic alternative to the consistent failure of the country's middle-of-the-road parties. But due to strategic mistakes and policies that were at odds with most of the population's wishes, they were unable to sustain a galvanizing message. In this way, Castro's personal domination of the party by the 1960s represented a clear break with the standard Soviet model of Leninist leadership. In contrast, it should be understood in terms of two factors. The first was Castro's agility as a guerrilla fighter in the 1950s and thereafter as Cuba's leader in tapping into nearly a century of popular frustration and anger at the failure of established organizations, and especially political parties, to meet the country's interests. For decades, Cuban politicians assured their citizens that they would foster responsible governance, social justice, and national self-determination. Instead, they all too frequently rewarded the population's patience with the opposite results: political instability and corruption, increased economic disparities, and compromised sovereignty. The second factor was the successful propagation of a cult of Fidel. For this achievement Castro owed much to his confederates and adulators. In the first years after the victory of the 26th of July movement in 1959, they ruthlessly and efficiently eliminated his rivals and weeded out potential critics within the state and military apparatuses. Just as energetically, they presented the exploits and teachings of their leader in hagiographic terms. Castro's disciple and fellow guerrilla fighter, Che Guevara, captured this mystique by likening his compañero's connection with the people to a dialogue between tuning forks. Fidel and the masses, Guevara gushed, begin to vibrate together in a dialogue of growing intensity until they reach a climax in an abrupt conclusion crowned by our cry of struggle and victory 3. This is not to say that Castro ruled Cuba exclusively according to revolutionary principles. Unlike Guevara, who had an expressly anti-institutional bias that frequently put him at odds with Fidel, Castro was more of a pragmatist than his mythology implied. During the 1960s, the PCC was only one of numerous organizations, including the armed forces and grassroots organs of mobilization, which he used to head off opposition and institute progressive social and economic policies. In fact, when his authority was threatened in the early 1970s as a result of a severe economic crisis of his own making, he granted the PCC a small measure of autonomy. Nonetheless, during his nearly 5 decades in power, Castro never gave up the charismatic style of leadership that set his rule apart from that of party leaders in many other parts of the communist world. Before turning to Castro's role or the existence of Cuba's two communist parties, I shall begin with the turbulent conditions in the late 19th century and 20th century under which successive Cuban governments and political parties inadvertently made his socialist vision attractive and credible. The unfulfilled promise of revolution. Pre-revolutionary Cuba had political parties since the 1830s, long before most Latin American states. Yet, rather than being inspirational agents of change, let alone becoming reliable defenders of democracy, these early associations were weak and ineffective. The country's dominant Spanish party, composed of Spanish-born Cubans, or peninsulars, applied itself to strengthening the island's ties with Spain. Its competitor, the Cuban Party, was primarily composed of criollos, or native-born elites of European ancestry. It represented the interests of plantation owners and skilled professionals who resented, but were unable to shake, the peninsular's domination of most political institutions. This simple arrangement might have lasted longer had it not been for the development in the 1850s and 1860s of serious fissures in Cuba's relationship with Spain. In large part due to the colonial administration's heavy-handed policies, high taxation, and toleration of discriminatory behavior by the peninsulars, broad segments of the population coalesced to demand truly representative institutions that would speak for Cuban interests. When a reformist party unexpectedly won a majority in the Spanish Parliament in 1858, members of the Cuban Party, sugar producers, and business owners rushed to take advantage of the opportunity to open the political arena. With the support of sympathetic Spanish politicians, they established interest groups, cultural societies, and newspapers to foster public debate about representative government, the abolition of the slave trade, and national economic independence. In a manner that resembled the energetic idealism of Russia's youthful populists, students and radical intellectuals argued over previously unexplored ideologies, including republicanism and anarchism. At this juncture, arguably, both Spain and its allies in the Spanish party missed a valuable opportunity. Had they taken steps to address their opponents' demands, they might have averted a political crisis. Instead, they chose the opposite course. In response to the emergence of a rebellious separatist movement among plantation owners in eastern Cuba, the same region where Fidel Castro would later conduct guerrilla operations, Madrid sent over 100,000 troops to the island in 1868. After nearly a decade of bloody fighting, indiscriminate executions, and mass deportations, Spain and its Cuban sympathizers crushed the insurrection. Rather than currying the favor of Cuban moderates by loosening control over the press and offering amnesty to the rebels, the Spanish court showed its disdain for democratic representation by refusing to extend universal suffrage to the island, even while bestowing this right on its own citizens. Simultaneously, it renewed military operations against a burgeoning Cuban independence movement. The Cuban Revolution that would eventually bring Castro to power was born out of these circumstances. During the period when politicians in the moderate parties debated the merits of home rule, revolutionaries in exile and in the underground were galvanized by a sharper, national passion that had grown out of the conflict patriotism. No figure was more important in promoting the cause of independence than the renowned poet and essayist José Martí. Under Martí's leadership, the revolutionaries founded a new type of political party, the Cuban Revolutionary Party, in the United States in 1892. Its simple goal was to overthrow Spanish rule. It is crucial to appreciate the influence of Martí's thought because it provides insight into both what motivated these early revolutionaries, as well as other insurrectionists throughout Latin America, and the abiding dissatisfaction and alienation of Cuban elites that would continue into the next century. In a widely read essay, Our America, published on New Year's Day, 1891, in New York City, Martí painted a picture of a coming revolution that was every bit as gripping as Karl Marx's invocations of the specter of communism in the Communist Manifesto. This conflagration would be far more profound than a military battle, Martí prophesied. It would arrive as a cloud bank of ideas that no armored prow could cut through. Like the mystical flag of the Last Judgment, it would achieve victory because it was driven by weapons of the mind that could stop a fleet of ironclad ships. Accordingly, the chief responsibility of Cuba's revolutionaries was to move the masses in the right direction. To this end, Martí demanded that they become real men with the courage to overthrow the repressive institutions of colonial rule, fight for the oppressed, and found a new nation. 4. Decades later, Castro would repeatedly summon the same masculine imagery to inspire his rebel fighters. But there is a significant difference between Martí's idea of revolutionary leadership at the end of the 19th century and Castro's later preferences. Whereas Castro brought charismatic dictatorship to the island in the years after his ascent to power, Martí was not enamored with socialism. He even criticized Karl Marx for promoting violence. Instead, Martí advocated direct democracy. The PRC's founding statutes, of which he was the primary author, stand out for their emphasis on decentralized governance. According to these guidelines, the Revolutionary Party's authority would derive from grassroots associations, or clubs, which would guide the decisions of local councils. The party would inspire the people, but it would be subservient to a national executive elected by these popular councils. 5. Martí was killed in combat in 1895, only 2 months after the outbreak of the Cuban War of Independence, which would end with the defeat of Spain. Had he lived to see his country's liberation, however, Martí would have undoubtedly shared his fellow revolutionaries' bitter disappointment over the outcome of their struggle. When the United States intervened in the last months of the war, Cuba's established politicians proved to be ambivalent about standing up to their neighbor. Initially, two embryonic parties, the Republicans and the Nationalists, successfully forced Washington to grant the island full independence. After the proclamation of the Cuban Republic in March 1902, however, they and another major party, the Democratic Unionists, failed to condemn measures, such as the U.S. Platt Amendment, which restricted the island's sovereignty. In an indication that party affiliation remained an ambiguous commitment, elected officials routinely took advantage of these conditions by exchanging political influence for personal financial gain in their dealings with American companies. Government jobs were bought and sold, and electoral fraud was rampant. When Washington repeatedly sent troops to quell popular unrest and sporadic revolts, the population's disdain for its representatives grew. In this light, when Cuba finally attained a semblance of stability, it was because much of the population, like their Latin American neighbors, preferred populist demagoguery over democracy and foreign tutelage. In 1925, widespread discontent over the ineffectiveness of successive governments led to the election of a military officer, General Gerardo Machado, as president. To great acclaim, Machado presented himself as the no-nonsense leader Cuba needed. In a classically populist manner, he instituted long-needed public works projects, created jobs, and promoted foreign investment. But this tropical Mussolini, as he was described by the radical student leader, Julio Antonio Mella, also exacted a stiff price for his beneficence. 6 In a manner that bore little resemblance to the democratic aspirations with which the revolution had begun, Machado systematically eliminated every semblance of political competition, and Cuba's Congress became little more than a rubber stamp for his decisions. Founding the first Communist Party. Cuba's first Communist Party was born out of these conditions. In the early 1920s, a panoply of radical groups emerged to challenge the regime. Although their leaders' ideas and strategies were as yet unformed, they shared the conviction that Cuba's seemingly permanent state of democratic dysfunction could only be resolved through a concerted assault on its political system. War veterans assembled to demand higher pensions. Socialists formed the Havana Labor Federation to coordinate strikes of railway and dock workers. Eventually, this organization grew into the larger Cuban National Labor Confederation. Additionally, as happens in so many instances of pre-revolutionary turmoil, students played a central role in fomenting discontent. At the University of Havana, young militants were inspired by the success of the Bolshevik and Mexican revolutions and the activism of their peers throughout Latin America to form a national federation of university students. Over the next few years, these activities provided the sparks for even more radical associations. Prominent among them was the clandestine terrorist group, ABC, which briefly caught the attention of a young Fidel Castro. The 9 future Central Committee members who were present at the founding of the CCP in Havana on August 16, 1925, represented an amalgam of these different tendencies. 7 Some were workers, such as the house painter José Pina Vileboa, who soon became the party's general secretary. Others, like Julio Antonio Mella, were student and labor organizers. 1. Blas Roca was a shoemaker-turned-socialist theoretician. A member of the Mexican Communist Party was also present to represent the Comintern. Only a few of these founding fathers could claim to know much about Marxism. Unlike Cuba's anarchists who were exposed to the writings of their Spanish brethren, few had read the seminal works of their political forefathers. What these early communists lacked in ideological formation and organization, they made up for in the appearance of authenticity. They not only looked like the revolutionary workers whom Marx had heralded in the Communist Manifesto 7 decades earlier, they were also well positioned to act on their ideals. Whereas a majority of communists in other parts of the world were still wrestling with the vestiges of feudalism, Cuba's sugar industry and textile factories had already made the transition to capitalism. This circumstance eased their adaptation to the Comintern's understanding of the requisites of revolution. According to official policy, they represented issues that were more profound than opposition to a corrupt government. They were standing on the side of the working class in confrontation with global capitalist exploitation. More than simply opposing U.S. domination, therefore, they were fighting with other communist parties against world imperialism. In these ways, the party's founders contended, the class struggle and the progressive logic of history placed them squarely on the road to a new type of revolution, Leninism. The CCP's weaknesses initially played to its advantage. Given the party's small size and ineffectiveness, Machado's government focused on curtailing the activities of the larger, better organized opponents. These dissenters included both radicals and burgeoning groups of moderate reformers and exiles who had grown alienated by the established party's failures. The Wall Street crash of 1929 and the collapse of the world economy provided exactly the conditions the CCP required to find its footing in the opposition to Machado. Expounding the rhetoric of anti-imperialism, the party's leaders spoke a language that was immediately intelligible to urban and agricultural workers. With the backing of these strata, they rapidly extended their control over the CNOC and its affiliated unions. When the Confederation showed its muscle by carrying out a crippling general strike in Havana in 1930, the CCP's popularity soared. Yet, despite the recognition by the CCP's leaders that the party should adapt its Marxist message to Cuba's specific conditions, they were constrained by their commitment to the Comintern. In perfect tune with the body's third period, the party leadership defiantly refused to pursue tactical alliances with other anti-Machado forces, dismissing their activities as futile protests that would strengthen the bourgeois order. Even when it became clear that Machado's government was losing the support of the population, the communists continued to define their primary function in terms of labor mobilization, not revolution. In August 1933, the CCP took a step that paralleled the nearly simultaneous opportunism of the German Communist Party during Hitler's rise to power. They and the CNOC struck an agreement with Machado to call off a planned strike by transportation workers. In return for Machado's promise of legalization, they ordered the workers to return to their jobs. This appeal to proletarian discipline turned out to be a gross misreading of circumstances. To the CCP's detriment, the protesters refused to heed its orders and took to the streets. The August mistake, as the CCP's decision became known, was a major blow to the party's prestige, providing its critics on the left with fodder to accuse its leaders of selling out the organization's principles. Yet, the CCP's leaders were not ones to learn the lessons of history. After Machado was forced out of office by the army and the U.S. government, they tarnished their reputation anew by their dismissive reaction to his successors. In September 1933, an uprising of non-commissioned army officers, the so-called Sergeants' Revolt, precipitated the formation of a military-backed government under a progressive president, Ramon Grau San Martin. This development should have been the dream of every Cuban leftist. For 100 days, Grau led his working class, student, and agrarian supporters down a path that promised to resolve the injustices of colonialism and political cronyism. Under the slogan Cuba for Cubans, the regime abrogated the conditions of the Platt Amendment, established an 8-hour working day, and granted expanded rights to women and small farmers. Yet, instead of welcoming these measures, the CCP rebuffed Grau's overtures to collaborate and denounced him as a social fascist. Accordingly, the party leadership looked on with indifference when the army replaced Grau with a more compliant president 5 months later. Even if the CCP's leaders had agreed to cooperate with Grau, they would not have been much help to a government that was resolutely opposed by moderate segments of Cuba's ruling class. Nevertheless, Grau's brief experiment with leftist rule set up the communists for an even greater test to their reputation in their dealings with the figure behind the Sergeants' Revolt, Fulgencio Batista. In their first interactions with the man behind the scenes in the new Cuban government, the two sides were implacably at odds. When the CCP joined other revolutionary groups in organizing a nationwide strike in 1935, Batista responded with a brutal display of military force, imprisoning and torturing many of the party's members. However, when Batista slowly moved away from these repressive policies in the ensuing years and broached the possibility of legalizing the CCP, the Communists shocked many observers by choosing the benefits of working within the system over fruitless sacrifice. After previously likening Batista to Mussolini and Hitler, they suddenly discovered his virtues. Blas Roca, the CCP General Secretary, clumsily observed that the colonel had begun to cease to be the center of reaction. Batista returned the favor, declaring that the party had become the promoter of democratic formulae. To the CCP's benefit, its openness to working with Batista coincided directly with the Comintern's enunciation of the Popular Front policy. As in Europe and in the United States, the party's leaders indicated their readiness to put their public pronouncements about the class enemy and the inevitability of the revolution on hold in the interest of preventing the rise of even more reactionary forces. Although this policy involved tortuous rationalization in view of their recent experiences, the party's fortunes improved when Batista began to drift politically leftward. Taking advantage of improved economic conditions and the restoration of political stability, he used the armed forces to implement popular social programs, build schools, bring medicine and better health care to remote rural areas, and educate farmers in new planting techniques. The Communists' response to these policies was resoundingly positive. Recognizing the possibility of finding a permanent place in the halls of power, they openly pursued an alliance with Batista. They changed the name of the CNOC in 1939 and agreed to transform its successor, the Cuban Workers' Confederation, into an essentially state-governed trade union confederation. 3 years later, at a time when the Soviet Union was allied with the Western powers in the campaign against European fascism, the party committed itself to a no-strike policy for the duration of World War II. In return, an increasingly popular Batista invited his former enemies to join a host of moderate parties, including former Machado supporters, in promulgating a model democratic constitution. Thanks to the Communists' inclusion in the process, the document gave the government wide leeway to intervene in the economy and provide for social security. After the CCP threw its support behind Batista in the national elections of 1940, the president kept his promise to legalize the party and named 2 of its deputies as ministers in his cabinet. 4 years later, the Communists affirmed their acceptance of the status quo by adopting a less provocative name, the PSP. It is easy to understand why cooperation with Batista made sense to many communists who had suffered repression during the party's years in the underground. An antagonistic relationship with the regime would have returned the PSP to the political margins. Cooperation gave the party the chance to improve its national standing. In its leaders' eyes, the gamble paid off. By 1940, the PSP had the largest paid membership of any communist party in Latin America and was the Comintern's crowning example of a successful revolutionary movement. However, not everyone in the PSP agreed. For its left-wing members, the price of accommodation was to compromise the party's revolutionary values. This tension within the communists' ranks would resurface on a regular basis throughout the years of Castro's rule. For the time being, the PSP's good fortune did not last. In 1944, a rejuvenated Grau returned from political isolation to defeat Batista's hand-picked candidate for the presidency. One of Grau's first steps was to oust the communists from their controlling position in the Trade Union Confederation and their presence in various government offices. His successor, Carlos Prioso Socarrás, was even more determined to weaken the PSP. He imposed new restrictions on the party's public activities, closed its newspaper, and curtailed its radio broadcasts. In these hard times, the PSP's leadership might have at least consoled itself with the knowledge that it had won a legitimate place in Cuban politics. But this achievement was an illusion. In March 1952, Batista used the pretext of rampant corruption in Prio's government and the collapse of public order to stage a second military coup. He immediately cancelled the upcoming elections. A year later, in November 1953, he outlawed the PSP, an insurrectionist party. In the eyes of many Cuban radicals in the 1950s, the suppression of the PSP and other leftist organizations was part of an old story. Once again, their country's democratic institutions had proven too weak to restrain the worst instincts of their leaders. When given the chance to prove themselves worthy of revolutionaries like Marty, even leftist parties had proven ill-equipped to present serious alternatives. Under these circumstances, Batista's coup gave rise to a renewed wave of popular discontent and violence. The University of Havana again became a center for organized opposition. Leftist students and professors disseminated political tracts and engaged in street battles with the police. Underground terrorist groups, such as the Insurrectionary Revolutionary Union, a peculiar amalgam of gangsterismo and crude anarchism, assassinated public officials. Workers and peasants rebelled against employers and local governments. The difference this time, however, was that the failure of Cuban democracy gave rise to the populist movement led by Fidel Castro. This movement not only overthrew a dictator but, in the following decade, provided the republic with a government that ensured political stability through the acceptance of the charismatic authority of a single person. From the beginning, Castro's insurrectionist following, the 26th of July movement, was imbued with the belligerent idealism of its co-founder. The son of an affluent landowner, Castro had the privilege of attending the University of Havana, where he focused his energy on radical politics. Like many of his peers, he was deeply frustrated with the failure of establishment parties to live up to the promises of the 1940 Constitution and despaired over the poor prospects for democracy throughout Latin America. He took part in an unsuccessful attempt to overthrow the Trujillo dictatorship in the Dominican Republic, participated in student riots in Colombia, and briefly associated himself with the terrorist UIR. Yet, unlike many of his radicalized peers, Castro had an acute sense for changing course when it suited his self-interest. Thus, after graduation, he became active in the moderate Ortodoxo Party, a breakaway faction from Grau's party, and campaigned on its list for the scheduled congressional elections. It is impossible to know what kind of politician Castro would have become if Batista's coup had not taken place and he had instead won a seat in Congress. There is no ambiguity, however, about the coup's impact on his thinking. It turned him completely against the prevailing political order and its middle-of-the-road parties. On July 26, 1953, Castro led a group of fewer than 100 poorly trained rebel soldiers in an attack on the Moncada military barracks in the eastern city of Santiago de Cuba. Batista's army easily repulsed the assault. The regime summarily executed many of the combatants and sentenced to lengthy prison terms a handful who happened, like Castro, to come from the upper classes. In most cases, the Moncada debacle would have meant the end of a revolutionary's career. For Castro, it was only the beginning. Despite, or even because of, the fact that he spent the next 2 years behind bars, the sheer audacity of his assault and his subsequent defiant defense of his actions won him national visibility. It also gave him the opportunity to outline a message about his intentions that serves as the first major example of the simplicity or, in other respects, complexity of the phenomenon known as Castroism. Conveniently, the initial expression of Castro's thinking is available in a prison essay of May 1954, History Will Absolve Me, in which he self-servingly embellished his courtroom defense in the Moncada trial. On one level, the essay is much more than an attempt to justify a particular, violent act. History Will Absolve Me is a defense of a moral imperative reaching back to the revolutionary tumult of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Castro begins by painting a romantic picture. Once upon a time, he begins, there was a republic with vibrant democratic institutions that guaranteed its citizens the right to elect their representatives. However, these institutions were destroyed by tyrants and capitalist exploiters who did not share the people's love of liberty. One day, the citizenry awakened to find that the ghosts of earlier years had seized it by its hands, its feet, and its neck. Poor country! Castro declares. In this account, it does not seem to have mattered to Castro that such an ideal Cuba had never existed. His deliberately provocative message is that there is a moral obligation to make it exist. Thus, Castro recalls telling the members of the court that their actions will be judged by posterity. The people, he explains, crave justice and abhor the hair-splitting of jurisprudence. They also hate all forms of favoritism and inequality. Thus, he stresses, simple logic dictates that they will rebel against any decisions that transform the maiden of justice into a prostitute wielding a dagger. 9. In contrast, Castro's judgments in other sections of the essay are surprisingly measured. Indeed, for a person who led an armed attack on his government, they are practically unrevolutionary. Had his rebel army come to power, Castro says, it would have promulgated 5 laws to restore power to the people. It would have returned to the progressive principles of the 1940 Constitution. It would have given property to tenant farmers and squatters, although it would also have compensated landowners for their losses. It would have granted workers in large industries the right to share in the profits of their enterprises. It would have given the same right to sugar planters and tenant farmers. Finally, the movement would have confiscated property that had been illegally acquired by the regime and the agents of foreign powers. 10. In comparison with other revolutionaries in similar positions, Castro's cautious approach is by no means exceptional. As we have seen, both Lenin and Mao exhibited moments of moderation, either to deal with difficult economic and social circumstances or to gain the allegiance of potential antagonists. What distinguishes Castro's approach from his Marxist counterparts at this point is how little he has to say in "History will absolve me" about revolutionary organization. Instead, Castro focuses clearly and unabashedly on the subject of the essay's title himself. In this self-portrayal, the person whom history will absolve is merely a humble citizen acting in the spirit of the great apostle, Marty. In this capacity, he is carrying out the will of the master, as he calls him, and other revolutionary heroes, in my heart and in my mind, the noble ideas of all those who have defended the people's freedom everywhere. As a participant in this holy succession, Castro advises, he holds no bitterness toward those who claim to judge him. He does not even seek vengeance against the murderers of his compañeros. His obligation is merely to speak the truth so that, one day, the Cuban people will enjoy justice. Thus, Castro happily assumes the martyr's pose, noting that imprisonment will be harder for me than it has ever been. This does not matter. History itself will absolve him of his faults. 11. In many respects, Castro's self-congratulatory words are remarkable. Even at the height of their personality cults, Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong rarely used their public statements to put themselves at the center of history, they preferred that their sycophants do that for them. Now history itself was finally putting one man, and not a ruling class, at the head of its forward march. In 1954, this claim was a particularly noteworthy demonstration of Castro's hubris because he was not yet a prominent personality in Cuban politics. At this point, Batista had more immediate worries in dealing with subversive student associations, rebellious textile workers, constitutional challenges from the ortodoxos, and factionalism within the military. In fact, the president showed that he was so unconcerned that Castro represented a serious threat that he pardoned the rebel leader less than 2 years into a 26-year prison sentence. At first, Batista's judgment appeared to be well-founded since Castro's subsequent attempt to foster a revolt resulted in disaster. In early December 1956, Castro and an expeditionary force of 81 rebels set sail from Mexico with the aim of joining urban members of the 26th of July movement in an uprising in Santiago de Cuba. Led by the underground agitator Frank Paez, the insurrectionists successfully organized factory protests and sabotage actions for several days. But Castro's boat was delayed and the revolt was easily suppressed. Once again, however, Castro managed to turn defeat to his advantage. Much like Mao Zedong in the aftermath of the Shanghai massacre, he took the remnants of his army into the Sierra Maestra Mountains where they engaged the regime's military forces in a different type of warfare as guerrilla fighters. They initially suffered more defeats than victories against the better-trained national army. But just like in China, the heroic reputation that they acquired in these battles was as important, if not more so, as the facts on the ground. From isolated locations, Castro and his fellow fighters, including his brother Raúl and an Argentine doctor turned military strategist, Ecobedo Che Guevara, both of whom described themselves as communists, purveyed his message that revolution was an act of will in service of the people. According to this depiction, the 26th of July movement was not merely waging a military campaign against a corrupt government. Its primary goal was to rescue the soul of the Cuban nation. Styling themselves as the only legitimate representatives of the people, they espoused the noble virtues of honor, patriotism, and self-sacrifice in a war in which the odds were stacked against them. Like Marty before them, they characterized their mission as a struggle of real men, and they grew beards, flaunted pistols, and smoked cigars to emphasize their masculinity. Thanks to Guevara's influence, they also propagated the idea that this guerrilla struggle was more than a specifically Cuban event. It was, Guevara consistently argued, an example that could be followed by revolutionaries throughout the hemisphere. A major factor behind the success of this mythology was Castro's intuitive sense for shaping public opinion according to his self-image. In a widely read interview with the New York Times leftist war correspondent Herbert Matthews in February 1957, Castro allowed himself to be portrayed as the guarantor of his movement's noble intentions. Like his compañeros, it seemed, he was simply fighting for a democratic Cuba and an end to dictatorship. He had no hatred, he stressed, for the soldiers fighting against his army. They were simply following the orders of their commanders. Nor did he harbor any animosity toward the United States, he merely wanted the Americans to stop supplying Batista with arms. In return for Castro's generous self-assessment, Matthews, who had once glorified the communist participants in the Spanish Civil War, described his subject in beatific terms. Castro was an educated man of ideals, he wrote, and of remarkable qualities of leadership. He was a commander who was worshipped by his troops and a source of inspiration for every young Cuban. As if this praise were not sufficient, Matthews added that it was hard to imagine that Castro could be defeated. He was almost invulnerable. 12. This mythology would live on long after Castro's ascent to power. Nevertheless, as I have shown in the cases of other communist movements, ideas alone cannot make a revolution. Their impact is to infuse a movement with meaning and to shape its future direction. Fortunately for Castro, his guerrilla army, and the participants in the 26th of July movement in the urban underground, Batista's policies fostered the tumultuous conditions in which political power was there for the taking. As the president tightened his grip on the public arena, the establishment parties did what they had done countless times in the past. They splintered into warring factions. Simultaneously, business owners deplored the high cost of operating in a climate suffused with graft and corruption. Even at a time when the national economy was stronger than in any other Latin American country, middle-class Cubans grew demoralized because they compared their standard of living to that of their neighbors in the United States. Most significant, Batista's commanding position within the armed forces was eroding. His nepotism and disregard for meritocratic standards in making promotions fueled disgruntlement and conspiratorial activities. Over the same period, Castro's standing among the Cuban left grew. As the country lurched toward Batista's last days, fewer groups could offer viable alternatives to his populist appeals. The PSP continued to be burdened by its reputation for opportunism and its record of support for non-revolutionary governments. In 1953, its General Secretary, Blas Roca, had denounced Castro's assault on the Moncada barracks for its putschist methods and depicted the rebels' heroism as false and sterile. 13. The PSP had also opposed the 26th of July movement's failed insurrection in 1956. Another threat to Castro's authority was defused in 1957 when the terrorist student organization, the Revolutionary Directorate, fell into disarray after a failed coup attempt to storm the presidential palace and assassinate Batista. The remaining leftist challenge to Castro's mystique was presented by Frank País, whose record as an underground fighter would have given him a formidable claim to lead a new government after Batista's fall. As head of the National Directorate of the 26th of July movement, País ran a tight, Leninist-style organization that successfully coordinated insurrectionary activity under conditions that were more dangerous than those in the mountains. His operations inflicted more damage on Batista's forces than Castro's smaller army. País also had a different personal profile. Whereas Castro's conception of political engagement was rooted in the image of the rebel soldier, País was an articulate advocate of civilian leadership. Once more, however, fortune was on Castro's side. País was assassinated in July 1957. 1 year later, the idea of an urban-centered revolution died when the National Directorate's call for a general strike received almost no support. Accordingly, as members of one of the few revolutionary groups left standing, Castro and his guerrilla fighters were ideally positioned to take advantage of Cuba's political crisis. On January 1, 1959, a perfect storm of developments that had been accumulating over the preceding year, a precipitous downturn in the economy, the suspension of U.S. arms shipments, and widespread revulsion against attempts to rig the upcoming presidential election coalesced to force Batista to leave office. As he marched toward Havana, Castro must have been surprised, just like Lenin's Bolsheviks on the eve of the October Revolution, at the suddenness of the regime's collapse. Although his soldiers had begun to score victories in open battle with the National Army since 1958, his plans for a takeover were still vague. This did not matter. True to his talent for sensing a political opportunity, Castro stepped into the vacuum. In a carefully choreographed performance, he and his troops entered Havana on January 8, 1959, where they were met by throngs of cheering citizens. An idea in search of an organization. From the moment Castro stepped into office, he faced the same question encountered by other successful revolutionaries, such as Lenin and Mao. How should one make the transition from a diffuse movement that had been primarily focused on taking power to a government with the capacity to rule? The 26th of July movement was hardly suited for this task. With only a few hundred members, it was a stretch to call it a movement at all. Of these, only a handful were acquainted with the concrete challenges of meeting the expectations of an economically and socially heterogeneous population. Castro's solution to this dilemma, which ultimately shaped the character of the Second PCC when it was founded in 1965, was twofold. On one level, he and his close circle took advantage of the momentum generated by Batista's capitulation to throw themselves completely into the task of revolutionizing society. On the other, more practical level, they took deliberate steps to create an organization with the capacity to sustain this agenda. In both cases, Castro, or, rather, the burgeoning phenomenon known as Fidel, was the glue that held these objectives together. Another leader in Castro's shoes might have waited to measure the depth of his support before introducing substantial policy changes. However, the new prime minister left no room for doubt in the minds of his citizens that the revolution was not yet finished. To the contrary, in Castro's eyes, it needed to keep moving forward until his understanding of the unfulfilled ideas of the Republic's founders, above all those of Martí, were finally realized. Castro asserted that this goal would only be attained under his command. Supposedly, his success as a guerrilla fighter demonstrated that he was made of a different stuff than the politicians who had come before him. Like Martí, he knew what it meant to be a man of the people. Despite his opponent's charges, Castro insisted that he espoused no doctrine or ideology. And, he emphasized, he was certainly not a communist. Rather, in line with Herbert Matthews's portrayal 2 years earlier, he claimed that he simply meant to offer a message of revolutionary humanism. Government of the people without dictatorship and oligarchy, he explained during a visit to New York City on April 24, 1959, with bread and without terror, this is humanism. 14. In support of this view, Castro went to great lengths to emphasize that this new government of the people represented the happy conclusion to a long history of second-class status. For too long, he emphasized, the Cuban people had been treated as though they were incapable of governing themselves. Their enemies believed that we were going to be victims of disunity, of unpreparedness, of the incapacity to organize ourselves. 15 Now, the revolution's task was to prove its doubters wrong. To this end, the regime organized huge rallies and demonstrations around this vision of self-actualization. It dispatched newly minted activists to spread the good word to towns and rural communities across the country. Making an art form of political symbolism, it opened the beaches to all citizens, preached racial equality, drastically reduced rents, promised to improve working conditions for women, and established heavily subsidized people's stores. These measures were accompanied by public campaigns to improve health care, promote mass literacy, and ensure a more egalitarian distribution of wealth. Additionally, the regime pointedly imposed stringent controls on the conduct of public officials to eliminate the corruption that had tarnished the country's governments for decades. Of course, Castro was far from being the reincarnation of Marty. The revolutionary he revered was neither a socialist nor an advocate of centralized government. Furthermore, the point of the Republican Revolution had changed since the turn of the century. To establish this position, Castro and his co-leaders demonstrated that there was more to socialist humanism than letting people live as they wanted. Castro, Guevara, and other rebels made colorful figures when they showed up at international events wearing battle fatigues and berets. But they were not only showing off. Just like former guerrilla fighters everywhere, they were deadly earnest about their goals. In a popular handbook on guerrilla warfare, Guevara explained that one of the primary lessons of the rebel experience was that it is not necessary to wait until all conditions for making revolution exist, the insurrection can create them. 16. During the so-called Year of the Revolution, 1959, the regime seemed to adhere to precisely this voluntarist philosophy. It introduced the first of two agrarian reform laws, imposing significant limits on land ownership and distributing unused agricultural property to peasants. It launched the expropriation of the holdings of supposedly counter-revolutionary farmers. Finally, in 1960, it set its sights on the socialist transformation of the entire economy. With Guevara acting as the director of both the government's Department of Industries and the National Bank, the regime committed itself to accelerated industrialization and the nationalization of foreign property. Over the same period, Cuba's new leaders showed that they were not willing to wait for the entire population to come to their side. They summarily executed more than 600 of Batista's former officials, most of whom were in the police, and imprisoned thousands of dissenters and members of moderate parties. In a manner that was eerily similar to its predecessors, the government cracked down on independent journalists, civic groups, and student associations. Professing the need for intensified public security, it consolidated its control over trade unions and abolished the sacrosanct right to strike. Additionally, in the context of intermittent battles with remnants of Batista's army and aggrieved peasants, it enlisted hundreds of thousands of volunteers into popular militias and created so-called committees for the defense of the revolution to police local communities. There is no reason to think that Castro and his co-leaders would have acted differently in less turbulent circumstances. But one development, Cuba's rapidly deteriorating relationship with the United States, presented a rationale to justify an atmosphere of revolutionary militancy for decades thereafter. In the years of opposition to Batista, Castro's criticisms of Washington had been muted. Once in office, however, he took advantage of the long-standing resentment against Cuba's northern neighbor to boost popular support for his policies. His government's nationalization of American-owned properties and the fact that he turned increasingly to the Soviet Union as a source of trade and economic aid were sufficient for U.S. policymakers to gamble on overthrowing the Cuban regime. On April 16, 1961, a contingent of 1,000 American-trained Cuban exile soldiers landed on the coast of the Bay of Pigs with the aim of fomenting a popular rebellion. The invaders were easily routed by Cuban troops. Of greater, lasting significance, the attack gave Castro the evidence he needed to maintain the spirit of continuous struggle that underlay his path to power. A vigilant and permanently mobilized citizenry, he contended, was necessary to repulse future incursions upon Cuban soil. In October 1962, the crisis in US-Soviet relations surrounding Nikita Khrushchev's decision to install nuclear missiles on the island made this posture even more credible. At the same time that Castro and his fellow leaders were urging their population to support these policies, they were turning toward the considerably more mundane task of building an organization that would keep them in power. To this end, Castro took the surprising, but entirely logical, step of seeking the assistance of the old communists. The PSP's conventional Leninist structure provided the disciplined organization that Castro lacked. In addition, unlike the 26th of July movement, the PSP had full-time, experienced cadres who were strategically distributed in cities and towns across the country. Thus, in July 1961, Castro set the tone for a seeming accommodation with his old rivals by incorporating them into a new body, the ORI. He named Aníbal Escalante, an orthodox Marxist, the organization's secretary and gave his blessing to the appointment of thousands of PSP members to official positions. Complementing this turn, he even rewrote history. In an incredible statement to the Italian Communist Party's official organ, l'Unità, he credited the PSP for being the only Cuban party that had, in his words, consistently called for a radical change of social structures and relations. It was true, he admitted, that the communists had originally distrusted him and his fellow rebels. But, he added with feigned humility, this attitude was entirely understandable. We of the Sierra who were conducting the guerrilla war were still full of petty bourgeois prejudices and defects. 17. No doubt, Castro had the same careful calculations in mind in December 1961 when he precipitously declared himself a Leninist. However, he soon showed his real intentions. In March 1962, in a revealing demonstration of his political skill, he accused Escalante of espousing sectarian views and expelled him from the leadership. Castro justified his decision in a speech that said a great deal about his unconventional understanding of the role of the Communist Party. Escalante's offense, it seemed, had been to create a nucleus within the party that would allow him and the old militants to control every decision made by government ministries. The situation was so bad, Castro suggested, that if a cat gave birth to 4 kittens, it was necessary to refer the matter to the ORI leadership to make a decision about what one should do. This was not Marxism-Leninism, he contended, but merely an attempt to create a culture of favoritism and political faunness. A real Leninist party had only one goal, to orient. The party was to orient the government, but not govern on all levels. And, Castro noted, a real Leninist would avoid all sectarian tendencies by acting only according to the principle of collective leadership. Naturally, he judged himself to be the exemplar of this trait. Arguing that history is written by the masses, he described this style of decision-making as if it were an act of purification. I believe that when the best opinions, the opinions of the most competent men, the most capable men are discussed collectively, that they are cleansed of their vices, of their errors, of their weaknesses, of their faults. 18. Castro coupled these observations with a different kind of cleansing. Immediately after removing Escalante, the Prime Minister's supporters in the ORI purged thousands of the old communists from its rolls, removing over half of the members from Havana province alone. In February 1963, Castro matter-of-factly announced that a new omnibus organization, the United Party of the Cuban Socialist Revolution, would replace the ORI. Finally, on October 3, 1965, he presided over the formation of the virtually identical PCC. What kind of party? The open question was what kind of party this new Communist Party should be. On the one hand, it was clear to Castro and his inner circle that the party could not be like the PSP. Even if that organization's members now pledged their allegiance to the PCC, the old communists' conventional understanding of Leninism was anathema to the Sierra Maestra rebels. On the other hand, most of the leadership agreed that there was a limit to the uncertainty the population would tolerate. In 1964, for example, the regime had been forced to retreat from Guevara's policy of accelerated industrialization because of severe dislocations in the economy and a sharp decline in sugar production. Thus, the key issue before the PCC's leaders was what balance they should strike between the party's revolutionary objectives and their desire to control the population. Provocatively, the idea of the Cuban Revolution had gradually emerged as a point of contention between Castro and Guevara in the period after the ORI's founding. It would be too much to assert that there was an irresolvable conflict between the two personalities. Guevara incessantly professed his devotion to Fidel. Nonetheless, while Castro was settling down to the business of governance, Guevara had different ideas. He continued to champion views, such as the need to combat socialist bureaucratization and to extend the Cuban model of armed struggle to other shores, which showed that he was not content to let the revolution slow down. In a fascinating letter to the Uruguayan weekly Marca, published on March 12, 1965, only 7 months before the PCC's founding, he asserted that the goal of the revolution should not be reduced to the mundane demands of changing social and economic conditions. It should be to create the human being of the 21st century. 19. Guevara was full of inventive ideas about how this transformation could be accomplished: intensified exposure to Marxist writings, artistic experimentation, and the assignment of a new status to manual labor. But he was vague about whether a political organization should be entrusted with this task. He noted elusively that he aspired for the PCC to become a mass party. But, he added, the party's elevation would only be possible when the masses have reached the level of the vanguard, that is, when they are educated for communism. 20. In a turn of events that seems too convenient to have been coincidental, Guevara did not have the opportunity to clarify how this intriguing concept of a vanguard of the masses might be related to the PCC. In a radio address on October 4, following the party's founding, Castro announced that his longtime comrade in arms had resigned from his official posts and left Cuba to carry on the armed struggle in new battlefields. This destination would turn out to be the Republic of the Congo. 21. Also to the point, on October 24, Castro used an address to the PCC's First Central Committee to convey an image of the party that was far more conventional than anything Guevara would have liked. He praised the new body as a major step toward the establishment of a single line in the government's decisions, especially in matters of ideology and economic planning. Too often in the history of the Cuban Republic, Castro lectured, the dissolvent and centripetal forces of our society had outmatched the agglutinating and centrifugal forces. The people had wasted their energies in pointless internal quarrels. Henceforth, adherence to the party line would unite them firmly behind a revolution that had been long in the making. Moreover, Castro added that this party would emphasize the primacy of rules and institutions over the whims of the individual. The early days of the revolution, he observed, without a hint of self-irony, had been marked by the deeds of heroic personalities. Now, it was time to make room for a more predictable system of rule. 22. Castro's praise for the PCC sounded good, but one could have easily predicted that he would not allow a mere organization to take primary responsibility for a ruling idea that he and a handful of associates had monopolized since 1959. To the contrary, the PCC was an expression of Fidel's wishes, not the reverse. In fact, the first Congress of the new party would not be held until 1975. Its 10-member Politburo was dominated by members of the 26th of July movement. Of these, 6 were officers in the Cuban Revolutionary Armed Forces. 2 old communists, Blas Roca and Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, were appointed to the party secretariat. But, to prevent these individuals from taking advantage of their positions, both this organ and the Politburo were controlled by Castro and his brother, Raúl. Finally, although 1/3 of the members of the Central Committee were former members of the PSP, the body was dominated by the FAR. 63 of the organ's 100 members came from the military. 23. The presence of so many military officers in the PCC was not a sign of the militarization of the party. Rather, it reflected Castro's desire to supplement one crucial component of the regime's power with another. In this respect, the PCC had many of the functions of a Soviet-style party. It quickly assumed the leading role over the country's mass organizations, such as the Federation of University Students, the Federation of Women, the General Workers Association, and the CDR, passing down commands from on high, educating members in Marxist-Leninist doctrine, and organizing public demonstrations in support of the regime's policies. Notably, the PCC's reach was also extended into the FAR. In contrast to the first half of the decade when the OIR's influence was negligible, party cells became more active in the army's ranks. For the first time, in a notable indication that the FAR was not invulnerable, criticism of the conduct of low-level officers was permitted. The link between the formation of the PCC and the regime's increasingly risk-averse policies did not mean that Cuba's revolutionary impulse had died with Guevara's departure. The idea was very much alive where it mattered most, in Castro's head. There were simply limits to the extent to which he and his supporters could recapture the popular exuberance of the years immediately before and after their victory. Indeed, Castro encountered a storm of reality in a disastrous attempt to produce a record 10-million-ton sugar cane harvest. Beginning in November 1969, his government sought to summon the will of the masses once again by sending hundreds of thousands of workers, students, housewives, and soldiers to the fields to cut cane. In practice, there was little about this campaign that resembled Guevara's romantic revolutionary ideals, let alone a Maoist, consciousness-raising exercise. It was about hard, grinding work. But for a combination of reasons ranging from the lack of machinery to the inexperience of the volunteer laborers, the harvest fell far short of its primary advocates' goals. Notwithstanding the campaign's outcome, Castro's handling of the crop failure provides revealing insight into his calculations at the beginning of the revolution's second decade. On July 26, 1970, the 17th anniversary of the attack on the Moncada barracks, he gave a solemn speech in which he outlined the mistakes that had been made and their adverse impact on numerous sectors of the economy. The address was a characteristic tour de force. In one breath, Castro pinned the blame for the fiasco on himself and the party, and then, in another, declared that no one was to blame. He offered his and his co-leaders' resignation, but then observed that they would be hypocrites to step down. The most notable feature of the speech was the way Castro turned the need for a more sober economic strategy into an all-important demonstration of revolutionary purity. The Cuban people, he declared, were not cowards. It was a sign of the depth of their moral spirit that they had the courage to admit their mistakes. Likewise, he and his colleagues were not afraid to say that they had no magic solutions to their country's woes. Rather, this situation, too, was a chance to celebrate the heroic deeds of the people. If he and the rebels who had finally brought Cuba its revolution had an atom of value, Castro stressed, it was because of their service to an idea, a cause, linked to the people. 24. Interestingly, Castro's defeat led him to take the major step that he had resisted since the founding of the PCC in 1965. To restore his authority, he turned to the party to play a leading role in realizing this idea. This was no mean change, of course. With the exception of the Politburo, the PCC's major organs, including the Central Committee and the Secretariat, had rarely met. The party had relatively few members, and its cadres had lost touch with their constituencies. In fact, the PCC had not held a single party congress in its history. At this point, thanks to Castro's backing, the PCC slowly acquired the features of a conventional organization. Its various departments began to meet on a regular basis. Party membership nearly quadrupled, from a mere 55,000 in 1969 to more than 200,000 members 6 years later. Correspondingly, the representation of PCC officials in the leadership rose markedly. In 1965, the party had only provided 10% of the Central Committee's members, but within a decade, it accounted for nearly 29%. In a demonstration of party unity, Castro conspicuously reinstated old communists to both this body and the Politburo. For these reasons, when the PCC's members finally assembled for their first Congress in 1975 and endorsed a new constitution and a program of moderate economic growth, it seemed as though the party was finally coming into its own. According to Article 5 of the Constitution, the PCC was the vanguard of the working class and the highest leading force in society. 25. Of course, Castro had not given up the idea that he remained the preeminent force in Cuban society. Still, the fact that he turned to the PCC in a time of crisis demonstrated that an idea of leadership based primarily on the instincts of a single individual is not always sufficient to guarantee the attainment of a government's goals. As in the Soviet Union and China in the 1970s, as I shall show in Chapter 11, the affirmation of the party's leading role had the advantage of providing an atmosphere of constancy and predictability in complex conditions. Nonetheless, this particular party's days of glory were not to last. Within a few years after the PCC's elevation, Castro regained the confidence he had exhibited in the early period after the 26th of July movement's ascendance and looked for new means of asserting his authority through a return to revolutionary action. Chapter 10. The Revolution Returns. On June 30, 1949, 3 months before the founding of the People's Republic of China, Mao Zedong published an essay, on the People's Democratic Dictatorship, in which he had this to say about the Chinese Communist Party. Like a man, he began, a political party has its childhood, youth, manhood and old age. The Communist Party of China is no longer a child or a lad in his teens, but has become an adult. When a man reaches old age he will die, Mao continued, and the same is true of a party. When classes disappear, all instruments of class struggle parties and the state machinery will lose their function, cease to be necessary, therefore gradually wither away and end their historical mission, and human society will move to a higher stage. 1. Mao's reference to the CCP's adulthood is what one would expect from the leader of a movement on the verge of victory. The party's members had every reason to be proud of their achievement. But henceforth, they had to prove themselves worthy. The Chinese people would not wait around for their new rulers to get their bearings. Thus, in a manner that bore a striking resemblance to Lenin's admonitions after the October Revolution, Mao informed his readers that there was still much work to do, and their struggle for power was only the first step in a new long march. The remnants of the enemy had yet to be wiped out. The tasks of rebuilding the economy, combating crippling inflation, and restoring public order were immense. For the time being, these responsibilities meant that the party should put aside what it did best, fomenting revolution, and concentrate on state building. In the Soviet Union's infancy, the Bolsheviks had been up to this task. Now, the CCP could demonstrate its prowess as well. Point 2. Yet, in one respect, Mao's description of the party's fate was new. In nearly every case I have considered in this book, the creators of Leninist orthodoxy seem to have taken it for granted that the Communist Party would survive, in one form or another, the attainment of communism. In the canonical works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, only the state withers away. In Mao's essay, however, one finds him confronting what others have failed to consider: the party's mortality. In line with Mao's analogy, there is no reason to think that the party's demise should be any less inevitable than the passing of those who have brought the revolution to completion. Indeed, Mao suggested that the ultimate indication of the party's success will be its obsolescence. It will not be overthrown. Rather, it will be part of a historical process in which all institutions, classes, state power, and political parties will die out very naturally. At this point, he concluded, humanity will enter a realm of harmony. 3. In another respect, however, the difference between Mao's view of the party's destiny and a major strand of Marxist thought is not as great as it appears at first glance. At the heart of his thinking, Mao shared with predecessors like Marx, Rosa Luxemburg, and Leon Trotsky the instinctive distrust of all political organizations, the party included. Such human constructs threatened to sap the revolutionary moment's potential. Later, and even more than these iconic figures, Mao extended his animosity beyond the state to the party. But his target was the organizational party, not the idea of the revolutionary group that he had cultivated in Yan'an. Far from abandoning this conviction, he aggressively returned to it again and again after the PRC's founding. There are two reasons for viewing Mao's intentions in this way. First, this perspective helps us to see why attempts by scholars to equate Maoism with other extreme forms of Leninism, and especially its Stalinist variant, are misleading or simply wrong. To be sure, Mao and Stalin were scarcely inhibited in using the pretext of Communist Party rule to serve their megalomania. Their desire for absolute power and their certainty that no other person was capable of acting with the clarity of vision and sense of historical purpose led them to inflict unimaginable suffering on their fellow human beings. Still, there is an essential difference between Mao's and Stalin's understanding of the party's functions. Stalin viewed the organizational party as a hothouse of independent thinking and an impediment to his particular brand of socialism. Hence, he subordinated the idea of party rule to an all-powerful state. In contrast, Mao was driven by the conviction that the organizational party should be reinfused with its original ideals. Second, Mao's disdain for formal organizations meant that there was a contradiction built into the construction of socialism that Stalin and his Eastern European allies would have abhorred. To the consternation of many of his lifelong comrades in battle, Mao viewed the prospect of socialist stabilization with deep suspicion. In a conversation with the sympathetic Cambodian communist leader Pol Pot in 1975, he noted that socialism's struggle with its enemies would last more than 10,000 years. Indeed, it would exist even under communism. Point 4. As we shall see, Mao's refusal to compromise this conception of revolutionary history had devastating consequences. In two distinct periods, his undercutting of the CCP's authority in the Great Leap Forward in the late 1950s and his assault on the institution during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution a decade later, he weakened the primary force that kept the revolution from turning in on itself and tearing the country apart. Notably, Pol Pot was infatuated with this revolutionary vision. From 1975 to 1979, he and his fellow insurrectionists in the communist Khmer Rouge subjected Cambodia to genocidal policies in the name of cultural and social purification that resulted in the deaths of a quarter of the country's population. However, the era of Maoist rule shared one feature in common with Stalinism. Like the Soviet Great Terror, the turmoil that engulfed China might not have reached such unfathomable proportions under a different and possibly less powerful ruler. In making this point, I do not mean to suggest that another leader would have objected to the use of violence to achieve his goals. After all, just like Stalin's opponents in the 1920s, the key figures in the CCP were committed revolutionaries. Nonetheless, as I shall demonstrate in this chapter, some of Mao's deputies had different ideas about what was, and was not, required for the successful construction of socialism. In fact, years later, in the late 1970s and 1980s, their conceptions of single-party rule would lead China down a path that was much less turbulent than the years of Maoist supremacy. Boundless exuberance. To understand the Chinese Communists' conception of their party's priorities after the founding of the PRC on October 1, 1949, one must appreciate the comparatively favorable circumstances in which they came to power. Only a few years earlier, the Communists' prospects had seemed far from propitious. When the war with Japan ended in August 1945, Chiang Kai-shek's National Revolutionary Army had nearly 4 times as many troops as the newly named People's Liberation Army and enjoyed a vast superiority in weaponry. It controlled most of China's territory and nearly all of its major cities. Furthermore, Chiang was officially the country's president. He had both the United States and the Soviet Union at his side, each seeking to expand its sphere of influence. Nonetheless, through a combination of shrewd diplomacy, guerrilla warfare, and patriotic appeals, the PLA and the CCP soon turned these adverse conditions to their favor. Thus, when Mao stood atop Tiananmen Square's Gate of Heavenly Peace and proclaimed the new republic, he and his compatriots accomplished a feat that had eluded their predecessors. For the first time since the fall of the Qing dynasty, China was ruled by a single government. With this victory serving as proof of the Communists' claims to represent a national agenda, they could direct their energies exclusively toward putting their social and economic values into practice. Initially, the PRC's new leaders were cautious. After 2 decades of civil war and 8 years of Japanese occupation, none would have believed that China was ready for an immediate transition into socialism. Their young regime was faced with the challenge of resolving the myriad problems that had made its rise to power possible. Thanks to the Kuomintang's intransigence and flailing leadership in its final years, the Communists inherited a fractured economy. China lacked even a unified monetary system. There was no coordination of state, regional, and local budgets. Entire industries had been shut down, and there existed few reliable sources of transportation. Cities were threatened with food shortages and disease. Compounding these problems, China's new rulers were in a similar position to the Bolsheviks in 1917 and 1918. They were not yet equipped to exercise the power they had won. Despite their prowess on the battlefield, they had few of the skills required for administering a demanding national government. The police forces and court system were in disarray and public order had broken down. The state's bureaucracies were suffused with graft and corruption. Many GMD officials with the experience and know-how to attend to the routine matters of governance had fled to Taiwan along with their president. Before coming to power, even Mao conceded the complexity of the situation. In contrast to his characterization of the party's adulthood on the people's democratic dictatorship, he also summoned the image of an earlier life stage. "We are like a girl," he told a Soviet emissary, who, when marrying, knowing that she will have to bear children but not knowing how it will be, she still knows that it will be inevitable and she marries 5. This turned out to be an apt metaphor. Although the CCP was technically a robust 28 years old, Mao and his comrades recognized that they had to face their limitations and build strong institutions. Given the support they had earned among the peasantry and their appreciation of the danger of inflicting new blows on the agrarian economy, the Communists appreciated the acute need for pragmatism in the countryside. In the final years of the war and immediately thereafter, the PLA had been the image of socialist beneficence, rewarding poor peasants with plots of land and livestock. But to restabilize the economy, the regime soon placed strict limits on the confiscation of property. Former landlords were allowed to keep small plots of land for personal use. Well-off peasants were able to continue employing tenant farmers. The case for moderation was even more compelling in the cities where the GMD had enjoyed the bulk of its support. For an all too brief period, middle-class urban residents and GMD officials were surprised to find that their fears of recrimination by the victors were unfounded. The Communists presented themselves as liberating patriots. To compensate for their lack of experience, they, like the Bolsheviks before them, retained tens of thousands of civil servants. Although they hastened to take control over prices and wages, they tolerated wholesale and retail trade in private hands. Under the party's purview, the number of privately owned industries actually increased. These strategies paid off. With greater incentives to attend to the cultivation of property, both large and small farmers rewarded the government with modest increases in productivity. As the unification of the country under a centralized authority took hold, the regime slowly reined in inflation, restored commerce, and boosted urban industry. In addition, the Communists won public favor by skillfully characterizing their goals as principled alternatives to the moral bankruptcy of GMD rule. In a manner that harkened back to the idealistic fervor of the New Culture movement of the late 1910s, they railed against the ills of old China: opium addiction, prostitution, and gambling. They introduced divorce laws and banned concubinage and polygamy. Across the country, cadres staged mass literacy campaigns, built schools, and formed neighborhood committees to educate citizens in basic health matters and sanitation. Of course, Mao and his co-leaders did not come to bring social peace alone. Once China's recovery was set in motion, they had less cause for restraint, especially against the party's purported opponents. In a conversation with one of Stalin's emissaries in early 1949, Mao had hinted at darker times to come by likening his country to a dirty house filled with firewood, trash, dust, fleas, and lice. This home, he emphasized, needed to be purged of its enemies before it could be fully reopened. 6 In 1951, the regime began the house cleaning. Under the evocative campaign for the elimination of counter-revolutionaries and the Three Anti-campaign, authorities claimed to uncover covert GMD agents, American spies, and imperialist collaborators everywhere, all of whom were supposedly bent upon fomenting a new civil war. Likewise, Cotters whipped up popular hysteria with mass meetings and rallies, and conducted tiger hunts and public trials of the same officials the regime had previously retained. By the end of 1952, the government had executed upwards of 700,000 people for alleged crimes against the state, thousands more fell victim to the petty grudges of neighbors or died at their own hands. 7. Moreover, the regime's dependence on the Soviet Union for material goods and expertise was unmistakable. In a manner resembling the noblesse oblige of his Tsarist predecessors, Stalin came to the aid of his junior partners. In the name of proletarian solidarity, his government sent over 10,000 engineers, scientists, and other advisors to take part in the reconstruction effort. Simultaneously, it welcomed 8 times as many Chinese students to universities in the USSR. By the end of the 1950s, Moscow had provided the PRC with millions of dollars in financial assistance, long-term loans, industrial equipment, and military supplies, almost all of which was directed to modernizing sectors of the economy. Despite Stalin's aggravating slights over the years, which had included support for a friendship treaty with Chiang Kai-shek in 1945, Mao held firm to his conviction that the leadership of the Soviet Communist Party was China's best teacher and we must learn from it. In an affirmation of this principle, following the country's stabilization, the CCP fashioned its first 5-year plan around the core element of the Stalinist economy, the priority of heavy industrial development. In the words of Beijing's mayor, Peng Zhen, Chairman Mao wants a big modern city, he expects the sky there to be filled with smokestacks. 9 From an ideological perspective, it helped that the Soviets had already gone through the tortuous debates about reconciling Marxist theory with their desire to accelerate the leap from pre-capitalist forms of economic organization to full-scale socialist construction. Thanks to its massive population, China already had a virtually unlimited supply of workers to emulate the Soviet model of labor-intensive growth. At a pace that outstripped Moscow's expectations, the regime acted according to the same storming mentality that had typified high Stalinism. It emphasized the production of steel, chemicals, and electric power, nationalized remaining private businesses, built massive industrial cities in the country's interior regions, and beyond its Marxist goals, mobilized millions of workers in the name of restoring the glory their nation had lost over the past century. In the countryside, in contrast, the Communists pursued policies that were more akin to the Bolsheviks' new economic policy than the mass collectivization drive that came later. Although the first 5-year plan referred to eventual collectivization, the policy's implementation was slower and generally less violent than in the Soviet Union. Recognizing the CCP's long-standing dependence on the peasantry, state planners formed mutual aid teams in which small groups of households would do nothing more radical than work together, tilling the land and harvesting crops. After the adoption of the first 5-year plan, the regime's tactics became more ambitious. It formed larger production units, or agricultural producers' cooperatives, in which peasants pooled their resources and were paid for their services. In theory, the APCs were meant to lay the ground for eventual collectivization. Still, these measures were nothing like the extremes of Stalinism. Property owners retained title to their holdings and were formally allowed to withdraw from the cooperatives. The idea of the party in dispute. This period of restraint was not to last. When the Politburo's members began to consider the next step in China's development, they were forced to wrestle with a matter that was considerably more consequential than a change in economic policy. This was the party's leading role. In principle, No one questioned the CCP's importance in pursuing the twin goals of revolution and modernization. Nonetheless, there were significant differences between Mao and his closest colleagues about what this meant. The APCs provided the occasion for the first major dispute. Initially, the peasantry had welcomed the new units as an opportunity to achieve financial security and improve their standard of living. But in 1955, their enthusiasm dissipated. Following 2 disappointing harvests, the government forced them to increase the delivery of grain to the cities. Poor peasants in particular found their livelihoods threatened by the meager returns of their private plots. As discontent grew, a majority of the Politburo's members concluded that one could only defuse the crisis by rescinding the state's demands and slowing the creation of new APCs. However, Mao undermined the consensus. On July 31, 1955, he went around the leadership to inform a gathering of provincial and municipal party secretaries in Beijing that the state should undertake even more aggressive steps. The misguided assumption of the first 5-year plan, he underscored, had been to prioritize industrial growth. This approach had allowed for the persistence of vast disparities in wealth among the peasantry. Now it was incumbent upon the CCP to redress this injustice by imposing its will on the countryside. The Soviet Union had done this after Stalin's death. China could, too. In a testament to his authority, Mao achieved what he wanted. A suddenly compliant Politburo revised the government's agricultural production targets radically upward. Under the banner of the socialist high tide later dubbed the Little Leap Forward by Mao's critics, it committed to doubling the number of APCs by the end of 1956. In fact, this goal was not only met, Mao's expectations were soon surpassed. Thanks to the frenzied efforts of local cadres and their promises of bountiful rewards to come, 95% of agricultural households were transformed into APCs. By the end of the decade, almost all of these cooperatives had become functioning collective farms. For our purposes, the revealing aspect of the agrarian policy is what it said about Mao's view of the Communist Party. His understanding of the party's functions remained essentially unchanged from those of the fiery young revolutionary who had written the Hunan Report in 1927 and the report from the Jinggang Mountains 1 year later. The party was called to act on the inevitable flow of historical events. In a July 1955 speech, published as On the Cooperative Transformation of Agriculture, Mao justified the acceleration of the cooperative movement by once again conjuring up the imagery of stormy seas and crashing waves to show that history was on the side of the oppressed masses who wanted to change the world. The high tide of social transformation in the countryside, he proclaimed, would soon sweep through the whole country. This was a vast socialist revolutionary movement with more than 500 million members. It could not be defeated. The problem, Mao argued with the same self-assuredness that he had evinced in the 1920s, was not with the masses. It was with the party. As an organization, the CCP had lost sight of its founding purposes. Some comrades, Mao told his audience, in an unmistakable reference to his Politburo associates, are tottering along like a woman with bound feet. They were complaining all the time, "You are going too fast, much too fast." But, Mao stressed, their diagnosis was completely wrong. The party was lagging behind those it was meant to lead. The mass movement was running ahead, while the leadership cannot keep pace with it. 10. In pushing the party to overcome its fear of dragons ahead and tigers behind, Mao also presented his listeners with a familiar argument about how true communists should act. The way to inspire the masses, he maintained, was for cadres to engage in productive activity. One could never learn how to do a good job, he emphasized, by listening to instructors in a training class. A true communist was called to plunge into the battle, work alongside the people, and lead them into socialism. In so doing, each of the party's members would learn from those below them what it meant to act with courage and conviction. 11. In theory, Mao's summoning of the Holy Spirit of the mass line was a reasonable approach to maximize the CCP's impact. In practice, the socialist high tide was a disaster. Far from stimulating the economy, it destabilized the countryside. Entire villages were threatened with starvation. Just as in the Soviet Union under collectivization, farmers hid their grain and others fought back, demanding that they be allowed to leave the APCs. Making matters worse, major industries were simultaneously beset with shortages of raw materials. For the first time since the PRC's founding, Mao found himself vulnerable to charges that he was going too fast, much too fast. At the time of the Socialist High Tide's enunciation, party veterans, such as Zhou Enlai, the new premier, and Liu Shaokai, the chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress and author of the Civil War tract How to Be a Good Communist, had expressed misgivings about the policy's risks. This turmoil not only confirmed their fears, it raised questions about the wisdom of allowing their leader, and not the Politburo, to dictate party priorities. This circumstance alone would have presented Mao with a major challenge. But his position was made even more precarious by the fact that these troubles coincided with Nikita Khrushchev's exposure of Stalin's crimes at the CPSU's 20th Party Congress in February 1956. As I have suggested in Chapter 8, Mao's long association with Stalin and his reliance upon his personality cult meant that he was as vulnerable to the Soviet leader's attacks as his Eastern European counterparts. Accordingly, he hastened to inform his colleagues that he would take Khrushchev's revelations seriously. In an illuminating essay, on the 10 major relationships, Mao admitted what had long been assumed about his party's relationship with the Soviet dictator. Stalin's treatment of China's communists, he pointed out, had not always been correct. He had mistakenly enjoined them not to press forward in their battles with the GMD and Japan. He took us half seriously, Mao asserted, half skeptically. After giving ground on these points, however, Mao showed that he was not willing to concede anything more to his colleagues than absolutely necessary. He ridiculed certain unnamed party members, both in the Soviet Union and in China, who once extolled Stalin to the skies have now in one swoop consigned him to purgatory. Quoting a Central Committee statement, Mao contended that only 30% of Stalin's decisions were bad, whereas 70% were good. Ironically, precisely these terms would be used 2 decades later to characterize Mao's rule. But at this moment, the lesson for the CCP was that it should emulate Stalin's actions when they made sense for China and avoid them when they did not. By implication, the same standard could be applied to Mao himself. Point 12. To demonstrate his readiness to abide by the standard, Mao raised no objection at the party's 8th Congress in September 1956, when his colleagues revised the PRC's constitution, adopted only 2 years earlier, to restrain him from acting unilaterally. Invoking the norm of collective leadership, they strengthened the party secretariat by eliminating the provision that made Mao its chairman. They also created a new position, that of CCP General Secretary, which reported directly to the Politburo. Deng Xiaoping assumed this title, taking charge of the Central Committee apparatus. Finally, they removed the Constitution's extraordinary reference to the primacy of Mao Zedong thought. These changes were far from a fatal blow to Mao's authority. He retained his key positions as both chairman of the PRC and Central Military Commission. Nonetheless, the dents in Mao's reputation provided an opening for serious discussion about the possibility that China could be led in a meaningful way by a vibrant party, and not a charismatic hero. Liu Shaokai took the lead at the 8th Congress, arguing that the CCP was fit to usher the country into a higher stage of historical development. Since the enunciation of the first 5-year plan, he emphasized, the party had made significant progress in preparing the population for the transition into socialism. It had eliminated feudal class structures, reformed former exploiters, and secured the proletariat's position as the leading class. Thus, it was time to look ahead. We are now confronted with new conditions and new tasks, Liu told the Congress, and we must solve many problems which are more complicated than those of the past, and with which we are unfamiliar. Above all, in Liu's estimation, the party's members needed to accept that socialism would not be achieved overnight. Concretely, This recognition meant that the party would have to pursue its goals on a step-by-step basis. 13. In making this case, Lu could not have avoided brushing against at least some of the adverse effects of Mao's rule. The mistakes of the preceding few years, Lu declared in a clear reference to the socialist high tide, had been due to the rashness and impetuosity of trying to do things by coercion and command. These mistakes could have been avoided if those in charge had made an earnest effort to analyze correctly the actual conditions of things and to sum up the experience of the masses. In the absence of these correctives, party functionaries had grown conceited and complacent. Rather than formulating policy on the basis of investigation and listening to experts, they reached decisions solely on the basis of impressions. For the CCP to become more effective, Lu stressed, it had to learn from cadres who understood local conditions and ask whether its policies were sensible. Finally, given its aspiration to improve the lives of the Chinese people, the party needed to be open to new ideas and approaches. 14. Naturally, Mao could not be faulted for slighting the idea of seeking truth from below. This was a central feature of Maoist rule. For Lu and other senior leaders, the problem was that he was inconsistent. Could one not deduce, therefore, that he bore a degree of responsibility for the regime's misguided policies? Lu was not quite willing to take this bold leap. Thus, he approached the dilemma of correcting a leader who, unlike Stalin, was still very much present in the flesh, by proceeding with caution. On the one hand, he fawned over the great helmsman's achievements. Since the Zunyi Conference in 1935, Lu affirmed, Mao had repeatedly demonstrated his genius for integrating the truth of Leninism with China's unique conditions. His brilliant instincts had guaranteed that the party had never made a mistake in its general line. On the other hand, Lu used these encomia to justify the new face of party rule. In his portrayal, Mao was steadfastly committed to inter-party democracy and collective leadership. According to this logic, the CCP would only thrive, Lu pointed out, if the personalistic approach to revolution that had served the organization well in wartime were now replaced with a principled emphasis on party rule. This shift, Lu suggested, would be exemplified by greater consultation with the organization's ranks and a serious consideration of all views. 15. It says something about the business-like spirit within the CCP's upper echelons at this moment that even those individuals who were less critical of Mao embraced the theme of political stabilization. Nevertheless, it is equally telling that few, if any, of the Politburo's members dared to choose between the party and their leader. One day after Liu's address, Mao's protégé Deng Xiaoping conveyed the hope that this situation would never arise. Where Lu had set the stage for enhancing the CCP's position, the General Secretary characterized the party as an institution that was built to last. 7 years after the PRC's founding, Deng argued, the CCP had established its leading role in the work of the state. Party units had spread to every town, county, and district. Their representatives were active in every government office and economic enterprise. They were tirelessly engaged in educating the masses about the fundamentals of Marxism and Leninism. This did not mean, Deng stressed, that the party was above criticism. He made a point of noting that cadres had not always lived up to their responsibilities. Many had fallen prey to the maladies of bureaucratic thinking. Notably, Deng formulated his response to these problems in a textbook description of democratic centralism. On the one hand, he underscored the need to guard against excessive centralization. In some matters, he contended, the organization's effectiveness would be increased by encouraging its lower-level functionaries to take the initiative. They were best positioned to know how to act because of their proximity to the masses. On the other hand, Deng emphasized that it was equally important to guard against excessive decentralization or, as he expressed it, the danger that cadres would turn their particular department into a little world of their own. In these cases, he observed, the party's leaders should listen patiently to the views of their lower ranks. However, once they reached a decision, their representatives should carry it out without question. In expressing this perspective, Deng must have provoked a question in the minds of everyone in the Congress Hall. How could one square the need for a stable set of understandings about party operations with the unremitting inclination of a particular individual, that is, Mao Zedong, to intrude upon its decisions? Deng showed that he was less inclined than Lu to address the contradiction. Notwithstanding an obligatory bow to collective leadership, he carefully observed that Marxism had never denied the importance of outstanding individuals. The decisive issue, it seemed, was how this person acted. A true leader would maintain close contact with the masses, follow the party's rules, and obey its commands. Indeed, Deng added, when these conditions were met, it was reasonable to show one's love for the party by expressing one's love for the leader. Without a hint of irony, Deng noted that Mao had shown that he deserved this recognition by prohibiting the celebration of officials' birthdays. If one took Deng at his word, there was evidently no reason to believe that the chairman would fail to exhibit this beneficent disposition. Point 16. Flowers blooming, schools contending. Based upon the other cases of personalist despotism that we have encountered in this book, one could easily conclude that Deng's attempt to reconcile the need for stable party rule with Mao's countervailing desire to assert his interests at will was destined to be a futile exercise. Still, Deng's address provides us with insight into the issue that would confound him and other party figures over the coming 2 decades. No matter what governing principles they endorsed, Mao's distinctively anti-institutional approach to leadership was deeply ingrained in the political culture of the CCP. On May 2, 1956, Mao surprised his colleagues by assuming a conciliatory pose. He invoked the words of a classical Chinese poem to let 100 flowers blossom and 100 schools of thought contend. The speech was never published, although it was broadcast on radio. But Mao's thinking was subsequently clarified in an article on May 26 by the head of the CCP propaganda department, Lu Dingyi. In words that Mao must have approved and may have written, Lu expressed enthusiasm for the open spirit emanating from the Kremlin by encouraging writers and artists and the scientific and technical elite to express themselves freely. Initially, there was nothing to indicate that the government would actually live up to these words. Lu emphasized that the class struggle was still very much alive, especially in cultural and intellectual domains. Correspondingly, educated Chinese were understandably hesitant to test the government's toleration of independent thought. Nonetheless, following the Hungarian uprising in October 1956, Mao took a shocking step. Instead of ordering an immediate crackdown on potential sources of opposition, he invited the elite to engage in precisely the active scrutiny of official policy that less educated party and state functionaries feared the most. Once again, Mao circumvented his senior colleagues to make his views known. In an initially unpublished speech to the Supreme State Conference on February 27, 1957, on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, he used a familiar Leninist formulation to announce the shift in policy. All socialist societies, Mao argued, were bisected by 2 types of contradictions. 1. The antagonistic contradiction between the people and its enemies, could only be resolved through a resolute battle to the death of the latter. The other type, non-antagonistic contradictions among the people, could be addressed through patient discussion and persuasion according to the principle of democratic centralism. This was hardly the first time Mao had suggested that Chinese society was divided into different groups. The new dimension was the extent to which he blurred the line between these opposing groups in favor of non-antagonistic contradictions. The first thing one notices in the address is that Mao does not refer to the class struggle at all. In fact, the putatively newly enlightened chairman seems to view this way of understanding society as less useful than in the past. Antagonistic contradictions, he explains, such as those between the working class and the national bourgeoisie, if handled properly, be transformed into non-antagonistic ones. This is good news for the exploiting class. Whereas it was previously threatened with extinction, now it is presented with a chance for revelation. As Mao points out obligingly, as long as one is not an enemy, one belongs to the people. 17. In addition, Mao's way of justifying this argument is a revealing indication of his growing expectations of the Chinese Revolution. Instead of simply observing that the PRC has ascended to a higher stage of development, as Liu Shaokai had done, he intimates that the party's handling of class conflict is already superior to that of the Soviet Union. To make the point, Mao singles out Stalin. Despite his many achievements, Mao advises his listeners, Stalin spent too much time looking for contradictions between the enemy and the people and, hence, made a mess of it. As a result, the Soviet leaders' policies had made it impossible for the USSR's citizens to contribute fully to their country. Under this system, Mao explains, one could only say positive things, not negative things, only glorify, not criticize. Whoever had anything critical to say, he adds, was suspected of being an enemy and risked landing in jail or having his head chopped off. 18 In contrast, Mao paints a positive picture of the CCP. In the PRC's first years, he stresses, there was no alternative to eliminating the hundreds of thousands of counter-revolutionaries who threatened the young republic. The Chinese people demanded their execution. But, Mao boasts, this number had quickly dropped. Indeed, over the preceding year, the government had killed almost no one, only a very small number of odd ones. 19. At this point in the address, Mao could have simply let his party comrades bask in this purported record of moderation. But he takes the argument one step further. Rather than limiting himself to the proposition that the contradictions in China have essentially been reduced to the non-antagonistic variety, he opens the room for political engagement to virtually every segment of society that is willing to contribute responsibly. There are many types of blooming flowers, Mao argues. The primary task is to distinguish between fragrant flowers and poisonous weeds. On this basis, one should identify those citizens best suited to lead the people and weed out those who are holding it back. In this matter, significantly, Mao makes an inflammatory point. Notwithstanding his praise of the CCP's record, it turns out that many of the party's leaders have been providing the soil on which many of the weeds are growing. 9 out of 10 party members, he declares, oppose or only partially support political change. They insist on defending dogmatic approaches to socialism and refuse to accept criticism, punishing anyone who finds fault with their policies. Even within the party's senior ranks, from the district committees up to the central committee, leading figures endorsed bureaucratism and departmentalism. As a result, Mao concludes, these personalities are not only incapable of solving pressing problems, they are contributing to the growth of new weeds in Marxist garb. 20. Most likely, Mao's criticism of the CCP's shortcomings would not have been news to those who knew him. Yet, instead of limiting himself, as he had done in the past, to inviting peasants and workers to investigate the party's behavior, he invites previously suspect groups, such as intellectuals and students, to take part in the process. In a remarkable segment of the speech in which Mao addresses recent incidences of student unrest, he suggests that mass protest against the party's decisions can be useful for correcting misguided policies. Provided that those who create disturbances are doing so for the right reasons, he declares, let them go ahead. If they do not want to stop, he adds provocatively, let them go on until they feel they have made enough disturbances. 21. One can speculate about Mao's reasons for making these observations. Undoubtedly, he was trying to assert his authority over his critics. He may have also interpreted the collapse of communist rule in Hungary as a lesson about the dangers of Stalinist rule. Yet, it quickly became clear that his gamble had backfired. For 2 months, Mao got the disturbances he thought he wanted, but rather than increasing the party's credibility, they weakened it. Ever attentive to the slightest shift in official policy, educated Chinese readers found his clarification of the purposes of the 100 Flowers campaign to be an invitation to voice dissatisfaction. With a fervor that recalled the protests of the New Culture and May 4 movements in the 1910s, they demanded that the government permit the free expression of opinion. Journalists documented instances of corruption in the party's ranks. On the campus of Peking University, students erected a democracy wall on which they posted placards venting their grievances. These protests snowballed into attacks on the entire socialist system, leading the regime to fear the collapse of social order. Mao later sought to salvage his reputation by insisting that he had meant all along to trick counter-revolutionary elements into exposing themselves. It was, as he put it, like luring snakes out of their holes. 22 However, it is difficult to take this explanation at face value. It seems implausible that he would have undertaken such a risky venture if he did not wish to explore citizens' belief in the party. Assuming this latter interpretation is correct, his experiment was entirely consistent with his anti-institutional conception of political action. Nonetheless, the damage was done. In June 1957, the Politburo swiftly reversed course. In contrast to the unconventional strategy of the 100 Flowers campaign, it embraced entirely conventional means of coercion to restore public order. In the same unforgiving manner in which Hungary's new government and its Soviet occupiers were simultaneously suppressing their opponents, although without the context of foreign invasion, the regime arrested prominent participants in the protests and shut down independent newspapers and forums. Party leaders took particular care to identify and expel reform-minded critics within their own ranks. Overall, more than 500,000 people, ranging from writers and artists to scientists and engineers, were denounced for rightist tendencies. In the process of mobilizing millions of citizens to carry out this campaign, party activists reinforced a parallel strain within Maoist thought that denigrated all forms of intellectual activity. Mao gave his imprimatur to this about-face in a subtly revised version of On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People on June 19, 1957. He pointedly removed the ambiguities and nuanced distinctions of the original speech. Gone was the suggestion that the enemies of socialism could become its friends. He underscored the class struggle and warned his colleagues about the resurgence of counter-revolution. Whereas the word revisionism had not appeared in the original speech, Mao not only invoked the term in the new version but used it as a counterpoint to his original condemnation of dogmatism. To safeguard his personal standing, he also noticeably softened his criticisms of Stalin's cult and accused Khrushchev of going too far. Although he retained the imagery of the 100 Flowers, it was clear that independent thought could only blossom with his explicit permission. A great leap forward. Mao's failure did not cow him into political retreat. To the contrary, it emboldened him to look elsewhere to recommit the party to a particular conception of its leading role. He found this opportunity in what would become the disastrous politicization of the Chinese economy. At the second session of the CCP's 8th Congress in May 1958, he demonstrated his power by entrusting his critic, Liu Shaoqi, with heralding and thereby sharing responsibility for the success of a new policy of economic development, the Great Leap Forward. The essence of the Great Leap Forward, as Liu described it in the Central Committee report, was that the CCP would undertake a qualitatively different approach to the construction of socialism than its Soviet allies. Whereas the Stalinist regime had emphasized urban growth strategies, the Chinese government would, in line with Mao's earlier emphasis on pursuing industrial and agricultural development simultaneously, take advantage of its huge population to advance labor-intensive growth strategies in all sectors of the economy. 23. Mao's timing was no accident. In the aftermath of the 100 Flowers debacle, he had to convince his comrades that he was fit to lead the party. In this respect, his choice of Liu to give the address was a conscious act of co-optation. Happy or not, Liu returned the favor by repeatedly praising the chairman's wisdom. Additionally, the Great Leap Forward coincided with indications of escalating tensions between Beijing and Moscow. When Nikita Khrushchev declared at the Moscow Conference of Communist Parties in November 1956 that the USSR would outstrip the industrial production of the United States in 15 years, Mao promptly asserted that the PRC would surpass Great Britain over the same period. China, it seemed, might not be the equal of the Soviet Union, but it was steadily on the rise. Yet, for Mao, the Great Leap Forward was more than a platform on which to demonstrate China's economic prowess. Before announcing the new policy, he gave a flurry of speeches in Hangzhou, Nanning, and Chengdu outlining a conception of historical development that went far beyond the straightforward categories of classical Marxism. In Mao's portrayal, revolutionary activity was not a finite event. It was an enduring feature of human existence. In only a few years, he indicated, China had gone through multiple revolutions, the seizure of power in 1949, land reform, collectivization, and the anti-rightist campaign. A technological revolution was already underway. 24 This was by no means the end of the story. Revolutions would continue on an uninterrupted basis, one after the other. In fact, in a draft memorandum to the CCP apparatus, Mao subsequently emphasized that they would never cease. Even after the class struggle had come to a conclusion and communism was achieved, people would continue to struggle over ideology, politics, and techniques. It was sheer foolishness to think otherwise. 25. Additionally, in line with this argument, Mao clarified his understanding of the proper responsibilities of the party cadre. According to this characterization, the function of the archetypical party member at the current stage of China's development, the technological revolution, was to be both read and expert. In their interactions with the masses, Mao explained, red cadres should not only address political matters, it was equally important to respond to the needs of ordinary people. By the same token, it was not enough for the expert cadre to know about business matters and technology, one needed a firm ideological footing to make the right decisions. 26. Had Mao stopped here, these expectations would have remained largely in accord with those of Khrushchev and his Eastern European allies. They, too, were seeking to combine their demands that communists have the expertise to function in a complex economy with the expectation that they be stout defenders of the party line. However, the chairman's understanding of what it meant to unify red and expert was far more ambitious. In Mao's view, the cadre's proper purpose was no less revolutionary than it had been during the Long March. He was to go down to the masses on a regular basis and work alongside them to fulfill the party's goals. This obligation entailed using his experience and insights to assess current practices. He should experiment with new techniques and make recommendations about alternative approaches. It was his duty, if necessary, to eliminate ineffective or erroneous methods. 27. Concretely, Mao gave life to the spirit of party engagement in a quasi-utopian people's commune movement, the central feature of the Great Leap Forward. At an enlarged Politburo conference in August 1958 in the coastal resort of Baidahe, he announced that China would move toward agricultural self-sufficiency by amalgamating the APCs into massive administrative units that would go far beyond conventional collectivization. In these communes, or sprouts of communism, as he called them, rural cadres would revolutionize the organization of society. People would eat together in large mess halls where food would be free. Official ranks and wages would be abolished. Everywhere, opportunities would abound for education, childcare, and adult leisure. Mao even speculated about such minutiae as the number of airplanes in each province. Of course, party members and their families would live in these communities as well. It was just, he declared, that they should share in the glory. 28. Concurrently, the cadre's equally vital function in the APCs was to spur production, or in the words of a popular slogan, to produce more, better, faster, and more economically. Under the CCP supervision, agricultural workers were exhorted to experiment with new seeding techniques and methods of fertilization, and to use advanced machinery, such as baby tractors, to increase crop yields. To capture new land for cultivation, they were enlisted to construct gargantuan dams and irrigation canals. To reduce demands on urban industries, they were told to pool their human and material resources and to engage in small, locally based industrial projects. Emblematic of the latter, peasants built hundreds of thousands of primitive backyard furnaces in their villages to forge their own tools and construction materials. Why could China accomplish these incredible feats when they had eluded the Soviet Union? Mao's answer was characteristically voluntaristic. Unlike the homeland of the revolution, The CCP's cadres were filled with the communist spirit as a result of decades of struggle and self-sacrifice. If human beings only live to eat, he asked rhetorically, isn't that like dogs eating shit? What meaning is there if don't help others a bit, or don't practice a bit of communism? The Soviets' mistake, according to Mao, was to assume that the only way to convince people to do what one wanted was to induce them with high material rewards or harsh punishments. The Chinese path, Mao claimed, worked because its leaders understood that people needed to treat each other as equals and become one in spirit. 29. The speed with which communization was put into effect was staggering. Within a year, more than 700,000 APCs were consolidated into approximately 23,000 communes comprising 99% of the rural population. The last vestiges of private property vanished. Looking on from more comfortable conditions in Beijing, Mao and his colleagues were like many European socialists in the first half of the 19th century. From on high, they wanted to believe that their experiment would take hold. Thanks to the initial enthusiasm of the commune's inhabitants, as well as new irrigation projects and favorable weather conditions, the 1958 harvest improved in comparison with the preceding year. At their root, however, the communes and a host of equally quixotic experiments to boost agricultural productivity were deeply flawed, leading to enormous imbalances. To meet exorbitant agricultural targets, rural cadres falsified production statistics. Crops were neglected as a result of the dispersion of a sizable portion of the labor force to build roads and hydroelectric plants. Dramatic population growth in the cities led the government to augment the extraction of grain from the countryside. Predictably, these hardships led the commune's residents to resent the regimentation of their lifestyles and livelihoods. It was one thing to support the abstract principle of sharing one's time, talent, and treasure with fellow human beings, but quite another to accept continuing sacrifices in a time of growing economic uncertainty. Soon, the dream of harmony in the countryside was punctuated with mutual recrimination and rampant violence. By spring 1959, even Mao recognized these dysfunctions, just like Stalin after the initial phase of collectivization. Under the influence of more pragmatic Politburo members, like Zhou Enlai and Chen Yun, he was persuaded to begin scaling back the government's unrealistic plan targets and to allow limited forms of private production in the communes. Nevertheless, this period of moderation was shattered by an event that threatened Mao's domination of the party. On July 14, 1959, in the midst of a month-long party conference in Lushan, the Minister of Defense, Peng Dehui, sent Mao a letter attributing the perilous economic situation to petty bourgeois fanaticism, an insult in itself, given the chairman's responsibility for the crisis. The over-reliance on mass movements and the attempt to enter into communism at one step, Peng argued, had done tremendous harm to the prestige of the party. 30 Notably, the minister was not a disinterested observer, he feared that the Great Leap Forward would weaken the PLA. In response, Mao seized upon Peng's letter as a pretext to force his colleagues to choose for or against him. Should his defense minister be allowed to split the party, Mao threatened chillingly, he would go to the countryside to lead the peasants to overthrow the government. If those of you in the Liberation Army won't follow me, he added, then I will go and find a Red Army and organize another Liberation Army. 31. This was incredible language. Perhaps to mollify his listeners, Mao feigned an act of contrition. Yes, he conceded, the Great Leap Forward had led to difficulties. Some mistakes, especially the backyard furnaces, were entirely his fault. In this case, he was telling the truth. Households had been stripped of everything from their cooking pots to their door hinges to provide scrap iron for the furnaces. In the end, the quality of steel produced by these methods was so poor that it could never be used. Nonetheless, Mao was unwilling to confuse contrition with an admission of personal defeat. Even Karl Marx, he emphasized, had made mistakes. The founder of the communist movement had initially doubted the Paris Commune, but after further reflection, he recognized that it was the first instance of a true, proletarian dictatorship. Mao admitted that he, too, had been impatient. 2 5-year plans would not be sufficient to make the transition to full communism. Still, that day was sure to come, even if it took 25-year plans. 32. Interregnum. It says a great deal about the power of absolute leaders in Leninist systems that it took the unfathomable loss of millions of human lives caused by the Great Leap Forward to force a retreat from Mao's experiment with social engineering. The famine was primarily a rural phenomenon. The death estimates of Western scholars vary, from 30 million to an even more staggering 42 million people. Even Chinese officials estimate that 19.5 million people lost their lives. 33 Due to the government's favoritism toward urban workers, there were far fewer deaths in the cities. But here, too, enormous numbers of people suffered from impossibly high production quotas, and an increase in industrial accidents and criminality brought about by the influx of peasants from the countryside. Overall, China's economic collapse greatly exceeded the extent of the American Great Depression. Mao refused to admit the catastrophic dimensions of the Great Leap Forward. He even extended the policy an additional year. Yet, after ensuring that Peng Dehuai was replaced as defense minister by another Long March loyalist, Lin Biao, Mao retreated to the isolation of his compound in Beijing, and on rare travels outside the city, hid behind the protective shield of his bodyguards and sycophants. He was oblivious to the horrors the population was experiencing. Concurrently, when senior party figures returned from inspection tours of the countryside with tales of the misery in the communes and popular uprisings broke out in the most calamity-stricken regions, the Politburo turned its attention to rescuing the country. Beginning in 1961, under the direction of Liu Shaoqai, Deng Xiaoping, and Chen Yun, the party's economic expert, Mao's associates unequivocally rejected the economic thinking behind the Great Leap Forward. The regime ordered an immediate reduction of compulsory deliveries from the communes and created new incentives for production by restoring the right to hold small, private plots and sell products in local markets. Correspondingly, it divested local cadres of their right to set production quotas and intervene in matters beyond their competence. Expressing its desire to assume a hands-off attitude in matters beyond its competence, the regime reduced its emphasis on redness by elevating the role of scientific knowledge and expertise in decision-making. It raised the level of respect accorded to scientists, engineers, and economists, regardless of their degree of political engagement, and encouraged the cultivation of expert values in secondary schools and universities. Naturally, the CCP's leaders had no intention of reawakening the uninhibited criticism of the 100 Flowers campaign. Still, they relaxed controls over cultural activities and allowed intellectuals to engage in controversial topics, provided that they did not share their views publicly. Liu Shaoqai and his allies did not regard the effort to project an alternative image of communist leadership as a mere stopgap measure. China's perilous circumstances gave them both the reason to assess the consequences of Mao's conception of an everlasting revolution and the opportunity to shift to a different course. In many ways, Liu and like-minded policymakers resembled Lenin's successors in the 1920s who faced the intractable contradiction between a continuation of war communism and the necessity of stabilizing the economy and restoring the features of a functioning state. For a distinct historical moment, much like Nikolai Bukharin and, for a time, Stalin, China's moderates chose the latter option. In fact, the CCP's new course only lasted a few years. But, moving forward, Liu and his allies were emboldened to address two fundamental questions about the CCP's leadership over the preceding years. What responsibility should the party take for the outcome of the Great Leap Forward? What was their supreme leader's role in this debacle? Liu left no doubt about his answer to the first question. In a report to a huge party meeting in January 1962, popularly known as the Thousand Cadres Work Conference, he took issue with the attempt by Mao's supporters to attribute the Great Leap Forward's failures primarily to adverse weather conditions and only secondarily to human error. Citing a recent investigative tour of Hunan province, he reported that peasants had told him that the reverse was the case. China's current predicament was due in large part to the mistakes and shortcomings of individuals, not to the party. Some communists, he observed frankly, had not only shown poor judgment, they were guilty of the greater sin of immodesty. In what must have been intolerable temerity in Mao's eyes, Lu even suggested that Peng Dehui had been right to raise questions about this behavior. Not long thereafter, Lu called for the rehabilitation of party members who were purged after the defense minister's demotion. 34. In responding to the second question, no one in the CCP's ruling circle dared to go as far as Khrushchev in attributing blame for the debacle to their leader's personality cult. After all, Mao Zedong, the phenomenon, was an integral component of the party's identity. Also, unlike Stalin, Mao was still breathing. Nevertheless, the Politburo again took steps to de-emphasize the chairman's leading role. It informed officials that they no longer needed to adorn every achievement with a tribute to Mao. In support of this position, they were instructed to increase the population's awareness of other thinkers in the Marxist tradition. Accordingly, party propagandists actively disseminated Lenin's works and returned Liu's formulaic tract on party discipline, How to Be a Good Communist, to the shelf of required reading. In a major break with past practice, the regime also allowed the distribution of a variety of satirical essays and plays in which Mao was implicitly depicted as, if not flawed, at least a little bit imperfect. The most popular of these was Hai Rui, dismissed from office, by Beijing's deputy mayor, Wu Han. This allegorical play recounted the story of an honorable Ming dynasty official who is unjustly punished by a tyrannical emperor. No one in the audience would have missed the allusion to the conflict between Peng and Mao. In this context, the task of articulating a revised conception of communist leadership fell to Deng Xiaoping. In his capacity as CCP General Secretary, Deng followed Liu's report at the Thousand Cadres Work Conference with a carefully crafted speech about the nature of party rule. The address is revealing because it was neither an overt criticism of Mao nor an endorsement of a return to the revolutionary intensity of the preceding years. Rather, Deng's objective was clearly to find a middle ground that would enable the CCP to become, in his words, what it had ceased to be over the preceding years, a Marxist-Leninist party worthy of the name 35. On the one hand, Deng left no room for doubt about Mao's special place in the Chinese Revolution. The speech is replete with laudatory references to the chairman's teachings. The truth of Mao Zedong thought, Deng affirmed, had been borne out by history itself. Its guidance and inspiration, and not that of any other ideology, had led the masses to victory. 36 On the other hand, Deng sought to restore the party's good name by distancing it from the excesses of Maoism. A major shortcoming, in his view, was that the party's leaders had lost sight of the principle of democratic centralism. Some defenders of past policies, he noted, had promoted the idea that the organization's failings were due to excessive centralization. But the opposite was true. Decision-making power had been incorrectly passed down to middle-level cadres who were incapable of making responsible choices. As a result, senior officials had given their blessing to policies that had no connection with reality. The key to restoring the population's confidence, therefore, was to establish clear lines of communication from above. Indeed, Deng declared, when we corrected the mistakes, they said the real Communist Party was back. 37. In addition to this oblique criticism of Mao's policies, Deng emphasized that the party's leaders had not always earned the trust of their fellow communists, especially those cadres who were capable of making informed decisions. As a consequence, instead of drawing upon Mao's wisdom of seeking truth through facts, a concept Deng would use to describe his own policies 2.5 decades later, they had attempted to solve problems in a simplistic fashion, for example, by encouraging mass movements to wrestle with complex decisions. It is not good to have movements so frequently, Deng explained. The best way to build confidence was for the party to make good decisions on the basis of facts that are accumulated bit by bit with great care. 38. Finally, in a manner that resembled the pronouncements of Stalin's heirs in the 1950s, Deng underscored the primacy of the party over the individual. For the party to fulfill its functions, he stressed that none of its members, even those at the most senior levels, should regard themselves as superior to its rules. Supervision, he advised, should be exercised over the party's leaders at all times. One form of control was in the conventional top-down manner. Party committees and their secretaries should routinely scrutinize the decisions of their subordinates. Not surprisingly, the other form was collective leadership or, as Deng called it, mutual supervision. Under this model, party members should meet on a regular basis and act just like responsible leaders everywhere. They would discuss matters that came before them, engage in acts of criticism and self-criticism, and eventually reach agreement. Deng did not let on in the speech whether he had specific persons in mind who were guilty of transgressing the principle of collective rule. Still, his listeners would have recognized his primary target. They would also have detected a shift in the degree of respect he accorded his mentor. Although no individual receives greater praise than Mao in the address, Deng singled out Liu's contributions nearly half as many times. In fact, he intimated that the balance of power in the Politburo had changed. Rather than choosing Mao's words for the customary list of tributes at the end of the speech, he turned to the wisdom of the chairman's incipient rival. Comrade Liu Shaokai has challenged us to aim high, and let us do as he says. 39. Toward the Cultural Revolution. Deng's address and the tenor of the Thousand Cadres Work Conference provide a compelling image of a China that might have been. To an extent that bore a striking resemblance to the hopeful perspectives of many communists in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, Liu, Deng, and others were convinced that their ideals could be realized through internal debates and the guidance of a party that pursued a gradual approach to building socialism. As in the Soviet Union, however, their dreams were not to be realized. Within a year, they were swept up in an internal party battle over both political power and revolutionary ideas that not only consumed them personally. Liu would die in prison, while Deng was sent to the provinces but engulfed China in one of the most tumultuous disturbances of the 20th century, the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. At the center of the power struggle was the status of Mao himself. It was not accidental that the CCP moderates had been able to assert their views. Mao had made their work easy by removing himself from the quotidian business of party life. His attention during this period was largely reserved for the PLA. Yet, around his 70th birthday in 1963, Mao became increasingly focused on his mortality and the question of who was to succeed him. In the party's upper echelons, Liu was regarded as his most likely heir. Deng confirmed this internal consensus in his Thousand Cadres speech. Mao, however, apparently had a different view. On personal grounds alone, he bridled at Liu's skill in using his growing prominence to assert his views. Mao was also obsessed with his legacy and feared that he would be remembered not as China's liberator and founder of the PRC, but primarily as the instigator of the Great Leap Forward. In fact, the way Khrushchev's successors castigated their former first secretary in 1964 for his harebrained schemes gave Mao reason to think that this was precisely what would happen to him. This air of uncertainty led to the outbreak of an acrimonious, but also richly revealing, conflict between Mao and Liu over the CCP's proper functions. 1 year earlier, Mao had begun a new campaign, the Socialist Education Movement, to send investigative work teams into the countryside. The team's specific charge was to combat corruption and malfeasance among local party organizations by reinstilling discipline and educating them about their responsibilities. As titular head of the campaign, Liu chose to push for internal rectification, forcing party officials to own up to their crimes and mistakes in public criticism sessions. Mao had no objection to Liu's treatment of wayward comrades. However, he became steadily dissatisfied with his deputy's limitation of the SEM to a purely internal party affair. In a flurry of essays and speeches, Mao took Liu to task for failing to see that the greater threat to the party's integrity was represented by revisionists and capitalist rooters within its ranks. In his view, these hidden enemies could only be rooted out if the non-party masses were incorporated into the campaign. In a display of self-confidence, Liu held his ground and refused to expand the SEM. This dispute, which formed the ideological nucleus of the coming Cultural Revolution, was no mere battle over conflicting interpretations of the mass line. Mao and Lu agreed about the party's leading role and the necessity of molding the revolution around the inchoate ideas of a noble population. But Mao soon demonstrated that his intention was not confined to establishing closer ties between the rulers and the ruled. Again, it was to save the idea of the Revolutionary Party idea from the party organization. On numerous occasions, he evinced contempt for the work teams by dismissing their efforts to revamp the party's image among the peasantry. In his description, local cadres were hopelessly unequipped to win the attention of the poor and lower middle-class peasants. Instead of taking action, they showed that they would rather spend time reading documents and books. If the revolution were left in their hands, it would take 100 years to complete. Mao reduced the explanation for their ineptitude to a single factor: the more books one reads, he argued, the more stupid one becomes, knowing almost nothing. 40. In place of the cadres' feeble attempts to anticipate what was required of them, Mao advised that China needed a party that was prepared to get to work. Its representatives should organize mass rallies upon their arrival in the villages. They should listen to the people patiently and learn about the problems of each locale. In Mao's eyes, this approach required the party's members to shed the protective shell of the work teams and engage in struggle sessions over their duties. If some comrades were lazy, they should be made to return to work. If they were dishonest or corrupt, they should be forced to confess their crimes at once. In this charge, one can find all of the elements for Mao's coming attack on the party in its form as a ruling organization: its over-reliance on books, its rigidity, its distance from ordinary people, and its susceptibility to abuse. Nevertheless, Mao could not have instigated the cultural revolution of his own volition. To translate his sentiments into practice and to launch an assault on the party establishment, he needed two mutually reinforcing conditions: the active support of others in powerful positions and a population that was open to mobilization. He met the first condition with the help of Lin Biao. Like other Civil War veterans, Lin viewed Liu and Deng's efforts to use the CCP to stabilize the country as a threat to the PLA's status and revolutionary élan. With the help of sympathizers on high, he reinvigorated the role of the Military Affairs Committee in the party apparatus, cultivated closer ties with the security forces, and organized PLA committees in factories and schools. Lin's objective was not to denigrate the party's leading role. Far from it, he purged the PLA of military professionals, replacing them with party activists. Rather, like Mao, he was intent on demonstrating what a return to revolutionary values would look like. In the massive Leifeng propaganda campaign, based upon a largely fictionalized account of a soldier killed in the Korean War, the PLA presented itself as the champion of moral and political rectitude and discipline. To demonstrate that it was truly a people's army, and not an elitist organization like segments of the CCP, Lin abolished the use of insignia that denoted differences between officers and enlisted persons. Furthermore, Lin demonstrated his personal dedication to Mao by publishing and disseminating the phenomenally popular quotations from Chairman Mao, and making it required reading for the PLA. The Little Red Book, as the title became known, was a classic example of myth-making in its most deliberate form. Actually, it was not a book at all, let alone a manual. It was simply a collection of aphorisms from Mao's speeches and writings that addressed themes as wide-ranging as the class struggle, war and peace, the People's War, and revolutionary heroism. Published in over 1 billion copies, the Little Red Book invited its readers to reflect upon, debate, and put Mao's words into action. It is doubtful that such a compilation of quotations could have provided meaningful guidance to anyone. But this was not the point. The Little Red Book's significance lay in the fact that one could hold it up, as enthusiasts did, as a symbol of Mao's transcendence of any established institution. In conducting his assault, Mao also had the support of a diverse group of loyalists who had specific reasons for coming to his aid. 1. Kang Sheng, a former head of the security police, had been at Mao's side in denouncing Khrushchev's revisionism. Another, Chen Boda, had been with Mao since Yan'an. As editor-in-chief of the party's theoretical journal, Red Flag, he was a fierce defender of Mao's conception of revolution. Zhou Enlai, the premier, was less of a hardliner but aligned himself with the chairman out of self-interest. Of all of Mao's supporters, the most distinctive was arguably his wife, the actress Jiang Qing. Despite having little experience with politics, Jiang joined Kang Sheng in spearheading a cultural campaign to purify art, literature, and musical performance by expunging bourgeois influences. With the assistance of the propaganda department of the Shanghai party apparatus, she pointedly orchestrated an attack on Wuhan, accusing him of using Hai Rui dismissed from office to distort Mao's teachings about the role of the masses in history. Complementing these demands for a return to the core values of Maoist ideology were the circumstances in which they came into being. The apocalyptic fury of the Cultural Revolution was driven by widespread discontent among China's citizenry. For reasons that were apparently poorly understood by those persons at the apex of power, the divisions within the party elite fostered conditions under which disparate and frequently antagonistic social groups coalesced in opposition to the regime's policies. The most vocal were the sons and daughters of former capitalists, landlords, and intellectuals who had long been used as scapegoats for the regime's mistakes. As ostensive bad elements and rightists, they had been deprived of opportunities for advancement in the party and military due to the regime's preferential treatment of previously disadvantaged workers and peasants. They were joined by sizable segments of the urban workforce, such as unskilled laborers, the employees of small enterprises, and temporary workers from the countryside, who were embittered by their low wages and poor job prospects. Overall, Mao's attacks on centralized political authority and bureaucratic practices resonated with many Chinese who believed that they were no longer the beneficiaries of the revolution. The Cultural Revolution begins. These circumstances put Mao in the position to receive both what he wanted and, paradoxically, more than he desired. Thanks to the intrigues of his confederates on high and the groundswell of popular support from below, he achieved a state of near deification by the end of the decade. With no one in a position to challenge him, there was little to prevent his obsession with the idea of permanent revolution against the class enemy from penetrating every niche in the apparatus of official policy making. At the same time, in yet another episode of tragic dimensions, Mao's destruction of the organization, the party, which he considered the greatest impediment to the realization of his goals, deprived his government of the single most important institution for holding the country together. The unforeseen result of his success was the onset of a period of social turmoil that lasted for years and took the lives of between 750,000 and 1.5 million people. 41. The tumult began with a power struggle. At Mao's request, the Politburo had authorized the formation of a new committee in early 1965 to deliberate over the enactment of a cultural revolution against the remaining vestiges of traditional thought and practice. The group, chaired by Peng Zhen, a member of the Politburo's Standing Committee and former mayor of Beijing, disappointed Mao by failing to endorse a radical agenda. In a pointed gesture, the body's members came to the defense of Wuhan's play, arguing that his depiction of Hai Rui should be judged by literary standards and not as a political provocation. Clearly, Peng and his allies meant for their statement to be a defense of the rationale behind Liu and Deng's moderate policies. Recognizing this threat, Jiang Qing and Lin Biao marshaled their forces to give Mao his first great victory in the conflict within the leadership. At a meeting in May 1966, Lin led the charge, attacking a non-existent anti-party clique and demanding a purge of revisionist elements in the party. Peng was immediately demoted, and in the ensuing days scores of senior officials in the Central Committee's propaganda and ideology sections were removed from their posts. In short order, the Politburo majority obligingly replaced Peng's committee with a new body, the Central Cultural Revolution Group, which was composed entirely of radicals, all of whom, like Chen Boda, its chair, Kang Sheng, and Jiang Qing were beholden exclusively to Mao. Ominously, the May meeting concluded with a warning that party members who did not line up with the CCRG would suffer Peng's fate. Precisely this development came to pass. In a development that was probably coordinated from on high, Peking University erupted in demonstrations by formerly lower-class students over the disciplining of a radical professor for writing a big character poster decrying the moderates' favorable treatment of Wuhan. Mao defended the poster, describing it as a manifesto of the Beijing Commune of the 1960s, a clear reference to the Paris Commune of 1871. When the protests spread to other universities and high schools, Liu fought back, dispatching CCP work teams to restore order. However, Mao refused to be upstaged, and ordered their withdrawal. The fact that Liu sent young party cadres to the schools to contain the protests foreshadowed a nationwide confrontation between the forces of the new and the old. The children of workers and peasants who had benefited most from the CCP's rise to power were pitted against the angry progeny of the former elites. Mao took advantage of these tensions to advocate renewed revolutionary fervor. On August 5, 1966, 4 days after the opening of a Central Committee plenum, Mao affirmed this stand in a big character poster affixed to the door of the meeting hall. He called on the student groups to bombard the headquarters and accused some leading comrades, presumably including Liu, of empathizing with the reactionary policies of the bourgeoisie. The party plenum proved to be a decisive moment for the articulation of the goals of the Cultural Revolution. True to Mao's wishes, the delegates endorsed a declaration of 16 points on August 8, which proclaimed in no uncertain terms that the main target of the campaign was those within the party who are in authority and taking the capitalist road. According to the statement, some of the worst bad elements had wormed their way into the party, others were imprisoned by old thoughts and ways of acting. One could be certain that both would put up stiff resistance to anyone who sought to drive them from power. Accordingly, its authors advised that the masses and those who were on their side, especially the students, should prepare for an impending battle with the enemy. 42. The 16 Points Declaration is particularly notable because it went beyond the conventional Leninist interpretation of the class struggle. The document only referred to the concept once, and only then in conjunction with Mao Zedong thought. Rather than addressing the transformation of class relations during the construction of socialism, the authors underscored Mao's loftier vision of transforming human consciousness. The Cultural Revolution's goal, they stressed, should be to create new ideas, culture, customs, and habits of the proletariat to change the whole of society. To achieve this end, they endorsed the establishment of a multiplicity of grassroots cultural revolution groups, committees, and congresses. These supposedly democratic associations were to be set up in every school, enterprise, urban government, and village, where members would criticize established practices and, correspondingly, be subjected to criticism of their own behavior by the masses. Lest there be any doubt about the significance of this proclamation, the CCRG organized 8 massive rallies to confirm Mao's preeminent position. Between August and November 1966, the PLA transported 13 million students from all over China to Beijing to venerate the chairman. In the first rally, on August 18, Mao appeared in military garb atop Tiananmen Gate to greet his youthful army. There he showed his solidarity with their movement by solemnly donning a red armband presented to him by one of the student participants from the so-called Red Guards. With Mao's blessing and Lin Biao's instruction on the same day that they should demonstrate their devotion to their leader by destroying the Four Olds, these young rebels embraced the idea that they were elevating the revolution to an even higher stage than had been envisioned by their grandparents and parents. With the government's assistance, they descended upon cities, towns, and villages in search of anti-party elements, reactionaries, and saboteurs. At first, their actions were benign. They wrote posters and renamed streets after revolutionary heroes. But their restraint quickly degenerated into violent confrontations with all forms of authority. With unrestrained zeal, Red Guards crashed into homes and businesses in search of bourgeois property and reactionary literature. They subjected teachers, employers, party officials, and family members to public humiliation, forcing them to confess to preposterous acts of revolutionary infidelity. Many of these supposed enemies of the people were beaten to death, others were driven to suicide. Toward a different revolutionary order. I have emphasized the Cultural Revolution's degeneration into violence because it demonstrates how difficult it is for the leaders of authoritarian states to foresee and then control the consequences of their decisions. Although the CCP had initially been singled out as the primary hiding ground for capitalist roaders and other enemies, the institution's leading role had not been questioned. Moreover, although the moderates' policies had been criticized, their backers, including Liu and Deng, still occupied key positions and, it appeared, would safeguard the party. What these figures could not fully comprehend was the significance of Mao's promotion of a revolution from the ground up. There was no suggestion in the 16 points that the uprising of the masses would take the form of student protest. But once Mao and the CCRG had given the rebels permission to attack power holders and institutions and they had gained traction among workers and other disaffected groups, one could not prevent them from focusing their attention on the party establishment. At every level, from the Central Committee apparatus down to factory cells, Mao's supporters subjected party officials to public excoriation and hounded them out of their positions. Once this movement had taken hold, the party's institutional authority could not be won back. Nevertheless, Mao and his inner circle soon became aware of an unexpected consequence of these protests. In their efforts to build a self-generating revolutionary order, they were forced to recognize that there was a fundamental contradiction between continual revolts from below and the establishment of a new type of social order. In 1967, after the Red Guards splintered into warring factions, even Mao conceded that he had not foreseen the extent of the turmoil. But rather than address the source of the chaos, he initially acted as though one could simply strike a balance between tumult and stability. When rival workers' associations emerged in Shanghai in fall 1966, Mao seemed to lean toward the primacy of revolution. One group, the Shanghai Workers' General Headquarters, which had the support of student Red Guards and unskilled workers and was backed by the CCRG, demanded the replacement of the provincial government with a dictatorship of the proletariat. The other, the Scarlet Red Guards, composed of older, skilled workers, made conventional demands for higher wages and inclusion in managerial decisions. When these associations came to blows in February 1967, Mao and the CCRG had to decide which of the two proletariats they would support. Initially, the radicals had the advantage and declared the formation of a Shanghai People's Commune. For 19 days, the Commune's leaders maintained, in the same ebullient spirit as the Parisian communards nearly a century before them, that they were substituting the CCP's organizational features with direct rule by the working class. Yet when the city was convulsed by demonstrations against the experiment, Mao intervened. Arguing that Shanghai's example threatened the country with anarchy, he ordered the commune's dissolution and enlisted PLA troops to restore order. Mao's engagement of the PLA in this case might lead one to assume that he had made a self-evident choice for political stability over rebellion. Nevertheless, his handling of an equally violent turn of events in Wuhan in July 1967 showed that he was not so easily judged. Just like in Shanghai, the city was paralyzed by battles among rival Red Guard organizations. Reasoning that there was no alternative to intervention, the commanding general of the region, Chen Zidao, ordered his troops to take control of the city's industrial sectors and arrest the rebels. Instead of stabilizing conditions, however, these measures precipitated renewed violence. At this point, the CCRG called for the protection of the more radical of the two groups. With the support of Mao, Zhou, and Lin Biao, it dispatched Air Force and Army units to Wuhan to disband the radicals' opponents. They rebuked Chen for his behavior and relieved him of his command. I am highlighting the events in Shanghai and Wuhan because they provide insight into the extraordinarily complex situation that Mao and his close allies faced in the first years of the Cultural Revolution. They were aware of the limits to the turmoil their country could withstand. Yet even as their country was being thrown into a whirlwind of violence, they were intent upon preserving the anti-institutional thrust of the movement. Mao found the solution to this conundrum by turning away from the Red Guards to a stronger and seemingly more reliable source of power: the armed forces. In fall 1967, he called an official halt to the Cultural Revolution and ordered the PLA to restore order. This was no small development. Mao's decision effectively allowed the military to usurp what little remained of the ruling authority of the CCP. With a decisiveness that matched its performance in the final years of the Civil War, the PLA systematically set about re-establishing stability by neutralizing the factional struggles that were ripping the country apart. Rather than simply attacking rebel groups, the army formed revolutionary committees in schools, factories, and municipal governments to co-opt Red Guards and other radical elements. These committees were invariably led by military officers, not party officials. Even in its own ranks, the PLA responded with force, attacking factionalism and disciplining soldiers who sympathized with the radicals. Nevertheless, although references to the term Cultural Revolution waned, the PLA showed its determination to remain as red as it was expert by carrying on the spirit of the movement in practice. Beginning in 1968, it sent millions of young people, large numbers of them Red Guards, to locations throughout China where they were told to gain political enlightenment from the masses. Most were dispatched to the countryside. In untilled lands and never-ending rice fields, they engaged in crippling manual labor while simultaneously undergoing ideological re-education in struggle sessions. Significantly, they were joined by their former targets, the millions of party cadres, officials, and intellectuals who were judged to be either insufficiently radical or, conversely, too radical for the public good. Simultaneously, the military undertook nationwide cleansing campaigns to expose class enemies and counter-revolutionaries. One might reasonably ask whether, at this point, China was now ruled by the military. At the CCP's 9th Congress in April 1969, the first such meeting since 1958, 35% of the members of the newly elected Central Committee came from the ranks of the military. Moreover, the Congress affirmed a revision of the party constitution to designate Lin Biao as Mao's close comrade in arms and successor 43, but this description of the regime would be misleading. Instead, it is more appropriate to characterize the shift as a militarization of Chinese politics. In fact, multiple personalities, not all of them active in the armed forces, agreed about the necessity of using force to re-ensure the country's passage to socialism. Despite serious differences over political priorities, they shared the conviction that the ultimate source of ruling authority was, or should be, Mao Zedong. Their chairman was the sole link that bound them together and the only person who could protect them from each other. At the 9th Congress, Lin had the honor of delivering the political report that transformed Mao from an object of reverence into one of deification. The address, which was partly written by the journalists who had penned the initial attack on Wuhan, was more akin to an epic poem than to a speech. Its subject was the Cultural Revolution's life and death battle between the forces of good and evil, and its principal characters were Mao and Liu Shaoqai. On the one side, in Lin's depiction, stood Mao, the rightful successor of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, who had dedicated his life to leading the proletariat and peasantry to war against the bourgeoisie. On the other side stood Liu, recently exposed as a hidden traitor and scab as far back as the First Revolutionary War. The Cultural Revolution represented the highest stage in the confrontation between these contradictory forces. Mao had wisely emboldened the masses to bombard the headquarters of reaction, whereas Liu had sought to confuse them by propagating the fallacy of the demise of the class struggle. Fortunately for the people, Mao had never flinched. Thanks to him, Lin resolutely pronounced, the Cultural Revolution was victorious and China was poised to realize the grand ideal of Communism 44. By themselves, these were only words. The PLA and the revolutionary committees systematically translated them into practice by integrating a mythic depiction of the chairman's life into the daily life of the citizen. Under the ensuing 3 loyalties and 4 boundless loves campaigns, every segment of the population, from city managers and high school students to factory workers and itinerant peasants, was expected to proclaim their undying loyalty to Mao and love for his revolutionary line. When they woke up in the morning, went to work, and returned home, they were to face the chairman's picture and ask themselves the eternal question, What would Mao do? Through an endless procession of public rituals, parades, mass celebrations, collective recitations from the Little Red Book, and loyalty dances, millions of people voiced the belief that their lives were intertwined under a single, unifying force. Arguably, to a greater extent than ever before, China was unified under a single leader. The party reappears. The fabrication of the cult of Mao Zedong once again testifies to the power of a small group of well-placed persons acting under few institutional constraints to transform an indisputable case of individual charisma into a nationwide reality. Still, Mao's indebtedness to his associates did not compromise his authority. To the contrary, his position was strengthened all the more. Given the fact that multiple factions were jockeying for influence, each depended upon his largest to further its interests. This dependency put him in a prime position to promote not collective leadership but collective rivalry. By 1970, there were unmistakable signs that Mao was tiring of the PLA's prominence. It was one thing to insist that political power should control the gun. But given the crucial role of the armed forces in reversing the extremes of the Cultural Revolution, it was another to assume that the military would never overstep its bounds. Thanks to the outbreak of deadly skirmishes with Soviet troops on the Usheri River in 1969, the PLA was suddenly in the position to do so. Its soldiers' heroism in battle was an enormous boost to its popular prestige. Then, too, Mao's relationship with Lin Biao had become frayed. Mao had begun to perceive his defense minister's long-time promotion of his divinity as a self-serving strategy to enhance his own position. When Lin asserted himself in the Politburo and took issue with Mao on some questions, such as the chairman's unexpected decision to explore an opening of relations with the United States, Mao turned against both him and the military. Given the rivalries within his inner circle, Mao could count upon the support of opposing leadership factions in making this move. Although the CCRG had been officially disbanded in 1969, its members' relationship with the military was fraught with tension. A different group, with which Zhou Enlai and Chen Yun were associated, viewed a return to full civilian control as essential to national recovery. With the latter's support, Mao returned to a familiar source of leadership, the party. In a matter-of-fact way, in summer 1970, he brought the issue of CCP rule back into official discourse. The regime took the first steps toward revitalizing the institution that it had destroyed by setting up provincial party organs to replace the PLA's revolutionary committees. Members of the new organs were still expected to demonstrate their ideological credentials by devoting themselves to the study of Mao Zedong thought and interacting with the masses, but they were freed of the burden of adhering to their predecessors' transformational goals. Slowly, the CCP apparatus acquired the professional demeanor to which Liu Shaokai and Deng Xiaoping had aspired before the Cultural Revolution. Naturally, there was a difference between rebuilding the party organization form and acknowledging its full authority. In an apparently opportunistic gesture of respect for the CCP, Mao rebuked Lin for calling him a genius. Genius does not depend upon a person or a few people. It depends on a party, the party which is the vanguard of the proletariat. 45 But as Mao showed by turning against Lin, he was determined to prevent any challenge to his preeminent position, whether it came from a person or an organization. Beginning at a party conference in Lushan in September 1970, he attacked Lin for ostensibly seeking to split the party and build an independent power base. 1 year later, under murky circumstances, Lin was killed in a plane crash, supposedly trying to flee the country after an aborted coup attempt. The real circumstances of Lin's demise may never be known, but there is no mystery to Mao's response. He immediately ordered the removal of PLA officers from prominent party and state positions and their replacement with civilian authorities. At the same time, he allowed Zhou Enlai to undertake the rewriting of recent history to hold Lin responsible for the excesses of the preceding decade. Overnight, the new party line held that the late defense minister had been a leftist all along and the chief advocate of the Cultural Revolution. However inaccurate these claims may have been, Zhou expertly turned them into the rationale for a period of social and political relaxation. In a manner that resembled the Soviet leadership's de-Stalinization measures, he arranged for the return of party veterans to their former jobs and the rehabilitation of cadres who had been unjustly accused of crimes. His most consequential step was the political rehabilitation of Deng Xiaoping in 1974. Upon his return to Beijing after years spent as a lowly machinist in Jiangxi, Deng was appointed first vice premier and elevated to the Politburo. Accompanying these moves, Zhou revamped the government's economic priorities. To this end, he outlined a strategy of 4 modernizations, focusing on industry, agriculture, science and technology, and national defense, that would, in his eyes, fulfill Mao's 1949 vision of making China a major world power by the end of the century. Within a decade, thanks to Deng's return, this goal would be realized. Zhou's innovations would not have been possible without Mao's acquiescence. Yet, what the chairman gave with one hand, he took away with the other. In a confirmation of his determination to safeguard his revolutionary ideals, he gave his blessing to a renewed, but thematically different campaign against Lin Biao. This time, Mao designated Lin a rightist and likened his views, improbably, to those of Confucius. Mao may not have meant this act of historical revisionism to be interpreted as a criticism of Zhou. However, his suggestion that the greater threat to China's well-being now lay with the moderates presented the radicals in the Politburo, including Jiang Qing, with a final opportunity to assert their opposition to Zhou. They were particularly furious with the premier's decision to allow Deng Xiaoping's return. Their worries were justified. Due to Zhou's declining health, Deng had taken over the premier's functions. Calling for a renewal of the Cultural Revolution, Jiang and her allies lashed back. Denouncing putatively reactionary elements for sullying the party, they organized street demonstrations and factory protests to make their weight felt. In allowing the radicals this leeway, Mao was undoubtedly searching for a desirable balance between the contending Politburo factions. Thus, he pointedly warned Jiang and 3 other members against becoming a gang of 4. Nonetheless, the popular response to Zhou's death on January 8, 1976, confirmed that the hostilities between the warring factions could not be contained. Only a few days after the premier's funeral, protests broke out in Nanjing and other cities against what the participants perceived to be the regime's tepid commemoration of Zhou's legacy. By early April, this discontent had spread to Beijing, where millions of the city's residents visited Tiananmen Square to lay wreaths and paint posters in tribute to Zhou. Stricken by illness and with only 6 months to live, Mao showed that he had no intention of abandoning the ideals that had motivated him since his days as an agitator in Hunan in the 1920s. He joined the radicals in denouncing these acts as counter-revolutionary and ordered the arrest of tens of thousands of demonstrators. Amid this crackdown, there was a conspicuous political demotion. Deng Xiaoping was again dismissed from his party and state posts. Yet, in a confirmation that there was still much to be resolved in a regime that was tied so completely to the whims of a single person, he was allowed to retain one significant honor, his membership in the CCP. In the words of an anonymous observer, perhaps Mao himself, the decision was made so as to see how he will behave in the future. 46 Deng's retention was a significant sign for the party, even in its fallen state. The possibility that he might one day return to prominence showed that there was still a glimmer of life in the institution. Not long thereafter, this possibility became a reality. Mao died on September 9, 1976. Confirming the ebb and swell of the Politburo's internal politics, Jiang and the other members of the Gang of Four were arrested for ostensibly attempting a coup d'état. Deng re-entered office 10 months later and was soon named Mao's successor. One could only wonder what the return of a party reformer would mean for the restoration of the party's authority. Chapter 11. The Party Comes Back. On November 3, 1967, Leonid Brezhnev was blessed with an opportunity that his predecessor, Nikita Khrushchev, would have relished. As General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, he headlined the celebrations of the 50th anniversary of the October Revolution. In what was, by his normally unimaginative standards, a colorful address to the members of the Central Committee and the USSR Supreme Soviet, Brezhnev gave the party central billing. The victory of the revolution and the successful construction of socialism, he proclaimed, were the result of the ideas of the Communist Party and a great triumph of the Leninist general line. There was not a single major problem over the past 50 years to which the party had failed to contribute its wisdom, will, and inexhaustible energy. The battle against the class enemy had been won, the country's backward conditions overcome, and the basic elements of socialism established. Henceforth, the party was poised to act upon a new agenda that would lead to the attainment of communism. 1. Looking on from his modest home in the countryside, Khrushchev must have taken satisfaction at one aspect of Brezhnev's peroration. As the person directly responsible for shattering Stalin's despotic mystique, he could bask in the restoration of the party's authority. In this sense, Khrushchev's successors owed him a considerable debt. However, Brezhnev did not come to praise his predecessor. He came to supplant him. Far from embracing Khrushchev's populist conception of the party's role, Brezhnev's focus was on the use of the party as an agent of stabilization. In this new, lower-intensity stage of the Soviet Union's evolution, which he called the developed socialist society, Brezhnev specified that the party's functions were to be understood in organizational, not transformational, terms. Its leaders should intensify their efforts to help every member of society to better determine his place, his role in the process of communist construction, and the place where his talents and responsibilities will yield the best results. In this way, he emphasized, the party sees to it that even the smallest streams of everyday activity merge harmoniously into a single mighty current too. Scholars often describe the period associated with the General Secretary's remarks, roughly between Khrushchev's ouster in 1964 and Brezhnev's death in 1982, as a time of inertia, decay, and disillusionment. In view of the accumulated problems that led to the worldwide crisis in communism of the 1980s and early 1990s, there is undeniable truth to this perspective. The CPSU and the overwhelming majority of its peers ultimately failed to convince both their members and their populations that the status quo was worth maintaining. 3. However, I believe that this perspective can be misleading. It obscures the fact that the early years of Brezhnev's developed socialism were a time of notable, if unspectacular, tranquility in at least one part of the communist world, the Soviet Union and its narrow band of Eastern European allies. With the exception of the 8 months of far-reaching reforms during Czechoslovakia's so-called Prague Spring in 1968, which were crushed by a Warsaw Pact invasion, and the Polish government's frantic efforts to repair its fractured relations with its citizenry in the early and mid-1970s, these regimes' decisions were rarely dramatic. After the little Stalins of the preceding era were replaced, there were no bold proclamations about the future and no radical experiments in countries like Poland, Bulgaria, and the German Democratic Republic. At most, Hungary's government tinkered around the margins of economic reform. After years of jockeying uneasily between the norms of confrontation and accommodation, these regimes committed themselves to an ethos of sobriety, predictability, and, above all, normalcy. Under the terms of what I call the Brezhnev Consensus, their parties cultivated a tacit understanding with both their populations and their rank-and-file members that was based upon the promise of stable expectations and collective rewards. The party of developed socialism would no longer have an antagonistic relationship with society. Instead, its cadres would work diligently to meet the needs of their populations and provide them with regular improvements in their quality of life. In return, citizens would respect the party's authority and the norms of communist rule. The communist regimes outside the Soviet sphere were in a different position. Without Moscow lording over every decision, they enjoyed the freedom to decide for themselves how they wanted to build socialism. In these circumstances, powerful personalities emerged to define each of these parties' paths. As we shall see, in some cases, such as Yugoslavia in the 1960s and 1970s and especially in China in the second half of the 1970s, they went significantly beyond the economic boundaries of the Soviet model. In others, however, such as Romania, Albania, and North Korea, leaders manipulated nationalist passions to establish new cults of personality antithetical to the Soviet idea of party rule. Looking back at these diverse efforts to maintain order in the communist world, one might reasonably credit the Soviet regime and its small bloc allies with seriously attempting to preserve some of the international movement's original ideals. In an important way, developed socialism meant that their populations could expect to enjoy relatively decent lives. Nonetheless, I shall contend that the primacy of single-party rule made it increasingly difficult to sustain the basic elements of the Brezhnev consensus. Despite the best efforts of socialist planners to modernize their economies, these regimes could not keep up with their citizens' rising expectations. As conditions grew more uncertain, party members undercut their credibility by seeking to insulate themselves from these trials and using their positions to their exclusive benefit. There was, however, one sign of hope for Western Marxists who still believed that the promise of communism's founding ideals was realizable. In the mid-1970s, the Euro-communist parties of Italy, Spain, and France seemed poised to assume dominant roles in their respective governments. Yet in the end, they were unable to escape the constraints of an institutional culture that had originally been framed in revolutionary times and made much less sense in robust multi-party democracies. Hungary comes first. The first instantiation of developed socialism did not come to the country at the center of the communist revolution. It came to Hungary. When one considers the circumstances in which János Kadar and the other leaders of the renamed Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party found themselves after the crushing of the 1956 revolution, this development makes sense. Imre Nagy's successors were hated by a majority of Hungarians who viewed them as traitors to the nation. Furthermore, the HSWP had few followers. The party had been eviscerated by mass defections and post-invasion purges. Of the party's 871,497 members in August 1956, fewer than 40,000 remained in December. 4. In seeking to devise a formula for establishing their authority, Kadar and his associates faced a conundrum. They were determined to guarantee that there would never again be room for questioning the party's leading role or the existence of socialism. It was also essential to reassure Moscow that Hungary's loyalty to the Warsaw Pact was guaranteed. Yet, they were also acutely aware that they needed to convey these messages in ways that would not totally alienate their citizenry. In the years immediately following the uprising, the HSWP emphasized the first agenda. Although its actions never came close to the ferocity of Matyas Rákóczi's terror, the regime nevertheless concentrated on eliminating the remaining threats to its power. If the counter-revolution sticks its nose out of its maggot hole, Kadar announced in February 1957, his government would strike right away. 5 Thus, the regime swiftly suppressed independent workers' councils and writers' associations, cracked down on independent media, and ordered the arrest and prosecution of purported enemies of socialism. By 1961, tens of thousands of people had been removed from their jobs, 13,000 had been sent to internment camps or imprisoned, and 341 had been executed. 6 The HSWP paid special attention to its own ranks. Although few of the party's new leaders could legitimately be described as Stalinists, Kadar himself had been arrested and tortured under Rákóczi's rule. This did not prevent them from designating revisionism the greatest threat to Hungarian socialism. The regime imprisoned thousands of party members for allegedly harboring counter-revolutionary and Titwas sympathies. In a dramatic move in February 1958, Kadar ordered the trial of 9 former members of the Hungarian government. 4 of them, including Imre Nagy, were subsequently hanged. In light of these measures, one can readily appreciate the difficulty Kadar and his inner circle faced in restoring any semblance of normalcy. Still, they skillfully played 2 features of Hungary's post-revolutionary environment to their advantage. One might be called the Soviet excuse. Given the more than hypothetical possibility that the Soviets would use military force again if they felt their interests were threatened, they conveyed the message that the HSWP had no choice but to adhere to Moscow's commands. In this respect, they intimated, the party and the population were bound together by a common constraint. The leader's other advantage was that the party's depleted numbers allowed them to build the organization anew. To this end, they recruited tens of thousands of new members who welcomed the challenge of moving beyond the extremes of Rákóczi's and Nagy's rules and were confident that they could win the hearts and minds of their alienated compatriots. On these bases, Katar skillfully crafted a message to both his citizens and his fellow party members that anticipated Brezhnev's theme of developed socialism. In the late 1950s, he signaled his desire to move forward along a path of social reconciliation. To reassure onlookers about his good intentions, he pushed through the de-Stalinization measures that Rákóczi had refused to implement. The regime rehabilitated prominent figures who had been persecuted before 1956 and proclaimed a general amnesty for political prisoners. Correspondingly, the HSWP expelled Rákóczi, Ernő, and numerous other Stalinists from its ranks. It also announced that aggressive socialization measures, such as the collectivization of agriculture, would be slowed down. Katar's most evocative gesture was his enunciation of a new way of understanding the break with the Stalinist past. Invoking a biblical theme, he reversed his predecessor's confrontational definition of the HSWP's functions, whereas the Rákócziites used to say that those who are not with us are against us. He wrote in the HSWP Daily Nepszabadság on January 21, 1962, "We say whoever is not against us is with us." 7. This phrase, which Katar would repeat throughout his years in office, is revealing both for what he did and did not say. On the one hand, he did not say that the HSWP's leading role could be questioned. In fact, his choice of the distinguishing term thus confirmed that there was still an essential gap between those who were in the party and those who were not. On the other hand, he clearly wanted to change the party's understanding of its mission. As he explained in a speech 1 month later, one could hardly live on a war footing with fellow Hungarians who happened to have different points of view. An uncompromising stand was only necessary against the small minority who sought to overthrow socialism. Otherwise, Katar indicated, the HSWP's duty was to show its citizens that it was worthy of their trust. It should work as hard as if there were 20 parties in Hungary and we had to win votes by secret ballot every day. 8. Simultaneously, Katar signaled that the times of internal confrontation within the HSWP were over as well. After removing senior members who stood in the way of his policies, the General Secretary pointedly promoted a culture of stability and predictability. From the early 1960s onward, turnover throughout the party's ranks plummeted, especially within its highest echelons. In addition, although no one would have questioned Katar's desire to maintain his leading position in the party, he showed that he was made of different stuff than Khrushchev. He promoted an atmosphere of collective leadership, making a practice of visibly delegating power in major policy decisions. In the 1960s, the names of other senior figures were frequently conjoined with his own. In 1962, the party's culture czar, György Axel, took the lead in advancing a policy, known as the 3 Ts, that went even further than Katar's simple we versus they dichotomy. He advised artists and intellectuals that the government would actively support those whose work conformed to Marxist-Leninist standards, it would tolerate the production of those who were not at odds with these principles, and it would forbid behavior that was antithetical to socialism. 9. Simultaneously, under the direction of the Secretariat's head of economic affairs, Ressonniers, the regime introduced economic reforms focused on raising living standards and strengthening Hungary's competitive position in foreign markets. Under Nyers's direction, enterprises were given greater leeway in meeting production targets and, in some industries, market mechanisms were introduced to inform investment strategies. All along, Katar emphasized that there would be no compromise on the party's role in setting economic priorities. Still, these reforms, which were subsequently known as the New Economic Mechanism, testified to how far Hungary had come since 1956. They quickly established the country's reputation as the preeminent source of economic innovation in the Soviet bloc. The Soviet Union comes next. When Brezhnev and the CPSU's other leaders enunciated the principles behind the idea of developed socialism in the years after Khrushchev's ouster, they did so in a much less dramatic way than Katter. Their approach was hardly surprising since they did not need to rebuild a functioning government or regain the trust of an embittered population. Instead, they aimed to make a statement about what the Soviet Union had already achieved. In their view, the tumult of Khrushchev's rule, the ostentatious ballyhoo and boasting, paper shuffling and rashes of meetings, petty tutelage over economic bodies and incompetent interference in their activities, administration by fiat and command-giving had obscured an indisputable fact: the USSR was already a great power at the time of Stalin's death. 10 Under the party's tutelage, their government had successfully built socialism, played a decisive role in the defeat of Germany, and established the Soviet Union as the equal of major powers like the United States, Great Britain, and France. It was no accident that Khrushchev's successors held these views. Most were born a decade later than Khrushchev. Their formative experiences were not rooted in the early stages of the revolution but in their country's extraordinary growth in the 1930s. Thus, they understandably took pride in their contributions as party members to this period of social and economic transformation. Brezhnev, the CPSU's first secretary, had been a military commissar and regional party leader. Alexei Kosygin, the prime minister, was an industrial manager. Nikolai Podgorny, who replaced Anastas Mikoyan as chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet, was a career party functionary. Having lived through the terror, these cautious personalities had no romantic ideas about Stalin. They wanted to continue their country's steady progress toward fulfilling the promise of socialism. As a result, the essence of the Brezhnev Consensus, as it evolved over the second half of the 1960s and into the 1970s, was to present an image of constancy and competence. Unlike Hungary's leaders who had to overcome the animosity of a hostile population, Brezhnev and his associates concentrated on gaining the confidence of their fellow party members. The Politburo's appointment of 3 different individuals, a troika, to hold Khrushchev's state and party posts was meant to signal that it would pay more than lip service to the principle of collective leadership. Although Brezhnev positioned himself to become the most powerful figure in this circle by taking advantage of the Secretariat's appointment powers, he was never more than a first among equals. As party chief, he weighed in on the introduction of new policies. For example, in 1966 to 1967 he engaged in an extended battle with Kosygin over the merits of the centralization of the planning process and the relative priorities of defense spending and consumer goods production. Also, in the interest of conveying the image of unity at the top of the party hierarchy, the CPSU's leaders were willing to grant the General Secretary the accoutrements of senior status. For example, Brezhnev's public speeches were carefully crafted to ensure that he received an appropriately high amount of applause. But this was not the cult of personality that had infused Stalin's or even Khrushchev's rule. In setting priorities, a majority of the Politburo's members would have rebelled had he attempted to impose his views with no consideration of their interests. Of equal consequence, the CPSU's leaders were intent upon affirming the prestige of party membership. Brezhnev informed the rank and file that there would be no doubt about their central role in building the state of the whole people. To belong to the party was a high honor. Each of them, he averred, showed that it was possible for people with talent to not only think as one but also act as one. Naturally, to belong to this special club they had to prove themselves worthy. The party would hold each one responsible for the task entrusted to him and stringently penalize any violation of party or state discipline. But to those who were chosen to represent the highest of causes, these expectations were an integral part of the institution's appeal. Assuming that they lived up to this standard, each would enjoy the privilege of leading the fight for the creation of a socialist society. 11. In return for party members' dedication, the CPSU leadership offered predictability. It dismantled the division of regional party offices into separate industrial and agricultural units that had taken place under Khrushchev. The experiment had not only proven to be an administrative nightmare but also threatened the party's claim to be a unified actor, raising the possibility of creating two different classes of party membership that would undermine its cadres' careers. In a related gesture, the Politburo dissolved the so-called party state control committees that Khrushchev had established to monitor the performance of party and government officials. In his report to the CPSU's 23rd Congress in March 1966, Brezhnev was quite frank about this focus on stability. He condemned his predecessor's unwarranted shuffling and replacement of cadres 12 under a new rubric, trust in cadres. The regime reduced turnover rates at nearly every level of the CPSU hierarchy. The leadership's commitment to job security was particularly evident in the Central Committee. Whereas Khrushchev had overseen the replacement of 50% of the body's members at the 22nd Congress in 1961, that figure dropped to 27% in 1966. At the 26th Congress 15 years later, only 22% of the members of Brezhnev's Central Committee were replaced. In fact, the lot of those at the party's highest levels was even better. Thanks to the largest of Khrushchev's successors, not a single member of the CPSU Politburo or Secretariat failed to be re-elected in 1981. The same patterns of extraordinary stability could be found throughout the nomenclatura and the halls of the state ministries. Point 13. Complementing this focus on internal stability, the Brezhnev consensus was based upon the cultivation of a tacit understanding with Soviet citizens. In return for their acceptance of the proposition that the party was working on their behalf another form of trust in cadres, the regime would address their concerns in a conscientious and responsible fashion. Point 14. Although this commitment was never as far-reaching as the comparable gestures in Hungary, the Soviet man and woman on the street experienced a noticeable improvement in their quality of life in the late 1960s. Coveted consumer goods, such as refrigerators and television sets, were more plentiful and citizens benefited from large-scale investments in apartment construction. As average wages rose, workers were able to take advantage of better stocked stores. The regime also showed a willingness to tolerate the country's second economy as a provider of scarce goods and commodities. Yet, here too, Brezhnev and his colleagues did not need to approach the idea of developed socialism with the same degree of openness to new ways of thinking as their Hungarian counterparts. In their eyes, the fact that the USSR had already achieved a high level of development meant that their citizens should naturally appreciate the benefits of life under socialism. To this end, they conspicuously avoided Khrushchev's penchant for making bold predictions about the communist future. Instead, they embraced a new socialist norm, the Soviet way of life. No mere appeal to material self-interest, this strategy underscored the distinctive features of life under socialism: full employment, free healthcare, and high-quality education, and exalted Soviet military strength and national pride. The leadership's message was simple and straightforward. Although it might take decades for their country to catch up with the material prosperity of the capitalist world, Soviet citizens could take satisfaction in their ability to compete with its adversaries in the construction of a just and morally superior society. Conversely, the Brezhnev regime showed that it was prepared to punish anyone who called into question the foundations of these achievements. Unlike in Hungary, where party officials felt the need to tolerate some forms of independent expression, it showed little hesitation in repressing writers and intellectuals who were deemed to have crossed the fine line between being with us and against us. It is debatable whether the CPSU's authority was seriously threatened by these critics. Among the dissidents whom it targeted, relatively few could be called out-and-out opponents of communist rule. Most, like the writers Andrei Sinyavsky and Yuli Daniel, were products of the government's own de-Stalinization measures. Furthermore, aside from exceptional figures like Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who enjoyed a worldwide reputation, few were well known outside their intellectual circles, and their complaints were too diffuse to have a nationwide impact. Rather, the regime's measures reflected the psychology of a ruling elite that felt that its beneficence should be rewarded with unquestioned compliance with its policies. Czechoslovakia goes too far. To the contemporary observer, it might appear as though one can draw a straight line between the dramatic reforms of Czechoslovakia's Prague Spring in 1968 and the Kremlin's decision to use military force to topple its government. Yet, this conclusion would not only be incorrect, it would prevent us from appreciating the considerably more interesting challenges that Moscow's small bloc allies faced in the 1960s. Unlike in Hungary, where Katar and his co-leaders had been forced into reform, most of the other communist leaders, such as Antonin Novotny in Czechoslovakia, Walter Ulbricht in East Germany, and Vladislav Gomulka in Poland, were still imbued with the combative mentality of Stalinism. It was by no means obvious to them how or to what extent they should modify their policies to accord with the changed attitudes in Moscow. Czechoslovakia's communist regime epitomized this uncertainty. In the first half of the 1960s, Klement Gottwald's successor as president and first secretary of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, Novotny, took a consistently cynical approach to the Soviet calls for de-Stalinization. In the judgment of the country's future foreign minister, Yuri Hajek, his policies were replete with absolute halfway measures. 15 On some occasions, Novotny had raised hopes that he would finally break with the past. In 1962, he dynamited the enormous Stalin monument that overlooked Prague and removed Gottwald's embalmed remains from their mausoleum. Yet, on the matters that counted most, Novotny did little. He refused to consider any but the most limited rehabilitation measures of the victims of the CPC's purges and attributed past injustices to the personal defects of his predecessors. Novotny's desultory handling of a deepening economic crisis was even more divisive. After a precipitous drop in national income, he formed a commission under the direction of a prominent economist and Central Committee member, Ota Sik, to explore ways of modernizing the economy. However, when the body recommended significant changes in economic planning and administration, he instructed his ministers to water down the subsequent measures to the point where they were barely distinguishable from existing policy. Novotny's domination of the CPC might have continued had he not provoked an open conflict with party moderates in October 1967 over the proper function of Leninist leadership. Acting on a report by the head of the party's ideological commission, Yuri Hendrik, which warned against any further experimentation, Novotny demanded that the entire party fall into line. To the first secretary's surprise, his critics fought back. Alexander Dubček, the leader of the CPC Slovak section, emerged as their natural spokesperson. Making the case for a regenerated style of party leadership, he maintained that the CPC's function was to lead the people, not to immerse itself in every aspect of governance. To this end, Dubček argued, the party only needed to take advantage of the broad experiences of its members, while allowing the state to implement its promises. 16. These were appealing terms. What gave them substance was Brezhnev's decision to intervene in the conflict. At first, he sided with Novotny's defense of the status quo. But after he became aware of the depth of the CPC's divisions, he shifted to the side of the reformers, demanding that Novotny turn over to Dubček his most important post of first secretary. From the start, Dubček was determined to carve a new path for his country, but he had no intention of emulating Imre Nagy. Accordingly, on February 22, 1968, he took the opportunity provided by the 20th anniversary of Czechoslovakia's imposed February Revolution of 1948 to assure his Soviet allies that he would defend the CPC's vanguard role. In his eyes, the pressing issue was simply how to enforce the leading role of the party more effectively in the existing conditions of socialist construction. 17. In my view, the terms according to which Dubček made this commitment could not have been more significant. They explain why Brezhnev and his associates allowed the regime to undertake one of the most innovative attempts in communist history to resolve the contradiction between the use of the party as a tool of domination and its employment as a tribune of the people. In April 1968, the CPC published an action program that provided a distinctively Czechoslovak answer to this dilemma. Reading it today, one is immediately struck by its author's aspirations to think in big ways about an institution, the party, which in their view had yet to fulfill its promise. Echoing Dubček's remarks the preceding October, the action program informed its readers that the CPC's founders had never meant for it to become a universal caretaker to monitor the implementation of every directive and speak for every social group. This focus had repeatedly prevented state and societal institutions from meeting their responsibilities in the past. By trying to do too much, the party had lost credibility. To regain its authority, the CPC needed to return to its original mission of arousing socialist initiative, showing the ways and real possibilities of communist perspectives, and winning over all workers 18. To this end, the action program's recommendations were notably concrete. For example, its authors recommended that the rubber-stamped National Front be given greater autonomy to stimulate popular engagement in the day-to-day business of socialist governance. Rather than limiting the agency's functions to implementing the party's commands, the authors suggested that the National Front be used to ensure that the insights of workers, intellectuals, and other social groups would percolate their way up to the top policy-making bodies. In the process, the CPC's authority would not be undermined, it would be enhanced. Using the same reasoning, the action program advised the party to get out of the business of economic management. This task, it specified, was best left to the state ministries, only these organs were equipped to make responsible decisions. In cultural policy, too, the action program recommended that once the CPC had set the tone for the humanistic and democratic character of socialism, it should step back and allow the forces of creativity free rein 19. Looking back years later with the knowledge that Moscow would use these statements to justify its invasion, the author of the political section of the action program, Zdeněk Mlynar, lamented the decision to include the National Front in the document. In Mlynar's view, the references to the non-communist bloc parties were guaranteed to antagonize anyone who was suspicious of the regime's intentions. 20 However, I believe that such retrospective judgments are misleading. They prevent us from appreciating the most revealing aspect of the action program. Unlike Nagy in 1956, Dubček and his fellow reformers, including Mlynar, had not proclaimed an end to the principle of single-party rule. They were wrestling with the same difficulties that had bedeviled communists from the early Bolshevik debates onward. There was no hard and fast boundary between acceptable and unacceptable attempts to reform Leninism. For this reason, the ultimate test of doctrinal purity was reduced to the mundane issue of maintaining political stability. In much the same way that Nagy had provided room for independent thinking 12 years earlier, the action program inspired diverse segments of Czechoslovak society to test the limits of official policy. Student groups, trade unions, and churches confidently explored new agendas. Newspaper publishers exposed political scandals and corruption. No development had a greater impact than the publication of the Manifesto of 2,000 words on June 27. Authored by the writer Ludvík Vaculík, and co-signed by 60 writers, scientists, journalists, and even a few Central Committee members, the manifesto was meant both to support Dubček and to embolden him to defend the party's new course. It praised the first secretary for his bold convictions but warned that the reforms were in danger of being reversed by the same anti-democratic forces that had suppressed them in the past. Notably, the authors of the manifesto made a point of not questioning the party's authority. Instead, they called upon their readers to speak up for the cause of humanizing socialism. In these respects, the manifesto was arguably more cautious than the action program. It was distinctive, however, in one key respect. It was produced outside the party's purview. As a result, both it and similar expressions of social discontent fueled a debate within the CPSU Politburo about whether Dubček should be allowed to remain in office. One topic was theoretical: at what point did justifiable efforts to revitalize a communist party's leading role spill over into its extinction? Because the answer to this question was dependent on context, Brezhnev and his colleagues were put into the difficult position of any public official who is asked to describe an indefinable offense. At best one could say, "You know it when you see it." The other question was immediate and concrete. If the CPC's first secretary and his co-leaders were no longer able to safeguard their exclusive right to set their country's priorities, could they still be counted upon to defend Soviet interests? Despite heated disagreements among Soviet leaders and those of fraternal parties, like Ulbricht and Gomulka, Brezhnev initially stood up for Dubček, gambling on his ability to defuse the CPC's feuding factions. Nevertheless, by August he concluded that his Czechoslovak protégé was no longer up to the task. On August 20, Soviet and other Warsaw Pact troops moved into Czechoslovakia to put an end to the Prague Spring. The opponents of reform. The Soviet Union's use of force against the Dubček regime provides a stimulating opportunity to distinguish between the old and the new. The old is that Moscow had already used its military might against a wayward ally, Hungary, in 1956. The rationalization for the decision in 1968, known as the Brezhnev Doctrine, was largely the same as that which the Kremlin had used 12 years earlier. The Czechoslovak government, the argument went, had forfeited its sovereignty by deviating from Leninist principles and transgressing the vital interests of the world proletariat. 21 Brezhnev made the point succinctly in November 1968. When external and internal forces hostile to socialism try to turn the development of a given socialist country in the direction of restoration of the capitalist system, he maintained, when a threat arises to the cause of socialism in that country, this is no longer merely a problem for that country's people, but a common problem, the concern of all socialist countries. 22. The new factor is that unlike Imre Nagy and his supporters, the Soviet Union's leaders and a majority of their Czechoslovak counterparts did not disagree about the importance of taking measured approaches to the construction of socialism. Brezhnev explained 3 years later at the CPSU's 24th Congress in March 1971 that Lenin himself had anticipated developed socialism in 1918. The sacrificial labors of the Soviet people had shown that the material and technical base for the transition to communism could be laid. 23 The difference between Czechoslovakia and other countries within the small bloc such as East Germany and Poland, which I shall explore in this section, was that although these states' leaders faced similar challenges in the 1960s, they were considerably less open to new ideas than their peers in Prague. By the 1970s, the GDR had become a model of what its leaders called actually existing socialism. However, due to East Germany's location at the epicenter of the East-West conflict, their path to this consensus was unusually difficult. With the exception of unresolved issues involving Poland's boundary, none of the GDR's allies had to face questions about their territorial integrity. Even more daunting, none of them had to compete for their citizens' sympathies with a bourgeois capitalist state, the Federal Republic of Germany, which boasted a significantly higher standard of living and extensive personal freedoms. Given these circumstances, it is easy to appreciate why Ulbricht and his fellow leaders maintained the combative spirit that had defined the policies of the Socialist Unity Party in its early years. The Western powers' refusal to recognize the GDR's sovereignty, they argued in good Marxist terms, was proof that only unflinching vigilance against the class enemy would ensure the survival of socialism on German soil. Hence, they emphasized that one could not expect a let-up in the class struggle until the GDR's right to exist was recognized. Paradoxically, the SED's ability to make this case was facilitated by the ultimate act of weakness. On August 13, 1961, the regime began the construction of the Berlin Wall to halt the unremitting flight of East German citizens to West Berlin. One is hard-pressed to imagine a more dramatic illustration of a ruling party's failure. Ulbricht admitted as much, "No one can say that we enjoy having barbed wire 24 yet." For the first time, he and his colleagues had a literally captive audience. Given the population's inability to leave the country and the SED's determination to enforce its commands, ordinary East Germans had little choice but to accommodate themselves to their fate. For these reasons, the wall was a boon to Ulbricht's domination of the SED. More than anyone else in the party, he could take credit for the GDR's survival. Accordingly, he applied himself to the construction of socialism with the same ideological conviction and aversion to compromise that he had acquired during the turbulent times of the Weimar Republic. At first, Some of his policies appeared to be innovative. Even before Katter, he empowered a team of economists in 1962 to explore the possibility of reforming the GDR's planning system. Similarly, between 1963 and 1966, he opened the wall just enough to allow thousands of West Berliners to visit relatives in East Berlin. But in every instance, Ulbricht was a source of disappointment. In the first case, he frustrated planning officials by sharply circumscribing the extent of economic reform. In the second, he deflated his population's hopes for expanded freedom of movement by making unrealizable demands of the West. By the end of the decade, a growing number of Politburo members had come to the conclusion that their general secretary's absolute halfway measures proved that he had lost touch with the GDR's actual conditions. As if to confirm this assessment, Ulbricht was increasingly prone to making the exaggerated proclamations that had characterized Khrushchev's tenure. He predicted that East Germany was on track to exceed West Germany's production of basic goods and commodities. This achievement and countless other successes, he declared, would lead to the birth of a new socialist nation. Most likely, the internal opposition to Ulbricht would have taken longer to coalesce had it not been for a major shift in Soviet foreign policy. In the late 1960s, Moscow went around the GDR to begin four-power negotiations over the status of Berlin and to initiate contacts with West Germany over improved bilateral relations. Quite rightly, Ulbricht viewed this change of course as a threat to his all-or-nothing conception of interactions with the capitalist world. Invoking his roots in the German communist movement, he suggested that he was the servant of a higher cause than the Kremlin's wishes. He informed his allies that the GDR was on the verge of making the transition to communism 25 while attending the CPSU's 24th Congress in April 1971, he asserted rank over Brezhnev. Citing a fleeting acquaintance with Lenin, he claimed that even the Russians had things to learn. 26. Ulbricht's defiant behavior made it easy for the Soviet and East German Politburos to reach an agreement on forcing him out of office. The departure of this venerable communist on May 3, 1971, not only marked the removal of a personality who embodied the Stalinist temperament. Just as importantly, it signified the acceptance of the logic of developed socialism. Ulbricht's successor, Erich Honecker, underscored this point. In a lengthy address to the said Central Committee on the day his predecessor's ouster was announced, he advised his listeners that the party would henceforth be guided by the slogan, "To learn from the Soviet Union is to learn to be victorious." The CPSU, Honecker affirmed, had established the general line for every proletarian party in the world. Accordingly, the CPSU's directives would have general theoretical and political validity for the said in living up to its responsibility to shape the developed socialist society in the GDR. 27. The new General Secretary and his co-leaders lived up to this pledge. In words that could have easily been mistaken for Brezhnev's, they instructed their cadres that the said's policies were grounded in collective leadership and stable routines. The all-around promise of socialism, they asserted, would not be realized in a day. Building a better society was a long-term process that required patience, sobriety, and the readiness to accept cautious approaches to complex problems. Thus, instead of mimicking Ulbricht's assurances of glorious times on the horizon, the said presented itself as a servant of the public good. It appealed to the population in down-to-earth terms, stressing values that the average man or woman could readily comprehend. Because of its citizens' acute awareness of the higher living standards in West Germany, it particularly emphasized the advantages of socialism over capitalism, including the maintenance of law and order and the provision of fitting rewards for hard work. In many ways, the Polish United Workers' Party would undertake a similar redefinition of its functions in the early 1970s. But to an even greater extent than the said, its leaders had to contend with the will of an individual, Władysław Gomulka, who viewed himself as his nation's savior. In standing up to Khrushchev in 1956, Gomulka had won enormous goodwill from both the party elite and the Polish population. In the first years after this confrontation, it looked as though he would take advantage of this opportunity. He halted collectivization, promised to punish police officials for the abuse of power, and released thousands of political prisoners, including Poland's primate, Stefan Cardinal Wyszynski. He even experimented with multi-candidate elections to the country's rubber stamp parliament, the same. Yet hopes that Gomulka would take these steps even further collapsed at the end of the 1950s. To an extent that was profoundly demoralizing to many of his supporters, he singled out the PUWP for attack. He likened putatively revisionist elements in the organization to tuberculosis and, in contrast to Khrushchev, declared that Stalinists were no worse than the flu. Confirming his step backward, he denounced his critics for diverging from the socialist cause. Gomulka's refusal to consider anyone his equal made it impossible for the PUWP to establish an autonomous profile. Yet, in an attempt to guarantee his authority, Gomulka took a step that inadvertently destabilized Polish society and led to his downfall. Rather than promoting a consensual atmosphere within the Politburo, he sought to augment his stature by playing party factions against each other. One group, the so-called partisans, was composed of former underground fighters who were wedded to Stalinist values. Passionately nationalistic and intolerant of political diversity, they faulted Gomulka for not doing enough to defend the country's sovereignty against Moscow. A second group, known as the technocrats, was composed of pragmatically minded functionaries, such as the popular Salesian Party chief Edward Gierek, who pressed their colleagues to be more responsive to popular demands. A final group was composed of younger, mid-level cotters, engineers, and scientists who chafed at the underutilization of their skills and expertise. Had Gomulka been able to maintain a balance of power among these factions, he might have solidified his position. However, by the mid-1960s, successive domestic crises forced him to take sides. Following the outbreak of the Arab-Israeli Six-Day War in June 1967, he supported a wave of anti-Semitic attacks by the partisans. There was no love lost between Gomulka and the instigator of this campaign, Interior Minister Mieczyslaw Mazar. But because one of the purposes of the partisans' offensive was to remove Jewish communists from senior leadership positions, Gomulka evidently calculated that he needed to curry the support of those who replaced them. The anti-Semitic campaign had barely reached its peak when Gomulka was confronted with an eruption of protest by students and professors at the University of Warsaw in support of Dubček's reforms in Prague. When the protesters demanded that the PUWP consider similar reforms, Gomulka ordered the police to use brute force against the demonstrators and purged the university's faculties. An even more consequential crisis emerged over a precipitous economic downturn at the end of the decade. To counter a sharp decline in industrial production and growing food shortages, planning officials convinced Gomulka to freeze wages at the current levels, limit productivity bonuses, and even allow for layoffs. In less turbulent times, these measures would have led to a public outcry. But the regime made the situation worse in December 1970 by announcing substantial increases in the prices of consumer goods. Coming just days before Christmas, the news threw the country into chaos. Dock workers in the northern port cities of Gdansk, Szczecin, and Gdynia took to the streets. Party offices were set ablaze and protests spread to other urban centers. Confirming his recognition of his regime's failures, Gomulka ordered the army to crush the protests. Hundreds of demonstrators were killed and thousands injured. Just like in East Germany only half a year earlier, Brezhnev and his co-leaders did not need to be convinced that Gomulka was no longer fit to rule. On this occasion, conveniently, they did not have to risk the incendiary consequences of military intervention. On December 14, Gomulka's opponents forced their first secretary to resign and selected Gierek to replace him. No sooner had Gierek entered office than he announced his intention to restore the PUWP to its rightful place. After removing Gomulka's partisan supporters, he followed Brezhnev's example by committing himself explicitly to collective decision-making. To regain the support of the party's rank-and-file members, he charged them with the straightforward task of satisfying the population's material needs. As Gierek soon discovered, however, the Polish population's deeply ingrained distrust of its rulers meant that there was a problem with defining the PUWP's functions in service terms alone. When he hesitated to act on all of the workers' demands from the December protests, activists staged a coordinated strike in the Gdansk shipyards. Gierek rushed to the city to appeal to the protesters for patience. Help me, he pleaded, I am only a worker like you. But now, and I tell you this in all solemnity as a Pole and as a communist, the fate of our nation and the cause of socialism are in the balance. 28 Most likely, many protesters did not care whether Gierek considered himself a good communist. But, for the moment, he made his appeal to national solidarity credible by revoking the planned wage freeze and price hikes. Nonetheless, as much as Gierek hoped that this strategy would result in the domestic stability enjoyed by his Soviet and East German counterparts, his solution was made on shaky ground. Whereas the leaders of the CPSU and the SED had removed rulers from office who refused to adapt to a new phase of socialist development, blood had been spilled in Poland's streets and dockyards. A disaffected population was even less convinced that the party was acting on its behalf. Tito's way. In Stalin's time, these developments would have had an immediate impact on communist regimes everywhere. The Soviet Union would have intervened forcefully to determine exactly what political stance it desired of its allies. With the declining reach of Moscow's sphere of influence, however, there was less to prevent other regimes, and especially those that came to power without the assistance of the Red Army, from choosing for themselves how they wanted to build socialism. Provocatively, in nearly every case, with the partial exception of the West European communists, these parties remained heavily under the sway of the individuals who led them. In Yugoslavia, every aspect of the identity of the League of Communists was imbued with Josip Broz Tito's persona. In the official hagiography, Tito was lionized for his leadership of the partisan movement during World War II and his subsequent defense of his country's independence from Moscow in 1948. Most prominently, he was regarded as the cohesive force that held the multi-ethnic state of Yugoslavia together. Under his direction, the LCY demonstrated how a Leninist organization based upon a Marxist idea of proletarian unity could be creatively modified to respond to manifold societal problems. The party embraced the concept of Yugoslavenstvo, or Yugoslavism, as a strategy for overcoming the persisting conflicts among Slovenes, Serbs, Croats, Bosnian Muslims, and other ethnic and religious groups. Indeed, Tito increasingly treated the issue of national unity as if it were no longer in question. No one in Yugoslavia, he confidently declared, any longer points out whether someone is a Serb, a Croat, or a member of any other nationality. 29. Tito would have been fully aware that such an assertion was unfounded. Even a party as purportedly enlightened as the LCY could not easily overcome the memories of injustice, both real and imagined, that had been committed by one ethnic group against another. Still, Tito's centrality to the project of national reconciliation helps us to understand why both he and all of the members of his inner circle became increasingly preoccupied with a single question: who could possibly step into Tito's shoes after his death? No one could have known that their septuagenarian leader would be with them until his passing at the age of 87 in 1980. But the centrality of this concern indicated the depth of the party's dependence on his personality. In this context, when Tito expelled his presumptive heir, Aleksandar Rankovic, from the Yugoslav Communist Party leadership in 1966, the event precipitated open conflict among incipient factions within the regime. As secretary of the party's organizational department and chief of the security police, Rankovic used the threat of recrimination to ensure that his commands were carried out. With his removal, party moderates were emboldened to call for greater political transparency. In the same spirit as Kadyr's and Brezhnev's promotion of a closer relationship between rulers and ruled, they contended that Yugoslav citizens could not be expected to make lasting contributions to socialism, let alone be persuaded that they were part of a common cause, if the party treated them as children. Each citizen should take charge of his or her own thoughts and deeds. Of course, just as in Hungary and the Soviet Union, the reformers did not intend to question the party's authority. Hence, the secret police routinely targeted free-thinking intellectuals, like the editors of the revisionist Marxist journal Praxis, with harassment. Nonetheless, the moderates' encouragement of some forms of critical reflection spilled into other aspects of LCY policy making. At the League's 8th Congress in December 1964, Tito threw his support behind the former partisan fighter and reform-minded economist Edvard Kardelj. With Rankovic out of the way, Kardelj advanced an ambitious modernization strategy, the New Measures, which led Yugoslavia to have the most open economy in the socialist world by the end of the decade. The greatest impact of the atmosphere surrounding Rankovic's ouster was on the self-perception of party leaders in each of the republics. It exposed a latent conflict between their role as representatives of their home regions and their responsibilities to the Yugoslav Federation. For the politicians of the northern, most developed republics, Slovenia and Croatia, Rankovic, a Serb, had symbolized the negative features of the consensus on which the federal state was based. In their eyes, Belgrade's proclamations about abiding by the principles of Leninist solidarity were contradicted by the fact that Serbs held a disproportionate number of the central government's senior economic and military appointments. In addition, the republic's representatives accused Belgrade of promoting policies that unduly benefited the country's less developed southern regions. When they pressed Tito to address their grievances, he responded positively. In a decision that would have fateful long-term consequences for the Yugoslav state, he transferred many of the federal LCY's powers to its Republican Party organizations. For the first time, the latter were given direct control over the selection of cadres, from local cells up to their respective central committees. In 1968, the LCY amended the constitution to give each republic sovereignty over all matters not explicitly reserved to the federal government. In a novel interpretation of Leninism, Tito justified these changes by arguing that they represented a specifically Yugoslav refinement of the concept of democratic centralism. They would, he claimed, strengthen the LCY's leading role. I am calling attention to this shift because it illustrates the continuing problem, in this case an extreme one, of defining the criteria for party unity. Suddenly, in Yugoslavia's case, the possibility arose that multiple claimants to the principle of single-party rule would jeopardize the authority of a single-party state. Tito responded by forming a 15-member executive bureau of the Presidium composed of representatives from each of the party's Republican and provincial organizations. In theory, this was a good idea. In practice, it deadlocked the government. The more that Republican parties asserted their prerogatives, the harder it became for central party organs to make effective decisions. In addition, the devolution of decision-making authority exacerbated long-standing Republican rivalries. In 1969, a decision by the federal government to divert World Bank funding for a Slovenian road-building project to poorer regions in the south precipitated a full-blown crisis. Croat leaders joined their neighbors in denouncing Belgrade for slighting their interests. In response, the Serbs and Macedonians accused the northern republics of promoting factionalism. A considerably more ominous consequence of these decentralization measures was that they exposed deeper forces of ethnic chauvinism. In the Croatian Republic, perceptions of external exploitation gave rise to nationalist and populist sentiments. In turn, fears of Croat separatism and nationalism stirred similar feelings in the Serbian Republic and among Serbs living in Croatia. Tito's reaction to these developments testifies to his faith in the idea of a unified Yugoslav nation-state. In September 1970, at the age of 78, he put the question of his succession squarely on the table by proposing a collective presidency that would eventually replace him. Adopted a month later, the plan was a classic expression of the balancing act that typified his rule. With representatives from the republics, the new organ was charged with ameliorating tensions among state organizations in the same way the executive committee was meant to serve the party. However, in 1971, the flaw within this formula was manifested by the near collapse of central authority in Croatia. In response to Tito's encouragement of republican identities, the activist cultural organization Matica Hrvatska, among other groups, called for the recognition of a separate Croatian language. University students demanded the right to organize themselves independently. Policymakers pressed the federal government for greater autonomy and control over foreign currency reserves. In some respects, the Croatian Spring that grew out of these demands had the same intoxicating effect as the rush to reform socialism in Czechoslovakia 3 years earlier. The movement's advocates stemmed from the Croatian LCY's claim that it could revise the party's role without undermining it. In fact, many old communists who had fought alongside Tito stood behind this effort. From Tito's perspective, however, the experiment was tantamount to allowing a subordinate segment of the party to dictate the terms of Yugoslav unity. He had good reason for concern. Matica Hrvatska behaved more and more like a separate political party, indeed, an anti-communist party demanding a greater say in political and economic policy. Tito was not alone in seeing these dangers. For reasons ranging from ideological conviction to political opportunism, a majority of the Croatian party's leaders concluded that their republic needed the father of the Yugoslav revolution on its side. Accordingly, they joined the leaders of the other republics in August 1971 in formulating an action program quite unlike the document that inspired the Prague Spring. Their declaration condemned the disturbances as anti-socialist and anti-national. When the Student Federation of the University of Zagreb called for a republic-wide strike, the Croatian leadership linked arms with Tito in denouncing the rotten liberalism and counter-revolution that had despoiled their republic and demanded the resignation of the LCY members who supported the Croatian Spring. In retrospect, one wonders whether Tito's assertion of authority would have taken place as smoothly had he lost the support of the Croatian party. In any case, he let it be known that he was prepared to use military force, if necessary, to restore the federal party's supremacy. When the worst did not transpire, Tito demonstrably returned to familiar national and ideological territory. First, he emphasized that Croatia's problems were not limited to a single republic. This was a national crisis that required a Yugoslav solution. When the LCY leadership reassembled in January 1972, he sharply reduced the size of the Executive Bureau from 14 to 8 members, and removed its most conspicuous supporters of regional autonomy. With the same intent, he took parallel steps against uncompliant members of the Serbian party leadership at the end of the year. Second, Tito emphatically returned to a Leninist vocabulary. Using words that could have easily come from the mouth of Brezhnev, Honecker, or Kadar, he asserted in a speech in the Croatian seaport of Rijeka on September 4, 1972, that Yugoslav socialism was open to all types of people. The sole requirement was the acceptance of the class character of the struggle against separatism. Those who insisted on taking the country backward needed to know that the proletarian vanguard, that is, the party center, would not hesitate to turn to older methods. You know how they used to do these things in other countries, Tito emphasized in an unmistakable nod to his Stalinist roots: heads rolled, there was hard labor and all sorts of things. We do not want to do that, but, by God, if anyone is persistent in hostile activity, then we must put him into isolation somewhere. And you know what isolation means. There is no other way. 30 Still, Tito emphasized that his version of Leninist rule would withstand the test of time. He concluded his address by referring to certain unnamed Western forecasts that Yugoslavia would disintegrate after his death. I consider that people abroad have no right to tell lies, he declared. Our country is stable. We suffered together, we fought together, and we made enormous sacrifices. 31. Deng Xiaoping's way. A single decision in China at the end of the 1970s demonstrated that Tito's inner circle was not alone in allowing a commingling of personalistic leadership and the idea of Communist Party rule. In July 1977, Mao's immediate successor, Premier Hua Qiuwang, persuaded the Politburo's Standing Committee that the Chinese Communist Party's break with the Cultural Revolution required the reinstatement of his best-known surviving critic, Deng Xiaoping. Deng was not given a top party post, but he required little time to act on the differentiated conception of party leadership that he and Liu Shaoqi had advocated in the late 1950s and early 1960s. Although Deng would never rise above the level of vice chairman of the Central Committee, he would play the preeminent role in shaping China's trajectory until his death in 1997. There is a certain pathos to the fact that one of the first steps Deng took to establish his authority was to turn the Standing Committee against Hua. Although Hua was originally chosen to be Zhou Enlai's successor because of his reputation for being the most desirable or least undesirable person to execute a gradual retreat from the extremes of the preceding decade, he played an important role in facilitating the break from Maoism. In 1977, Hua sought to placate the remaining leftist Politburo members with words of reassurance. For those who feared the diminution of the CCP's revolutionary heritage, he endorsed it to whatever's policy support whatever decisions Mao made and whatever instructions he left behind. At the same time, Hua's policies bore a distinct resemblance to Brezhnev's efforts to stabilize expectations. He assured party members and potential recruits that the chaotic times of the Cultural Revolution were over. He praised the noble virtues of party life and promised to infuse the institution with new energy. Unlike Mao, who had rarely left China, he also traveled to other socialist countries to learn about alternative approaches to socialist management. Notwithstanding Hua's contributions, Deng took the lead in formulating a new conception of Chinese politics that would result over the coming decades in the country's emergence as a major world power. In his capacity as paramount leader, as he became known, Deng engineered the CCP's transition from a party of revolution to a party of organization. In a path-breaking speech on December 13, 1978, just before the convening of the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, he signaled the definitive break with the Cultural Revolution by endorsing Zhou Enlai's 4 modernizations as the party's new line. In living up to the obligations of our new long march, Deng stressed, the primary task for every communist was to emancipate his or her mind by seeking truth from facts. For too long, cadres had sought comfort in the bad habits that served as survival tools under extremists like Lin Biao and the Gang of Four. Yet, Deng underscored, these days were over. China could only advance if the party recruited members who could look beyond tried and true methods and dedicate themselves to solving demanding social and economic problems. 32. In this spirit, Deng took up the thorny issue of Mao's record. To seek truth from facts, he argued, one needed to confront the party's mistakes. Although some wrongs could never be rectified, others could. In the interest of party unity, he emphasized, comrades who had made mistakes should own up to their errors and take steps to correct them. In this case, Deng's Khrushchevian moment was to address the cult of Mao Zedong. Even Chairman Mao, he stated, was not infallible. To demand that of any revolutionary leader, it seemed, would be inconsistent with Marxism. Surely, Deng added cryptically, Mao had good reasons for initiating the Cultural Revolution. Nonetheless, the party had to confront this dark chapter in its history. Deng did not say how or when this step should be taken. In fact, he cautioned against undue haste. Yet even raising the issue of Mao's fallibility was a monumental leap. 33. It is instructive that Deng's guarded critique evoked the same question about the fragility of the party's authority that we have encountered in Yugoslavia. Given the fact that China's entire domestic order was linked to the personality of a single individual, how could one make the transition to a meaningful and viable concept of party rule without simultaneously disrupting society as a whole? Even some of Deng's strongest supporters worried that the country was not ready for such an examination of its past. These concerns were justified. Not long after Deng's speech, Beijing's tacit acceptance of its residents' use of wall posters to give vent to their grievances exploded into a democracy wall movement when disaffected students and intellectuals throughout China tested the limits of the regime's tolerance of dissent. In numerous cities, they were emboldened to organize sit-ins, start underground newspapers, and demand expanded freedoms. In particular, they called for the rehabilitation of the protesters jailed after the April 1976 demonstrations over the insufficiently respectful handling of Zhou Enlai's funeral arrangements. Deng had never intended the pursuit of truth through facts to be taken this far, and he showed his displeasure by turning to the same remedy that had been used in the other socialist states, force. On March 29, he ordered the arrest of the movement's leaders. On the following day, he rebuked their sympathizers in the party for promoting anarchism. China would only progress, Deng insisted, if it adhered to four long-established principles: the primacy of the socialist road, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the leadership of the Communist Party, and the tenets of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. 34. What Deng and other victims of Mao's terror seemed to fear the most about the democracy wall movement was not the protesters' specific demands. Rather, as he and the CCP's inner circle would affirm by returning to the use of force against anti-government demonstrations a decade and a half later in June 1989, it was a return to the disorder of the 1960s. Otherwise, Deng showed that he was determined to transform the CCP into an organization that was principally suited to managing a complex economy. Invoking Maoist language, but with a very different objective, Deng used the protests to challenge party members to prove that they were worthy of being the people's vanguard. At a Politburo meeting on August 18, 1980, he declared that China would not become a modern socialist state unless its cadres adopted new ways of thinking and acting. In his view, even those with the requisite skills to move forward were still being held back by the feudal mentality of an earlier generation. There was no longer room for the clannish practices of yesteryear when, as Deng put it, someone's promotion to a leadership position meant that even his dogs and chickens ascended with him. The dignity of our state and national self-respect, he stressed, required that no one should be above the law. 35. For a rising, increasingly more educated, and hopeful generation of Chinese communists, these were heady words. The admission that the CCP's representatives were imperfect did not call the party's infallibility into question. Rather, it provided room for these members to believe that they could join in realizing the organization's high ideals. Now that Deng had created this opportunity, they naturally expected that he and all public officials would live up to this standard as well. Persisting personality cults. One cannot avoid making an important qualification to Deng's commitment to re-establishing the CCP's leading role. He was personally involved in every aspect of the undertaking. Given the extent to which China's political and social order was suffused with Mao's cult, it is hard to imagine how a break with the past would have been possible without a dominant figure to direct it. At the same time, in many other socialist states, the absence of a momentous event, like Mao's death, to force such a transition meant that it was even easier for dictatorial personalities to resist the subordination of their desires to a collective principle of leadership. The leaders of Romania, Albania, and North Korea found a convenient rationale for maintaining absolute power by presenting themselves as both torchbearers of the class struggle and defenders of national dignity. Romania is a case in point. When Nicolae Ceausescu, a home communist, succeeded George George as General Secretary of the renamed Romanian Communist Party in March 1965, he faced a situation quite like that of Rákosi's and Novotny's successors in Hungary and Czechoslovakia. Under George Dej, the party leadership had alienated its citizenry and much of its rank-and-file membership. Like its counterparts in other socialist states, the RCP unabashedly defended Stalinist economic and social policies that left it out of touch with the population's needs. Furthermore, thanks to George Dej's success in opposing any form of collective leadership, the upper echelons of the RCP lacked a reform-minded cohort to offer an alternative course. As a senior member of the leadership since the communist takeover in 1947, Ceausescu was as ensconced in these policies as anyone. Hence, he initially surprised observers by seeming to distance himself from this legacy. As party chief, he assumed both the posture and tone of Brezhnev's regime. He courted the support of RCP members by assuring them of his respect for collective decision-making and promising opportunities for professional advancement. To free up positions for new cadres, he forbade party officials from holding more than one position simultaneously. He also tentatively indicated his willingness to take a long, hard look at the party's sordid past. No measure played a greater role in establishing a positive image for Ceausescu than his defense of Romania's independence. In a dramatic break with Moscow on August 21, 1968, he condemned the Warsaw Pact's invasion of Czechoslovakia for violating the sovereignty of a fraternal socialist state. For many Romanians, party members and non-members alike, the speech was a tour de force. It demonstrated that adherence to the doctrine of proletarian internationalism was fully compatible with Romanian nationalism. One cannot be internationalist, Ceausescu affirmed, if one does not love one's own nation and if one does not struggle for the building of the new socialist and communist nation 36. Yet, this synthesis was also Ceausescu's key to establishing that he, and not the RCP, would be the father of this nation. After his return from an extended tour of China, North Korea, and North Vietnam in summer 1971, all countries that exhibited independent policies against Moscow, he abandoned the conciliatory tone of the preceding decade. Invoking 17 theses that were reminiscent of the battle themes of Stalinism, Ceausescu ordered the RCP to intensify political education among party members, rein in disloyal writers and journalists, and promote socialist patriotism. This campaign, or mini-cultural revolution as it became known, was a far cry from China's Cultural Revolution. Instead of replicating Mao's campaigns to elevate the idea of party rule by attacking the practice of party organizations, Ceausescu's goal was simply to assert his control over all spheres of Romanian life. To be sure, the RCP's General Secretary was not the first communist leader to put his personal interests above the collective good. But at least by European standards, his cult was on par with Stalin's in both its extent and mythic pretensions. In official statements, the government portrayed Ceausescu as the natural heir to a long line of Romanian heroes extending back to the ancient and equally mythologized Dacian people of the 1st century AD. His written works were celebrated as among the greatest contributions to Marxist theory. In newspaper articles, television documentaries, literary works, and poetry, he was acclaimed as a genius and secular deity. Not one to let such tributes go ignored, Ceausescu likened his role to that of an orchestra conductor, or conjugator, who blended his call to leadership with the needs of the masses. One might compare the role of personality and of the masses to an orchestra, he explained. A good orchestra is nothing without a good conductor, just as the best conductor is nothing without a good orchestra, with each contributing to the performance as a whole. 37. In one respect, Ceausescu's quest differed from Stalin's. The Soviet leader distrusted close personal relationships, while Ceausescu's proclivities were unabashedly familial. The more suspicious he became of collegial decision-making, the more he sought security in his own clan. In particular, he elevated his wife to a status that rivaled that of Mao's spouse, Jiang Qing. At her husband's side, Elena Ceausescu fostered her own personality cult. She was exalted simultaneously as the mother of the Romanian nation and as its daughter. Just as important politically, her husband charged her with making all cadre appointments in the Central Committee. By the 1980s, nearly 30 members of the Ceausescu clan held top party and state positions. This was not socialism in one country. This was socialism in one family. Like Ceausescu, Albania's Enver Hoxha skillfully established his position by combining Marxist and nationalist appeals. When Hoxha became first secretary of the Party of Labour of Albania in 1944, he assumed the pose of the quintessential Stalinist. He praised both Stalin and Tito, whose partisan fighters had been instrumental in founding the PLA's predecessor, the Communist Party of Albania, in 1941, and for demonstrating how a developing country could make the leap out of backwardness. Following his hero's example, the new regime swiftly expropriated the property of large landowners, nationalized the country's few industries, and jailed and executed former officials and internal critics. By the early 1950s, Hakha had deservedly earned the reputation for heading one of the most brutal regimes in the communist world. Hakha soon showed that he did not view Albania's path to socialism as contingent upon Belgrade's or Moscow's desires. His break with Tito came first. Following Yugoslavia's expulsion from the Cominform in 1948 and Tito's innovations in party organization and economic management, Hakha jumped on the bandwagon of condemning his neighbor for joining the forces of counter-revolution. Then, in an even more explicit declaration of independence in the mid-1950s, he turned his attention to Khrushchev, denouncing the secret speech as a manifestation of revisionism. When the extent of Sino-Soviet tensions came into full view at the turn of the decade, Hakha alone among Eastern Europe's communist rulers joined Beijing in attacking the Soviet Union for great power chauvinism. After Moscow severed diplomatic relations with Tirana in 1961, he glorified the People's Republic of China and Mao as the standard-bearers of communism. Yet there was a twist. In one respect, Albania's relationship with China from this point forward had the characteristics of a conventional alliance. After Hakha severed diplomatic relations with the USSR, China became the major source of economic aid to Tirana. Still, Hakha's interest in the PRC was also proof of the continuing power of ideas in the communist world. From his vantage point, the PLA's association with the Chinese Communists was an opportunity to share in the assault on the Soviet model of developed socialism. In tribute to his partner, Hakha launched his own ideological and cultural revolution immediately after Mao's appeal to the Red Guards in 1966 to bombard the headquarters. However, his objectives were only partly like Mao's. Like China's leader, he was contemptuous of traditional culture, including the institution of the family and all forms of religion. Yet, like Ceausescu, Hakha did not aim to foster a permanent revolution. Rather, he intended to use his position to establish his supremacy over both the party and the state. Thus, the ideological and cultural revolution was all about taking control of society. In the name of eradicating Soviet revisionism, Hakha deployed compliant PLA cadres, youth organizations, and soldiers to purge party and state offices of supposed bureaucrats and technocrats and wage war on traditional culture. He abolished military ranks, launched literacy campaigns, and declared full equality for women. On a triumphant note, he proclaimed Albania the world's first atheist state. Hakha found the ideal justification for these policies in the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. Writing in the party daily, Zari I Populat, in early 1969, he accused the Khrushchev revisionists of using their troops against another country to conceal their nefarious plans to establish capitalist states of a new type and military dictatorships throughout the world. In his estimation, the Soviet Union had long ago given up the ghost of Leninism. The Brezhnev-Kosygin clique, Hakha argued, wanted other socialist states to believe that the class struggle was over and that all exploiting classes had been liquidated. But, he emphasized, bourgeois influences would continue to contaminate socialism even after the victory of communism. By implication, the only way to guarantee the survival of the communist ideal was to achieve the full victory of socialist ideology in every individual country. 38 Presumably, Hakha believed that Albania had already achieved this goal. In itself, Hakha's variant on the theme of socialism in one country was audacious. Speaking as the representative of a country that was scarcely known in other parts of the world, he aimed to establish himself as a preeminent Marxist thinker. It would take an even more distinctive turn in the early 1970s when Mao outlined a three worlds theory that posited the existence of a second world of peaceful capitalist states between the superpowers and the non-aligned movement. Hakha denounced the concept as a dangerous blurring of the lines between revolution and counter-revolution. Making relations between Albania and the PRC even worse, in February 1972, Mao committed the unpardonable sin, in Hakha's eyes, of welcoming the symbol of American imperialism, U.S. President Richard Nixon, to Beijing. Thus, after the defeat of the Gang of Four, the two states' partnership collapsed. In 1978, Hakha accused China's leaders of seeking to make their country a superpower. Taking this denunciation one step further, he declared that Mao Zedong thought had been anti-Marxist all along. Mao himself, it seemed, was no more than a Chinese Bukharin, who had used the CCP to build a personality cult that rivaled those of Emperor Bokassa, the Shah of Iran, or the King of Nepal. Hakha even denounced the Gang of Four as a group of megalomaniacs, ambitious, outright babblers. 39. In fairness to Beijing, Hakha's assessment was babble, too. Nonetheless, this was instructive babble. Hakha's justification of Albania's divorce from the PRC should have exposed the poverty of his position. After all, if it was hard to realize the fruits of socialism in the Soviet Union and China, why should Albania be up to this charge? Yet, provocatively, Hakha's stature was enhanced in some parts of the world. By the 1980s, he was practically alone among ruling communists, save for Kim Il-sung in North Korea, in defending the Stalinist themes of ideological struggle and class warfare. With faith in communism in decline everywhere, Hakhaism became an ideological aphrodisiac for scores of minute splinter parties throughout Africa, Asia, and Europe. Its appeal lay not so much in Albania's growth strategies. Rather, for the Chilean Communist Party, the Communist Ghadar Party of India, the Voltaic Revolutionary Communist Party in Burkina Faso, and the Communist Party in Portugal, among many others, Hakha's amalgamation of diverse elements of Marxism was a way to focus on overthrowing the established order at a time when established socialist regimes were determined to stabilize it. Against this background, it says something about the characteristics of North Korean socialism that the cult of Kim Il-sung was even more pervasive than those in Romania and Albania. In establishing his authority, Kim had an advantage that was unavailable to most of the communist world: a sustained military threat. After an agonizing 3-year war that took the lives of nearly 5 million people and ended in a stalemate with South Korea and the United States, he could persuasively argue that North Korea's survival depended upon maintaining a state of battle readiness. By the early 1960s, Kim had achieved this goal, combining Stalinist strategies of accelerated economic development with high levels of armaments production. However, despite the fact that North Korea had a higher percentage of party members among its population than any other socialist state, this focus had little to do with advancing the leading role of his party, the Korean Workers' Party. Just like Stalin, Kim simultaneously purged the KWP's upper elite. By the party's Fourth Congress in September 1961, only 28 out of 85 full members of the Central Committee were retained from the preceding Congress 5 years earlier. Most of those removed were members of the Soviet and Chinese factions who did not share Kim's roots in the Manchurian guerrilla movement. Not one to let sentiment get in the way of personal ambition, Kim also turned on his former comrades in battle. In October 1966, under the banner of a so-called monolithic ideological system, he removed 9 of the 16 members of the party's highest body, the Political Committee. 1/5 of the Central Committee's members met the same fate. 40. Confirming his determination to restrict the parameters of the North Korean Revolution to his vision alone, Kim undergirded his cult with the doctrine of national self-reliance, or JICH. When he initially broached the concept in the mid-1950s, he claimed that JICH was merely a supplement to Marxism-Leninism. Yet the doctrine quickly evolved into a profound rationale for asserting North Korea's independence. In the early 1960s, when Moscow took issue with his government's military ambitions and threatened to withdraw economic aid, Kim publicly broke ranks and threw his support to Beijing. Later in the decade, when the Cultural Revolution presented an all too vivid image of socialist instability, he distanced himself from the PRC. By the 1970s, although Kim still sought military and economic assistance from both countries, he had abandoned any meaningful connection to the idea of proletarian internationalism. Then again, Kim was convinced that he did not need to rely on the guidance of outside powers to build socialism on Korean soil. His party agreed. To an extent that rivaled the dimensions of Stalin's personality cult, the KWP credited him with every major achievement in contemporary North Korean history and glorified him as the great son, the shining star, and the genius of Marxism-Leninism. He held all major party and state posts, including supreme command of the military. Confirming Kim's belief in this mythology, when he began to contemplate the implications of his mortality in the 1970s, he looked to his own bloodline, and not to the KWP, for a solution. Upon his death in July 1994, Kim was succeeded by his son, Kim Jong-il, who proclaimed his father eternal president 4 years later. The trials of normalcy. Looking on, Brezhnev and his like-minded Eastern European colleagues must have felt as if they were viewing another world. Unlike their Romanian, Albanian, and North Korean contemporaries, they had grown weary of the confrontational ethos and violence that had suffused Leninist movements for more than half a century. Their party's more pragmatic and predictable leadership styles and their disposition to reach decisions collectively provided them with something they had missed in their relations with both their followers and citizens. This was a sense of socialist normalcy. Of course, normalcy is only an aspiration, never a sure thing. Everywhere in the 1970s, these parties' leaders encountered the expectation that they would live up to their promises. Their faith in the idea that the party of developed socialism could provide higher living standards was based on the conviction that command economies could be fine-tuned to become more productive and would grow through the infusion of new technologies. With the exception of Hungary, however, which experienced modest success in experimenting with price reforms and private enterprise, these regimes were both unwilling and unable to do anything more than tinker with the structure of centralized planning and their habitual reliance on labor-intensive industries. As a result, they could barely sustain the initial improvements in their population's quality of life, let alone provide them with new resources and opportunities. Making matters more difficult, as the 1970s progressed, additional problems: declining labor productivity, escalating production costs, and exploding levels of Eastern European indebtedness to Western banks and trading partners drove overall growth rates downward. Additionally, this harsh reality eroded the Soviet Union's willingness to make unconditional sacrifices for the common good. In the wake of the world energy crisis of 1973, Moscow raised the price of oil and natural gas exports to its energy-starved allies. In a private meeting with his Polish, Czechoslovak, Bulgarian, Hungarian, and German colleagues in Budapest on March 18, 1975, Brezhnev conceded that they were bearing a heavy burden. But he pointed out that his country, too, faced serious problems: a decreasing return on its investments, woefully insufficient financial and material resources, and uncertain international conditions. Thus, he did not have any easy solutions for their problems. "I came here," he advised, "with empty pockets." He added, "Life is life." While they had all experienced difficult moments over the past 30 years, he noted that each had consistently found ways to overcome them, moving ahead, not backward. 41. Life may have been life, but this did not mean that there would be no consequences if these states failed to move forward. Once again, Poland provided a signal of trials to come. On June 24, 1976, Girek's government responded to inflationary pressures and spreading food shortages by increasing the price of agricultural staples such as meat, sugar, and butter. The backlash was immediate. Convinced that Girek had broken the party's social contract of 1971, enraged workers in the northern port cities again walked off their jobs and violent demonstrations spread throughout Poland. Faced with the prospect of a crippling nationwide strike, the government rescinded its decision less than 24 hours after its announcement. But the damage was done. This feeble gesture was not a solution, it was an indication that its relationship with its citizens had grown even worse. Across the bloc, all of the communist regimes were further tested by an unintended consequence of Moscow's efforts to improve relations with the West. By the mid-1970s, Brezhnev's tentative steps toward resolving the question of Berlin's status through negotiations with the city's three Western occupying powers and improving ties with West Germany had evolved into a dense network of political, economic, and financial relationships with Western European states and the United States that transcended the ideological divide. In August 1975, what had begun as a risk for the Soviets culminated in an event that appeared to put the worst tensions of the Cold War to rest. Representatives of 33 European states, as well as the United States and Canada, met in Helsinki, Finland, to sign a comprehensive three-part agreement about the post-war order. The first two sections of the accord, or baskets as they were called, affirmed the two primary goals of Soviet foreign policy, the West's de facto recognition of the status quo in Eastern Europe and a broad opening to Western markets and capital. However, a third basket, which formally bound the signatories to respect civil, political, economic, social, cultural, and other rights and freedoms, proved to be an unwelcome challenge. 42 The recognition of social and economic rights was consonant with socialist principles. But otherwise, it is unlikely Moscow and its allies ever intended to accept the concepts of civil and political rights, at least as they were understood in the West. To do so would have been to call into question the concept of proletarian dictatorship. In the midst of the negotiations, Brezhnev assured his Eastern European partners that Soviet negotiators had already repelled excessive and obnoxious demands of some Western countries. 43 Nevertheless, they had given their imprimatur to terms that could be taken quite literally by their citizens. On May 12, 1976, a handful of outspoken scientists and writers held a press conference in the Moscow apartment of the dissident physicist Andrei Sakharov to announce the formation of a Helsinki Watch Group. Their straightforward goal was to monitor their government's observance of the Helsinki Accords and call the world's attention to human rights violations. Predictably, the group's members immediately became targets of harassment by the Soviet security police, the KGB. Many were jailed and others were forced into exile. But demonstrating that the letter of the Helsinki agreements was not as easily ignored, their example swiftly led to the formation of watch groups in other Soviet republics, including Ukraine, Lithuania, and Georgia. 1 year later, these developments were followed by an even more direct assault upon the party's authority in Czechoslovakia. Two prominent dissidents, Václav Havel and Pavel Kohout, published a document, soon to be known as Charter 77, which demanded that the regime abide by the legal protections of the country's constitution. Going beyond the unfulfilled aspirations of the Prague Spring, the authors appealed to their readers to imagine life in a country governed by the rule of law. In such a place, they contended, citizens would enjoy the right to freedom without fear and experience the personal fulfillment of living within the truth. 44. The organizers of both the Helsinki Watch Group and Charter 77 carefully skirted around the language of political engagement. For example, Havel and Kohout stressed that they had no intention of transforming Charter 77 into an organization. It has no rules, they wrote, permanent bodies or formal memberships. In their description, the charter was simply a free, informal, and open association of people of different convictions, different faiths, and different professions. 45 Still, it is unlikely that they truly believed that such assurances would allay their government's fears. Nor was this their primary intention. After all, they may have lacked formal organizations, but they sensed the opportunity to take the party to task for not living up to the promises of developed socialism. The impact of these groups increased when they found common cause with other social actors. Here, again, Poland stood out. Some activists joined the Catholic Church in protesting constitutional amendments that would have further constricted civil and religious freedoms. Others formed an advocacy group, the Committee for the Defense of Workers, to pressure Parliament to release workers who had been imprisoned during the 1976 strikes. Still other groups, both large and small, published underground newspapers and distributed anti-communist literature from abroad. One group even founded an independent flying university to provide alternative forms of education across the country. For the time being, neither the Soviet Union nor most of its allies faced the prospect that these protests would coalesce with other sources of social disaffection to present a serious threat to public order. With the exception of Poland, the dissidents' numbers were too few and they were easily repressed. Nonetheless, the fact that these critics lacked an army to come to their defense did not make these regimes' claims to normalcy any more credible. Paradoxically, the more that the Brezhnevs, Honeckers, and Kadars of the bloc maintained that the hard times of the class struggle and the clash with imperialism were on the decline, the more ordinary citizens were disposed to ask themselves a simple question: was a Leninist dictatorship needed to achieve the goals of modest economic growth and national defense? As if to confirm that they had no ready answer to this question, several of these regimes took a step they would have barely considered necessary in earlier times. They finally got around to inserting references to the party's leading role into their constitutions. In 1976, the Polish parliament voted to describe the PUWP as the leading political force at the time of socialist construction. In 1977, the Soviet parliament amended the USSR's constitution to proclaim the CPSU the leading and guiding force of Soviet society and the nucleus of its political system. 46. Of course, these ritualistic affirmations of an ambiguous principle would not have been satisfactory answers to any citizen who was dubious about the purpose of single-party rule. But as long as the number of those willing to challenge these regimes' authority was low, this weakness was inconsequential. The more important issue for party leaders was whether they had the support of that segment of the population whose loyalty mattered the most, their own members. As a result, from Moscow to East Berlin, Budapest, and Sofia, they turned their attention to rewarding their rank and file with the professional equivalent of eternal life. This was no mean transition. In the days of Lenin's rule, at least according to the mythology, continued membership in the elite had to be earned through virtuous behavior and sacrifice for the common good. 6 decades later, it appeared, one could earn the benefit of tenure simply by participating in the ritual of party leadership. At this juncture, Kaddar's minimalist strategy of rewarding political compliance with social tolerance was supplemented with a new promise: to those to whom much had been given, even more would be given in return. At every level of the organizational hierarchy, inclusion meant privileged access to material goods and services that were unavailable to the uninitiated. Members could draw upon political connections to avail themselves of the second economy. Political, economic, and moral corruption became an accepted part of party life, both by those who benefited and by those who had simply come to expect it. Testifying to the seriousness with which these regimes pursued this strategy, party leaders in the USSR and throughout Eastern Europe attempted to buttress their authority by increasing the size of their ranks. For example, the CPSU had 11 million members when Brezhnev replaced Khrushchev in 1964, but by the time of his death in 1982, its size had nearly doubled to 19 million members. There was, however, a potentially serious flaw to this strategy, especially within these parties' upper echelons. The low turnover rates throughout the Soviet bloc meant that their leaders were older than ever before. In 1980, their general secretaries had the features of a transnational gerontocracy. Brezhnev was 73, Gierek and Husak, 67, Honecker and Kadar, 68, Zhivkov, 69, and Tito, a death-defying 87. At 62, only the anti-reformer Ceausescu was too young to have experienced the outbreak of the October Revolution. For this particular group of autocrats, all of whom had made their political fortunes under one or another form of Stalinism and had survived to play central roles in the construction of socialism, tenure seemed a just compensation for decades of devoted service. Yet for ambitious communists in the ranks below them who meaningfully constituted a post-Stalin generation, this circumstance was a cause for growing impatience. Although they were better educated, more attuned to the demands of modern society, and less burdened by the horrors of war and terror, they had the misfortune of having to wait for their elders' demise. The eclipse of Western communism. For communists who still wanted to believe that the original ideas of Marxism were not universally fated to be reduced to the uninspiring dimensions of developed socialism, let alone be corrupted by personal despotism, the 1970s offered one major sign of hope: the specter of Eurocommunism. This reawakened the prospect that communist parties could come to power by peaceful means. On March 3, 1977, the leaders of the three most prominent Western European parties, Enrico Berlinguer of the Italian Communist Party, Georges Marchais of the French Communist Party, and Santiago Carrillo of the Spanish Communist Party, met in Madrid to affirm a position that had long ago seemed precluded by the October Revolution. A Marxist party, they maintained, could not only compete effectively in democratic elections, it could win broad popular support and form coalitions with bourgeois parties while simultaneously maintaining its core principles. This was a bold claim. Had the Eurocommunist Party's ambitions come to fruition, they might have vindicated the argument made by many Marxists that the deformation of socialist principles that began in the Soviet Union was not the inevitable result of communist dreams. In less than a decade, however, the grounds for optimism were gone. All three parties were fractured by internal divisions. Far from winning elections, their leaders' courtship of middle-of-the-road voters left them vulnerable to the appeal of moderate leftist politicians who bore neither the burden of close association with the Soviet Union nor the challenge of showing that the communist dream made sense in a modern democratic order. The fate of the PCI was based on a gamble. For decades, the party had maintained its remarkable post-World War II record of success by winning sizable shares of the vote at all levels of electoral competition. From 1948 to 1972, the PCI was Italy's second most popular party, averaging 1/4 of the vote in national parliamentary elections. What it lacked, however, was the ability to cross the threshold and enter a national government. In 1973, Berlinguer unveiled a strategy, dubbed the Historic Compromise, to surmount this barrier. Claiming to act in the spirit of Antonio Gramsci's encouragement of cross-class cooperation and to build on his predecessor Palmiro Togliatti's concept of the historic bloc, Berlinguer maintained that the PCI could contribute to a renewal of Italian politics by forming a governing coalition with the majority Christian Democracy Party, for which he had the support of its then leader Aldo Moro. To improve the PCI's bargaining position, he sought to broaden the party's appeal by reaching out to traditional antagonists like the Catholic Church and the big state-directed industrial concerns. He assured business owners and the middle class that the PCI would foster social peace by reining in extremist elements in the trade unions. He also stressed the party's commitment to democratic values, agreed to parliamentary resolutions in support of European economic and political integration, and affirmed Italy's membership in NATO. Berlinguer's advocacy of these positions was not based upon electoral calculations alone. Like many European communists, he had been shocked by the implications of the overthrow of the Chilean government's Marxist president, Salvador Allende, in September 1973. Because Allende had come into office with the support of the Chilean Communist Party, Berlinguer concluded that a leftist government in Europe would never survive without the approval of Italy's neighbors, even if it won a majority of the votes. Initially, Berlinguer's gamble was a stunning success. In the 1976 general elections, the PCI nearly overtook the Christian Democrats, winning 34.37% of the votes compared to the latter's 38.71.47. The DC held on to power, but only by aligning itself with a different party coalition. The PCI was nevertheless awarded prominent positions in the new parliament and gained a significant say in the government's decisions. Yet, the ecstasy of electoral success was short-lived. Almost immediately, the PCI leadership was presented with agonizing blows to its credibility. In December, it proved incapable of living up to its promises to restrain the trade unions when huge demonstrations by metal workers shut down the streets of Rome. In March 1978, the party called for a vote of no confidence in the DC government but failed to get the needed support from other parliamentary delegations. At the same juncture, its reputation suffered when the extreme leftist Red Brigades, which opposed the historic compromise, kidnapped and murdered Moro. Ultimately, the PCI's trials were part of a deeper dilemma. By moving the party toward the middle of the political spectrum, Berlinguer inadvertently encouraged the party's voters to raise a troubling question. Why should one support a communist party when more moderate parties on the left could be trusted to pursue similar objectives? Over the following decade, neither Berlinguer nor his two successors, Alessandro Natta and Achille Occhetto, were able to identify a satisfactory answer to this question. After 1977, although the PCI registered a strong showing in elections to the European Parliament, its share of the vote in the more consequential general elections consistently declined. Accordingly, its ability to shape government policy dwindled. Declaring that the PCI could no longer afford to isolate itself from Italian society, Occhetto attempted to convert its members to a new course. He reached out to a variety of progressive social movements as well as to various Western European left-wing parties and advocated transforming the PCI's identity along social democratic lines. Then, in March 1989, more than a half-year before the eruptions against communist rule in Eastern Europe, he shocked the PCI's radical wing by announcing the party's total break with Leninism. 1 year later, the PCI formally dissolved itself. It reappeared only as the much smaller, reformist Democratic Party of the Left, the first of many name changes. The PCE would live on in name much longer than the PCI. But its decline as a substantial mass organization came much earlier and under even less forgiving circumstances. In many ways, this outcome was a shock to its leaders. The PCE enjoyed widespread sympathy even among non-communists because of its long record of opposition to fascism. Until the early 1950s, thousands of communists had conducted guerrilla operations against the Franco dictatorship as members of the Spanish Maquis located in France. Thereafter, they made a calculated decision to infiltrate the government's official trade unions, eventually forming their own, illegal workers' commissions. In the process, the PCE became the strongest and best organized of all of Spain's clandestine parties. As a result, when Franco died in 1975 and the party prepared for legalization, its general secretary, Carrillo, introduced a compelling picture of the PCE that equaled Berlinguer's ambitions for the PCI. In an evocative book, Eurocommunism and the State, he sought to overcome popular suspicions about his party's relationship with Moscow by excoriating the CPSU for losing touch with the ideals of its founders. He promised that the PCE would bring a creative Marxism to Spain, which would embrace democratic values and institutions. The PCE could only retain its identity as a vanguard party, Carrillo argued, by cooperating with other parties and nurturing the political social hegemony of the working and intellectual classes. 48. A skeptical reader of Carrillo's book might have wondered whether this redefinition of the vanguard role was anything more than wordplay. When Spanish citizens went to the polls in Spain's first, free post-Franco elections in 1977, they showed that even a new and improved PCE was not enough to convince sufficient numbers of voters that it should hold office. Spain had changed over the 36 years of Franco's reign. Although the PCE was respected by many Spaniards, the promise of a middle-of-the-road course was a more credible way of ensuring their country's transition to democracy. As a result, the Communists received a disappointingly small 9.4% of the vote while its seemingly weaker rival, the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party, received 29%. Confirming the electorate's message, the PCE fared only a little better in the next parliamentary elections in March 1979, garnering only 10.8% compared to the Socialists' 30.54%. 49. What finally destroyed the PCE's chances of becoming a major political presence was not the Spanish voter. It was the party's return to the crippling infighting that had torn it apart during the Civil War. While Carrillo's doctrinal innovations were received with tepid enthusiasm by the electorate, they precipitated a bitter debate within the party. Carrillo's critics accused him of pursuing a flawed electoral strategy and being too open to compromise. As a result of these divisions, the party suffered a devastating defeat in the October 1982 parliamentary elections. Ironically, Carrillo, the reformer, tried to pull the PCE back from the abyss by demanding that its members exercise Leninist discipline in support of his position. But at this point, he was too seriously wounded to recover. In April 1985, only 8 years after the PCE's return to legality, a less inspired coterie of leaders essentially conceded its lack of traction with the Spanish electorate by ousting Carrillo and his sympathizers from the Central Committee. The PCF did not suffer the disastrous fates of the PCI and PCE. Not only did it survive the fall of Eastern European communism, it remained a viable force in local elections and maintained a modest presence in the National Assembly well into the 2000s. Still, it shared with both parties the unintended consequences of engagement in democratic politics. Like Berlinguer and Carrillo, the PCF's General Secretary, Georges Marques, made a show of reaching out to other leftist parties in the 1970s. In 1972, with Marques's encouragement, the PCF approved a 185-page common program with France's reformed and renamed Socialist Party that led to the formation of an electoral coalition with the Socialists. This decision was not due to a newfound affection for the Communists' longtime adversaries. Marques's goal was to co-opt the smaller party before it had the chance to outflank the PCF. Also, in contrast to his counterparts in Italy and Spain, Marques retained the stubbornly dogmatic posture that the party's founders had exhibited since the Congress of Tours in 1920. Notwithstanding his assurances of the PCF's commitment to democracy, the party remained defiantly anti-capitalist and fixated on the class struggle. At first, Marques's strategy seemed to pay off. In the 1973 parliamentary elections, the PCF retained its leading position on the left, winning 21.4% of the first ballots compared to 19.1% for the Socialists. In the 1974 presidential elections, Marques sought to maintain his leverage by playing the role of kingmaker, instructing party members to support the popular socialist politician, François Mitterrand. Thanks to this alliance of convenience, Mitterrand came within 1.6 percentage points of defeating the conservative candidate, Giscard d'Estaing, and bringing the left coalition to power. Nevertheless, just as in Italy and France, the Communists paid a steep price for their association with a moderate socialist party. Thanks to a superior political machine and the support of younger voters, Mitterrand put his party into the position to usurp the Communists' long-held domination of the left. Recognizing his party's diminishing leverage, Marques defiantly withdrew his support for the common program. However, in the same way that the PCI and the PCE lost ground to the moderate socialists, the PCF was unable to regain its momentum. In the parliamentary elections in 1978, the socialists established themselves for the first time since 1945 as the country's leading leftist party, besting the PCF by more than 500,000 votes in the first round and nearly 2.5 million in the second round. 50. This was not the last time the PS and the PCF would cooperate. When Mitterrand won the presidency in 1981, he assigned the PCF 4 minor cabinet positions. But even this unequal relationship was short-lived. The communist ministers left the government after 3 years of frustration. By continuing to tout fundamentalist principles, Marques and his only somewhat less dogmatic successors excelled at the task of retaining the support of hardcore voters, just as they had through the century. Yet, the PCF's share of the total vote in the national elections rapidly declined and, with it, any realistic chance of winning high office. Looking back on the PCF's struggles in the 1980s, as well as those of the PCI and the PCE, one is struck by how anticlimactic these events seemed. Although these parties' trials were the subject of deep consternation to the true believers within their respective ranks, a majority of French, Italian, and Spanish citizens barely noticed these developments. The success of middle-of-the-road, catch-all parties in each country made the communists' flagging fortunes seem inconsequential. From a historical standpoint, however, this perspective was misleading. The Euro-communist party's fate marked the end to the hopes, held by earlier generations of communists since the 19th century, that there was a chance of realizing any of Karl Marx's prophecies in Western Europe. Chapter 12. The Party in Peril. In 1986, a catastrophic event demonstrated that there was a fatal flaw in the system of developed socialism. On April 26, reactor number 4 at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in the Ukrainian Soviet Republic exploded, raining massive amounts of radioactive particles over the surrounding area. In their long tradition of safeguarding socialism from adverse publicity, Soviet officials took 2 days before announcing in a brief press release that a nuclear accident had occurred. It took an additional 2 days before they admitted the gravity of the disaster. Even then, they assured their citizens that they had everything under control. The government would take immediate steps to contain the fallout from the reactor, move Chernobyl's citizens to safe ground, and cut off the city from the rest of the country and the neighboring Belarusian Soviet Republic. Obligingly, Moscow's Eastern European allies followed suit in conveying this message to their own citizens. The protective shield of dictatorship enabled the Soviets to act in this fashion. Had this tragedy occurred in a Western European democracy, the reaction would have been completely different. Given the free flow of information, it would have instantaneously precipitated panic in every household and workplace. Thereafter, public officials who could be tied to the disaster would have become targets of investigation and recrimination. Nevertheless, as I shall argue in this chapter, Moscow was vulnerable in a much more profound way. Because the party's central role was based on the viability of developed socialism, its leader's elite status was at stake. The virtue of this set of tacit understandings was that when Soviet citizens' needs were fulfilled, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union could take credit for the success. Yet by the same logic, when times were bad, the party had to take responsibility for its failures as well. It is hard to imagine a more tangible sign of failure than a nuclear cloud wafting over one's territory. By the time of the Chernobyl disaster, the idea of competent party leadership was already foundering throughout the USSR and Eastern Europe. The promise of what I have called the Brezhnev Consensus, upon which the Soviet Union and its allies had staked the organization's identity since the mid-1960s, was regularly undercut by the trials of daily existence, including food shortages, crumbling apartments, transportation failures, and environmental contamination. Furthermore, disgruntlement over the lifestyles of party members was rising. Soviet citizens had become deeply cynical about a system of governance that allowed the ruling elite to escape standard privations through access to Western consumer goods, exclusive restaurants, and dalliances abroad. Even more significant, faith in the party's mission was eroding within the organization's ranks. Those members who still wanted to defend the merits of socialism over capitalism were discouraged by the steadily widening gulf between what they promised to achieve in their official capacities and what they could actually deliver. Additionally, their self-respect was challenged by the contradiction between the ritualistic slogans they were expected to mouth and the recognition that their compatriots took little of what they said seriously. In these circumstances, communist rulers had a choice. They could stay the course, gambling that their economies could be set right and that they could simultaneously provide their cadres with additional incentives to ensure their commitment to the socialist project. The other possibility was to introduce serious reforms to the practice of developed socialism. At no time did the advocates of this position intend to compromise the party's leading role. To the contrary, their goal was to strengthen it. Mikhail Gorbachev chose this latter, less traveled path. When he became General Secretary of the CPSU on March 11, 1985, bringing the hopes and ideals of a rising generation of communists with him, he embraced the idea that the Soviet Union could do better. In a sensational step, he introduced a concept of economic reform, perestroika, that was based upon fundamental changes to the system of centralized planning. Simultaneously, he advocated a new style of leadership, assuring the Soviet population that government and party officials would henceforth demonstrate a spirit of glasnost in their behavior. As I shall argue, however, Gorbachev's most consequential innovation was one of which he was arguably least aware. Without recognizing the full implications of his decisions, he broke with the Leninist tradition of viewing the party as the unassailable font of truth and increasingly treated state institutions as equal to the task of leadership. Predictably, this new thinking, to use Gorbachev's terms, precipitated a rift in the communist world. Although for different reasons, Poland's and Hungary's leaders adopted and then moved beyond the precepts of Gorbachev's reforms. Other regimes, including those of East Germany, Bulgaria, and Czechoslovakia, fought back. Old Guard personalities like Erich Honecker, Tadeusz Zhivkov, and Gustav Husak, respectively, joined Gorbachev's critics within the CPSU Politburo, such as the Secretariat's Chief of Organizational Affairs, Yegor Ligachev, in warning that the General Secretary's focus on the role of the state would undermine the principle of single-party rule. Simultaneously, Romania's Nicolae Ceausescu and Albania's Enver Hoxha fought to defend personal despotism. Ironically, as we shall see, it turned out that Gorbachev's critics were absolutely right. Their General Secretary's reforms were profoundly destabilizing. At the same time, however, their opportunities to make the case against precipitous change were running out. Unlike in the preceding decades of communist rule, when they could supplement a Marxist interpretation of their conditions with references to looming threats to national security, Cold War tensions, and economic perils, the credibility of these rationales had faded. This is not to say that opponents of significant change were equally disadvantaged in other parts of the communist world. In the case of China, which I shall highlight in this chapter, the regime managed to defend its rule. But China's leaders faced a different type of party crisis and responded with a different remedy: the use of brute force that neither the Soviet Union's leader nor his Eastern European allies dared to implement. Otherwise, when Gorbachev gave in to pressures in March 1990 to remove the reference to the CPSU's leading role from the Soviet constitution, the need for the vanguard that had made sense in its original European and Russian contexts vanished. The shift to the state in Poland. It is not surprising that the impetus behind the transfer of political authority from the party to the state occurred first in Poland. The shift had already begun in the regime's response to the outbreak of massive strikes in the Baltic shipyards in 1970 and in the demonstrations and strikes in Radom, Ursus, and beyond in 1976. Although Poland's rulers justified their measures in terms of the restoration of the party's leading role, their actions were all about strengthening the state's hand in meeting economic targets. In 1970, they turned first to the army to restore order. But when this recourse failed, they accepted the workers' demands and assured them that they would find new ways to improve their well-being. In 1976, they simply gave the protesters what they wanted. The difference between these conditions and the revolutionary developments in Poland at the end of the decade and into the 1980s is that the Polish United Workers' Party's reason for retaining a monopoly of power was undercut by a single event, the triumphant visit of a newly elected Polish Pope, John Paul II, in 1979. When the Pope made his first public appearance in Warsaw on June 2, 1979, he could have chosen, as his mentor Stefan Cardinal Wyszynski had done on countless occasions, to chastise the regime for refusing to grant construction permits for church buildings, practicing job discrimination against believers, and propagating atheism in schools. He could then have gone a step further by questioning the regime's credibility, broaching touchier, politically sensitive themes, such as the rights of workers to better conditions in the workplace. In fact, Edward Gierek and his co-leaders would have welcomed such criticism. It would have allowed them to accuse the Vatican of interfering in the country's internal affairs and perhaps raise doubts among the PUWP's rank and file about the pontiff's intentions. Yet, John Paul II's public approach was more damaging. He acted as though the political realm, which the PUWP represented, was irrelevant to the true interests of his fellow Poles. In front of hundreds of thousands of worshippers crowded into Warsaw's Victory Square, the Pope used the power of the altar to speak for Poland itself. Why was it, he began, that precisely in 1978, after so many centuries of well-established tradition in this field, a son of the Polish nation, of the land of Poland, was called to the chair of St. Peter? This was a sign, he declared, of Poland's special responsibility to bear witness to the truth of the gospel. Through centuries of suffering and torment, at the mercy of foreign invaders, behind the walls of the Warsaw Ghetto, and amid the ruins of World War II, the Polish people's actions had consistently testified to the indomitable nature of the human spirit. These sacrifices were, in the Pope's words, a contribution to the development of man and humanity, to intellect, heart, and conscience one. The significance of this statement is that John Paul II was not asking Poland's citizens to be anything more than servants of Christ. Standing before the tomb of the unknown soldier, he admonished the crowds that the history of the motherland was still being written. Every Pole would be called to do more for his or her nation. One form of sacrifice could be the seed of the blood of a soldier shed on the battlefield. Others might be the seed of hard daily toil, the love of parents, the seed of creative work in the universities, the higher institutes, the libraries and the places where the national culture is built. Whatever Poles were called to do, their religious faith and apparently not the PUWP would sustain them. For the Gierek regime, these words could not have been more unsettling. The mere presence of this self-described son of Poland called into question the fragile synthesis that Władysław Gomułka had aspired to build 23 years earlier between the PUWP's rule and the population's national identity. While the pontiff could speak of a heavenly reward for the pain that believers endured on earth, the country's secular representatives were reminded that they faced the more daunting challenge of competing for their citizens' national loyalties in the here and now. In the era of developed socialism, the absence of war and the diminution of Cold War tensions meant that Leninist appeals for heroic sacrifice and deferred gratification rang hollow. The Pope's awakening of doubts about the party's exclusive claim to speak for the Polish nation coincided with an array of secular developments that amplified the regime's failures. In summer 1980, labor strikes once more crisscrossed Poland. Initially, these protests looked much like their antecedents. In mid-July, the government announced once again that prices would be raised for certain foodstuffs. This time, it was met without a commensurate increase in wages. Workers stormed out of their factories in the vicinity of Warsaw, Lublin, and Wrocław. However, by the time these protests reached the northern shipyards of Gdansk and Gdynia, the strikers had a new strategy. Rather than insisting that Gierek's government rescind its decision, they presented it with a list of 21 demands that marked a clear shift in their understanding of the standard demarcation between the state and society. The strikers' demands, which became the basis for a historical agreement in Gdansk on August 31 and the founding of a free trade union movement, Solidarity, on September 17, were shocking in their audacity. The first two demands for the right to form independent trade unions and the right to strike amounted to a flat rejection of the Leninist precept that only the party could represent the working class and act on the basis of the masses' true interests. Other demands on the list sounded less dramatic, such as an increase in monthly pay and in the commuter's allowance. Nonetheless, they showed that the strikers intended to treat the government as a conventional state institution that could be judged according to its performance. Predictably, Gierek and his co-leaders considered it preposterous that they should be bullied by what they believed was a handful of criminals. In fact, their allies in the Kremlin immediately let them know that it was their duty to crush the forces of counter-revolution, making veiled references to the possibility of Warsaw Pact intervention. But within days, the threat of greater labor unrest forced the leadership to recognize that the workers would not give in. After a week of negotiations with the strike coordinators, including the future head of Solidarity, Lech Walesa, they reached an agreement in Gdansk and two other cities about the implementation of their 21 demands. The accord's first article was as painful a blow as one could imagine to the principles that justified the regime's existence. In an expression of grassroots defiance that had not been seen in Eastern Europe since the Hungarian Revolution in 1956, the strike leaders challenged the party's proletarian credentials by underscoring the expediency of establishing new, self-governing trade unions that will genuinely represent the working class. For the moment, the strikers moderated this shocking appropriation of the PUWP's foundations by insisting that they had no intention of forming political parties. Rhetorically, they affirmed the party's claim to play the leading role in the state. Yet, these assurances were no more than words. Because their representatives reserved the right to require the state to meet their demands, it was hard to see how the PUWP would maintain this role. 2. What was a communist party to do if it could not reign supreme over the proletariat? The founding of Solidarity brought the significance of these agreements into full relief, both for PUWP officials and union leaders. It is hard to determine whether figures like Walesa sincerely believed that they could square the circle between asserting Solidarity's independence and respecting the party's authority. They may have simply considered the issue irrelevant. One way or the other, the resultant clash of principles was virtually inevitable. Solidarity's rapid expansion into a national force was threatening because it signaled an unprecedented event: the birth of a counterparty. By December 1980, the Union could claim nearly 9 million members, and an overwhelming majority of Poles regarded it as a legitimate representative of Polish society. The PUWP's predicament was made even worse by becoming a major supplier of these enrollments. In a key tactical error, the party leadership encouraged its members to join the new trade union in order to dilute its ranks. In so doing, it vastly underestimated Solidarity's appeal. In the ensuing months, more than 1 million PUWP members joined the union. Of these numbers, a staggering 380,000 members, many of whom had been brought in during the recruiting drive of the second half of the 1970s, left the party for good. Between 60 and 72% came from working-class backgrounds. 3. Paradoxically, it may have been worse for the PUWP that other Solidarity sympathizers chose to remain. Their belief that they could live in both worlds proved that the party's claim to a special status was melting away. In a speech to the Central Committee Secretariat, Stanislaw Kania, who replaced Gierek on September 6, admitted that precisely this issue was at hand. We recommended to party members that they join the new trade unions. But a question arises, whether we have party members in Solidarity, or Solidarity members in the party. 4. Under these circumstances, the regime had 3 options. For the old-line communists, the only acceptable course was to renege on the agreements, or at least make them so difficult to implement that Solidarity would give up its maximal demands. They used the court system to test this approach by refusing to register Solidarity. However, when the union responded with a warning strike, the regime backed down. In contrast, the least confrontational option, which was advanced by Kania and formed the basis for the two bodies' interactions over the coming year, was to continue negotiations on multiple fronts with the aim of co-opting the union leadership. Behind the scenes, however, a third option was ever present: to declare war on Polish society. As the strikes escalated, Moscow and Poland's socialist neighbors, Czechoslovakia and East Germany, repeatedly pressed Kania to quell the protests. None of these powers was oblivious to the risks of calling in Warsaw Pact troops to end the crisis. Even in the darkest days of the Cold War, Nikita Khrushchev had been unwilling to take such a risk with Poland. If anything, the danger had become even greater with the passage of time. As Kania frankly informed officials at the Ministry of Internal Affairs in January 1981, even if angels entered Poland, they would be treated as bloodthirsty vampires and the socialist ideas would be swimming in blood. 5. This dilemma meant that if worse came to worst, the Poles would be required to use their own armed forces to restore order. For months, both the military command and the security forces were in accord that this option should be a last resort. It would risk sparking a civil war. In addition, they recognized that even if they could prevent this eventuality, the use of weapons against Polish citizens would destroy the regime's feeble chances of recouping the Communist Party's reputation. By early 1981, however, they concluded that this step was unavoidable. One reason was that no matter what concessions the regime made to Solidarity, the trade unions' opponents were determined to ensure that these agreements would never be implemented. Thus, every interaction between the regime and the opposition resulted in a battle within the PUWP. To placate these forces, as well as to mollify the Soviets, Kania signaled his endorsement of a tougher line by appointing his defense minister, Wojciech Jaruzelski, to be Poland's prime minister. He would later replace Kania as the PUWP's first secretary on October 18. The other reason for this emerging consensus is that the regime could not count on solidarity to fulfill its agreements. The larger the movement grew, the more unwieldy it became. In the organization's early months, Walensa and Solidarity's other founders held their followers together through persuasion, charisma, and the force of circumstances. Yet, a growing number of Solidarity activists were no longer willing to accept these calls for restraint. In their eyes, the greater danger was that the movement's leaders were bargaining away the union's achievements. They were convinced that Solidarity had won the requisite authority to dictate the regime's policies. In a letter to the PUWP Secretariat on June 5, 1981, Soviet leaders expressed their displeasure with the worsening situation. They criticized both Kania and Jaruzelski by name. Since the first days of the crisis, the letter stated, "We believed that it was a matter of importance that the party oppose in a determined manner any attempts by the enemies of socialism to take advantage of the difficulties which appeared to further their long-term aims. Instead, as a result of the two leaders' concessions, the PUWP has been falling back step by step under the pressure of the internal counter-revolution. Worse still, the party had seemingly lost the ability to maintain order within its own ranks." The PUWP was scheduled to announce its long-term priorities at an impending party congress. Yet in the Soviet view, anti-socialist forces were setting its agenda. Time does not wait, the letter concluded ominously. The party can and should find within itself the forces to reverse the course of events and to restore them to the right path even before the Congress 6. The Soviet Union's leaders undoubtedly recognized that a viable party had practically ceased to exist. But all explanations aside, they instructed Jaruzelski that it was his responsibility to resolve the crisis. On December 5, 1981, the PUWP Politburo reached the fateful conclusion that order could only be re-established through martial law. In the words of one member who would later become Prime Minister, Zbigniew Messner, "We cannot have delusions that society is ready to support us. We cannot passively watch the system fall apart because in a few weeks there will be nobody who can introduce martial law and nobody who might be interested in it." Jaruzelski agreed, conceding the bankruptcy of party leadership. "It is a horrible, monstrous shame for the party," he confessed, "that after 36 years in power it has to be defended by the police. But there is nothing left ahead of us. We need to be ready to make the decision that will allow us to save what is fundamental." 7. In the face of a counter-party, Solidarity, the military was all that remained to hold Poland together. In this light, it is significant that when Jaruzelski declared Poland to be under a state of war on December 13, he did not speak to his fellow citizens in his capacity as PUWP First Secretary. In fact, he did not mention the Communist Party at all. Instead, he presented himself as a soldier and as the head of the Polish government. His heavy burden of responsibility, Jaruzelski explained, was to restore order to the country that my generation fought for on all the fronts of the war and for which they sacrificed the best years of their life. 8. He stressed that the use of armed force was only a temporary measure. Military government would not solve Poland's deeper problems. But the possibility of restoring the regime's authority on the basis of single-party rule had disappeared. Gorbachev's alternative course. Scholars often assume that there is a direct relationship between the PUWP's loss of control in Poland and Gorbachev's readiness 4 years later to change the relationship between rulers and ruled in the Soviet Union. 9. Would it not have made sense for the Soviet leader to learn the lessons of Poland's crisis and apply them to his country? I am willing to accept the idea that the Solidarity period had an important atmospheric significance for global communism, not least as an indicator, in the Communist Party's earnest vocabulary, of the need for eternal vigilance to protect the achievements of socialism. However, there is no evidence that the Polish events played a major role in Gorbachev's decision to reform the Soviet system. Instead, the PUW peace perils in the early 1980s appeared to its allies to be what they had always been in the communist era. Poland was the special case, which required exceptional arrangements to defend socialism. When Gorbachev became the CPSU's chief in March 1985, he did not require any Polish lessons to be persuaded to undertake a searching examination of the shortcomings of developed socialism. The Soviet regime, too, was burdened with serious difficulties. Like Poland, it was unable to meet its population's rising expectations. The country still suffered from an acute shortage of housing, its vaunted healthcare system was breaking down, and staples, like sugar and meat, were in short supply. At the same time, corruption had spread throughout the party establishment and state bureaucracies, fostering both disgruntlement and malaise. The first sentiment was driven by the injustice of a system that, despite its Marxist pretensions, appeared to benefit the few over the many. The second was due to the absence of realistic hopes that the situation would change for the better. Unlike Poland, there were no significant autonomous challenges to the Soviet regime, let alone a powerful, independent movement like Solidarity. Moreover, there was no comparable social crisis. Instead, four party members who wanted their country to be perceived as the strategic equal of the United States and the sole legitimate leader of the global communist movement, the homeland of the October Revolution, had lost its luster. Moscow's ill-fated invasion of Afghanistan exemplified this problem. When the Kremlin sent troops into the country in December 1979 to prop up the quasi-socialist Babur Karmal regime, its pretext was nearly identical to that which it had used 11 years earlier to justify the suppression of the Prague Spring. In the CPSU's arcane phraseology, Moscow was doing nothing more than defending the international working class. However, despite their superior weaponry and training, Soviet forces were unable to defeat the roaming forces of the Mujahideen. This circumstance provides insight into the mentality that Gorbachev and the new cohort of Soviet policymakers evinced in confronting the system that led to such debacles. At a minimum, they had to be sufficiently idealistic about the possibility of reawakening a conception of leadership that had, in their view, once made socialism worth fighting for. By Soviet standards, these communists were relatively young. Born in the 1920s and 1930s, many had not served during World War II and lacked direct experience with the terror. Their formative experiences in the party had been under Khrushchev and Brezhnev, not Stalin. Khrushchev's denunciations of the crimes of the Stalinist era left them entranced with the prospect of restoring the party's reputation by distinguishing its principles from the aberrant behavior of specific individuals. Furthermore, their experience under Brezhnev had provided them with the negative example of socialism in its least inspirational form. For them, the Afghanistan debacle was symptomatic of the rigid political culture that had shaped nearly every decision during these years. After Brezhnev's death in 1982, these concerns were not allayed by the Politburo's choice of two representatives of the old guard to succeed him. One was the chairman of the KGB, Yuri Andropov, who was thought by some to be a potential reformer. But he died after a mere 1.5 years in power. The other was the much more conservative Konstantin Chernenko. Against this background, we can appreciate what Gorbachev was seeking to accomplish in enunciating the concepts of perestroika and glasnost. In a speech on ideological questions on December 10, 1984, 3 months before his appointment as General Secretary, he used these ideas to call attention to the problems of perfecting developed socialism. A restructuring of the system of planning and production was necessary to build an efficient and internationally competitive economy. Openness, about which he would elaborate later, meant that both party and government officials should secure the trust of citizens by speaking candidly about their activities. Point 10. At first, Gorbachev consolidated his position the old-fashioned way. He removed his most likely opponents within the party bureaucracy. He then replaced them with more open-minded thinkers of his own background and political inclinations. Many of his colleagues had previously been confined to lesser positions in the party. Gorbachev also showed appreciable skill in persuading his senior colleagues to shuffle the membership of the Politburo. One of his most notable successes was the appointment of Alexander Yakovlev, the so-called godfather of glasnost, as a candidate member of the Politburo in 1986. In an equally revealing development, the General Secretary oversaw a substantial change in the composition of the Central Committee. At the CPSU's 27th Congress in February-March 1986, the body's turnover rate of 45% was the highest in 25 years. 11. Gorbachev's greater challenge was to establish the processes according to which his policies would be implemented. As always, the default response was that the party was in charge. But as in times past, the decisive issue was what kind of party this would be, the party that had implemented the basic principles of the Brezhnev Consensus or a party that somehow lived up to a higher ideal. During his first year in office, Gorbachev appears to have been torn over this question. After all, given the fact that he was still operating within Leninist parameters, how could the situation have been different? Accordingly, when we examine Gorbachev's public statements immediately after his appointment, we encounter two seemingly contradictory images of party leadership. The first image is of a party suffused with the personality of the exuberant General Secretary, the campaigner par excellence who can act upon the pent-up excitement and grievances of his generation. In a major address on the occasion of the CPSU's 27th Congress, Gorbachev is the Grand Master of Perestroika, proclaiming that the rebuilding of the Soviet economy depends on the energy and initiative of party officials and managers. Any restructuring of the economic mechanism, he lectures, begins with a restructuring of types of thinking and practice, and a clear understanding of the new tasks. The country cannot continue to rely, he insists, on bureaucrats who take a wait-and-see attitude or, like the Gogol character who organized all kinds of harebrained schemes, for all practical purposes do nothing and change nothing. We and they, he emphasizes, are simply not moving in the same direction. 12 Hence, this Gorbachev challenges the party to prove that it is capable of leading this transformation. There is no vanguard role for the communists in the abstract, it is expressed in practical deeds. 13. In contrast, Gorbachev's second image of the party is of an organization that will not lose sight of its special purpose. Interestingly, he justifies the stand in traditional Leninist terms. Meaningful advances, he contends, can only unfold in conditions of struggle, which is inevitable as long as exploitation and exploiter classes exist. 14 Accordingly, party members must adhere to the principles that make them uniquely suited for the battle against capitalism. We must continue to improve the ideological upbringing of communists, he asserts, and to increase demands on them for the observance of party discipline and for the unswerving fulfillment of statutory requirements. 15. The great uncertainty, however, was how long the balance between these potentially contradictory images of leadership, one open and innovative, the other still disciplined and vigilant, could be sustained. One day after Gorbachev's address to the Congress, Andrei Gromyko, the eminence grise of Soviet foreign policy, confirmed that internal battles were underway by explicitly denying their existence. Declaring the Congress to be striking evidence of the solidarity of the party's ranks and its ideological unity, Gromyko dared skeptics to prove otherwise. No one should be allowed, he warned, under the pretext of encouraging the healthy and necessary cause of criticism and self-criticism, and this cause should be law, to resort to fabrications alleging that there are rifts in our party and in Soviet society. Indeed, he concluded, those who engage in this or who would engage in it should be put in their places, should get their just deserts. 16. It would not take long before Gorbachev's desire to implement significant reforms would lead to intensified divisions. However, he initially attempted to hold them off by treating his reforms as a natural progression from the Soviet past. One finds a perfect example of this approach in his statements during the 70th anniversary celebrations of the October Revolution on November 2, 1987. In defense of his proposals, Gorbachev invokes Lenin as a likely proponent of perestroika. In this portrayal, the father of the revolution would have insisted that Marxism never be applied in a dogmatic or pedantic fashion. Quite the opposite, Lenin bequeathed to posterity an instructive lesson in the living dialectics of revolutionary thought and action. The same wisdom, it seems, holds true for the present moment. All of these things are not simply pages from the chronicle of the Great Revolution, Gorbachev emphasizes. They are also a constant reminder to us, to those who are living today, of the communists' lofty duty to always be on the cutting edge of events, to be able to make bold decisions, to assume full responsibility for the present and the future. 17. In addition, Gorbachev presents his listeners with an image of Lenin far removed from the combative tone of what is to be done. His preference is for the mythologized late Lenin, who supposedly showed flexibility in outlining a new way of organizing society. We are now turning with increasing frequency to Ilyich's last works, he notes reverently, to Lenin's ideas of the new economic policy. Naturally, Gorbachev counters, one would not want to equate the NEP with what we are doing at present, when we are in a fundamentally different stage of development. Still, in his view, the time has come to view Soviet history through a prism of missed opportunities. Notably, Gorbachev approvingly mentions Nikolai Bukharin's name in passing. However, he reserves his most effusive praise for Khrushchev, who evidently would also have been a perestroika supporter. Under Khrushchev's leadership, Gorbachev observes, a wind of change swept through the country, and the people took heart, gained new life, and became more confident. Notwithstanding his failings, Khrushchev had the wisdom to campaign against command bureaucratic methods of management, to emphasize humanistic ideals and values, and to revive the creative spirit of Leninism in theory and practice. 18. Conversely, Gorbachev directs his most pointed criticisms at two other periods in the Soviet past. One target is predictable Stalin, whom he vilifies. The other is more provocative, Brezhnev. Gorbachev's critique of his predecessor does not amount to a blanket criticism. Brezhnev, we learn, played an important role in stabilizing the Soviet Union after Khrushchev's misadventures. But for Gorbachev, the last years of the Brezhnev era were the source of the CPSU's current travails. During the latter years of L.I. Brezhnev's life and activity, he points out, the search for paths of further progress greatly impeded by an adherence to habitual formulas and patterns that did not reflect the new realities. As a result, the Soviet economy had been weakened, principles of social justice had been violated, and the country had been thrown into a pre-crisis situation. 19. Now, the task is to resolve these problems. Undoubtedly, Gorbachev would have liked to maintain this Leninist synthesis, assuring his doubters about his devotion to the party's traditions while at the same time calling for fundamental change. But in my view, the underlying problem with this balancing act is that it was an inherently contradictory enterprise. On the one hand, Gorbachev was seeking to overturn the preceding decades of economic inefficiency, bureaucratic retrenchment, and unreflective policy making. On the other, he was putting this task into the hands of the organization, the party, that had created these problems in the first place. Thus, it soon became clear to him that he could not do both. He could either return to the conventions of Communist Party rule during the Brezhnev years, or he could supplement the party's strengths with other institutions. He chose the latter course. It makes sense that Gorbachev's transition first became evident in the area of foreign affairs. In a world in which the conflict among states had clearly ascended over the conflict between ideologies, Gorbachev embraced the opportunity to be a statesman, not an apparatchik. Additionally, perestroika provided him with an additional reason for distancing himself from the remaining strains of the class struggle. Because military spending was one of the heaviest burdens on the Soviet economy, he and advisors like Yakovlev were convinced that a reduction of international tensions through arms control agreements and other accords would make it easier to focus on domestic reform. Thus, by 1987, Gorbachev was preparing for agreements with the United States and other states that would have been inconceivable 2 years earlier when he came to power. In November 1987, he signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty with the United States. In February 1988, he announced the complete withdrawal of Soviet troops from Afghanistan. In July 1989, he presented himself as a European personality of the highest order, proclaiming a common European home. Predictably, Gorbachev's decision to accelerate the pace of change raised the anxieties of Politburo members who supported reform, but only on gradual terms. The most prominent figure was Yegor Ligachev, who despite being a Gorbachev protégé had become convinced that the party's leading role would not survive the shift away from its Leninist, revolutionary foundations. On March 13, 1988, Ligachev expressed his opposition in the same cryptic manner with which internal party struggles had been communicated for decades. The Moscow newspaper Sovetskaya Rossiya published a letter to the editor from a little-known chemistry teacher in Leningrad, Nina Andreeva, that was unmistakably directed against Gorbachev's policies. In the letter, Andreeva expressed dismay that her students' understanding of their country's history was being maliciously distorted by the proponents of what she called some kind of left-liberal dilettantish socialism. It was urgent, she argued, that young people learn the class vision of the world and gain an understanding of the connection between human and class interests. Presumably this was a reference to those party members, on the one hand, who stood on the side of the working class and those on the other, who apparently had doubts about the class struggle. It cannot be an accident that Andreeva was directly quoting Ligachev. 20. Whatever one thought about Andreeva's and Ligachev's preferences, Gorbachev was indeed making a major change in course. As if to confirm their fears, on June 28, the General Secretary convened a momentous party meeting, the 19th All-Union CPSU Conference, at which he took the first steps toward formalizing an explicit division of labor between state and party power. In the spirit of giving Soviet citizens more influence over state policy, he proposed the creation of a new parliamentary body, the Congress of People's Deputies, which would elect a smaller but more powerful Supreme Soviet. Gorbachev's motives were transparent. Frankly admitting that perestroika was in danger, he aimed to use these state organs to increase the number of officials who were sympathetic to his policies and thereby acquire more power to muscle through his reforms. However, the means that he recommended for implementing this decision were extraordinary by Soviet standards. Under the rubric of democratization, he pushed through a policy to allow for multi-candidate elections to the Congress. In no way was Gorbachev advocating Western parliamentary democracy. These would not be direct elections. Both the party leadership and officially sanctioned organizations, such as the All-Union Central Council of Trade Unions and the Academy of Sciences, would be guaranteed a fixed number of seats in the Congress. Still, Gorbachev was treading on holy ground. From a philosophical standpoint, the idea of enhancing the status of a legislative organ would have reminded close observers of communist history of the ambiguities in Marx's and Lenin's thinking about the relationship between party and state institutions. In the early 1920s, this issue had been decided in favor of the former. On this occasion, however, Gorbachev's goal to upgrade the state as a mechanism for implementing perestroika raised serious questions about the definition of party leadership. Gorbachev assured the conference participants that he was not calling this fundamental tenet of Leninism into question. But more than any Soviet leader before him, he insisted upon a strict demarcation of functions. The Central Committee and the Politburo are to act as agencies of political leadership. Everything that the USSR Supreme Soviet and the USSR Council of Ministers are supposed to do should be done by them alone. 21. On the surface, the fact that the selection of candidates to run for seats in the Congress of People's Deputies was stacked in favor of the CPSU seemed to guarantee that the party would retain its definitive role. But there was an ambiguity to this strategy. What if the party leadership's preferred candidates did not receive the number of votes necessary to hold office? This problem would not have arisen if the CPSU elite had been as united in practice as it was in theory. Yet, for every passing day in the struggles over the Soviet Union's future, the prospect appeared less realistic. On March 26, 1989, voters went to the polls to take part in the first contested, multi-candidate elections in the country since voting in 1917 for the short-lived All-Russian Constituent Assembly. In a majority of cases, they supported the CPSU's designated candidates. Nonetheless, when runoff elections were conducted in April and May, the Congress ended up with over 300 deputies who did not have the regime's endorsement. Instantly, the mythology of a unified vanguard was open to doubt. Poland and Hungary do it their way. One can easily imagine why Gorbachev's willingness to look beyond the party's vanguard role would have a dramatic impact on the communist world. As I have shown throughout this book, Moscow's understanding of its role in the international movement was an almost perfect replication of the idea of party leadership, only on a global scale. Even a state like China, which had an antagonistic relationship with the USSR, was bound to be affected by a rethinking of the party's functions. For those in the Warsaw Pact, this issue also raised a practical question: to what extent should they reassess their own party's purposes? Earlier in this chapter, I noted that Brezhnev's Politburo decided in its final days that Poland's leaders, and not the USSR, should take responsibility for restoring order to their country. At the time, Moscow's allies could have interpreted this judgment in two ways. One possibility was that the Soviets expected Jaruzelski to resolve the crisis but would have reluctantly intervened had he failed. A contending interpretation is that they would have reflected on their perilous engagement in Afghanistan and done nothing. Because the first interpretation was, from the perspective of the early 1980s, as plausible as the second, the risk of testing the Soviets' intentions and being proven wrong was too great. Gorbachev's foreign policy innovations resolved this uncertainty. As early as February 25, 1986, he hinted at a shift in his understanding of Moscow's leadership role by speaking approvingly about the enormous diversity of the communist movement and acknowledging that there is not always total unanimity among the communist parties. 22 In his 1987 address on the October Revolution, he went a provocative step further, arguing that the time of the Comintern and the Cominform is past. We have also become convinced, he added, that socialism does not and cannot have any model that everyone must measure up to. 23 Behind the scenes, Soviet officials quietly informed their Eastern European counterparts that the obligatory features of proletarian internationalism were matters of the past. No longer bound together by a rigid ideology, these rulers were effectively cast adrift in a world of self-interested states. The leaders of both Hungary and Poland had reason to regard this development as positive. In the first instance, János Kadár's regime was already far along the road toward fashioning a socialist alternative to the Soviet economic model. In the early 1980s, the General Secretary had already begun to look for new ways of persuading the population that the Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party remained a source of enlightened leadership. The regime added to its record of reform by expanding the room for autonomous economic activity in small businesses, cooperatives, farms, and the manufacturing industry. In 1983, 2 years before Chernenko's death, the Hungarian government introduced an electoral law that actually required that at least 2 candidates run for every state office, with only a few exceptions. Party leaders made sure that they controlled this process by nominating ideologically and sometimes even professionally identical candidates. Nonetheless, when the first multi-candidate elections to the National Assembly took place in June 1985, the experiment backfired. In a demonstration of the shallowness of the pretense to party unity, some communists whose names had not been put up by the leadership won seats, while other, well-established figures were defeated. For these reasons, Hungary's leaders hardly needed Gorbachev to teach them about reform. Quite the contrary, Budapest had been first to act. Nonetheless, by this time Kadár's reforms were almost entirely signs of the regime's weakness. The long-serving General Secretary's bargain with his citizens was based upon the state's ability to keep up with their continually rising expectations. His government had managed to meet this demand in the late 1970s through heavy borrowing from Western lending institutions. However, this strategy all but collapsed at the turn of the decade when the regime was forced to adopt tough austerity measures in order to receive more loans. For the first time since the devastating events of fall 1956, citizens faced the prospect of losing their jobs, and some were threatened with impoverishment. At this juncture above all, Hungary's aged leader would have done well to acknowledge these problems. But in the imperious style to which he had grown accustomed in his later years, Katar refused to admit their existence. In contrast, Jaruzelski found himself in the classic position of any military commander who is able to use force but would prefer first to have maximal support from those around him. In the first year after the declaration of the state of war in Poland, the military government acted as one would have predicted. It banned solidarity, arrested and imprisoned the union's members, and tightened its control over journalists. On the surface, these tactics seemed to work. Once Solidarity was decapitated, its leaders could no longer organize on a national scale. Nonetheless, this was a Pyrrhic victory. Solidarity was not destroyed but only driven underground. Although the organization was weakened, its broadly dispersed structure made it harder for the regime to identify and apprehend its opponents. Furthermore, Jaruzelski recognized the difficulty of asking Polish soldiers once again to fire on their compatriots. As the economy deteriorated and Poles found themselves standing in food lines and struggling to survive on depressed incomes, the country's rulers became the logical explanation for every failure. In earlier times, Jaruzelski would have turned to the PUWP rank and file for support. But in a demonstration that the prestige of the party was in free fall, 780,000 members left the party between its 9th and 10th Congresses. All told, since summer 1980, the PUWP lost 35% of its total membership. 24 Hence, Jaruzelski reached out to civil society. He offered the Catholic Church construction permits and access to the airwaves in exchange for its cooperation. He sought to lure prominent intellectuals away from Solidarity and its affiliated organizations by providing publication outlets. Like the Hungarian government, he also experimented with multi-candidate elections at both the local level in 1984 and for the same in 1985. These contests were conducted on a much more restrictive basis than in Hungary, but they nonetheless attracted a high voter turnout. Possibly Jaruzelski's shrewdest public maneuver was his handling of the murder of the activist priest, Father Jerzy Populescu, by state security officers in October 1984. Populescu, who was widely hailed as the chaplain of Solidarity, was an outspoken critic of the regime. When it became clear, however, that the authorities could not cover up the killing, Jaruzelski ordered the arrest and trial of the perpetrators. Despite this cautiously conciliatory strategy, Jaruzelski's gestures could not eliminate the deeper sources of discontent that had produced the Polish crisis in the first place. In spring and summer 1988, a largely spontaneous wave of strikes swept across Poland in response to yet another reluctant decision by the government to raise food prices. This time, however, the strikers proceeded differently than in the past. Instead of pressing the government to rescind the price increases, they simply demanded that it raise their wages proportionately. They also insisted that the regime immediately recognize the legality of Solidarity. These protests also took a new form. They were populated by younger, blue-collar workers who had less patience than their predecessors in negotiating with the state. In fact, the Solidarity Old Guard did not play a direct role in organizing these protests. Caught off guard by the strikes, Lech Walesa merely observed that he supported the workers' demands but was not personally on strike. For Jaruzelski, in contrast, this was a turning point. He had to face the fact that the only chance to win more time for his government was to accept Solidarity's legitimacy. On the principle that it was better to negotiate with an old enemy than an unfamiliar new one, on August 26 he directed his interior minister, Czesław Kiszczak, to invite Walesa to enter into roundtable talks about restoring harmonious relations, if such equality had ever existed, among a majority of Poles. By this point, the Hungarian regime as well was entering into negotiations with its adversaries. But this step took place under conditions in which the party itself, and not some non-communist adversary, contributed to its own demise. In the mid-1980s, there was a superficial similarity between the HSWP leadership and Gorbachev's position. Hungary's old guard leaders were being challenged by a generation of communists who had entered the party in the preceding decade and were acutely sensitive to the defects in the government's policies. They and key figures in the Politburo were united by one factor: the conviction that Katar was the major impediment to Hungary's recovery and had to be removed. Unlike in the Soviet Union, however, there was a significant fissure in this alliance of convenience. One contingent, led by Katar's protégé, Prime Minister Károly Grasz, focused on economic stabilization, fiscal discipline, and an overhaul of the planning system. In opposition, a growing counterfaction contended that economic reform alone was insufficient. Under the leadership of Imre Pazgay, the General Secretary of the Patriotic Front, and spurred by a proliferation of informal reform circles in regional and municipal party organizations, this group's adherents were prepared to go further than ever in testing the fine boundary between developed socialism and social democracy. They promoted both inter-party democracy and, more provocatively, the participation of non-communist groups in the public sphere. Accordingly, after the two factions briefly united to persuade Katar to resign in May 1988 and Grasz stepped into his place, conflicts over the party's identity were unavoidable. In my view, even a unified party would have been threatened by the fact that it faced a citizenry with a burgeoning sense of its own efficacy. Over the preceding decade, Katar's policy of tolerating those who are not against us had given rise to a vibrant culture of independent thinking outside the party's ranks. Critics were emboldened to chastise the government for its mistakes and advance personal perspectives about enlivening socialism. In January 1987, 3 contributors to the Samizdat journal Bazilo published a widely read statement that embodied this confrontational spirit. Declaring that it was time for the regime to create a new social contract with its citizens, they called for a mixed system of government in which executive and legislative functions would be divided between the party and the National Assembly, respectively. Much like the signatories of Charter 77, the writers argued that this demand was consistent with the country's constitution. They also professed to accept the HSWP's leading role. Their sole condition, a big one, was that the party sincerely observe the rule of law and respect the civil rights of its citizens. 25. These were not the words of utopians. Well before Katar's removal, civil society organizations and political forums were proliferating thanks to the government's efforts to curry the favor of its critics. As early as 1984, environmentalists were assembling to protest the planned construction of the Nagy Maros Dam on the Danube River. In 1986, dissidents organized the first of many demonstrations over previously unmentionable dates in modern Hungarian history, including the revolutions of 1848 and 1956. In 1987, these groups evolved one step further. They assumed the characteristics of fledgling parties. The first significant indication of this shift came in September when a handful of dissident writers and regime critics gathered in the village of Lake Zatelik to coordinate their activities. The organizers made a point of inviting Pazgay to take part, indicating their willingness to cooperate with the party. Pazgay not only broke with party discipline by attending the meeting. By example, he showed that the party was coming apart from within. From this point, there was no turning back. In September 1988, several of the Lake Zatelik meeting's participants came together to transform one of their discussion circles, the Hungarian Democratic Forum, into a full-fledged political organization. 2 months later, left-wing intellectuals, social scientists, and human rights advocates founded a similar organization, the Alliance of Free Democrats. Together with an association of university students, recent graduates, and lawyers known as the Alliance of Young Democrats, or FIDES, these groups would soon become Hungary's major democratic parties. Gorbachev's new policies accelerated the pace of these changes. Given the deep, collective memory of the bloody events of October 1956, the omnipresent shadow of the Soviet Union had been sufficient for decades to give the HSWP credit for doing its best to make the country's encounter with socialism livable. Yet once the CPSU chief began to question the dignity of Lenin's party, as he called it at the 19th All-Union CPSU conference, the basis for what I call the Soviet excuse, the threat of intervention disappeared. 26. In this context, the Hungarian regime gave up the ghost of party leadership. At first, Grosz tried to contain the new, non-communist political organizations by pushing for legislation to contain their activities within narrow parameters. In a particularly strident address in fall 1988, he cryptically warned of the return of the White Terror, the period of uncontrolled violence and repression following the collapse of Belakun's Soviet Republic in 1919. When these tactics failed to repair the regime's diminishing authority, Grosz made a previously unthinkable decision. With surprisingly little opposition, he committed himself at a February 1989 Central Committee plenum to the formation of a multi-party system and agreed to remove references to the HSWP's leading role from the constitution. This descent into uncharted territory confirmed that Grosz and his supporters were grasping for political solutions. Since the HSWP could no longer prevent the formation of opposition groups, they gambled that it could instead ensnare them in a web of binding agreements and subordinate their members to the same core principles that governed the party. To this end, they followed Jaruzelski's example in Poland, proposing that their critics join them in roundtable talks in April. This strategy had a major flaw. A year earlier, the Hungarian opposition was still weak enough that the regime could enforce the conditions under which these nascent parties participated in the new order. For example, each was required to affirm its loyalty to the socialist system. By this time, however, the leaders of these organizations recognized that they no longer needed to accept the communists' definition of legitimate political activity. In fact, they did not need to work with the regime at all. Thus, 2 weeks before the official roundtable talks were set to begin on April 8, 1989, an independent association of lawyers caught the government off guard by creating an alternate political forum, the Opposition Roundtable, to unite the opposition groups against a common adversary. At this juncture, the regime found itself in a race to find the support it needed to stay in power. Two of its steps could not have been more symbolically significant. On May 2, the Ministry of the Interior matter-of-factly announced that its border police would dismantle the fortifications along its western border with Austria. For the Hungarian people, this was a signal that their government had voluntarily seceded from the Cold War. In a second, even bolder stroke, on June 16, the 31st anniversary of Imre Nagy's execution, the opposition organized the largest public demonstration since 1956. Although the HSWP's leading reformers, with Pazgay at their head, took part, they were overshadowed by major opposition figures, such as Viktor Orban, Fidesz's inspirational leader, who joined 250,000 of their fellow citizens at Heroes Square to witness the reburial of Nagy and 4 other victims of the Soviet invasion. In an electrifying speech, Orban declared that the government could only fulfill the will of the revolution by putting an end to communist rule and demanding the removal of Russian troops, not Soviet troops, from Hungarian soil. 27. Given the circumstances under which Nagy lost his life, many Hungarians undoubtedly appreciated the sweet irony of witnessing the communists take part in this politically charged event. But the solemnity of the moment raised a serious question. Even if the communists were sincere about changing their ways, why should one support a party at all that was responsible for these tragedies? In fact, many of the HSWP's members had come to this conclusion. By April 1989, the Young Communist League had lost half of its membership. By September, upward of 120,000 members had left the party. 28. Accordingly, when the HSWP's representatives resumed their talks with the opposition, this time including the Opposition Roundtable, their monopoly on political power was gone. As a result, all conversation about what should be retained from the socialist system was replaced by negotiations over the construction of an authentic multi-party system. In comparison, political developments were quite different in Poland, though they had a similar outcome. When Jaruzelski confronted Wałęsa with the offer to begin discussions about the legalization of solidarity, the Polish government was weak. Yet, Wałęsa's ability to speak on behalf of the Union was even more tenuous. Let us keep in mind that Solidarity had not existed as a cohesive national organization for 7 years. Contacts among the organization's members were fragmented, and Walesa had no natural affinity with the activists in the Solidarity underground. Furthermore, he was fully aware of Jaruzelski's intentions. The negotiations were meant to compel Solidarity to share not only the privileges but also the burdens of national leadership. Accordingly, when Jaruzelski's and Walensa's representatives, as well as a host of other groups and mass organizations, met in February 1989, the trepidation was greatest on Solidarity's side of the table. For every gain the Union made, it seemed, it faced the prospect that the negotiations would end up preserving the old order under a new name. Before the parliamentary elections of June 1989, this apprehension apparently prevented many of Solidarity's leaders, Walesa included, from appreciating that this was actually the PUWP's last stand. When the Round Table Accords were finally signed on April 6, 1989, Poland was no longer a single-party state. Overnight, the country acquired the organs of democratic governance, including a bicameral legislature, which was divided between the Sejm and a restored version of the pre-World War II Senate. Both bodies were given the responsibility to elect a president. To be sure, Jaruzelski's negotiators did everything they could to safeguard the party's position in this agreement. While the Senate elections were open to equal competition, the PUWP reserved 65% of the seats in the Sejm for itself and its associated bloc parties. The opposition was allowed to contest the remaining 35% of the seats. With the mathematical advantage on the government's side and monopoly control of the mass media, the PUWP and its allies expected to win a majority in both houses and therefore be positioned to elect the president, presumably Jaruzelski. In the final weeks before the election, this optimism faded as support for Solidarity grew. Still, no one was prepared for the stunning outcome of the national vote. When Polish voters went to the polls on June 4 and in a runoff election on June 18, they cast their votes against the entire political system that had dominated their country since 1945. Incredibly, Solidarity won 99 of the available 100 seats in the Senate. It also won all of the seats that it was allowed to contest in the Sejm. Not a single PUWP candidate received majority support on the uncontested ballots. In the end, only one communist candidate was elected in the second vote, and the remainder of the seats went to Solidarity. In a typically competitive parliamentary election in the West, Solidarity's demolition of its opponents would have been cause for celebration. But there was nothing routine about this transition from a single party to a multi-party state. Walesa and other senior Solidarity members were so worried about their party's readiness to step into a political vacuum that they supported Jaruzelski's election as Poland's president. Yet, this was no victory for the general who had declared war on his own people. It was a colossal defeat for the system he sought to defend. China, a different type of crisis. On the surface, one might think that the instability that gripped China in the late 1980s was proof of a uniform, global crisis in Communist Party rule. But this assumption would be seriously misleading. True, there were widespread protests against the Chinese Communist Party in the second half of the decade that culminated, as on so many occasions over the 20th century, in huge student demonstrations on Beijing's Tiananmen Square in spring 1989. Most prominently, on June 3 to 4 the government used military force to suppress the protests. Nevertheless, China's leaders faced a qualitatively different challenge than their European peers. Despite the discontent with the CCP's policies, the principle of party rule was not under siege. Instead, the crisis was created by divisions within the party leadership over how to restore control over an unruly public. There are substantial reasons for the CCP's much stronger position. As I have shown in Chapter 10, the CCP's rebirth as a viable institution in the 1970s was fueled by the trauma of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The universal agreement among the elite that they should prevent the country from slipping back into the turmoil of those years lent legitimacy to the party's aura as a force for stability. Under the pragmatic tutelage of paramount leader Deng Xiaoping, the organization earned the reputation for getting things done and doing so in a way that was compatible with socialism with Chinese characteristics. For this reason, in contrast to their peers in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, China's leaders entered the 1980s with a spirit of heightened expectations. With Deng's backing, modernizers like Zhao Ziyang, the premier and later CCP General Secretary, began the decade by opening the door even wider to trade with the West, stimulating private economic ventures, and steering state and foreign investment toward coastal cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou. Along with these steps, the regime's endorsement of Western management styles and the promotion of performance-based standards of promotion had a positive impact on public attitudes. If, as Deng famously proclaimed, it no longer mattered whether the cat is white or black, as long as it catches mice, citizens could expect to be hired and remunerated according to their skills and their labors. In theory, the more the Chinese economy flourished, the greater would be the benefit for everyone, even non-party members. The problem with rising expectations is that they can never be met for everyone equally, let alone permanently satisfied. In this case, the lot of many urban Chinese became worse during this period. While modernization allowed people with personal connections to make enormous fortunes in the 1980s, the living standards of many others were depressed. Jobs became harder to find for those who lacked the skills of an advanced economy. The nation's quantum leap in industrial production combined with the implementation of price reforms in spring 1988 spurred inflation and threatened to wipe out the savings of people on fixed incomes. When the regime responded to this adversity in fall and winter 1988 to 1989 by implementing austerity measures to cool the economy, inefficient factories that depended on state subsidies and cheap credit for their survival closed their doors and workers lost their jobs. Amid these hardships, the CCP's reputation was tarnished by the quite accurate perception among the populace that China's economic boom had fostered rampant corruption. In the public mind, it was bad enough that their country's leaders were not living up to the centuries-old expectation that the powerful should provide for the welfare of those who served them. Ordinary citizens were enraged at the possibility that the principle of the iron rice bowl was being cast aside to enrich the lives of party functionaries' families and friends. Just as in turn of the century China, university students occupied a special place in this drama. In the short term, their ability to continue their studies was jeopardized by the impact of inflation on their stipends. The prospect that they might not find jobs that were equal to their social station was equally disquieting. In the early stages of Deng's reforms, it was widely assumed that admission to premier universities, such as Tsinghua University or Peking University, would guarantee a desirable position upon graduation. For the best and the brightest, this was the essence of a meritocracy. Because of these promises, many graduates were embittered when these expectations were unfulfilled. The students' attitudes were also shaped by the expectation that a more open economy would be accompanied by a relaxation of state controls over culture and society. As we have seen, Deng's personal endorsement of the Seek Truth from Facts campaigns had raised the hopes of the younger generation that free expression could be made compatible with the leading role of the CCP. In 1980 and again in May 1986, on the 30th anniversary of the 100 Flowers campaign, Deng added to this excitement by suggesting that political reforms were necessary for the party's success. They would strengthen the convictions of the party faithful and encourage cadres to establish closer bonds with the populace. In fact, in the early 1980s, some students had taken part in experiments with meaningful elections to county and district posts. By the mid-1980s, these circumstances, as well as increased access to information about the West and expanded opportunities to travel and study abroad, convinced them that China was at a crossroads. The question was which way their leaders would turn. This atmosphere of escalating expectations and equally inflated anxieties cast a bright light on a widening gap between two major factions within the CCP leadership. Although this fissure bore a passing similarity to Gorbachev's first years in office, these differences cannot be reduced to a straightforward battle between the old and the new, reformers and reactionaries. No one wanted to risk a return to the chaos of the Cultural Revolution. Rather, the potential for a party split lay in competing interpretations of the lessons of that period. On one side, Zhao and the CCP General Secretary, Hu Yaobang, embraced what they took to be Deng's central message: the only way to overcome the violent past was to accelerate China's transition to modernity. On the other side, critics, among whom Li Peng emerged as spokesperson, contended that the Cultural Revolution's real lesson was about the continuing threat of turmoil. Peng and his allies were not opposed to change itself, but instead to phenomena like bourgeois liberalization and spiritual pollution that would emerge as a result of moving too quickly. It is conceivable that the conflict between these different currents could have been held in check were it not for the leadership's reaction to instances of renewed social protest. In December 1986, student demonstrations against the slow pace of reform broke out in several major cities. Although these protests were short-lived, they provided the Politburo's more risk-averse members with a pretext to call for a change of leadership. In January 1987, with Deng's approval, they perfunctorily removed Hu from his post. Zhao became the new general secretary and, later, Li succeeded him as premier. The unintended consequence of this decision was increased unrest. As the leader of the party, Hu had been an unflinching campaigner against corruption and had a reputation for open-mindedness on questions of speech and expression. Thus, his fall became a rallying point for younger Chinese to express their grievances. When Hu died on April 15, 1989, students marched to Tiananmen Square to show support for his policies. On April 17, thousands more assembled before the Great Hall of the People to present a list of 7 demands. Like the Polish workers' 21 demands of August 1980, these were hastily thrown together. Some were practical, such as increased state support for education. More ambitiously, the protesters demanded that the government affirm Hu's approval of looser political controls and publish the incomes of public officials and their families. By April 22, the day of Hu's funeral, these demonstrations escalated to the point where they involved hundreds of thousands of people, not only in Beijing but also Changsha, Tianjin, and Xi'an. Simultaneously, student leaders met at Peking University to coordinate their plans. 29. Importantly, a majority of the protesters saw themselves as loyal patriots, not anti-communist radicals. After all, they were supporting the policies of a former CCP leader. Much like the youthful idealists of the pre-communist New Culture and May 4th movements, they believed that they were acting in the nation's interests. They intended to persuade the country's rulers to remove corrupt officials and live up to the legal standards of the Constitution. References to the former movement became a constant refrain in the protesters' speeches. In a demonstration on Tiananmen Square, one widely known activist, Wu Erkaixi, read from a new May 4th manifesto, describing the students as worthy defenders of a spirit that had begun 70 years earlier to modernize an ancient and beleaguered China. 30. In contrast, China's leaders took the opposite view. Looking abroad, they saw ominous similarities between these demonstrations and the systemic changes underway in Eastern Europe. In the words of one Politburo member, the Peking University students had imitated Poland's solidarity to form their own Solidarity Student Union. 31. Deng reportedly observed that the organizers, who have been influenced by the free elements of Yugoslavia, Poland, Hungary, and the Soviet Union, have reason to create turmoil. Their motive, he added, not quite accurately, is to overthrow the party. 32. Deng's characterization of the protesters may have been hyperbole, but it was revealing hyperbole. His decision to take an uncompromising stand testifies to a problem we have encountered throughout this book. Even if the primary impetus to reform should come from within a communist party, it is difficult to convince all of the institution's leaders that significant change can be held in check. In fact, for many Politburo members, the demonstrations were reminders of the turmoil of the Cultural Revolution. On April 26, an editorial in the People's Daily entitled "It is necessary to take a clear-cut stand against disturbances" provided the public with the first hint of the depth of this opposition. According to the editorial, an extremely small number of people were exploiting the students' grief to foment opposition to the CCP, so dissension among the people, plunge the whole country into chaos, and sabotage the political situation of stability and unity. Apparently, all of the achievements of the past decade were in jeopardy. For these reasons, the statement concluded, all comrades in the party and the people throughout the country soberly recognize the fact that our country will have no peaceful days if this disturbance is not checked resolutely. 33. Interestingly, the People's Daily editorial appeared at a time when the strength of the demonstrations was abating and many students had returned to their classes. Yet instead of dampening their hopes, it had an incendiary impact. The protesters were enraged at finding that the regime did not take their demands seriously. Their perspective was shared by a growing number of citizens, blue-collar workers, teachers, and even low-level party officials who concluded that their leaders had lost touch with their needs. In this circumstance, the crisis convinced the opposing Politburo faction to speak up. It cannot have been a coincidence that Zhao used May 4 to defend the party in the name of enhancing its authority. In a speech to a delegation from the Asian Development Bank, he laid the blame for the current difficulties at the door of the leadership. The students did not oppose the socialist system, he insisted. They were calling us to correct our mistakes and improve our work style. By failing to take a stronger stand against corruption and practicing more openness and transparency, Zhao argued, officials had created the conditions under which the party's policies were misunderstood. Therefore, the regime's next step should be to address the students' grievances. We should meet the students' reasonable demands through democracy and law, should be willing to reform, and should use rational and orderly methods. 34. The extent of the party's split was reflected in a private conversation between Zhao and Li Peng after the speech. Zhao emphasized that the April 26 editorial had made the situation worse. It had wrongly stigmatized the students by failing to distinguish properly between the majority's legitimate complaints and the chicanery of a few troublemakers. For this reason, he proposed that the Politburo publish an additional editorial to underscore this difference. Li retorted that any modification of the message was impossible. It was not only he, Li added pointedly, but also Deng and the elders, the most senior, retired party officials, who believed that the protesters were being manipulated by people who sought to destroy the party. 35. At this point, we return to a familiar question, who should be entitled to define what is good for the party? The answer would have been clear a decade earlier, Mao Zedong. However, this was no longer Mao's China. Thanks to the greater ease of access to information after Deng's opening to the West, word spread quickly of the leadership's divisions. Li later told his colleagues, accurately enough, that Zhao's speech had sown confusion in the party's ranks. In his description, people were complaining, there are two different voices coming from the center, which is right, which is wrong. Others asked, you want us to maintain unanimity with the center, but with which center? 36. Taking advantage of the party's divisions, student leaders announced a hunger strike on May 13 to protest the regime's depiction of them as anti-socialist and anti-patriotic elements. Their timing was no accident. Gorbachev was scheduled to arrive in Beijing 2 days later to open a new chapter in Soviet-Chinese relations, symbolically re-establishing the link between Asian and European communism that had been broken nearly 3 decades earlier. Because Gorbachev's welcoming ceremony was to take place on Tiananmen Square, the students saw this as a chance to advocate an alternate definition of the public good. In one respect, they were successful. As a result of their protests, Gorbachev's visit was transformed from a point of pride for Beijing into a source of humiliation. Throughout the visit, Zhao and his co-leaders struggled in vain to prevent outside viewers from drawing undesirable connections between the presence of the father of Glasnost and the strikers' demands. However, an unforeseen consequence of the students' actions was to strengthen the hands of those who argued for reunifying the party around the necessity of confrontation. When the Standing Committee of the Politburo met on May 17, Zhao was unable to convince his co-leaders to give the students more time. Hence, he did not even attend the subsequent meeting at which the leadership agreed that there was no alternative to the use of force. There is a revealing side story to this decision that led to the bloody clashes between People's Liberation Army troops and unarmed protesters near Tiananmen Square and in western Beijing on June 3–4. After the first of these two meetings, Zhao repeatedly tried to resign from the Politburo, but his wishes were rebuffed by his colleagues. Their desire to keep him in his post cannot have been due to any lingering affection. They ridiculed him for days after the martial law decision. The only plausible explanation for delaying his demotion is one that we have encountered throughout this book. They had no other conception of political order aside from that which was based on the unity of the CCP. To repair the damage done to the parties standing before June 3, they needed to sustain the fiction of a united front. Interpreting the crisis after Hu Yaobang's ouster as proof of Zhao's failure to follow party rules, they convened a special Central Committee plenum in late June to announce that he was no longer General Secretary. In the meantime, on June 9 Deng presented a narrative about the preceding week in a speech to PLA units. Aside from his praise for the soldiers who participated in the crackdown, the speech is illuminating both for what it was and was not. On the one hand, there is Deng's justification for the government's actions. Notwithstanding his carefully nuanced observations throughout the 1980s about the complexity of China's leap into the modern world, Deng returned to the same Maoist idiom of struggle that had motivated the CCP throughout its history. He observed that the April 26 editorial had correctly described the student protests. They were further evidence of turmoil, which would have led inevitably to a counter-revolutionary rebellion. It was a good thing, he stressed, that a large number of veteran comrades had been around because they experienced many storms and they what was at stake. 37 On the other hand, this was not Poland in 1981. Unlike in Poland where Jaruzelski's declaration of martial law confirmed the bankruptcy of the regime, the idea that the party was in charge of the gun was very much alive. As we shall see in Chapter 13, the party's leading role would become more obscure over the next decade. But this development would happen for reasons that were significantly different from those in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Those who wait and do nothing. The final episode in the nearly perfect storm against party leadership in 1989 was played by the leaders of a group of states: the German Democratic Republic, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Romania, and Albania, who responded to the changes around them by defiantly doing nothing. This is not to say they had many options. Given the tumult around them, Gorbachev's rush to implement reform and the rapid dissolution of political authority in Poland and Hungary, I believe it is highly unlikely that they could have done anything to preserve the mystique of single-party rule. At best, they could have postponed their fate, either through more accommodating policies or the use of brute force. For our purposes, however, the revealing aspect of these regimes' rejection of serious change is about how difficult it was for their leaders to justify the party's leading role in the later years of developed socialism. No state better exemplifies this dilemma than the GDR. Since his appointment as General Secretary in 1971, Erich Honecker appeared to have perfected the style of the Brezhnev Consensus. In a careful balancing act, he attempted to preserve his citizens' loyalties by assuring them of continual improvements in the quality of life under real existing socialism. At the same time, he used the tensions between East and West Germany to underscore the irreconcilable conflict between socialism and capitalism and demanded that Socialist Unity Party of Germany members exhibit unflinching devotion to the party line. From the beginning, one could foresee that Honecker and Gorbachev would be at odds over this formula for socialist stability. The two leaders came from distinctly different backgrounds. Honecker had been a member of the Communist Party of Germany since 1930 and, like Gustav Husak in Prague, Nicolae Ceausescu in Bucharest, and Tadar Zhivkov in Sofia, had fought against fascism. He and his fellow communists from that era were still infused with the confidence that socialism would win the battle with capitalism. As a result, his encounters with the Soviet General Secretary were colored with the polite condescension of the older sibling who has already seen it all and has no need to learn anything new. In April 1986, When Gorbachev traveled to East Berlin to speak before the Seds 11th Congress and broached the possibility of introducing perestroika to the GDR, Honecker reportedly reacted to his guest's words with amused disbelief. The young man has been making policy for only a year, and already he wants to take on more than he can chew. 38. Nonetheless, the more Gorbachev pressed ahead, the greater was Honecker's inclination to question the wisdom of the time-honored slogan, "To learn from the Soviet Union is to learn to be victorious." Why, he and his colleagues wondered, should a state like the GDR, which had already experimented with economic reforms in the 1960s and registered some of the most impressive growth rates in the bloc, run the risk of large-scale reforms that suited the needs of another country? Or why should it undertake experiments in even more sensitive areas, such as greater political transparency, when the conditions along the border between socialism and capitalism proved that the class struggle was still raging? Had Gorbachev's reform efforts stalled at this point, it is possible that East Berlin and Moscow could have found grounds for a modus vivendi. However, Gorbachev's triumphant moment at the 19th All-Union CPSU conference in 1988 made a confrontation unavoidable. At first glance, the Sed's oblique expressions of disdain for Gorbachev's attempt to distinguish between state and party functions may seem petty and insignificant. Yet, by the standards of the Brezhnev years, they signaled a major breach over the nature of advanced socialism. To the surprise of even members of the Sed Politburo, many of whom were kept in the dark due to their general secretary's restrictive definition of party discipline, Honecker contested the Kremlin's prerogative to shape the GDR's priorities. Issues of prominent Soviet publications, like New Times and Oganik, were banned. Gorbachev's speeches were published in abbreviated form and often in tandem with articles questioning his strategies. For the first time, the East German media made thinly veiled references to the darker side of everyday socialism in the USSR, noting rising alcoholism, homelessness, and food shortages. In December 1988, Honecker showed that he was still ensconced in the worldview of an earlier era. He introduced a belligerent idiom into his public references to Moscow that could, in part, have suited his exchanges with the capitalist world. In an acerbic report to the said 7th Central Committee plenum, he co-opted the language of different paths to socialism to justify retrenchment, not reform. The GDR, Honecker stressed, was a sovereign state that was capable of making decisions itself. It was fine and good to speak about fraternal solidarity, but true cooperation meant accepting each party's equality, independence, and autonomy. This entailed recognizing, Honecker added, that no model was universally applicable to all socialist states. It was up to the GDR, as was true of all of its Eastern European neighbors, to decide its responsibility before its own people. 39. To validate this stand domestically, Honecker and his co-leaders attempted to breathe new life into the governing principle of developed socialism. Fidelity to party rule would be repaid with continued improvements in living standards. In this spirit, Honecker initiated his own, highly circumscribed version of glasnost. Building on the rapprochement that had begun with the Evangelical Church in 1978, said officials were instructed to provide pastors with greater leeway to raise sensitive topics, such as global disarmament and denuclearization, with their parishioners. Peace activists were allowed to take part in an officially sanctioned demonstration, the Olive Palma Peace March, and for the first time a debate was televised between East and West German politicians on the reduction of tensions between the superpower blocs. Within its own circles, the Sed also awakened hopes for change, signing a joint declaration with West Germany's Social Democratic Party that endorsed a culture of political argumentation between the two long alienated parties. The regime matched these gestures with assurances that the relaxation of restrictions on West German travel to the GDR over the previous decade would be supplemented by even greater opportunities for East German citizens to travel to the Federal Republic. This was a gamble. The Sed's leaders calculated that regular travel to the West would reduce the likelihood of their citizens leaving their homeland permanently. In the short term, this risk paid off handsomely. Bonn agreed to provide millions of Deutschmarks in credits and bank loans in return for East Berlin's seemingly humanitarian largesse. One decade earlier, this type of balancing act had largely worked. The trouble with these measures in the 1980s is that they were no longer sufficient to preserve the tacit understanding with the population about the payoff for dutiful acceptance of the status quo. Although most East Germans accepted the fact that their standard of living was unlikely to catch up with that of West Germany, they assumed that it would continue to improve. But this understanding was being undermined at precisely the moment Honecker was sparring with Gorbachev over the desirability of an East German perestroika. The said regime could no longer afford the massive subsidies that were hidden behind Honecker's consumer-oriented policies. Overnight, the country's citizens had to confront trials, such as food shortages and deteriorating social services, which they associated only with the poorest socialist countries. Additionally, the brief success of East Berlin's negotiations with Bonn did more than generate increased demand for travel to the West. As these pressures grew, they called renewed attention to the abnormality of Germany's division. Whether they meant to or not, Soviet officials added to these tensions. When Alexander Yakovlev was asked about the Berlin Wall during a press conference in Bonn in January 1989, he declared that the barrier's existence was no longer a concern for his government. "That isn't our wall," he observed. "We didn't build this wall. This is the GDR's affair." 40 East German officials were aghast at this complete denial of historical responsibility. True to the form of an old communist, Honecker responded by emphasizing the continuing battle with global capitalism, noting curtly that the wall would be around in 50 or even 100 years if the conditions for which it was constructed still existed. 41. I am providing this background because it illustrates the tenuousness of the SED's effort to straddle the opposing realms of ideological fidelity and tactical flexibility. In this situation, the SED's leaders took two steps that some among them would later regret. The first was a seemingly low-risk response to popular demands that they emulate their counterparts in Poland, Hungary, and the USSR by experimenting with electoral reforms. Predictably, the Politburo rejected the idea of multi-candidate elections outright. But to create the appearance of taking its citizens' wishes seriously, Honecker allowed church groups and other unofficial associations to monitor the statewide municipal elections of May 7, 1989. Naturally, the regime expected the elections to result in a resounding affirmation of its policies. However, it underestimated the radical shift in its citizens' mood. With their own exit polls in hand and Gorbachev's example to inspire them, the monitors pronounced the elections fraudulent. Although not a single East German voter would have been surprised by this revelation, the SED's failure to maintain the appearance of total domination was a galvanizing moment for citizens who had long regarded its grip on power as unassailable. The regime's more profound error was to attempt to turn the Tiananmen tragedy into a didactic exercise in socialist obedience. Although East Berlin was not alone in supporting the CCP's action, the communist parties of Romania and Czechoslovakia commended Beijing for restoring order. It was the most fulsome in its praise. The state media congratulated Beijing for subduing a counter-revolution. Honecker's presumed successor, Egon Krenz, declared that the Chinese government had acted in a perfectly normal manner. More ominously, Honecker's wife, Margot, the GDR's Minister of Education, declared that one should be prepared to defend socialism. For anyone who had grown up with the carefully formulated language of the East German press, the unmistakable message was that when all else failed, the GDR's rulers would use violence against their citizens to defend the socialist system. Although it is unlikely that Honecker and his co-leaders could have surmounted the challenges to their authority if they had handled the May 7 elections differently or, more importantly, refrained from praising Beijing's actions, they clearly hastened the regime's demise by confirming that they intended to stick with the old course. One result of their inaction might be called willful depopulation. Beginning in May and June 1989, when a small stream of vacationers fled over the newly opened Hungarian border into Austria, thousands of East Germans voted with their feet against a government they perceived to have lost interest in their welfare. Honecker confirmed this impression on September 25, announcing through the Allgemeine Deutsche Nachrichtendienst that his government would not allow itself to be shaken by these events. There should be no tears shed, he dictated, at the loss of people who had trampled on the moral values and chosen to exclude themselves from our society. 42. The other result was the sudden emergence of an array of semi-autonomous civil society organizations with lofty names like New Forum, Democratic Awakening, and United Left. Only a couple of years earlier, the threat of Soviet intervention would have deterred these proto-parties from coming together. But perestroika and the gestation of non-communist parties and organizations in Poland and Hungary nullified these concerns. Although a majority of the writers, pastors, and longtime dissidents who constituted these groups were not specifically focused on questioning the SED's authority, their existence alone signified the erosion of the party's credibility. To understand these developments, one must take note of a crucial factor that is often left out of explanations of the GDR's demise. This was the deteriorating mood within the party itself. 43 Unlike the regimes in Warsaw, Budapest, and Moscow that were moving quickly to redefine their identities, the SED elite was frozen in time. There was no significant reformist wing within its uppermost ranks in the summer of 1989. Unlike in Poland and Hungary, there was no place for party factions within the organization's political culture. The expression of different views, even in the meetings of the Politburo, was inimical to the norm of revolutionary discipline that was supposedly required of a party that represented the weaker half of a divided nation. 44 Thus, even when senior SED members talked privately, few dared to bring up the subject of party reform. Their idea of a bold conversation was to speculate about when Honecker would retire, as if a change of leadership alone would rejuvenate the GDR. The mood was different in the SED's lower ranks. For many members, there was increasingly no pride to be found in associating with the leaders of an organization who refused to acknowledge even the slightest shortcoming. If ever there was a time to learn from the Soviet Union, they thought, it was now. Instead of listening to their comrades in Moscow, however, Honecker and his associates were offering weary platitudes. Worse still, in the view of these members, the regime's intimations that it would turn its weapons against its own people threatened to make everyone in the party complicit in a national tragedy. Accordingly, with no Posgay-like faction to represent them, lower-level officials simply gave up the pretense that there was anything about the party still worth defending. Even officials in the Ministry of State Security concluded that the regime's policies had run their full course. These elite attitudes not only illuminate why the GDR fell but why it collapsed so quickly. By early fall 1989, the as yet unresolved question was what the GDR's leaders as well as their Bulgarian, Czechoslovak, Romanian, and Albanian counterparts would do to stem a growing tide of protest. Incredibly, this question was resolved in a mere 3 days in October. On October 7, Gorbachev arrived in East Berlin for what was supposed to be a joyous occasion, the 40th anniversary of the GDR's founding. When he and Honecker met in the East German Parliament building to celebrate the country's achievements, however, the two leaders were residing in different worlds. Honecker spoke correctly, as it would turn out, as though everything the SED had accomplished was at stake. Nothing at all, he declared, invoking the Leninist language of class struggle, was given to us or put in our lap. We not only had more ruins to clear away than west of the Elbe and Vera, but also obstacles that were put in our way. It's no accident that our adversary now slanders us like never before. This is because it can't stand the fact that German socialism has proven that the once exploited masses could determine their future by themselves without the help of capitalists. 45 In contrast, Gorbachev's comments about the GDR's achievements were restrained. Although he clearly disliked Honecker, he called him a scumbag. Gorbachev did not exactly criticize the East German regime. 46 Instead, he pressed for the adoption of an alternative path to socialism based on democratization, openness, socialist legality, and the free development of all peoples and their inclusion in affairs. Gorbachev also provided his host with a Marxist history lesson. History has its own laws, tempo, and rhythm, he pointed out, which is determined by the meaning of objective and subjective factors. To ignore this is to create new problems. 47. By suggesting that Honecker was incapable of understanding his country's conditions, Gorbachev effectively told East Germany's citizens what they needed to know in order to take their bottled-up grievances into the streets. The USSR, the country that had given life to the GDR, would not intervene, as it had on Walter Ulbricht's behalf in June 1953. On the evening of October 7 and throughout the following day, mass demonstrations spontaneously broke out in cities across the country. Protesters were beaten and arrested by the police. But a day later, it became clear that the spirit of resignation that suffused the SED had spread throughout the party apparatus and the government ministries. No one had the will to defend what was already dissolving. On October 9, when 70,000 people streamed into the narrow streets surrounding Leipzig's St. Nicholas Church, party officials and the security police allowed the protests to continue. The demonstrations that quickly engulfed the GDR and led to the opening of the Berlin Wall on November 9 allow for a revealing comparison with the student protests on Tiananmen Square 5 months earlier. First, there is the manifest difference: the former ended in liberation, the latter in tragedy. Second, there is a noteworthy similarity. The rulers of both countries were still locked into the same confrontational categories acquired along the journey to socialist power. They could not imagine a world in which they, as representatives of a historically validated organization and glorious international movement, were not paving the way toward the liberation of humanity. On October 18, the SED Politburo finally forced Honecker out of office. If the GDR had been an ordinary country, one might imagine that the new General Secretary, Krenz, would have quickly recognized that life could not go on as in the past. Although he publicly admitted that the old policies had failed, Krenz showed that he had nothing new to offer. Indeed, he could only look backward. At the Central Committee's plenum on November 8, Krenz was morose. "It is painful for all of us, comrades," he observed, "that we are now coming under such criticism. It is even more painful for those who have put thousands of hours of their lives into serving the common interest over their personal interests. It is painful for all of our veterans who risked their lives in the anti-fascist opposition to create a better Germany. It is painful for the hundreds of thousands of comrades who on a daily basis and in many ways beyond the call of duty took responsibility for our country's progress. It is painful for us all." 48. It is telling how little Krenz and his colleagues seem to have learned. Although the plenum released an action program that called for urgent changes, the one issue they refused to consider was the most important of all: the SED's leading role. Serious mistakes had been made, Krenz conceded, but it was people like Honecker and his associates, and not the system, who bore the responsibility. Now that these individuals were gone, it seemed, the party only needed to regain the trust of the people. 49 After the wall was opened on the following day, Krenz and the remaining members of the party leadership finally learned something that they should have grasped months, if not years, earlier. The East German population no longer saw any reason to be led. As thousands of people streamed into West Berlin, Krenz made a frantic attempt to bolster the SED's image by forcing the old guard to resign and replacing them with putative reformers. But it was not only the party's survival that was at stake. It was the existence of the GDR. When the public mood shifted steadily toward the restoration of a unitary German state over the following month, the East German parliament voted on December 1 to divest itself of any further association with communism and removed the clause in the GDR's constitution that granted the SED its right to rule. What could no longer be saved? From this point onward, we know that every subsequent effort to salvage the Communist Party's claims to leadership in Eastern Europe and the USSR met with failure. Still, to stand in the shoes of the leaders who worked their way toward this conclusion between fall 1989 and fall 1990, we need to consider the sequencing of these events. For some, the party idea died despite their best efforts to save it. For others, its passing was at least in part the result of choices that could have been made differently. One word sums up the mood of the Bulgarian, Czechoslovak, Romanian, and Albanian leaderships at this time: desperation. In all four states, the images of hundreds of thousands of people demonstrating against Communist Party rule in the GDR immediately brought their regime's mortality to the fore. The Bulgarian government was the first to act. One day after the wall's opening, a group of self-proclaimed reform communists removed Todor Zhivkov from power and promised to bring perestroika to the people. By early December, however, they realized that the only way they could remain in office was to abandon socialism. Hence, they promptly removed all references to the party's leading role in the constitution and called for democratic elections. In Czechoslovakia, the party's demise was just as quick, but it took place under circumstances that bore a closer resemblance to the GDR. When the communist regime failed to respond to massive demonstrations that engulfed the country from mid-November onward, opposition groups had to call for a general strike to force it to listen to their demands. Of its own accord, the Federal Assembly sought to save itself by revoking the party's leading role. But when the regime subsequently attempted to set up a new communist-dominated government, the opposition took its protests back to the streets and forced the end to 41 years of Communist Party rule. The fate of the Romanian Communist Party was idiosyncratic. Here, there was no independent opposition to challenge the regime's policies because of Ceausescu's success in atomizing Romanian society and exalting himself over every institution, including the RCP. Thus, when the protests finally came to Bucharest in mid-December 1989, they were spontaneous and violent. Still, the decisive factor behind the regime's quick collapse came from within. On December 22, under circumstances that remain cloudy, an organization composed largely of communist functionaries and calling itself the National Salvation Front arose from nowhere to overthrow Ceausescu. With no formal comment, the NSF simply abolished the Communist Party. More importantly, it obliterated the personality cult on which the regime's authority was based by subjecting the aged conjugator and his wife to a speedy trial and execution. As if to pierce the shroud of the dictator's immortality, the NSF promptly published photos of the two bloodied bodies. The dissolution of single-party rule would take longer in Albania, but nowhere were the conditions more treacherous. Since Enver Hoxha's death in 1985, his successor as head of the Albanian Party of Labour, Ramiz Alia, had undertaken policies that oscillated between bouts of welcome conciliation and systematic repression. In the latter half of the 1980s, this strategy seemed to work. By continuing to propagate Hoxha's doctrine of self-reliance and cultivating national pride, Alia was able to insulate the country from the pressures for economic and social reform. However, beginning in early 1990, after the upheavals in Eastern Europe had peaked, these measures became unsustainable. In the face of a mounting economic crisis, an exodus of thousands of Albanian citizens to other countries, and the outbreak of massive anti-government demonstrations that threatened to spill into civil war, Alia was forced to give in. On December 11, in a meeting with student demonstrators, he announced that the regime would begin preparations for multi-party elections, effectively putting an end to the APL. In comparison with the fury of these changes, the fate of the Soviet Communist Party, as I have described in the opening pages of this book, seems oddly anticlimactic. When the Congress of People's Deputies voted on March 14, 1990, to amend Article 6 of the Soviet Constitution to relieve the ultimate representative of the October Revolution of the role it had exercised for nearly 73 years, the decision had a matter-of-fact quality. Notably, Gorbachev himself recommended this change to the Central Committee in February. Whereas 2 or 3 years earlier, he and his colleagues would have viewed this turn of events as a catastrophe, Gorbachev seems to have finally concluded that it was just one further step along the path to normalcy. This is not to say that Gorbachev relished the decision to demote the party. In an ideal world, he would undoubtedly have preferred a system of dual rule. The CPSU would preside over strategic priorities and the state would take responsibility for the execution of the party's decisions. Yet, by 1989, both organs presented him with distinct challenges. Despite his efforts to contain the fierce infighting between the hardline opponents of change and the equally hardline reformers, the CPSU was becoming an increasingly unmanageable body. At the same time, Gorbachev's supporters pressed him to follow the example of the Soviet Union's liberalizing neighbors in Eastern Europe. Gorbachev must have sensed that the party had already lost its preeminent place in Soviet society, in fact if not in form. In 1989, 136,000 full and candidate CPSU members left the party, compared to 18,000 the year before. This dramatic exodus marked the first decline in total membership since 1954. In the first 5 months of 1990, they would be followed by 130,000 more. 50 From this point forward, the question was whether anything could be done to prevent the party from succumbing to the powerful political and social forces that Gorbachev had unleashed. Notably, Gorbachev followed the precedent set by his predecessors by seeking to augment his political authority. His first step was to bind his position as CPSU General Secretary to the Soviet Union's emerging center of political legitimacy, the Congress of People's Deputies, by consenting to his election to the new post of Soviet President. His second step was to present himself, in effect, as a post-Leninist theorist. In his keynote address at the CPSU's 28th Congress on July 2, 1990, he offered the delegates a distinction that, in his view, would keep the party alive. Because perestroika was advancing so quickly, he argued, it was no longer necessary for the party to claim a leading role in Soviet society. The organization could share that function with other institutions, even other parties. Furthermore, the CPSU was called upon to play the role of the true vanguard that it had never fully realized. Under this formulation, the party would earn the right to rule. We believe, Gorbachev averred, that a vanguard role cannot be imposed on society, that it can only be won by an active struggle for the working people's interests, by practical deeds and by our whole political image. 51. Gorbachev was not the first Soviet leader to suggest that the party should have to earn the support of the Soviet people. But no matter what the party did or did not do, the CPSU's leading role had never really been up for discussion. This was its function by virtue of being a Leninist organization. In the broad sweep of communist history, this perspective made sense. The party was either a vanguard or it was not. There could not be multiple vanguards. On some level, Gorbachev must have been aware that more than definitional issues were at stake. Even if he did not want to admit it, he was engaging in wishful thinking. His regime could no longer salvage the idea of a leading party when it had already pushed the institution aside. Chapter 13. The party vanishes. In late February 1922, an aging Vladimir Ilyich Lenin penned an unusually thoughtful, even wistful essay, Notes of a Publicist, in which he likened the Communist Party member to a mountain climber. Along the way, Lenin wrote, the man reaches a point at which he realizes that he can no longer continue along the same path. Naturally, he is discouraged, even to the point of despondency, at the prospect that he must look for another path to the peak. As he retraces his steps, he is certain to face new dangers. Meanwhile, down on the ground, people will be laughing and ridiculing him for his folly. Fortunately, he cannot hear them, for they would probably nauseate him and, Lenin added, nausea prevents one from keeping a clear head, particularly at high altitudes. Nonetheless, Lenin predicted that the climber would do what he must and find a new way to continue his arduous ascent to the summit. 1. The occasion for Lenin's essay was the enactment of the new economic policy, when the Bolsheviks faced the difficult and immensely controversial prospect of having to recalibrate their approach to building socialism. Yet Lenin's emphasis, as he put it in the essay, on soberly weighing up the situation and avoiding the waving of little red flags is a theme we have encountered throughout this book. Global communism would not have survived for as long as it did and found traction among so many diverse peoples had the parties that espoused its ideas been unable or unwilling to adapt to their respective settings. Of course, force and dictatorship played major roles in the movement's longevity. The communist record is awash with violence and bloodshed. But, to use Lenin's analogy, the intrepid mountain climbers who embraced its ideals in scores of countries exhibited noteworthy dexterity in aligning the major categories of Marxism: the class struggle, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the inevitability of the revolution, with the hopes and perceptions of those who came after them. In this light, it is striking that the idea of a communist party as it developed from the 1840s onward evaporated after the 1980s. To be sure, Eastern European and Russian communists lost their monopoly on political power. Hence, they could no longer force their views on people who were now enthralled by the promise of democracy. Yet it is also true that a majority of the one-time leaders who had watched their regimes disintegrate were no longer interested in defending the institution that had long defined their political identity. As I shall show in this chapter by briefly describing the cases of the post-communist parties of Hungary, Poland, Russia, Romania, and Yugoslavia, Marx and Lenin's ideas about the ineluctable march toward a just world had lost all credibility. At a juncture when hopeful populations perceived the Cold War to be over, politicians had little to gain by invoking the language of the class struggle, let alone the inevitability of revolution. By the same token, the former communists who wanted to remain engaged in political life recognized that they now had to play by the democratic rules of the game. As a result, when they re-emerged in the 1990s, they came as representatives of renamed, leftist parties, espousing liberal democratic values and professing their confidence in open political competition. In fact, a majority of these new parties looked more like Western European social democratic parties than any other institutions. This was an epochal shift. The story of the European left in the 20th century had been dominated by the battle between radical and reformist conceptions of socialism. Now, the parties that the communists had consistently labeled revisionist and counter-revolutionary had won. It is equally illuminating that, outside of Europe and Russia, the leaders of the socialist states that were not directly affected by the revolutions of 1989 to 1991 distanced themselves from their long-held assumptions about the functions of the Communist Party. Unlike the European and Russian ex-communists, they had the power to defend the political status quo. But, as I shall demonstrate by considering three of the most prominent cases, North Korea, China, and Cuba, they recognized that they, too, were no longer living in the world of Marx and Lenin. In different ways, each of these states drifted away from the different conceptions of single-party rule that we have encountered throughout this book. In North Korea, the break was complete. Under successive despots, Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un, the party's leading role was fully supplanted by the institution of dynastic rule. In China, the shift was gradual and less conspicuous. A new generation of leaders, represented by Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao, and Xi Jinping, routinely invoked the principle of party rule to justify their policies. But they did not necessarily practice it. Indeed, by the 2000s, one was hard-pressed to say what specifically made the Chinese Communist Party communist. Only Fidel Castro showed any consistency, but in a way that did not serve the party idea. Although he had two options to institutionalize his vision, the party and the military, he evidently remained convinced until his final days that he was the epicenter of his country's revolution. In making these points, I do not mean to suggest that the break from Communist Party rule in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union or the institution's diminution in countries like China and Cuba was necessarily straightforward. In the former cases, as I shall contend, the leaders of some post-communist parties, such as those in Hungary, Poland, Russia, and Romania, had the skills to benefit from their participation in democratic politics. In contrast, the transition to a new party system in Yugoslavia erupted into fratricidal war and genocide. Of the latter cases, China's leaders were adept at diluting the conventional Leninist justifications of single-party rule to serve their evolving goals. But in Cuba, after Castro's death in November 2016, the party's historically ambiguous status meant that it could not carry on the mystique of the Cuban Revolution. Overall, one point was certain: the leaders of these regimes, whether democratic or not, could move forward. But the vanishing idea of a vanguard party meant that there was no moving back. Those who part ways. In both Eastern Europe and Russia, it would have been surprising if the former communists had not taken quick steps to reinvent themselves in their democratizing countries. After all, the collapse of the Soviet bloc presented those who wanted to form competitive party organizations with virtually no other choice. Thus, the same people who had once looked to the writings of Marx and Engels or the example of the Soviet Union for guidance now paid allegiance to democratic politics and the unfettered competition of ideas. The striking development was how successful most of them were in making this transition. Taking advantage of both the inexperience of the fledgling democratic parties that came to power in the early 1990s and their own administrative experience and personal networks, they built broad constituencies and, in many cases, won their way back to power. Point 2. Of all the former bloc states, Hungary's communists made the transition to democracy the most efficiently. Thanks to János Kadár's moderate policies since the 1960s, they had the least antagonistic relationship with their citizens. The rise of the reformist wing of the Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party in 1988 and the party's early renunciation of dictatorship allowed them to participate in the national roundtable negotiations over the formation of a multi-party system. When their leaders met in October 1989 to adopt a new name, the Hungarian Socialist Party, they undoubtedly assumed that they would need to wait patiently for a return to prominence. In fact, in the first parliamentary elections in March and April 1990, they struggled under a cloud of anti-communist sentiment. The HSP came in fourth behind the omnibus Hungarian Democratic Forum, which formed the country's first, democratically elected coalition government in 43 years. Nonetheless, the socialists soon turned their opponents' lack of political experience to their advantage. Emphasizing their technocratic skills and moderately redistributionist policies, they built the HSP into a modern catch-all party. In the general elections of May 1994, with the support of both workers and white-collar professionals, the post-communists won a majority of the seats in parliament and joined their former adversaries in Fidesz in forming a left-center coalition government. Under a new name, Social Democracy of the Republic of Poland, Poland's communists underwent a similar transition. After the Polish United Workers' Party's unexpected defeat in the parliamentary elections of June 1989, their chances of returning to power looked bleak. But, paradoxically, this debacle was a blessing for the SDRP because it provided its moderate wing with the justification to build an electorally viable organization. The party's leaders professed their commitment to parliamentary democracy and cannily identified themselves with many of the same policies as their rivals: economic reform, the promotion of private enterprise, and privatization. As in Hungary, this strategy enabled them to take advantage of their opponents' weaknesses. While Solidarity showed that it was incapable of forming stable governments and splintered into competing parties, the former communists presented an image of competence and moderation. In a stunning turnaround, the party won a plurality of the vote in the September 1993 elections and, like the HSP, formed a left-center government. Unlike the Hungarian and Polish parties, Russia's communist successor party, the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, did not make a total break with the past. Popular sympathy with the ideals of the old Soviet Union was still sufficiently strong to make this step unnecessary. Nonetheless, the CPRF, too, adopted a catch-all strategy to attract new voters. Led by a former official from the Communist Party of the Soviet Union's ideology department, Gennady Zhuganov, the party embraced democratic institutions and even aspects of the market system. Going one step further than its Polish and Hungarian peers, it simultaneously took advantage of public discontent over the USSR's collapse to cultivate nationalist and anti-Western constituencies. These appeals paid off in the elections of December 1993. Aided by its opponents' disarray over the handling of economic reform, the party won more than 10% of the seats in the lower house of the Federal Assembly, the State Duma. 2 years later, in 1995, it won a plurality of the vote and was awarded more than one-third of the seats in the legislature. Notwithstanding these successes, Russia's communists faced a hurdle that democratic credentials alone could not surmount. To a greater extent than in Hungary and Poland, the powers of the State Duma were severely constrained by the constitutional authority of the Russian presidency. Accordingly, the impact of the CPRF's victory was less than it seemed. In July 1996, Zhuganov came close to giving his party the chance to exercise power by running for president. Campaigning on a platform that combined the promise of a strong welfare state with nationalist appeals, he nearly defeated President Boris Yeltsin, a former Politburo member, in the first round of the election. But after Yeltsin's victory in the runoff election, the CPRF was unable to regain the momentum that had earlier made it Russia's dominant party. The successors to the Romanian Communist Party in the National Salvation Front also portrayed themselves as converts to democracy. From the beginning, however, this commitment was ambiguous. Led by a former Central Committee member, Ion Iliescu, and dominated by second-echelon communist functionaries, the NSF quickly transformed itself into a full-fledged political party, blending promises of expanded welfare programs with populist and nationalist rhetoric. Thanks to its members' political experience and control of the communications media and other state institutions, the party easily outmuscled its opponents in the parliamentary elections of May 1990. Out of an extraordinary 59 different parties that competed for seats in the Assembly of Deputies and 69 for seats in the Senate, the NSF won huge majorities in both houses. In a separate election, Iliescu became the country's first freely elected president. For those Romanians, however, who hoped that the ex-communist success would pressure them to commit themselves fully to liberal democracy, this was an occasion for disappointment. Despite Iliescu's expressions of interest in Scandinavian social democracy, the regime continued to exhibit many of the same paternalistic and chauvinistic characteristics of the Nicolae Ceausescu era. Finally, there is the tragedy of Yugoslavia. Josip Broz Tito's death in May 1980 had precisely the destabilizing effect that both he and the other leaders of the League of Communists of Yugoslavia had long feared. After a decade of mounting tensions among the federal republics, Yugoslavia was engulfed in a cascade of insurgencies and genocidal wars that destroyed the idea of the unified South Slav state that had come into being after World War I. Yet, even Tito would have been surprised by the circumstances under which this conflagration came to pass. Rather than binding the disparate ethnic groups of the Federation together as Tito had hoped, the Republican parties became the vehicles for Yugoslavia's destruction. The LCY's crisis had little to do with communism. It began in 1986, when the president of the Federation's Serbian Republic, Slobodan Milosevic, rebuffed the demands of Albanians in the autonomous region of Kosovo for greater self-determination. Drawing upon the organizational power of the League of Communists of Serbia, Milosevic whipped up nationalist and irredentist passions in the republic. When he subsequently attempted to impose Serbian control over the entire federation, the Slovenian and Croatian leagues became agents of separatism. In January 1990, the two leagues' delegates dramatically walked out of an emergency congress of the LCY, and the idea of a unified Yugoslav party was finished. Like the post-communist parties in other parts of Europe, the Republican League's transformation into new organizations was shaped by their different paths to democracy. The overwhelming presence of former communists in the new Socialist Party of Serbia and the eruption of ethnic hatred in other republics allowed Milosevic to assume nearly dictatorial control of his party. In Slovenia, in contrast, the ex-communists were forced to adapt their policies to a fast-paced transition to democracy. The fact that the country's separatist movement had begun among popular non-communist groups meant that the renamed Slovenian Party of Democratic Renewal could only compete for the population's support by endorsing the democratic process. The new Social Democratic Party of Croatia, too, embraced democratic principles. However, the outbreak of fighting between Serb and Croat forces infused the party with a hyper-nationalist spirit. There was, however, one thing that all of these parties shared in common. They bore little resemblance to the communist leagues of the Tito era. Dynastic socialism in North Korea. Not everyone in Russia and Eastern Europe was pleased to see the Leninist party disappear. For people who still harbored nostalgic feelings about the communist era, and there were many, the 1990s were deeply troubling times. Whatever its deficiencies, single-party rule had undergirded their faith in a system that supposedly put their welfare first. Nevertheless, we can learn a great deal about the fragility of the parties that once dominated their lives by recognizing that it would have done them no good to look elsewhere for evidence that the former political order could be brought back to life. Even the handful of socialist states that did not experience democratic revolutions had ceased to be models of Leninism. From Pyongyang to Beijing and Havana, their leaders' commitment to their founding principles, which had already been weakened by the upheavals of 1989 to 1991, was steadily eroding. North Korea is the easiest case to characterize. By the early 1990s, Kim Il-sung had already begun to transform the Korean Workers' Party into an instrument of dynastic rule. The KWP had not held a Congress for a decade. At that time, in October 1980, Kim had made lugubrious remarks about the party's function. He likened the KWP to one's own mother and declared that it moved like an organism according to the principle of democratic centralism. But in his New Year's address in 1991, Kim's assessment was much less laudatory. He did not even make the standard reference to Marxism-Leninism point for 1 year later. He confirmed the KWP's demotion in a host of constitutional amendments. Whereas the North Korean Constitution of 1972 had underscored the creative application of Marxism-Leninism to the conditions of our country, the revised document replaced the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat with an ambiguous reference to a dictatorship of people's democracy. 5. The upheaval in Eastern Europe, and especially Ceausescu's execution at the hands of his citizens, played a decisive role in this new course. Thus, in 1990, Kim warned his population of the Western imperialists' intention to blur the reason of the people of the world and achieve their aggressive and predatory ambitions. 6. Thanks to the specifically North Korean doctrine of Juche, he boasted a year later, the country's socialist system remained unchanged, to the wonder and admiration of the entire world. 7. But Kim had an additional motivation that distinguished North Korea from other socialist states. He was determined to ensure the seamless transfer of power to his elder son, Kim Jong-il. In 1980, the party Congress had already taken steps to recognize the younger Kim as the heir apparent and appointed him to most of the regime's ruling bodies. Lest anyone misinterpret the significance of this development, the General Secretary's deputies subsequently let it be known that this was not merely a family affair. Passing power to Kim Jong-il was an act of supreme love for the entire country. After the great leader's departure, the son would safeguard the purity of the North Korean Revolution. Despite the loving father's measures, North Korea was not immune to the challenges of succession that we have encountered throughout this book. When the state media sorrowfully announced on July 8, 1994, that the great heart of Kim Il-sung had stopped beating, Kim Jong-il apparently recognized that even good bloodlines do not make the transferal of charismatic authority automatic. As with other leaders of communist insurgent movements, his father's power had derived from the support of his fellow revolutionaries during the guerrilla struggle against Japan and the battles of the Korean War. 4 decades later, Kim Jong-il did not have the benefit of association with these acts of heroism. Hence, he looked beyond the party to the Korean People's Army for legitimacy. In this case, Kim probably benefited from the fact that it took time to build a patronage network. The delay relieved him of having to take full responsibility within the regime for one of the worst famines in modern times. From 1994 to 1998, more than 1 million people perished from starvation and disease. When the famine subsided, Kim showed that he was firmly in control by combining mythology with power. He promulgated a new constitution that literally proclaimed itself the Kim Il-sung Constitution and declared Kim's father, to whom it referred in the present tense, the eternal president of the republic. Correspondingly, Kim appointed himself chairman of the National Defense Commission. In retrospect, it is provocative that Kim's promotion was proposed by a moribund institution, the KWP. From this point onward, he put the party's fate in the hands of the military. On January 1, 1999, a joint editorial by the KPA, the KWP, and the Kim Il-sung Socialist Youth League announced that Kim had developed his own concept of leadership, military first. Exactly 1 year later, a similar editorial used the expression military first politics to confirm that this was a doctrinal change. The Comrade Kim Jong-il's military first politics, the writers stated, in a style previously reserved to describe the KWP's leading role, depended on the People's Army as the pillar of our revolution, enabling the entire people, including workers and peasants, to wage their struggle armed with revolutionary army spirit. Importantly, military first did not mean that North Korea had become a military dictatorship. Until his death in December 2011, Kim proved to be a master manipulator of the KPA's command structure, making himself the sole adjudicator of disputes among the military's branches. Rather, military first was meant to strengthen his personality cult by replacing one form of militancy, the Marxist focus on class struggle, with another, the struggle for national glory. 9 In the early 2000s, Kim turned the KPA into an agent of mass mobilization, enlisting soldiers in planting crops and building roads and factories. In the second half of the decade, he took the doctrine one step further, invoking military first to justify a nuclear defense policy against imperialism. In defiance of international pressure, the regime conducted underground nuclear tests and embarked on the development of sophisticated missile technology. When Kim's youngest son, Kim Jong-un, rose to power in 2011, he initially acted as though he would simply carry on the military-first strategy. He declared the strengthening of the KPA his first, second, and third priorities. 10 But, 2 long steps removed from the charisma of his grandfather, Kim Jong-un faced an even greater succession challenge than his father. Showing that he could not take even the KPA's loyalty for granted, he neutralized the military-first principle by purging anyone who could use the doctrine against him. Starting with his uncle and second-in-command, Jang Song-taek, he executed hundreds of military officers and senior officials. In a demonstration that only he, and not the military, could be first, Kim followed his grandfather's and father's examples by formulating his own doctrine, parallel advance. One leg of the doctrine, the introduction of modest economic reforms, marked a departure from Kim Jong-il's Stalinist-style economic policies. However, the second, more prominent leg was one part policy and the other part political drama. Kim Jong-un not only poured more resources into his father's nuclear weapons program but did so with theatrical panache. Banging the drums of an imminent confrontation with South Korea and the United States, he attempted to divert his population's attention from the country's manifold problems. China's modernizing autocracy. In many respects, the differences between the North Korean and Chinese conceptions of single-party rule in the 1990s and 2000s could not have been greater. Whereas the KWP lost all meaningful decision-making authority in North Korea, the CCP officially remained China's premier political institution. Its leaders convened regular meetings, fostered informed debates, and professed to hold their members to the highest standards of accountability. Despite these differences, however, the idea of party leadership was undergoing profound changes in the PRC as well. In the aftermath of the Tiananmen crisis of June 1989, the primary issue on the minds of China's leaders was stability, not the inculcation of the revolutionary values that the party had cultivated during the Long March. Like Kim Il-sung, Deng Xiaoping, and other senior CCP leaders were distressed by communism's disintegration in Eastern Europe. But in their eyes, the Soviet Union's implosion was much worse because it grew out of Mikhail Gorbachev's reforms. One lesson that they drew from these events was that pluralism was a threat to stability. According to this interpretation, Gorbachev's mistake was to assume that he could revitalize the party by going beyond economic modernization to engage in political reform. In the CCP Politburo's view, Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang had made the same error in the 1990s. By blurring the line between acceptable and unacceptable behavior, they had created unrealizable expectations and undermined the population's confidence in the party. Accordingly, Deng and his co-leaders concluded that the party should convey a firm message that would prevent its authority from being tested. Chen Yun, one of the 8 elders, imaginatively expressed this point of view with a birdcage theory of leadership. The party controlled the cage, he suggested, and was willing to enlarge it but only if the bird's behavior justified it. If need be, the party was equally prepared to reduce the size of the cage, presumably to contain the bird's efforts to escape. 11. A second lesson, which Deng personally endorsed, was that a dogmatic defense of the status quo would erode the party's credibility. In his eyes, the failure of Soviet and Eastern European communism was attributable to these parties' long-standing opposition to serious reforms. They might have been able to save themselves if they had acted earlier. Interestingly, Deng singled out Khrushchev's policies as an option, but by Gorbachev's time, it was too late to change course. 12. For these reasons, Deng argued, the CCP should continue to do what it did best, it should build a vibrant economy. There was nothing inherently contradictory about the twin mandates of political stability and economic growth. As the CCP leadership looked beyond the tumultuous events of spring and summer 1989, the key question was which of the two strategies the party should prioritize. Deng and his successors, Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao, chose economic growth. In early 1992, the paramount leader emulated Mao's favorite technique for building support for his policies by traveling beyond Beijing's city limits. During his southern tour through Guangdong province and Shanghai, he spoke in a direct and unrestrained fashion about China's needs. To leave the proper imprint on history, Deng observed, the CCP's leaders needed to take bolder and more courageous steps. We should not act like women with bound feet, he lectured. It was necessary to experiment and forge new paths. Naturally, there could be no guarantees that all of the party's ventures would pay off. Who dares to claim, Deng stressed, that he is 100% sure of success and that he is taking no risks? Yet China had no other choice. If the party leadership's current members were not up to this task, Deng added, they should step aside and let a younger generation take their place. 13. Despite some initial concerns about the political risks of moving too quickly, Jiang Zemin endorsed Deng's stance at the CCP's 14th Congress in October 1992. He enunciated a new concept, Deng Xiaoping theory, that was based on the hallmarks of his mentor's post-Mao policies, economic modernization, the use of market mechanisms to guide investment, and closer relations with Western countries and international corporations. By all accounts, Jiang's decision to emulate Deng's example paid off. Over the following decade, China's economy expanded rapidly, state firms were broken into smaller, more efficient enterprises, and entrepreneurship proliferated. In the process, the country's educated, urban population experienced previously unthinkable gains in prosperity. When China was invited to join the World Trade Organization in 2001, it seemed to Jiang and his supporters that their country had finally regained the international stature that had been lost under Mao's rule. For our purposes, the most important development during Jiang's tenure was the reformulation of the CCP's identity. First, Jiang pressed for a streamlining of the organization's rules. The 14th Congress abolished the Central Advisory Committee, the informal body that had allowed retired party leaders to interfere in the Politburo's operations. The CCP's leaders committed themselves to the principle of collective rule and promised to reach their decisions on the basis of consensus. They also eliminated the practice of making lifetime appointments. To bring new blood into the ruling circle, they required Politburo members to retire at the age of 68. These norms took hold quickly at the 16th Party Congress in November 2002. All 11 Politburo members who had reached the age of retirement relinquished their posts. Jiang himself turned over the general secretaryship to Hu Jintao, a representative of China's post-revolutionary generation. Although Jiang was criticized for not giving up his position as chair of the Central Military Commission, this was a signal event. Unlike so many other times in the history of global communism, the transfer of power had taken place on a truly voluntary basis. Second, Jiang presided over a redefinition of the CCP's functions. In early 2000, 8 years after Deng Xiaoping's southern tour, he made his own inspection tour of high-tech firms in Guangdong. At his stops, he characterized the party in purely utilitarian terms as the servant of rapid growth. To raise productivity, he emphasized, the regime would continue dismantling inefficient state-owned firms, even if these steps led to the dislocation of workers and unemployment. It would aggressively pursue foreign investment opportunities and further engagement in the world economy. Finally, the party would actively encourage the participation of every segment of society, including intellectuals, scientists, and entrepreneurs. In an address on July 1, 2001, during the 80th anniversary celebrations of the CCP's founding, Jiang confirmed that these were no mean changes. 14 To read his speech against the backdrop of more than 1.5 centuries of the international communist movement is to find oneself in a new world. Although Jiang recounted the party's torrential and anti-imperialist struggle and its central role in the founding of the People's Republic of China, he did not refer at all to two major factors that distinguished Marxism and Leninism from other revolutionary movements, the class struggle and the dictatorship of the proletariat. In fact, he only used the word revolution once. In Jiang's depiction, the point of having a leading party was simply to make China modern. Accordingly, the institution needed to change with the times, promoting a spirit of practicality, truth-seeking, and truth in innovation. Jiang even came close to jettisoning the standard description of the party as a class-based organization. Although he stated that the party remained the vanguard of the working class, he broadened this function to make right thinking, and not class background, the criterion for membership. In a stunning departure from CCP orthodoxy, he announced that even private businesspersons should be invited to join the party. From the standpoint of Marxist theory, we do not have to look far to see the problematic implications of this position. If capitalists can be included among the CCP's members, we have made an immense leap from Lenin's time when revolutionary heroes were trained in the art of combat and poised to go to war with anyone who stood in the way of the liberation of the proletariat. In addition, Jiang's revisions present the Marxist theorist with a related problem. If the profit-seeking activities of the party's capitalist members lead to greater inequalities in Chinese society, as surely they will, what are the chances of attaining the goal of communism? Jiang seemed to anticipate this question, but in a way that 20th-century Marxists would have clearly found unsatisfactory. He declared that human society still inevitably moved towards communism. But, he added, this goal could only be realized on the basis of a fully developed and highly advanced socialist society. Therefore, Jiang insisted, the party needed to concentrate on the present. To talk big about the lofty ideal without doing any practical work will get one divorced from reality. 15. After Jiang stepped down as party chief in 2002, his successor, Hu Jintao, was no less committed to this growth-oriented strategy. His contribution was to emphasize that the party should pay greater attention to the adverse social effects of China's rapid modernization. 16 The situation changed, however, with Hu's successor, Xi Jinping. When Xi became General Secretary in November 2012, he almost immediately swung the CCP to its other mandate, maintaining social and political order. In the process of establishing his authority, Xi launched a sweeping campaign against graft and corruption within party and state bodies. He instructed party officials to cull their ranks of dissenting members. Even more significant for our purposes, Xi sought to take control of the realm of ideas. He clamped down on the propagation of Western values and wrong arguments, such as the advocacy of multi-party democracy and free self-expression. He also imposed new restrictions on the media, the internet, and religious institutions. In contrast to Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao, Xi also showed his intention to leave a personal imprint on the political system by articulating a vision of the future that he called the Chinese dream. One part of this amorphous concept was outwardly directed. According to Xi, China should play a greater role in fostering a peaceful international environment. It could accomplish this task by contributing to a shared destiny and the future of the world as a whole. Yet, Xi's domestic focus was more specific. China's citizens, he maintained, were required to invigorate their nation by building an affluent, strong, civilized, harmonious, socialist modern society. 17. The elements of Xi's dream were not new, they could all be found within the elastic realm of Deng Xiaoping theory. However, Xi demonstrated that his understanding of this vision was as much backward-looking as forward-looking. Although he stressed that China would adhere to Deng's views about economic development, he devoted equal attention to China's pre-Marxist past. He visited Confucius's shrine and lauded the philosopher's teachings about social harmony and filial piety. He praised legalist scholars for their ideas about maintaining public order, and he glorified generals from China's early dynasties as patriots and martyrs. She paid particular attention to pre-communist revolutionaries, especially Sun Yat-sen, whom he lauded for offering a model of national rejuvenation. To be sure, these appeals to earlier times did not prevent Xi from glorifying the CCP's Marxist credentials. In fact, in 2015 he ordered Peking University to build a collection of Marxist writings that would exceed the size of its Confucius collection. Still, a building full of books and documents is no substitute for instilling ideological conviction. Nor is it a guarantee that a specific worldview will play a meaningful role in policy making. Demonstrating that his idea of the Chinese dream was broader than the assortment of beliefs that had inspired communist heroes such as Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai, Xi used the celebrations of the 75th anniversary of the CCP's founding to treat the party as the grand unifying element in Chinese history. The CCP, he asserted on July 1, 2016, had inspired the Chinese people with more than 5,000 years of civilization and history fully marched toward modernization. It had enabled socialist views with their 500-year history to find a highly practical and workable correct path in the world's most populous country. Finally, it had made it possible for a new China with its 60-year history to achieve results that have drawn the eyes of the world. This was high praise. Yet despite these grandiose claims, there was a glaring omission in Xi's address. He had almost nothing to say about whether it should matter that China was ruled by a specifically communist party and not some other autocratic organization. He could only declare, in the cliched language of his predecessors, that the CCP's members should maintain the fighting spirit of the party's founders. 18. Cuba's charismatic dictatorship. Cuba took a different course. At a time when North Korea's and China's leaders were either rejecting or substantially revising the idea of Communist Party rule, Fidel Castro was anxiously defending the vision of revolutionary struggle that he had cultivated since his days as a guerrilla fighter in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. Showing that his lifelong discomfort with organized parties was unchanged, he continued to emphasize the power of communists to sustain the revolution. In an address at Havana's Karl Marx Theater on April 19, 1991, the anniversary of the Bay of Pigs invasion, he applauded his compañeros' willingness to sacrifice everything for the cause. Just as true communists were always heroic in the defense of their ideas and their cause, he proclaimed, summoning the examples of the Paris Commune, the Spanish Civil War, and the Battle of Stalingrad, so too would these heroes make history once again. 19. Of course, Castro's understanding of how to serve the communist cause was quite different from the dreams of these early exemplars of revolution. Even after declining health forced him to turn over his position as first secretary of the Communist Party of Cuba to his less charismatic, soberly minded brother Raúl in 2011, he still acted as though only a single person was capable of defending the revolution, himself. In this light, when we look back at the PCC's role in Cuban politics over the preceding decades, it is not surprising that Castro's honeymoon with the party was short-lived. By the mid-1970s, his speeches about the PCC's leading role were pro forma at best. Indeed, in an interview for Soviet television on the 60th anniversary of the October Revolution in 1977, Castro mentioned the PCC only once and, even then, merely in reference to the First Communist Party's activities in the 1930s. In place of the PCC support, Castro turned once again to the Cuban Revolutionary Armed Forces. In the aftermath of the failed sugarcane harvest of 1970, the Cuban government had become more dependent than ever on its Soviet and Eastern European allies for trade, financial and military assistance, and energy resources. Hence, Castro appealed to the military roots of the revolution to show that he was still in command. In November 1975, he took even his Soviet benefactors by surprise by involving Cuba directly in the Angolan Civil War. This was an extraordinary way of reinforcing his authority given that the conflict was nearly 7,000 miles away. Yet by March 1976, roughly 20,000 Cuban soldiers were fighting alongside the army of the quasi-Marxist People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola. 21 Much closer to home, Castro also took a strong interest in the guerrilla struggles against Anastasio Somoza's government in Nicaragua. The leftist Sandinista National Liberation Front regarded both Castro and Che Guevara as quasi-deities. Hence, he reciprocated their adulation by sending them arms and military advisors. This was vintage Fidel. In these battles and in other international engagements, he summoned the mythic elements of Cuba's age-old struggles against colonialism and imperialism. The Cuban people's willingness to sacrifice themselves for internationalist missions testified, in his words, to our political culture, the complete victory of revolutionary ideals, the solidary communist blood that runs through the veins of men and women of our fatherland. 22 Predictably, Castro turned Washington's condemnations of these overseas adventures to his advantage at home, rallying the Cuban population again and again around the idea of national defense. In 1983, when U.S. President Ronald Reagan sent troops to Grenada to topple the island's Marxist government, Castro ordered Cuban construction workers in the country to martyr themselves in combat with the invading army. Nevertheless, it did not take long for the FARC to become just as problematic a partner in Castro's eyes as the PCC. The FARC was no longer the unkempt guerrilla army of the Sierra Maestra Mountains. Its officers had been well trained by their Soviet advisors and were battle-hardened. Moreover, they had won prestige both at home and throughout the developing world for defeating superior armies. Hence in the early 1980s, Castro indicated that his enthusiasm for the FARC was waning. Citing the strategic thinking of the North Vietnamese General Vion Nguyen, he introduced a new military doctrine, the War of All the People, which emphasized the popular roots of the revolution. At the PCC's Third Congress, he barely mentioned the FARC's ongoing fighting in Angola. The shocking culmination of this shift in Castro's thinking was to use force against those who had long supported him. In July 1989, he began with the arrest of the popular commander of Cuba's international forces, General Arnaldo Ochoa. Ochoa was subjected to a swift, Stalinist-style show trial and executed. The general was not alone, the Minister of the Interior was executed as well. Scores of high-ranking officers of the FARC and the Interior Ministry were imprisoned and thousands of others were relieved of their posts. 23. There was no coincidence to the timing of Castro's crackdown. It took place amid the uncertainty surrounding Gorbachev's reforms and only a few weeks after Beijing's suppression of the Tiananmen demonstrations. A year earlier, in 1988, when he was asked about the possibility of a Cuban version of Glasnost, Castro confidently remarked that the party had always supported this position. There's no more self-critical party in the world than the PCC. 24 After the collapse of the Soviet bloc, however, Castro conceded that Cuban socialism was in trouble. In an interview with El Nuevo Diario, he emphasized that his government would do what it took to defend its precarious values at a moment of confusion in the world. The mere fact, Castro stressed, sounding a lot like Kim Jong-il, that Cuba has decided to keep going forward and face the dangers and the challenges following the collapse of the socialist bloc and the disappearance of the USSR is a significant event in history. 25. This was sheer bravado. Cuba would not be insulated from the consequences of the disappearance of its patron. After the USSR's demise, the country fell into a severe economic depression. As a result of the loss of billions of dollars in Soviet subsidies and the disappearance of major trading markets, exports and imports plummeted. In 1993, Cuba's GDP had fallen by 30%, and the regime was forced to confront food shortages and visible unemployment. For the first time in more than 3 decades, openly anti-government street demonstrations and riots broke out in Havana and neighboring cities. These trials illuminate the central flaw of all personality cults. Had Cuba been governed by the rule of law, Castro might have buttressed his authority by appealing to the legitimacy of the country's political institutions. Instead, he was left grasping for explanations for why Cuba should remain a revolutionary state. At first, he sought the answer in a romanticized version of the PCC's history, underscoring the party's roots in Latin American, rather than European, culture. According to his revisionist interpretation, José Martí, and not Marx, Engels, and Lenin, deserved full credit for the idea of the single-party system. 26 In 1992, this supposedly objective correction of the historical record found its way into a new constitution. The former constitution's reference to the victorious doctrine of Marxism-Leninism was replaced with a quotation from Martí, "I want the fundamental law of our republic to be the tribute of Cubans to the full dignity of man." Notably, the new body of laws changed the PCC's role. Instead of being the vanguard of the proletariat, it became the vanguard of the Cuban nation. 27. To stabilize the economy, however, Castro had no choice but to turn back to the FARC. Drawing upon the military's expertise and organizational efficiency, he introduced cautious reforms, including the partial legalization of the use of U.S. currency, the opening of farmers' markets, selective inducements to foreign investment, and the promotion of tourism. As always, Castro had no intention of allowing the FARC to supplant his authority. On the most important questions, both the army and the PCC were only facilitators of the wishes of the legendary guerrilla fighter who had come to power with promises of national independence and popular democracy. As a result, when illness forced Castro to turn over his presidential duties to Raúl in 2006, followed by his leadership of the PCC in 2011, the Cuban regime entered unknown territory. In his new positions, Raúl endeavored to emphasize 2 views simultaneously. He introduced moderate economic reforms, while simultaneously insisting that the regime would never compromise its commitment to socialism. He emphatically invoked the leading role of the PCC to back up this claim. However, this pro forma reference to an institution that had always been subordinated to its leader was not the same thing as devising an effective ruling formula. In fact, Raúl practically conceded that the regime was at a loss to find such a solution. In the Central Report to the PCC's 7th Congress on April 16, 2016, year 58 of the revolution, he frankly admitted that party membership has declined, impacted by the negative demographic trends affecting the country, a restrictive growth policy maintained since 2004, and shortcomings in efforts to train, retain, and motivate potential members. Looking for a sign of hope, Raúl could only add that this trend has decelerated over recent years. 28 Against this somber background, an aged generation of Fidelistas may have been heartened when Raúl's 90-year-old brother surfaced 3 days later and proclaimed the eternal life of the revolution. Every human being would perish one day, Fidel Castro emphasized, but the ideas of Cuban communists will remain as proof on this planet that if they are worked at with fervor and dignity, they can produce the material and cultural goods that human beings need. 29 Nevertheless, Fidel's death 7 months later in November 2016 testified to the drawback of associating a revolution with the personality of a single human being. Without his presence to embody these ideas, it was inconceivable that the Cuban people would want to continue this long journey. The party withers away. The global demise of the distinctive concept of Communist Party rule by the 2000s provides us with an invaluable lesson about the centrality of ideas in sustaining institutions. The party of Lenin, Stalin, and Mao had all of the advantages of dictatorship. Seated at the pinnacle of political power, these states' leaders made decisions that affected the lives of millions. Thanks to their formidable resources, they launched massive industrialization campaigns, uprooted and transformed traditional societies, and extended their influence to every part of the world. But without the conviction that a single institution, the party, was capable of leading these revolutions, they would not have been able to recruit and then maintain the loyalties of the followers who put their visions into practice. Over a relatively short period, the idea of the enlightened, disciplined, and virtuous Communist Party came to an end. For decades, the party's members had been like Lenin's mountaineer. Filled with the certainty of having justice on their side, they had begun their ascent with enthusiasm. They were the elect, chosen to be the vanguard in pursuit of a glorious cause. They enjoyed the gratification of belonging to a global movement, one that was certain to achieve its goal. Then, they reached an impasse: a crumbling economy, failed social policies, and popular disenchantment, at which point they were forced to retrace their steps. Yet, here the similarity with Lenin's dauntless climber breaks down. Instead of searching for a new path, the faithful left the mountain behind. After years of loyalty, they had lost the conviction that the party's demands were worth defending. This decision was not automatic. Although communist leaders in the homeland of the Bolshevik Revolution, the Soviet Union, were fully aware of their diminishing credibility, there was a brief historical moment when a new party chief in Moscow, Mikhail Gorbachev, led many to hope that he could successfully breathe life into the preeminent institution of developed socialism. Since no one, neither leaders nor led, could have known in the 1980s that the system was so close to collapse, Gorbachev's supporters regarded his campaign for domestic reform as an enthralling alternative to the old ways of thinking and acting. In particular, the Soviet leaders' buoyant optimism filled many communists, and especially those whose advancement had been held back for years, with anticipation at the possibility of reawakening their party's high ideals. In short, this was a time of great expectations. Yet for precisely this reason, these hopes came crashing down when it became clear that socialism could not be rescued from its manifold dysfunctions. In the end, no one was left to speak up for the party, not even the General Secretary of the CPSU. Gorbachev's central role in these events invites one of the most thought-provoking counterfactual exercises in the study of 20th-century politics. What if, instead of Gorbachev, another figure had come to power in 1985, someone who embodied the highly risk-averse spirit of the Brezhnev generation and would therefore have been less inclined to experiment with the accepted model of developed socialism? Would the crisis of party leadership in the Soviet Union have taken place? In my view, it would have taken a few years longer. Given the organizational power of the General Secretaryship, a conservative leader could have prevented his critics from building a coalition against him by securing the support of members of the inner circle who regarded any experimentation with the party's leading role as dangerous. There is an even darker version of the counterfactual argument. In this case, one might assume that Gorbachev came to power but was much less flexible when confronted with the unintended consequences of his actions. For example, instead of criticizing Erich Honecker in October 1989 when the German Democratic Republic's brittle social order was breaking apart, what if Gorbachev had given his blessing to his East German ally to use armed force to defend his regime? Such a response was not out of the question. On October 9, Honecker ordered the secret police to prepare to crush the protests in Leipzig. 30 Fortunately for the stability of Europe, Gorbachev chose prudence over intransigence. Rather than allowing the East German leader to risk the outbreak of civil war in the GDR and a possible confrontation with NATO, he effectively gave Honecker's colleagues permission to remove him from power. From this point forward, Gorbachev's inaction was the key to the fall of communist rule. Nevertheless, there are two reasons for thinking that the crisis of world communism would still have taken place within the coming decade. First, even before Gorbachev's rise, pressures for a reassessment of the party's role were growing in countries like Poland and Hungary. In this respect, even a conservative Gorbachev would eventually have been forced to take these demands seriously. Second, the opposition to Gorbachev's initiatives within the CPSU Politburo was never absolute. Critics like Yegor Ligachev agreed that gradual reforms were necessary. Even if they had moved more cautiously, the speed with which Gorbachev lost control of his reforms suggests that they would have been hard-pressed to contain the pent-up demands that suffused their society. In claiming that the ideas that sustained Communist Party rule over the past century have vanished, I am not contending that the party's ideals have disappeared. Radical aspirations for economic justice and social equality are as alive in the 21st century as they were in 1848 when Karl Marx presented his Manifesto of the Communist Party to the Communist League. For example, when the socialist politician Hugo Chavez was elected president of Venezuela in 1999, he undertook a program of rapid social transformation that was reminiscent of Fidel Castro's policies in the 1960s. He instituted anti-poverty programs, turned major industries into state enterprises, and experimented with self-governing communes. Yet the party that put Chavez into office was a mass organization that primarily served the populist and nationalist instincts of its leader. It had little in common with the institution that spurred Marx and Lenin's followers into action. Of course, it would be unreasonable to expect that the rulers of any radical left-wing regime in the 21st century would embrace Leninism after the fate of communist regimes in 1989 to 1991. But this is precisely the point. The original idea of a revolutionary party and the organization into which it evolved made sense at specific times and in specific places. Over more than a century, communists in Germany, France, Russia, China, and many more countries and territories fought for their cause against a backdrop of social upheaval, civil and global wars, economic collapse, mass uprisings, and national humiliation. Although these revolutionaries were convinced that the evidence for the coming clash between the haves and the have-nots was incontrovertible, they had different views about the form this conflagration would take in their respective locations. Some espoused Marx's prediction about an imminent collision between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, others anticipated that the proletariat would be joined by the peasantry, still others expected a confrontation between imperialism and the forces of national liberation. Nevertheless, the malleability of Marx and Lenin's ideas gave them confidence that they could realize their dreams. Thus, they all put their faith in the idea that the formation of the right kind of association, highly disciplined but discerning, dictatorial but self-sacrificing, uncompromising but virtuous, would ensure victory in the battle for a just world. Their conviction was so great that they were willing to sacrifice their lives and the lives of others to achieve this goal. By the 1990s and 2000s, the factors that made this particular conception of revolutionary leadership compelling no longer existed. Still, we must be careful to keep this momentous development in perspective. The disappearance of the Communist Party should not be a cause for unreflective self-congratulation among those who championed the values of liberal democracy during the Cold War. Clearly, the West's military and economic superiority over the USSR played an important role in undermining the confidence of Soviet and Eastern European leaders that they could compete successfully with the capitalist world. But the primary cause of these regimes' collapse did not come from without. It came from a loss of faith among the communists themselves that the institution that had once ruled broad swaths of the globe was viable. The party was not defeated, it lost the will to stay alive. Furthermore, the fate of the Communist Party has proved to have little to do with the vitality of democracy in the West. As the crisis of liberal democracy in Europe and the United States in the 2010s has shown, democratic institutions are only as strong as the will and determination of their citizens to defend the principles on which they are based. Democratic parties can provide effective mechanisms through which politicians infuse their societies with noble purpose. But there is no guarantee this will happen. Political parties can also be perverted into tools of unreason and extremism that tear societies apart. To an even greater extent than in the case of communist parties, which could always fall back on the use of violence to defend their political systems, liberal democratic states require good leaders to ensure that their parties serve the former purpose and not the latter.